This young man transmigrated to the cultivation world. But there was no sign of the systems the seniors usually get. Instead, he was chased all over the place by monster beasts. To prevent the story from ending in the very first episode, the author gave him an extremely overpowered ability. That is, after destroying anything, he can pick up its attribute points. Defeated a spider demon. Received strength-enhancing attributes. Defeated a soul entity. Soul power increased countless times. This surprised even old Ancestor Chinhai, as a mortal with no cultivation could defeat such powerful creatures. He immediately used a scam to trick him into becoming a disciple. Who would have thought that as soon as he started cultivating, he would achieve enlightenment, suddenly showing a bit of talent, leaving the old ancestor completely dumbfounded. And okay, without further ado, let's begin. The story has reached chapter N, and the admin has done up to N. Wish you all happy viewing. A young man stood amidst the clouds, vaguely wondering. Why am I the only one fighting this thing? No other choice. I have to. He raised his fist high into the sky and shouted loudly. Die. Break. That young man, Fong Xia, rushed towards the stone statue and punched it hard. Spirit power light sphere. Fong Xia muttered. Sure enough, it dropped. This kind of light sphere. He clenched his fist to absorb the streams of energy. Spirit power x10. I feel my strength has increased again. Fong Xia smiled. You have the skill to defeat my cloud soldiers. Did the beast taming sect send you? A strange voice spoke up. Fong Xia hurriedly replied. Senior, you have mistaken me for someone else. I just arrived here. I don't know any beast taming sect. Nonsense. Old Ancestor Chinhai shouted. The Shinshi ancient land hasn't opened yet. If not from the beast taming sect, how could you enter? That person was the one sealed in the Shinshi ancient land, old Ancestor Chinhai. He angrily raised his hand high. Billowing streams of energy were sucked in. Explain the whole story clearly to me. He shouted loudly. A majestic stone statue appeared right behind old Ancestor Chinhai. He shouted. Who are you? Which sect do you belong to? Fong Xia was confused, thinking to himself. Even if I reveal my identity, I'm afraid he won't believe it. What should I do? He recalled. His name is Fong Xia. In any game he plays, he dominates the leaderboards. Known as the hardcore grinder. Immune to love. A straight steel man. Monthly income over 100. Career rising like the high sun. While playing a game at 30. Carelessly. Transmigrated. Very friendly, giving me shoes to wear. In just a blink of an eye, he was suddenly transported to the middle of a forest, surrounded by strange creatures that made him pale. However, there are things here that don't welcome me very much. Those strange creatures immediately chased Fong Xia, making him run like the wind. Broad shoulders, full of courage, running 50 meters in 12 seconds. This is my best record. But with 18 hairpin turns, it would be strange if I couldn't escape the clutches of these spiders. Fong Xia swung his arm and punched those spiders. At this moment, his hand suddenly emitted light. Essence light sphere, strengthening my health. Fong Xia quickly utilized that power to send the spiders flying. After all the punching and kicking was done, dust filled the air. Fong Xia suddenly jumped and dashed away. Agility light sphere, setting a new 50-meter record for him. As he ran, he shouted loudly. Those stinking spiders are coming. If you can catch me, I'll let you. Hey, hey, hey. Suddenly Fong Xia stopped. Why is there fog? Old Ancestor Chinhai flew down from above, landing close to him, and said angrily, Brat, old Ancestor Chinhai's grand plan has been ruined by you. Fong Xia asked nervously. Old man, sir, if I stomped those spiders to death, what grand plan did I ruin? Old Ancestor Chinhai replied solemnly. You don't know how important those spiders were. For 3,000 years, old Ancestor Chinhai hasn't seen salty food. I just wanted to taste some roasted spider meat. It took me 50 years to gather this herd of black jade spiders. Old Ancestor Chinhai shouted in fury. Fong Xia sweated profusely from the awkwardness. Oh my, I've met a truly strange person. Getting here, everything feels like a dream. A vicious strike. Old Ancestor Chinhai angrily attacked him. Fong Xia quickly slid back. In front of him was a giant stone statue raising its hand, facing two cloud soldiers at once. I can still fight, Fong Xia thought to himself. Then he put on a serious face and swung his arm. Streams of energy surged around his arm. He gathered his strength and shouted, "My surname is Fong, my name is Xia. No sect, no faction." Having finished speaking, Fong Xia immediately launched an attack forward. Old Ancestor Chinhai stood there. His face looked very calm as he watched. Fong Xia suddenly stopped. Standing firm as a rock, he said, "Senior, please instruct me." In his mind, he thought, Okay, I won. You really want to die, huh?" Old Ancestor Chinhai suddenly smiled mysteriously, thinking, Not bad. Born with divine strength. Spirit power is very strong. If Old Ancestor Chinhai possesses him, then I can immediately escape this godforsaken place and seek revenge on the beast-taming sect. However, this stinking brat seems to have brain issues. Watching Fong Xia dazedly say, pick up light sphere," he said helplessly. Except for him, no one else can see the light spheres. Old Ancestor Chinhai suddenly approached Fong Xia. Lifting his face, he said, "Brat, Old Ancestor Chinhai sees that your spirit power is different from ordinary people. I want to pass on a peerless art to you. Are you willing to become my disciple?" Fong Xia's eyes sparkled. His heart was racing with excitement. Yes. Passed the test of the immortal. So he's giving me a golden finger. According to standard transmigration tropes, once I learn this peerless art, I can dominate everything. Damn it. Old Ancestor Chinhai smiled and said, "This peerless art is called the Floating Dream 3 Lives art. Once cultivated to great success, the soul becomes indestructible. You can exit dreams and enter dreams. Twist reality. Reincarnate through possession." Before he could finish, Fong Xia cheered excitedly. "I'll learn it." His eyes sparkling, he asked Old Ancestor Chinhai, "Senior, teach it to me right now." Old Ancestor Chinhai thought, "This brat is indeed easy to trick." Then he replied, "Old Ancestor Chinhai will now transmit the Floating Dream 3 Lives art to you. Now I will bring you into the dream realm. Wait until you can comprehend it, then you can awaken on your own." Saying that, Old Ancestor Chinhai pressed lightly on Fong Xia's forehead, then slowly withdrew his hand. Fong Xia's gaze gradually blurred. He closed his eyes. A small glowing lotus flower appeared on his forehead. Old Ancestor Chinhai stood there watching him, a cryptic smile on his lips. Fong Xia fell into a dark space. There were a few glowing things around. He muttered, "Is this my dream realm?" His eyes suddenly widened when he saw something. Those glowing fragments all had different lines of text. Floating Dream 3 Lives Art Fragment X12. Fong Xia dazedly reached out, wanting to grab those glowing fragments. If this and the attribute light spheres are the same, when the male lead touched the glowing fragments, a stream of energy radiated out, embracing his hand. He vaguely remembered Old Ancestor Chinhai's words. Old Ancestor Chinhai. The Floating Dream 3 Lives art has a total of 12 layers. His soul must be sinking deep right now, inside that insufficient cultivation method. Old Ancestor Chinhai can immediately possess him easily. Fong Xia suddenly let out a sigh of relief, then groaned, Huh, making Old Ancestor Chinhai startled and tense. What is this? Why did he wake up already? The male lead suddenly opened his eyes wide. Smiling brightly, he said, "Senior, I have comprehended it." Old Ancestor Chinhai was so tense and confused he stuttered. What did you comprehend?" Fong Xia replied clearly. The Floating Dream 3 Lives art has a total of 12 heavens. Each time one heaven is cultivated, one can master a vast divine ability. When the 12 divine abilities unite, they can open the path to becoming an immortal. Hearing this, Old Ancestor Chinhai frowned, thinking, "Nonsense. The Floating Dream 3 Lives art that injured me, Old Ancestor Chinhai, only has 9 heavens in total. I'm afraid this brat couldn't comprehend it and plans to deceive me." He spoke with a bit of anger and a cold voice. "Brat, you claim you have understood it. Then let Old Ancestor Chinhai enter your Niwan palace to check." Fong Xia confidently replied, "Please, Senior." Old Ancestor Chinhai immediately performed a hand seal. "Brat, close your eyes." Fong Xia obediently closed his eyes. A few minutes later, he slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the scene before him, Fong Xia couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Wow, is this the Niwan Palace? How do you want to test me?" Old Ancestor Chinhai didn't reply, only silently observing the surroundings. He thought, this Niwen palace is of a rare type. How can a mortal possess this kind of spirit power? Could it be that he has actually comprehended something? Thinking this, Old Ancestor Chinhai spoke up. Brat, whatever you have understood, use your full strength to show Old Ancestor Chinhai. Fong Xia replied anxiously. But senior, I just comprehended this thing. I might not fully grasp its power. Old Ancestor Chinhai smiled with confident eyes, replying, what stands before you now is not my true body, but merely a separated primordial spirit. But this primordial spirit is enough to rival an incarnation of the eighth heaven of the Tao platform. However, you are a mortal with heaven-gifted spirit power. Just strike. Don't think too much. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Ancestor Chinhai was shocked to the point of falling over when he saw Fong Xia use energy to create a giant flower. Old Ancestor Chinhai's face went pale as he thought, 2 seals? I'm dead for sure. Fong Xia suddenly jumped high and swung an attack down, shouting, Green Lotus of the Ice Stem. After everything was done, he sighed in relief, catching his breath. A satisfied smile suddenly appeared on his lips. Fong Xia shouted excitedly, Senior, this is the divine ability I comprehended. However, in front of him now were only clouds of thick, white smoke. Where are you? Fong Xia looked around searching, not noticing Old Ancestor Chinhai standing behind him. Where did he disappear to? Old Ancestor Chinhai stood behind him silently, not saying a word. His face clearly showed rage as he thought, damn it, just now, an incarnation that took over 10 years to recover was destroyed. I have to use a new incarnation. I must quickly probe all of his true strength. Then he spoke up. Brat, I am behind you. Fong Xia cheered happily like a child. Wow, your speed is so fast. In a flash, you're already here. Old Ancestor Chinhai began to encourage him. That move just now was too weak. Show me your strongest move. Fong Xia immediately obeyed, his voice full of enthusiasm. Humph. Yes, sir. Then suddenly he looked moved, thinking, Senior is truly a good person, warm-hearted and helpful, proceeding step by step like this, guiding me along the way. I cannot let Senior down. Seeing that expression on his face, Old Ancestor Chinhai frowned and asked wearily, Why does your face look so pitiful, huh? Fong Xia shouted loudly, Senior, this is my final move. Please receive it. Green Lotus blooming in the ice. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of large green flowers appeared. Old Ancestor Chinhai was dazzled. His eyes widened. Boom. A loud explosion. Fire erupted like a volcano appearing. Thick white dust and smoke covered the entire space. Fong Xia stood there again, bewildered and searching. Senior. Can't see him again. Hid so fast. Worthy of being my senior. While Fong Xia was dazed, Old Ancestor Chinhai appeared right behind his back. With bloodshot eyes, he reached out his arm to attack Fong Xia. Things have come to this. Old Ancestor Chinhai just needs to possess him easily. Thinking this, Old Ancestor Chinhai brought his hand close to the back of Fong Xia's neck. A stream of energy radiated right at his hand. But immediately, Old Ancestor Chinhai froze. Shocked, he exclaimed, What? What the hell? Clearly, this guy has no cultivation at all. How can he absorb Old Ancestor Chinhai's primordial spirit incarnation like spiritual energy? Without time to think much, all of the old man's magical energy was quickly sucked dry by Fong Xia before he could react. Fong Xia was still naively muttering, Did he flash behind my back again? But he was extremely surprised and puzzled when he saw his Old Ancestor Chinhai. Say, Senior? Fong Xia exclaimed. Old Ancestor Chinhai had suddenly shrunk into a tiny person. Fong Xia, astonished, picked him up and asked, Why have you become like this? Hearing this, Old Ancestor Chinhai thought grumpily. Because of you, who else? But at this moment, a blue aura appeared, taking the two of them back to the original place. Fong Xia muttered, Back to the forest I arrived in earlier, huh? Old Ancestor Chinhai thought tensely. Damn it. Destroyed 3 clones in a row. Power dropped drastically. Not only directly kicked out of the Niwen Palace. The illusionary realm is also fading. Fong Xia happily hugged him and asked, Senior, does this test count as passing? Old Ancestor Chinhai pushed him away and replied, All right. Let me go? Two men hugging each other is disgusting. Senior, you're overthinking it. I have no intentions towards you. I like big sisters with long hair and slim legs. Big. Vulgar. Hearing this, old Ancestor Chinhai looked like he wanted to vomit. Fong Xia immediately showed off his talent and said to old Ancestor Chinhai, "Here, senior. Evaluate how strong my move is." This made old Ancestor Chinhai even angrier, screaming, "Get lost, you monster." Right now, Fong Xia still didn't know. The influence of the floating dream 3 lives art on living beings full of vitality is huge. From those pitch-black streams of energy, it gradually transformed into a black monster with red eyes. It silently stood behind, watching Fong Xia and old Ancestor Chinhai. "What's that sound?" The two of them instinctively turned around to look. At this moment, Fong Xia's face was full of excitement. His expression became enthusiastic. His mind went blank as he howled. Haha. In front of the two of them was a beautiful little fairy, exactly like Fong Xia's thoughts. Long hair, slim legs, big chest. Fong Xia cheered excitedly. Whoa, a little sister really appeared. Only old Ancestor Chinhai stood there thinking solemnly. This aura. I've been in this godforsaken Xinxi ancient land for 3,000 years. This is the first time I've seen a monster beast take human form. Fong Xia hurriedly flew towards the girl and shouted loudly. My dream lover has really appeared. Someone single since the womb like me can finally have a romance. However, what welcomed him was a powerful punch right in the face. Fong Xia spurted nosebleed and fell to the ground, his mouth still stammering. Why is it like this? He shouted indignantly. What kind of woman is so violent? The girl quickly aimed at old Ancestor Chinhai with her long legs and shouted, Kill you. Danger, danger. Fong Xia quickly dodged. He looked at her, sweating profusely, and shouted, Domestic violence is not right, you know? Fong Xia hurriedly summoned a move and said loudly, Don't force me to strike. Seeing the surging bright blue magical energy, she immediately froze. Her face tense, she muttered, Damn it. They are too strong. She could see the energy flowing inside both of them and deduced. Then quickly unleashed a move. A large spider web surrounded her. Fong Xia exclaimed, Spider person? Old Ancestor Chinhai immediately retorted, Are you high? She is just a... But at this moment, she suddenly ran away, leaving only one sentence. Wait until I get stronger, I will return. Seeing this, Fong Xia was full of questions. What on earth did she come here for? Why did she run away? Old Ancestor Chinhai replied, Maybe it's a spider from the herd you destroyed. It became a spirit and came back to take revenge on you. Meeting an opponent stronger than oneself, running is the instinct of monster beasts. Fong Xia noticed something moving under his feet. He exclaimed, Senior, what kind of sudden situation is this again? Old Ancestor Chinhai smiled. His eyes looked somewhat happy as he replied, This is... The mountain in the distance suddenly glowed golden. Xinxi Ancient Land has restarted. Teleportation. Below the peak of Xinxi Ancient Land, a blue swirling circle flew down from the sky. From that spatial vortex, an arm appeared, passing through. A group of 3 people appeared. The young man in the lead exclaimed, Is this the Xinxi Ancient Land? We. His eyes trembled. Then he shouted joyfully, We succeeded. The girl beside him also continued, Great, eldest senior brother. The records in the ancient books were not wrong. Every 3,600 years, Xinxi Ancient Land will activate once. Everyone, the opportunity to revive our 1,000 Autumn Valley has arrived. In another place, old Ancestor Chinhai suddenly discovered something. He looked at the smoke in the distance and judged. Someone else has arrived at Xinxi Ancient Land. Fong Xia asked curiously, Are they people looking for treasure? Old Ancestor Chinhai sighed helplessly. There are actually divine ability users coming to such a godforsaken place isolated from the world to find treasure? Truly stupider than pigs. Suddenly, he held something hot and fragrant, cheering happily. Don't talk about heavenly treasures. Even living creatures, there's only the black jade spider species. Pity for old Ancestor Chinhai, haven't eaten meat for 3,000 years. Finally, today I get to eat meat, haha. Fong Xia turned pale and confirmed. Senior, are you sure you're going to eat that? Old Ancestor Chinhai shouted angrily. You idiot. This is a top-tier delicacy. After roasting, It tastes exactly like the Qingming crab of the East Sea. Fong Xia looked at the hot roasted bug in his hand, hesitating. Would anyone really like eating this kind of food? Half an hour later, Fong Xia chewed the bug deliciously. His face flushed red as he exclaimed, "Senior, it's really delicious." Old Ancestor Chinhai confidently replied, "I told you I wasn't wrong." Fong Xia suggested, "Senior, I've been thinking. Since this Xinshi ancient land is so empty, why don't you leave this place with me?" He cannot leave. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out along with spider threads, snatching the two bugs from their hands. Fong Xia and Old Ancestor Chinhai looked at the spider girl who ran away earlier and shouted in rage, "Why is it you again? Didn't you say you'd come back when you're stronger? Isn't this too fast? Who plays like that? Daring to snatch Old Ancestor Chinhai's food. Tired of living, huh?" Roar. Old Ancestor Chinhai rushed at her. Fong Xia hurriedly stopped him. "Not right. Wait a minute. What did you mean by saying Senior can't leave?" Fong Xia quickly covered his master's mouth and asked her. Zhu Yonyang ate deliciously while replying, "He was sealed here by someone. Unless the person who sealed him agrees. Or someone stronger than that person saves him. But I'm afraid one must become a god to do that." Fong Xia turned to ask Old Ancestor Chinhai, "Senior, she just said to save you, one must become a god. How does one become a god?" Old Ancestor Chinhai replied helplessly, "Do you know what you were saying?" Then he recounted. At his peak, Old Ancestor Chinhai was only at the third heaven of the Divine Bridge realm, still 108,000 miles away from becoming a god. What is the Divine Bridge realm? The male lead was curious. You don't even know such common knowledge, yet you want to become a god? Old Ancestor Chinhai was helpless. Then he kindly explained for Fong Xia to understand. Divine ability users are divided into 8 great realms. Each layer is harder than the last. Besides, after the Divine Bridge realm, one must pass the Thunder Tribulation. Divine ability users who become gods can be counted on one hand. Fong Xia suddenly cheered. "Senior is at the Divine Bridge realm. So that means you're super strong." Old Ancestor Chinhai replied, "Wrong. Old Ancestor Chinhai is not just very strong, but super duper strong." Old Ancestor Chinhai's strength back then could look down upon this entire continent. "Except for the beast-taming sect, no one could defeat me," he said proudly. But Zhu Yonyang stood there and added a sentence that felt like stabbing a knife into Old Ancestor Chinhai's heart. "That was you in the past. But the current you trapped in here can't do anything." Old Ancestor Chinhai trembled and wheezed in Fong Xia's arms. "This girl speaks so hurtfully." Fong Xia immediately comforted him. "Calm down, Senior. You helped me so much. A drop of water and grace shall be returned with a bursting spring. Becoming a god is just grinding to the max. I bet on the reputation of the hardcore grinder. I will definitely save you, Senior." Fong Xia declared confidently. Old Ancestor Chinhai seemed moved at this moment. He whispered, "Brat." Only Zhu Yonyang ate while saying annoyedly, "TSK. Both of you. Good at bragging." Whoosh. She threw a skewer towards the male lead and Old Ancestor Chinhai. Fong Xia shouted, "Miss, you really act without talking nonsense, huh?" The sharp skewer quickly flew through the space between them. Scene change. Junior sister Lin spoke sweetly. "Eldest senior brother, if we obtain the shocking opportunity of this Xinshi ancient land, you will surely become an open-wheel realm expert, right?" Bai Songhai replied. "The main purpose of this trip is still for the future of our 1,000 Autumn Valley." The brown-haired young man standing behind them looked blankly and thought, "Why do I feel like junior sister is different from usual?" However, at this moment, the sharp skewer that Zhu Yonyang threw intentionally flew straight at Bai Songhai's forehead. The brown-haired young man hurriedly screamed, "Eldest senior brother, hidden weapon." Bai Songhai pulled the skewer out and hurriedly reassured him, "Don't panic. It seems to be just a bamboo stick." At this moment, the other 3 also walked towards them. Fong Xia marveled, "Wow, are these people from the outside world?" Old Ancestor Chinhai laughed loudly. "Wahaha, open-wheel realm expert? Hidden weapon?" Laughing Old Ancestor Chinhai to death. The brown-haired young man exclaimed nervously, "Why are there people in Xinshi ancient land?" Junior sister Lin quickly swung her sword and said, "Eldest senior brother, be careful. That woman in the group is the demoness of the 100 Demon sect. Insolent demoness. Hurting my senior brother. Die." Junior sister Lin. Bai Songhai exclaimed. Watch out. Fong Xia looked at the sharp energy flying towards Zhu Yonyang and shouted. Whoa. Zhu Yonyang looked at that energy with a serious face. Her whole body radiated surging killing intent. The group looked at the black aura radiating from her and exclaimed. This is... Everyone be careful. That is the technique of the 100 Demon Sect Demonis. I told you Zhu Yonyang is not some Demonis. At this moment, Fong Xia turned pale, dropped the roasted bug, and stammered. So what we just ate? Old Ancestor Chinhai quickly replied. It's just like drinking a woman's bathwater. Junior sister Lin spoke up. Eldest senior brother. She is an open-wheel realm expert. Bai Songhai replied. No need to worry. I have a way. Zhu Yonyang still stood there calmly looking at them. Bai Songhai suddenly drew his sword and rushed towards her quickly, heading straight for Zhu Yonyang as the target. Junior sister Lin cheered excitedly. Eldest senior brother, do your best. Kill this Demonis. Zhu Yonyang stood there with killing intent radiating, saying, Let me see what you are capable of. But Bai Songhai suddenly dashed past her. She was bewildered, not understanding what just happened. The sword was now pressed close to Fong Xia's face. The space became strangely silent. Bai Songhai raised his voice to threaten Zhu Yonyang. This female Taoist friend. If you don't want your man to be hurt, then obediently surrender. Fong Xia hurriedly clarified. Hey, you. I'm just an extra watching the show. Over here. Bai Songhai's junior brothers looked impressed. Worthy of being eldest senior brother. Once he makes a move, he controls the situation. Demonis, bow your head and accept punishment. Bai Songhai held the sword to the male lead's neck and said, Sorry, the method is not very honorable. But the ancient land concerns the fate of my 1,000 Autumn Valley. Bai Songhai had no choice but to use this strategy. Zhu Yonyang softened her face and said, I really am not the 100 Demon Sect Demonis. Also, Bai Songhai shouted angrily, cutting off the conversation. Your appearance is distinctive. Wipe off the makeup. Also, the technique revealed your true identity. Fong Xia suddenly shouted and said, Guys, let me say a word. I don't know any 100 Demon Sect Demonis or whatever. Nor do I know what grudges you have. Fong Xia flicked his finger on the sword. The sword at his neck immediately shattered with a clang. He said seriously, I don't like having a sword pointed at me. Bai Songhai, seeing the sword broken so simply. He turned pale thinking, just a flick. Fong Xia patted his chest and spoke clearly. Sorry, you chose the wrong target to bully. Just a second later, Bai Songhai felt something different. Then he was pushed away by a powerful force from Fong Xia. Eldest senior brother. He fell unconscious on the ground. Fong Xia felt guilty thinking, oh crap, couldn't control the force. Isn't there a single light sphere on the ground? Turns out not every defeated enemy drops a light sphere. Bai Songhai struggled to sit up. The brown-haired young man sitting next to him asked worriedly, Senior brother, are you okay? Bai Songhai looked at the shattered sword and muttered, Why is it like this? This is the precious sword master gave me. Zhu Yonyang stood there calmly saying, Just now I wanted to remind you. He is stronger than me. Hearing that, he clasped his hands respectfully to Fong Xia. Junior Bai Songhai had eyes, but failed to see Mount Tai. I have offended you. May I ask what realm senior is it now? Fong Xia stood there dumbfounded. Momentarily didn't know how to answer. He pondered for a few minutes. Then he summoned the mountain-smashing brick move and turned to ask old Ancestor Chinhai. Senior, look. If I cultivated something like this, what realm is it? Old Ancestor Chinhai replied seriously. Your divine well hasn't opened. You're just an ordinary person. However, this brick has the power of the Tao platform. The three people were stunned and exclaimed, Tao platform? It's the Tao platform realm. Old Ancestor Chinhai asked Fong Xia in confusion. What is this idiot saying? Tao platform realm? What? This industrial chicken also deserves to be called a Tao platform expert? What is wrong with this world? Fong Xia helplessly could only think in his head. Old Ancestor Chinhai. Times have changed. 3,000 years can make a civilization go from nothing to something. It can also make it collapse. Everyone, don't let him deceive you. A loud shout made Fong Xia spit out water. Junior sister Lin said loudly. The size of that thing is basically not any Tao platform realm at all. Bai Songhai heard that and replied. Now that junior sister Lin mentions it. I remember now. I recall the Elder's Dao platform is about this big. His is too small. Looks like a brick. The brown-haired young man continued. Now I will make this fake Dao platform realm reveal his true form. Junior Sister Lin said, throwing a talisman forward. The talisman immediately flew and stuck straight onto Fong Xia's forehead, confusing even him. He turned to ask old Ancestor Chinhai. Senior, what is this thing again? Old Ancestor Chinhai replied. It's a soul-collecting talisman. For that poor wretch, this thing is considered a luxury. However, for a divine ability user, it has no effect. Junior Sister Lin shouted again. 2 senior brothers. Currently, one of them is immobilized by the soul-collecting talisman. Let's take this opportunity to finish them off. Fong Xia sighed, tore off the talisman, and said, Who said I can't move? The 3 exclaimed in shock. He really is at the Dao platform realm. Fong Xia quickly summoned a move. His whole body glowed as he said, Just now I felt very annoyed. After that, with the speed of light, Fong Xia quickly rushed towards Junior Sister Lin at light speed. Bai Songhai shouted helplessly, Junior Sister. Fong Xia smiled and asked her, Miss, how long do you want to hide? Junior Sister Lin stood before the male lead's fist. She only gave a mysterious smile. Then, crash, a shattering sound rang out. Both her senior brothers exclaimed in surprise. Old Ancestor Chinhai cried out, Whoa! Fong Xia blushed at the sight before him, as well as Junior Sister Lin's flirtatious words. Big brother, you are very rough. Making people worry. Very curious. How did you discover me? Junior Sister Lin instantly transformed from an innocent girl into a seductive beauty. She was the 100 Demon Sect Demoness, Yin Wuyao. Bai Songhai and the brown-haired young man exclaimed in unison. Why is Junior Sister Lin the 100 Demon Sect Demoness? Fong Xia rubbed his nose as he replied. Your acting and mediocre magic might fool them. But for me, you're still far off. Bai Songhai gaped, thinking. The methods of the 100 Demon Sect Demoness are very cunning. No one knows, no one notices. Yet he feels it's mediocre? Yin Wuyao smiled, but her face darkened. My acting was too bad. TSK. Accurately speaking, it was terrible. Fong Xia waved his hand and replied. Whether it was repeatedly encouraging them to attack or secretly throwing hidden weapons and soul-collecting talismans. You acted very hastily. There is only one truth. That is, you were trying to provoke. Fong Xia quickly concluded like a true Detective Conan. Yin Wuyao flirtatiously replied. Is that so? Then let me show you my true skills. Finished speaking, she launched dozens of silk ribbons towards the male lead. Fong Xia quickly grabbed those ribbons and said, Useless. You can't beat me. Did I say I had to beat you? Yin Wuyao replied teasingly. Fong Xia exclaimed. These ribbons are a diversion. He hurriedly chased after Yin Wuyao. Stop right there for me. She ran while laughing heartily. Haha, miss. I advise you to obediently surrender. Ahead is a dead end. Fong Xia said loudly. However, his jaw dropped when he saw Yin Wuyao jump up. This is her escape route. She prepared to jump down the cliff, not forgetting to say, Goodbye. Remember my name is Yin Wuyao. Then she jumped down the deep cliff. Below, there were only beautiful flowers swirling in a circle. Bai Songhai stood behind and asked, Why did she jump down? The male lead thought seriously. Not right. She is still nearby. Fong Xia looked around. Then his eyes flashed with something bright. He stared intently at the waterfall ahead. In that rushing waterfall, black sharp energy radiated. Don't hide anymore. Come out. Fong Xia stood in front of the tree and said. Immediately, a familiar figure stepped out. Yin Wuyao flirtatiously said again. Clearly just now you were also deceived, right? Zhu Yonyang standing next to Fong Xia spoke up. Her appearance is very punchable. Fong Xia sighed and replied. Truly someone who loses the person but not the mouth. Who are you talking to? Zhu Yonyang asked curiously. Fong Xia replied. Aren't I talking to you? But when Fong Xia turned back, he exclaimed in shock. Why are there 2 Zhu Yonyangs? Both of them spoke in unison. You dare to transform into me? Indeed, this is a fake. They shouted loudly. Shameless fake. The 2 girls shouted and rushed at each other. One girl kicked the other's hand. Take this. The other girl counterattacked. Spider silk bind. Fong Xia stood outside excitedly cheering. Go. Go. Bind. Tie tight. Wrap tight. One Zhu Yonyang was tied up with ropes, her body revealing attractive curves. Hey. Fong Xia blushed. Nosebleed flowed out. The old ancestor gritted his teeth angrily. Why do you show that thirsty face towards others? Despicable. The old ancestor said and stuffed a towel into Fong Xia's nose, making him scream. No. The real Zhu Yonyang was saying to the fake girl, you think you can hide like this? If we're talking about bondage play, how can you beat the original me? Spider web bind. The fake Zhu Yonyang struggled. However, the rope tightened more and more, making her groan in pain. Ouch. Then she flew away, leaving behind fluttering flower petals. Zhu Yonyang shouted angrily. Stop right there. Chase. Where did she run to? I got distracted for a bit. At this moment, Chinhai standing behind spoke up. Thank you for saving my life, senior. That 100-demon sect demoness is famous for being slippery. Extremely cruel. Without senior's help, I'm afraid we brothers would have faced disaster. The brown-haired young man standing next to him said worriedly. Eldest senior brother, your health needs to recover quickly. Let's quickly return to Thousand Autumn Valley. But Chinhai shouted. We must find the opportunity. Only then can Thousand Autumn Valley flourish again. How can we give up halfway because of such minor injuries? Fong Xia stood by, sighed, and spoke up. Brother, use your primordial spirit to sense a bit. This is a wasteland. Where is there any opportunity here? You don't need to waste time like this. Hurry back to treat your injuries. Chinhai heard this and was stunned, not wanting to believe his eyes. This wasteland? No opportunity? Does heaven want to punish our Thousand Autumn Valley like this? He put the sword to his neck. The brown-haired young man panicked. Eldest senior brother. You can't. The male lead could only sigh helplessly. Sigh. This enthusiastic guy seems a bit mentally challenged, huh? You plan to. Let me ask you a few things. Fong Xia said. The world is vast. Is it possible that only Shinshi ancient land has heavenly treasures? Furthermore, is the most important thing to revive Thousand Autumn Valley only heavenly treasures? Then why don't you stay in the ground and cultivate into a heavenly treasure yourself? Chinhai sweated, thinking and muttering. The most important thing for Thousand Autumn Valley is, it's you. Who else? Fong Xia spoke like a bright moon shining down on Chinhai's soul at this moment. Then he spoke a long string of words. Opportunities are given by heaven. They are not something everyone can choose. Life is held by people, but everyone has the right to choose. Life doesn't need to be forced. Everything will be fine, as long as you take step by step. The path of life will be under your feet. The path, when you can't step over. Learn to change direction. Can't solve it. Learn to forget. When in difficulty, learn to let go. Fate. Let it be according to fate. Finished speaking, Fong Xia thought, and smiled to himself. Chicken soup for the soul from the old folks can actually stun ancient people. Chinhai, mentally impacted. He frowned, standing frozen. Then he shouted loudly. Senior, I understand now. Fong Xia asked. Tell me what you understood. Songhai spoke clearly. The path of cultivation is like sailing against the current. Only by constantly moving forward can the path not be cut off. Continuing to stay in Thousand Autumn Valley will only limit me. Wait for me to return to the sect gate. Bid farewell to the disciples. Fong Xia suddenly felt like vomiting. He raised a trembling hand, thinking, please, no? Is that what this guy meant? I really want to slap him awake. The brown-haired young man cried. Eldest senior brother, you cannot go. Now the Xuanwu court covets Thousand Autumn Valley. They are about to reach the sect gate. If you leave, what will happen to Thousand Autumn Valley? Fong Xia asked back. What happened to Thousand Autumn Valley? And the Xuanwu court? Why do they have to fight you? Songhai sighed and frowned, replying. Sigh. It's a long story. The Xuanwu court has the ambition to dominate the world. Their strength is inferior to the #1 sacred ground, Thousand Autumn Valley. Remembering back then, someone issued the Thousand Autumn Order asking Xuanwu to surrender. Until 3,000 years ago, the eldest disciple defected. The sect suffered heavy casualties. Thousand Autumn Valley turned from the most respected place to ashes overnight. The court took the opportunity, but the brown-haired young man suddenly shouted to stop him. Eldest senior brother, when you left, that traitor eldest disciple from 3,000 years ago, lightly, cultivation abolished. Heavily, Songhai continued. Heavily, executed as a warning. Fong Xia sweated thinking, wait a minute. Why do I suddenly feel the story getting serious? After transmigrating, it's all annoying stuff. Everything can bring disaster upon myself. I hope Thousand Autumn Valley won't suddenly end because of my few words. That would be fatal. Calmly analyze a bit. Currently, there are 3 paths to take. Thousand Autumn Valley was originally the best choice. But being too enthusiastic caused an incident. Afraid those elders will boil me alive. Go to Xuanwu Kingdom. Hard to avoid political struggles. Accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. Might even lose my head if I don't help properly. This world seems to have no opportunities. If I go cultivate, I'm afraid I'll starve to death. He patted his face, slap, reassuring himself. Calm down. Getting agitated now will ruin the mission. Hardcore grinder, I will play to the end. Then Fong Xia went over, put his arm around Bai Chinhai's shoulder, and said, Haha, little Bai. I just came out of seclusion not long ago. Need to find a place to stay. Bai Chinhai, in the eyes of the old father figure, is like a warm summer breeze. If not, let's go to Thousand Autumn Valley to play for a while. Conveniently ask around a bit. What do you think? Fong Xia suggested. Hearing this, Bai Chinhai burst into tears, sobbing emotionally. Senior, you intend to clean up this mess for me? This junior will never forget senior's grace for a lifetime. In the future, if there is anything I can help with, Bai Chinhai will definitely rush into boiling water and burning fire. Absolutely will not refuse. Senior, when do we leave? Fong Xia replied. Oh, I'll go prepare first. Old Ancestor Chinhai gritted his teeth muttering. This brat Fong Xia. Scene change. At the same time, Shinshi Ancient Land Sealing Formation. Old Ancestor Chinhai held his head and shouted. I see it and I'm pissed. The old ancestor hasn't even captured that brat's body yet, and was harmed losing so much power. He planned to run away with someone else. Let me have a chance. The old ancestor will definitely kick his teeth in. Chinhai screamed in frustration. But he suddenly froze when he saw someone standing in front of him. A female voice spoke up. 3 Lives Hall, Yin family. Sole inheritor. Pays respects to the first hall master. Chinhai instinctively thought. It's her. Yin Wuyao clasped her hands respectfully to old ancestor Chinhai. Junior Yin Wuyao. Pays respects to Lord Ancestor. Old ancestor Chinhai stood up and asked. Little girl. So you are the descendant of Yin. Yin Wuyao? Oh, ancestor. I am the 41st descendant of the Yin family. 3 Lives Hall, Yin family lineage. Respectfully waiting for the ancestor's return. Old ancestor Chinhai's eyes looked a bit sad as he replied. 3,000 years. It's good that the 3 Lives Hall still has people. Yin Wuyao replied. Lord Ancestor. 3,000 years have passed. Since the secret realm opened this time, please return to the mortal world. Old ancestor Chinhai heard this and smiled, thinking, this girl, one look and I know she's not simple. Could it be she dares to attack her elder? Then he sighed and replied, little girl, it's not that the secret realm can keep me, but it's this sealing formation under my feet, child. Under his feet was a glowing circle. The great sealing formation. Yin Wuyao sweated and exclaimed. Old ancestor Chinhai continued. The thief who sealed me is very despicable. The old ancestor is both suppressed and sealed. Even if the old ancestor accumulates power, over 90% will be absorbed by this great formation. Isn't that just like having no resistance? He helplessly held his head thinking. More importantly, I originally only retained power, but I was exhausted by that despicable brat Fong Xia. Better not let the junior hear this embarrassing story. Scene change. At this moment, the 5 of them were standing in front of the Shinshi Ancient Land. Secret Realm exit. Fong Xia turned back, clasped his hands politely, and said, Senior, Miss Zhu, no need to see me off anymore. Zhu Yunyang replied, I wouldn't have seen you off. Following you means there's roasted meat to eat. I must go with you. Fong Xia replied awkwardly. Why the hell did you want to kill me before then? Zhu Yunyang said, because you turned my clone into meat skewers. Right. I should kill you. That's correct. Fong Xia panicked and exclaimed, don't talk about this as easily as paying utility bills. Zhu Yunyang replied, but if I kill you, where will I get meat skewers to eat? At this moment, the male lead sighed in relief. His face pale, he said, her brain isn't very sharp. Old Ancestor Chinhai patted his shoulder and said, "Monster beasts respect strength. If they can use force, they won't use brains. Wait until you leave the secret realm, you will understand." "Correct. About to leave the secret realm," Fong Xia said. Then he hugged old Ancestor Chinhai and cried, "Senior, you must wait for me. I will definitely come back to save you." Chinhai hurriedly shouted, "Enough already. Hurry up and get out." Before leaving, Fong Xia didn't forget to say, "See you again, Senior." Chinhai replied coldly, Get lost. Best not to come back." Fong Xia looked back at the old ancestor one last time, then turned away. However, at this moment, the connecting lotus flower that old ancestor Chinhai imprinted on him at the beginning suddenly glowed. The male lead panicked, looking back, and saw old ancestor Chinhai's whole body also emitting light. And that stream of energy was being sucked by the flower on his forehead. Hey! Old ancestor Chinhai gritted his teeth, resisting, but failed. He rushed towards Fong Xia uncontrollably. "Senior." The two face to face, lips against lips, then immediately sucked into the void. Bam! The two of them fell hard onto the ground. Immediately both stood up retching. Bleg. Then faced each other frowning. They shouted in unison, "Old ancestor. You. Senior. Why did you come out too?" Scene change. In the Shinshi ancient land within the Great Seal. Chinhai muttered, Out. My primordial spirit incarnation is out." Yin Wuyao said. And Chinhai screamed in joy, "Lord Ancestor, doesn't that mean the old ancestor can also leave this damn place?" 3,000 years. Finally, I, Chinhai, am about to be free," he shouted refreshingly. Break. Old ancestor Chinhai is about to be free today? Haha, no one has the ability to keep me. He frantically summoned moves. Above the ceiling vortex, golden light radiated throughout the space. However, at this moment, when the bright smoke cleared, another matrix appeared. The magic formation is still there. Chinhai exclaimed in astonishment. Yin Wuyao also looked up and stammered, "Ancestor, that magic formation, not normal. What the hell?" Elder Chinhai stared up in shock. Then he started shouting, "Little girl, hurry and hide." The formation suddenly struck down a powerful lightning bolt onto old ancestor Chinhai. "Arg! Lord Ancestor!" Yin Wuyao screamed in horror. Chinhai stood there gritting his teeth in anger. Humph. This old thief, beast tamer. You have the skill to keep the old ancestor here, but no skill to face me in a fight." Yin Wuyao spoke softly. "Ancestor." She tried to suppress her laughter, seeing Chinhai's hair, now a frizzy white mess, like a cloud, smoking and sizzling. Chinhai reassured her. "Heh, don't worry. A little spark can't hurt me." Then he thought grimly. The old ancestor's primordial spirit incarnation could go out, but the main body is trapped in here. Could it be related to that despicable brat Fong Xia? Yin Wuyao spoke up with a fake expression. To welcome the ancestor. This humble girl has gone through many difficulties, finally receiving such a result. Chinhai replied, "Don't be too sad. Although the old ancestor cannot leave here, I can help you cultivate. Making the Yin family produce experts is no problem." Yin Wuyao replied joyfully. "Thank you, ancestor." Chinhai continued. "The old ancestor hereby transmits the floating dream 3 lives art to you. But you also have a mission. After learning it, you must teach that despicable brat named Fong Xia a lesson for the old ancestor. Must bring his origin to show the old ancestor." Chinhai shouted angrily. Scene change. The next day, Coachman Fong Xia, the person in the carriage, said, "Senior Fong Xia, we have arrived at Star Sand City." Bai Songhai recounted thoughtfully. "Little junior sister was with us the whole time, until we reached Star Sand City, then we separated. I think that was the chance for that demoness to impersonate her. After that demoness left with me, she probably didn't have time to deal with little junior sister. So if your little junior sister is still alive, she must be hidden here by that demoness." Fong Xia replied. Then he asked, "What kind of person is your little junior sister? What is her personality like? Tell me a bit. To avoid us being tricked by that crazy demoness again." Bai Songhai confidently replied, "Fellow Taoist surely doesn't know. There's a poem praising her. Orchid spirit understanding language. Jade leaf silent sound." Fong Xia frowned and asked, "Is the person you're talking about really a human?" Both Bai Songhai and the brown-haired young man recounted in unison with proud eyes. Junior sister's appearance is outstanding. Talent superior to others. Gentle personality. From the elders at the sect gate to ordinary disciples. No one dislikes her. Little junior sister is ranked third on the list of companions everyone wants to form a Tao partnership with the most. We must find her back no matter what. At this moment, a familiar shout came from beside the carriage. Finally found you guys. Junior sister Lin pouted and said, "Where did you senior brothers run off to? Leaving me alone here." Junior sister Lin. By Shanghai and the other young man asked loudly in surprise. "Are you really junior sister Lin? Didn't that demoness take you away, junior sister?" Junior sister Lin replied with a confused face. "What are you guys saying? I don't understand anything at all." At this moment inside the carriage, Fong Xia noticed Zhu Yonyang sniffing something. He asked, "Zhu Yonyang, what are you smelling?" Zhu Yonyang replied with a face cold as ice. Her scent is very similar to the demoness. Hearing this, Fong Xia widened his eyes and said, "Then let me probe her to see." Saying that, Fong Xia used his divine eye to probe junior sister Lin. Yin Wuyao inside junior sister Lin's body thought tensely. Learned quite a few bad things from the floating dream 3 lives art. This time surely won't be seen through, right? Zhu Yonyang asked. Did the demoness transform into her? Fong Xia replied. This time I haven't seen whether she is disguised or not. Zhu Yonyang raised her hand to sniff and said, Could it be that women's scents are all the same? Old Ancestor Chinhai thought sinisterly. Seems like my crash course training was effective. Bai Shanghai grabbed junior sister Lin's shoulders and interrogated. Junior sister, why are you here? Didn't the demoness take you away? Junior sister Lin replied. Didn't eldest senior brother say this search was very dangerous? Told me to stay in Star Sand City? What is this about a demoness? Hearing this, Shanghai quickly turned to look at Fong Xia, asking seriously, Fellow Taoist Fong? Fong Xia immediately made a dead sign. Only then did Bai Shanghai sigh in relief. All right, you're right. I was just absent-minded, haha. As long as you are safe, it's good. This way I can rest assured leaving Thousand Autumn Valley to roam the world as a rogue cultivator. Junior sister Lin suddenly turned pale and exclaimed, Eldest senior brother, betraying the sect. The brown-haired young man screamed, Junior sister, don't be shocked. Junior sister Lin really can't handle shocks. Quickly give her a sedative. Zhu Yonyang and Fong Xia spoke seriously to each other. Xia, I still feel she is strange. Fong Xia replied. Let's observe her a bit longer. A few minutes later, junior sister Lin regained her spirit. She wiped her sweat and sighed in relief. Then asked worriedly, Eldest senior brother, you were joking just now, right? If this reaches master's ears. Bai Shanghai replied seriously. Not joking. Returning to the sect, I will personally report to master. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let me introduce you to the destined person I met in the Xinshi ancient land. The one on the right is Senior Fong Xia, a Tao platform realm expert. The one on the left is Zhu Yonyang, Senior's companion. Looking at old Ancestor Chinhai, he hesitated. The one in the middle, probably something like Senior Feng's accessory. Chinhai screamed in anger. I'll slap you to death now. I am old Ancestor Chinhai, not an object, okay. Junior sister Lin suddenly asked a question that made the two senior brothers turn pale with vigilance. Senior Fong, do you already have a companion? Fong Xia replied shyly. No, not really. Zhu Yonyang squealed excitedly. What is a companion? Is it edible? Junior sister Lin suddenly smiled. Face blushing, she said. So that's how it is. That's great. Fong Xia smiled brightly, secretly rejoicing. Does this girl have feelings for me? Hee. Chinhai thought smugly. Fong Xia, you lecher. Get ready to fall into the old ancestor's honey trap. At this moment, the carriage sped up faster and faster forward. Early the next morning, they arrived at Thousand Autumn Valley. A loud shout echoed through the mountains and forests. Bai Shanghai, you are a sinner. At the reception hall of Thousand Autumn Valley, the master pointed at him and shouted loudly. Do you know what you are saying? Do you know this is betraying the sect? The person shouting was Lei Xiao, great elder of Thousand Autumn Valley, Bai Shanghai's mentor. At this moment, Shanghai nervously clasped his hands and replied, Disciple knows clearly. Lei Xiao frowned angrily and said, Very good, very good. Then he channeled energy into his hand and said, My disciple wants to leave the sect. It's all because you seduced him, right? He aimed at Fong Xia and spoke. Fong Xia froze, thinking, damn it. Does everyone in this world want to use violence to reason with me? Lei Xiao shouted in his face angrily. Die. You taught my disciple well. Flash. A sharp stream of energy was released. Lei Xiao growled with raging killing intent. Then I must treat this distinguished guest well. Thousand Autumn Valley Secret Art. Lei Xiao shouted loudly and launched magical energy forward. Spring Autumn One Breath Sword Art. The streams of energy approached unexpectedly, making the male lead momentarily unsure how to handle it. However, that energy caused no harm to Fong Xia. He suddenly looked behind thinking. Clone technique? Boom. A white smoke bomb exploded behind. Lei Xiao suddenly screamed. You sinner. Where did you get beaten to by that guy named Fong? Bai Chinhai hurriedly clarified. Senior Fong hasn't touched me yet. Master, you forgot to use the glazed mirror again. Lei Xiao shouted. I don't bother using that glazed mirror. Behind Lei Xiao was the sixth elder eating melon and watching the drama. Lei Xiao's eyes turned red. He continued to shout. I have cultivated the psychic sword heart long ago, right in the middle of my eyes. No need for that cumbersome, glazed mirror. Bai Chinhai hurriedly stopped him. Master, stop quickly. You hit the sixth elder. Senior Fong is not there. Zhu Yonyang covered her eyes and asked helplessly, Is this crazy old man blind? Fong Xia replied, Severe myopia. Going blind. Suddenly Lei Xiao approached the two of them. He said, then asked Zhu Yonyang, Are you the senior Fong of that rebellious disciple? The male lead immediately rushed to block in front of Zhu Yonyang and replied, Fellow Taoist Lei, calling me Fong Xia is fine. There is a reason for this. But Lei Xiao immediately pointed magical energy at the male lead's face and said, Admitting it is enough. Spin. He quickly struck magical energy towards Fong Xia. Take a sword from this old man first, then talk. Fong Xia shouted loudly. Senior, how can you call a punch a sword? Ouch. Senior. Fong Xia glanced behind. Where did Senior Chinhai disappear to? Don't tell me he got blown away. Fong Xia thought with a start. At the same time, in a corner of the courtyard, Lei Xiao chased the male lead and shouted, Brat, don't run. Old Ancestor Chinhai stood outside the fence and scolded Yin Wuyao, who was in junior sister Lin's identity. Useless thing. You seduced Fong Xia all the way here, but couldn't find out his identity? Yin Wuyao replied, Ancestor, I had no other choice. That girl's mind was all on that spider spirit. Old Ancestor Chinhai said helplessly, Forget it. How is the thing I asked for? Yin Wuyao replied, According to the ancestor's instructions, I found the ring. Chinhai looked at the ring in front of him, smiling smugly. Spirit storage ring. Soul nourishing ring. Scene change. At Thousand Autumn Valley. Deep in the blue orchid forest. Lei Xiao continued to attack. He released magical energy shouting, Take this. Fong Xia also channeled magical energy ready to fight. Spin. Fong Xia's magical energy dispelled Lei Xiao's magical energy. Lei Xiao suddenly laughed out loud. Huh. Fellow Taoist Fong is indeed very spirited. Facing me without a hint of fear on your face. Fong Xia smiled gently and replied, Not at all, not at all. Isn't it because fellow Taoist Lei intentionally caused a big commotion, yet used all feints? Hearing this sentence from Fong Xia, Lei Xiao fell into deep thought. Fong Xia continued, So you pretended to have bad eyesight to lure me here. Is there something secret to say? Hearing those words, Lei Xiao let out a long sigh. He replied gently, This old man thanks fellow Taoist. Although I don't know what your purpose is. But my disciple met the 100-demon sect Demonis. If not for fellow Taoist's help, I'm afraid they would be frolicking in the underworld by now. Fong Xia heard this and looked a bit guilty. He thought to himself, Still good. Seems no one said the injury Bai Chinhai suffered was caused by me. Lei Xiao frowned and said seriously, Fellow Taoist Fong. Actually, this old man thought about letting that brat leave the sect long ago. Huh? What? Fong Xia rolled his eyes in surprise. Lei Xiao sighed and continued. I have given him hints many times. He pretended to look away. That child's talent can totally go to a better sect. Reach a higher realm. Fong Xia spoke up and asked, Little Bai, why did he come to Thousand Autumn Valley? Lei Xiao replied thoughtfully. Speaking of which, it's simple. Initially, when this old man went down the mountain, Saw him about to starve by the roadside, so I conveniently gave him a few steamed buns. Since then, he has been devoted to Thousand Autumn Valley. The male lead frowned and hesitated. Now he decided to leave Thousand Autumn Valley. I'm afraid it's because he wants to find a way to revive Thousand Autumn Valley in the outside world. Lei Xiao drained the wine flask and continued. Then he said loudly, "That is for the best. Still better not to return. The number of people in our Thousand Autumn Valley striving until today remains the same. Cannot turn things around. Maybe even never turn things around. Him continuing to stay here is just wasting his talent." Fong Xia comforted him. "Fellow Taoist Lei, everything has its own destiny. No one can predict the future." Lei Xiao suddenly turned sharply to look at the male lead. "Fellow Taoist Lei, that night when Thousand Autumn Valley fell from its peak, who benefited the most? How could this beneficiary let Thousand Autumn Valley rise again?" Fong Xia replied tensely, "Xuanwu Kingdom." Lei Xiao quickly signaled with a serious face. "There are enemy spies in Thousand Autumn Valley." Fong Xia started thinking, enemy spies? Suddenly his eyes lit up as if realizing something. He smiled and said to Lei Xiao, "Fellow Taoist Lei, what technique did the Xuanwu Kingdom use? I have a way to help you find the spy." Lei Xiao asked with some disbelief, "You want to wade into the muddy water of Thousand Autumn Valley?" Fong Xia smiled and replied, "I have a destiny with Thousand Autumn Valley. I will fully assist." Fong Xia thought happily in his heart, "If fellow Taoist Lei agrees, I will stay and train with the disciples of Thousand Autumn Valley. Maybe I can clarify the principle of those light spheres." However, Lei Xiao turned away and said, "I advise you to leave my disciple quickly. It would be better. Avoid losing your life in this muddy water." Fong Xia shouted, "I really have a way." But Lei Xiao didn't believe him. He even summoned a fire sword and said, speaking without basis, "Let this old man's sword ask you a bit to see if you have this ability or not." "Humph," he shouted loudly, gaining momentum to rush like flying towards Fong Xia. Boom. The fire sword struck hard into the ground. The male lead quickly dodged backwards. "Such powerful force," he exclaimed, then quickly landed, gaining momentum. A solid fist along with a determined face rushed forward. Fong Xia punched straight into Lei Xiao's hand. His sword also flew out, quickly stabbing straight into the ground right behind the male lead's back. Fong Xia asked confidently, "Fellow Taoist Lei, now how do you feel about me?" Lei Xiao trembled his hand, replying with a distorted face, "Good. Haha. Physical strength is truly terrifying." Songhai really didn't lie. If it's a Dao platform realm expert, naturally they have this ability. But forgive this old man for speaking frankly. The situation of Thousand Autumn Valley today is really hard to make people trust. Suddenly having a Dao platform expert assist. If fellow Taoist truly wants to help Thousand Autumn Valley, then let this old man see your true strength. He spoke with a cold face. Then countless shining swords sprang up. They surrounded Fong Xia. Lei Xiao shouted, "The psychic sword heart will speak for my heart." Fellow Taoist Fong. Offended. The male lead thought tensely. "I agreed to help Thousand Autumn Valley, that's true. But absolutely I cannot reveal my attributability." Fong Xia silently concentrated on summoning a move. Primordial. Tree Green Lotus. He shouted. A giant blue flower appeared right above his head. From that giant flower, it radiated a sphere of bright blue energy. The rays of the sphere immediately shone down, shattering the swords below. Seeing Fong Xia floating in the air and effortlessly breaking the formation, Lei Xiao was surprised to the point of exclaiming, "What?" Blood suddenly spurted from his mouth. "What kind of energy is this? How can it be? Completely breaking my psychic sword heart." Meanwhile, the male lead picked up something glowing from the ground. He thought to himself, "Oh, got it. So that's how it is. This is the clear sword heart divine ability that the old man brought." Thinking this, he squeezed the glowing object tight. Psychic sword heart. Divine ability after mastering the clear sword heart can illuminate human nature. Fong Xia smiled satisfied, then said, "Fellow Taoist Lei, if you are done fighting, then it's my turn to make a move." Fong Xia's eyes turned red. Lei Xiao shouted in surprise, "Your eyes? How is it possible?" At this moment, surrounding him were swords. Reflected on them was the image of Fong Xia sticking out his tongue mocking him. He said, "Why act surprised? It's the genuine clear sword heart. Scene change. At the front courtyard of Great Elder Lei Xiao, Bai Chenghai muttered nervously. Why haven't they returned yet? Please God. Senior Fong must show mercy. Master, don't let anything happen. At this moment, Zhu Yonyang ran over asking him. Hey, I'm hungry. Where's the kitchen? Bai Chenghai ignored her and continued thinking tensely. No good. Can't rest assured. Must go see the situation first. Zhu Yonyang behind kept muttering. Hungry, hungry, hungry. Even so, Bai Chenghai decided to walk away, ignoring her, making her angry to the point of blushing. Suddenly a voice spoke up. Oh, isn't this Bai Chenghai who failed the sect mission? What's wrong? Looking out, I see someone. He is Yi, personal disciple of the sixth elder. Bai Chenghai angrily pushed him away and shouted. Don't block the way. I don't want to bicker with you right now. Yi immediately spoke sarcastically. Someone named Bai? Now you know how to be arrogant, huh? It's been so long. That Jianghu scammer must have been beaten to death, right? Bai Chenghai turned angrily and shouted. Yi, don't spread nonsense rumors here. Senior Fong is not a Jianghu scammer. Then he rushed to fight Yi. The disciples discussed excitedly. Senior brother Bai and senior brother Yi are about to fight. In the sect, the great elder and the sixth elder have always been like water and fire. Only Zhu Yonyang was still calmly looking around. Kitchen. Where's the food? Hey, where's the kitchen? Yi grabbed Bai Chenghai's ponytail and said, Try it. Bai Chenghai, you must be very surprised that you can't beat me. While you were out looking for treasures, my strength suddenly advanced by leaps and bounds. See the divine wheel? Today I am already an open wheel realm expert. Divine wheel realm of open wheel realm cultivators. When cultivating 8 divine wheels, one will reach the peak of the open wheel realm. Yi said confidently, Today I will clean up the trash for your master. He sat on Bai Chenghai. Trash. Just finish the sentence. A foot quickly rushed in and stomped straight on his face. Zhu Yonyang said somewhat angrily, Honestly, no one listens to me. Quickly tell me where the kitchen is. Her divine wheels appeared shining brightly, making Yi mutter in unconsciousness. 8 divine wheels. Scene change. At Blue Orchid Mountain, Thousand Autumn Valley. Fong Xia asked calmly. Fellow Taoist Lei, are you okay? I just tested the new divine ability a little. Haven't even made a move yet. Lei Xiao was shocked. Huh, haven't made a move yet? Fellow Taoist Feng's sword heart. Just finished and already comprehended? May I ask how long fellow Taoist has practiced the sword? Fong Xia pondered and then confidently replied. Probably just comprehended it. I haven't even practiced the sword once. That answer from Fong Xia made Lei Xiao shocked, thinking, My God, never practiced the sword once. How can he comprehend the sword heart? I practiced hard for many years to comprehend the sword heart. He suddenly started thinking, could it be he is? Then suddenly he grabbed Fong Xia's cheeks and interrogated. Rumor has it there is a type of physique called the spirit saint body. Born beautiful. Divine ability techniques. Understand at a glance. Master as soon as learned. Isn't it just great hero Fong here? Fong Xia replied awkwardly. Wow, I'm not as formidable as in the rumors. Not every time I can learn it. Then he thought, didn't expect this world to have such a legend. Then my attributability can be understood. But then he said confidently, but fellow Taoist Lei, with my ability, I can save Thousand Autumn Valley. Lei Xiao suddenly cried profusely, thinking, truly extremely grateful to fellow Taoist Fong. Amazing ability, yet didn't strike. Clearly afraid I would get hurt. This character is truly trustworthy. Then he clasped his hands seriously and said, Great grace cannot be fully thanked. Just now fellow Taoist said you could help Thousand Autumn Valley find the spy. Don't know what the plan is? Fong Xia smiled and replied, with my ability, just let me train with your disciples. I can trace who among the disciples uses methods outside Thousand Autumn Valley and find the spy. Good plan, good plan. Lei Xiao cheered joyfully. It all depends on fellow Taoist Fong. I will definitely cooperate fully. Fong Xia high-fived him and happily replied, Rest assured, leaving it to me is done. After a while, at the front courtyard of the Great Elder's compound, Fong Xia said helplessly, Damn it, didn't expect that leaving for just a moment would turn out like this. Yunyang could actually do this to others. At this moment, Zhu Yonyang also withdrew her foot from Yi's face. But then she immediately gained momentum and stomped hard on his face again. She asked him, "Admit defeat yet? Admit defeat and take me to the cafeteria. I won't hit you anymore." Yi under her foot trembled, stubbornly replying, "No way. A manly man will not submit." Fong Xia rushed over, grabbed his collar, and cursed. "You damn brat. Get lost. You haven't even touched Yunyang's foot." Finished speaking, he punched him, flying away. But at this moment, something fell out. Fong Xia caught that thing and said in shock, "This works too?" Looking at the pattern on the round object, he muttered, "Embroidery?" His face looked sad, thinking, hard to get an attribute drop. And it's embroidery? Behind, Yunyang and Bai Chenghai called him, "Fong Xia, Senior Fong." Yi, injured all over, raged and cursed loudly. "Jianghu scammer. Arrogant bastard. People of our 1,000 Autumn Valley are not easy to deal with." Fong Xia muttered. Also thanks to. The disciples also cheered. Senior brother Yi is right. Can't let him be cheeky with our 1,000 Autumn Valley. That's right, that's right. Too arrogant. Someone teach them a lesson. At this moment, a strange voice spoke up. "Senior brothers and junior brothers. Leave it to me. Who are you?" Fong Xia asked. The man solemnly replied, "This humble one is the personal disciple of the fifth elder, Mo Yushu, challenging fellow Taoist Fong." He folded the fan and continued, "Life or death. Depends on how you respond." Yi, standing behind Mo Yushu, said arrogantly, "I advise you to admit defeat early. Mo Yushu comes from a noble family, a body full of countless precious treasures. If we really fight, most disciples of 1,000 Autumn Valley are not his match." "Leave," Zhu Yunyang exclaimed. Fong Xia asked back, somewhat shocked. "From a noble family? A body full of precious treasures?" His saliva flowed everywhere as he exclaimed, "Delicious. Jump in to earn some rice, friend." Fong Xia quickly challenged. In his head, he thought, "This time I can definitely play once. I accept your challenge invitation." Mo Yushu clasped his hands respectfully. "Fellow Taoist, make your move." Waiting for just that, Fong Xia immediately rushed forward, shouting, "Then respect is not as good as obedience." Bai Chenghai shouted worriedly, "Junior brother Mo, must be careful. Take out all your treasures for defense." Mo Yushu thought disdainfully, "Humph. Take out all treasures for defense? Just a Jianghu scammer. Senior brother Bai is making a mountain out of a molehill. Just defense. Having the heart-protecting mirror is enough. Moreover, getting close to me is difficult." Mo Yushu pulled out 2 yellow talismans. "Go." He threw the talismans forward with cold eyes. Fong Xia paid close attention to it. Boom. A loud explosion rang out. Dust flew white everywhere. The disciples cheered happily. "So good. Finally defeated that Jianghu scammer." "Sorry." Fong Xia's voice rang out, making Mo Yushu change his expression immediately. The male lead rushed to punch straight into the middle of Mo Yushu's chest. Exclaiming in shock, "Impossible." Blood spurted from Mo Yushu's mouth. His eyes rolled back, gradually falling down. Fong Xia smiled and said, "Disappointed you guys, huh?" At this moment, 2 glowing spheres appeared. It's 9 dragons, sacred heart art fragment, and hidden dragon chi. Fong Xia caught them and said, "These names are all related to dragons. Could it be I finally fought around and got it right away? Person of the royal family, Xuanwu." He thought to himself, seems the situation of 1,000 Autumn Valley is even more serious than Lei Xiao said. However, the royal family, Xuanwu wasted so much effort. What exactly do they want from 1,000 Autumn Valley? There was a sudden loud shout. "You group of disciples are noisy again. Look like fishmongers at the market. Retreat quickly. Don't let the guests laugh at us." Lei Xiao said seriously. Fong Xia thought to himself, arrived just in time to handle it. "Teacher Lei Xiao." Yi whined, "Great elder. It's all caused by this guy named Fong." Lei Xiao shouted, "Yi, stop immediately." Then he turned to say to Fong Xia, "Young people are impulsive. Still hope fellow Taoist Fong overlooks it." Fong Xia laughed heartily. Sparring with juniors a bit. Activity to relax muscles and bones is not bad either." Lei Xiao then pointed at Fong Xia and said loudly, "This is this old man's distinguished guest. Hope everyone pays attention. Don't be rude." All the other disciples were silent. They looked at each other reluctantly, then clasped hands, replying with unconvinced faces, Lei Xiao smiled happily, saying to Fong Xia, "Fellow Taoist Fong, please, I'll take you to rest." Troubling fellow Taoist Lei. "Right," Fong Xia suddenly said. He turned back to tease the crowd. "If there is anyone else who wants to spar, can come find me. Whatever purpose you have for coming to find me, decide how you will end up being beaten." Yi and Mo Yushu, faces full of wounds, gritted their teeth in anger. "You, senior brother Yi, don't be impulsive. This guy is not easy to deal with. We must prepare well." Scene change. At the guest room of Jade Flower Courtyard. Voices in the room rang out. 9 Dragons Sacred Heart Art. Hidden Dragon Chi. These moves, strictly speaking, belong only to the Xuanwu court. Unexpectedly, this little Mo Yushu. Lei Xiao spoke thoughtfully. Fong Xia drank a sip of water and said, "First, no need to expose him yet. Today I intentionally provoked him. He will definitely find helpers to continue causing trouble for me. Ha ha ha. Fellow Taoist Fong and I truly have great minds thinking alike. We stand still and watch the changes. When the time comes, it will be catching them all in one net." Scene change. In another room. So warm. So comfortable. Haven't done this in a long time. Fong Xia's face flushed red, enjoying the hot water. This Lei Xiao is indeed flexible. Even prepared bathwater for me. A bathtub is truly the greatest comfort in life. Too good. Yonyang finally came back. Seize the opportunity. Compare my body a bit. Fong Xia looked at the silhouette outside the door, thinking, "Come baby." Fong Xia's body has a lot of muscles because of absorbing many light spheres. However, appearing was junior sister Lin. She said gently, "Senior Fong, I came to deliver clothes to you." Fong Xia immediately shouted shyly, Why is it you?" Hee, senior doesn't need to be shy." Junior sister Lin blushed and said. Suddenly she slipped and fell towards the bathtub. Ouch! Splash! Plop! She fell into the bathtub. Hee. Fong Xia smiled with an awkward face. Sweat flowing profusely. Am I dreaming? To have the chance to be so close to senior Fong. Junior sister Lin blushed and said. Fong Xia, redder than a chili pepper, hurriedly replied. It's too close. Men and women should not touch. Miss Lin, better hurry out. Junior sister Lin thought to herself. Seems like a little otaku with no experience. Then easy to deal with. Then she said, I don't need to. Senior, I have some words in my heart I want to say to you. Fong Xia dared not look straight at her. Only dared to think shyly. What is it? Surely she's not going to confess to me, right? At this moment, Zhu Yonyang suddenly threw the door open and walked in. I'm back. But she immediately froze. Frozen before the scene in front of her. Fong Xia hurriedly clarified. Yonyang, not like that. She. My pure image is destroyed. Arg. However, Zhu Yonyang didn't care about that at all. She asked him, I'm very hungry. Do you know where there is Qingning crab? I want to eat that. Because Zhu Yonyang just turned into human form and didn't understand what was happening. Junior sister Lin and the male lead said helplessly in unison. Qingning crab? Suddenly feel Yonyang isn't too smart. Seems not a bad thing. At this moment, old Ancestor Chinhai also rushed in. Saliva flowing profusely, exclaiming. I've heard of Qingning crab. Where's their Qingning crab? Fong Xia rejoiced. Senior, where did you go during the day? I thought you were blown away by Lei Xiao. Chinhai laughed awkwardly, replying. The old ancestor was just hungry. When to find food. Why not hurry and tell someone to bring Qingning crab up here? Fake junior sister Lin hesitated. That. Can't eat crab right now. Xuanwu Kingdom is in a corner of the northwest of the western region continent. The 10,000 Demon Kingdom rules the coastal southeast region. The two countries take the Blue Orchid Mountain Range as the boundary. Thousand Autumn Valley happens to lie in the middle of this mountain range. The coastal area has been occupied by the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. The deep inland of Thousand Autumn Valley is far from the East Sea. Basically can't get Qingning crab. Chinhai shouted angrily. What the hell is the 10,000 Demon Kingdom? Why hasn't the old ancestor heard of it before? Junior sister Lin replied tensely. After the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was exhausted, humans couldn't match the naturally gifted monsters. The richest southeast region was seized, building the 10,000 Demon Kingdom as it is now. Chinhai's face darkened, sadly saying, Didn't expect 3,000 years to pass. Monster beasts are already stepping on humans' heads. Spiritual energy thinned like this. Impossible for anyone to become a god. Even more impossible for anyone to save the old ancestor's main body. Fong Xia now went over to rub Chunhai's head, comforting him. Senior, don't lose hope. Even if the world is different, just need to cheer up. Suddenly, junior sister Lin put a ring on Fong Xia's hand, saying, Senior Fong, wear this. This soul-nourishing ring can nourish the soul. I see Senior Chinhai's body is weak. If you don't mind, rest in this ring from now on. Back to the image before. That day when Lei Xiao fought Fong Xia, Chinhai said, that brat Fong Xia is a bit weird. Find a chance to give this soul-nourishing ring to him. I can stick to him and quickly find out his origin. Right. This girl, currently you are an illusion. Where's the main body? You won't. Fake junior sister Lin replied. Ancestor. Although the 100 Demon sect ignores worldly affairs, but we kill many people only to punish evil, not to do evil deeds. This world basically has no orchid spirit understanding language. Before now, orchid spirit understanding language has always been me. Chinhai laughed heartily. So that's how it is. Great, great. Junior sister Lin continued. So ancestor, does the original seduction plan continue? Or? Fong Xia sat on the chair admiring the ring. He said to old ancestor Chinhai, Senior, this ring looks very expensive. Taking it for free. Taking it like this isn't very good, right? Chinhai replied. After that, you didn't return it to her. Wasn't it seeing treasure and eyes lighting up? The male lead replied shyly. She gave the ring and ran away. At that time I was wearing pajamas. Chasing outside for others to see isn't very good. Chinhai immediately snatched it, saying, Since you can't return this treasure, then give it to the old ancestor. With this soul-nourishing ring, I can rest well. Senior, if you want to merge with me, you should also ask for my opinion. The morning of the second day. Fellow Taoist Fong. Invite fellow Taoist Fong to show yourself for a moment. Zhu Yunyang heard this and closed her eyes to sleep again. Fong Xia gently went over to tuck her hair neatly. She immediately felt more comfortable. Fong Xia thought, yesterday, I just stiffened my neck. So quickly someone delivered a tribute to the door. But turning around, he suddenly froze. What? What is so big? Brother, who are you? The young man scratched his head, replying, Sorry to bother. This humble one is Fong Yong. Came to challenge fellow Taoist Fong. Hope it's convenient for fellow Taoist Fong to go to the martial arts arena for a round. Fong Xia looked at him, thinking tensely. This guy compared to Yi Mo Yushu is much stronger. No, basically not on the same level. Looking at this appearance, seems like good stuff will drop. Thinking this, Fong Xia waved his hand, replying, Wish granted. The two walked to the front of the dual hall of Thousand Autumn Valley. Fong Yong happily clasped his hands, politely saying, Disciple Fong Yong. Now asking for a duel with fellow Taoist Fong. Still hope you agree. Fong Xia was silent, not replying. He stared into that dark room. From inside the room, it seemed some pitch-black aura was radiating. Currently, the ground suddenly shook. Fong Xia exclaimed, The ground? Fong Yong just stood there smiling smugly. Rich kid. Just practice. Just a bit. Need such a big battle? The other disciples cheered loudly. That guy named Fong really went on stage with senior brother Fong Yong. Can't tell, huh? Is a brave man. Fong Xia looked at Fong Yong somewhat tensely, thinking. Feeling not right. Could this honest eldest senior brother also play some tricks? Suddenly fires surrounded the two of them, raging. Fellow Taoist Fong. Didn't expect it, huh? Fong Yong said. Basically not a martial arts arena, but a life and death arena. Also, it's opening the life and death arena in fair duel mode. Divine ability users with higher cultivation will be forcibly suppressed to the same realm as the other person. Even the divine ability users' weapons will be restricted accordingly. Even if you are a Tao platform realm expert, so what? Have divine weapons and treasures, so what? With the suppression of the life and death arena's realm, you can't say a word. Fong Yong said loudly. From behind him, a giant fire fist appeared, fighting head-on, relying on the cultivation of the sixth heaven of the open wheel realm. I can definitely defeat you, he said. Fong Xia was silent all this time, trying to hold back laughter. But he couldn't hold it and burst out laughing. Fong Yong immediately shouted, Hey, do you not understand the meaning of fair duel mode? Still dare to be so arrogant. Fong Xia calmly replied. Understand, understand. Isn't it just the new fair mode? Come on, start. Let me see how it is. In front of the duel hall, under the life and death arena, the spectator stand was suspended high above, surrounded by raging red fire. Yi said to Mo Yushu. Luckily, junior brother Mo was clever enough to invite senior brother Fong Yong. But what a pity. If everyone could see Fong Xia's defeated appearance, it would be great. Mo Yushu heard that and snapped his fan shut, replying, What's difficult about that? This jade talisman can let us clearly witness the scene of Fong Xia being defeated by senior Fong. Yi cheered joyfully. Junior brother Mo has too many treasures. Go. Mo Yushu immediately threw the jade talisman towards the spectator stand. He said confidently as he saw the jade talisman projecting the image on it. Jade photography. Jade projection. We can witness the match on the Heavenly Thunder Arena with our own eyes. Yi marveled. Truly a good treasure. With this thing, we can see through that guy Fong Xia. Great. Junior brother Mo is truly formidable. Wait. Junior brother Mo. Such a good treasure. Only telling us now? Did you secretly use it before? The disciples also joined in. Try it. Dishonest. Not loyal. Mo Yushu shouted shyly. What are you guys thinking? On the duel arena. Fong Xia provoked. Fong Yong. Brother. If you have any skills, bring them all out. I speak from the heart. Fong Yong replied. About to die and still arrogant. Then this is the last time you see the sunlight. Shut up and enjoy my strongest technique form. Molten Divine Bull Extreme. Fong Yong shouted loudly. A giant Red Bull appeared. This move of mine can even hit beginner divine ability realm. Absolutely no one in the same realm can withstand it. Continue cultivating in the next life. Saying that, his giant bull rushed towards Fong Xia whooshing. However, Fong Xia was not worried at all. He even stood calmly whistling, making Fong Yong and his bull stunned to the point of dazing. A fist gently hit Fong Xia's chest, causing no harm. Fong Yong's face immediately froze, while Fong Xia gave a forced smile. He said to Fong Yong, Hee, brother, hungry so no strength? Use some force. The group of Yi and Mo Yushu below exclaimed in surprise. No wounds, while Fong Yong's hands trembled from pain, thinking, How is it possible? My fist pressure and technique disappeared after getting close to him? What exactly is your cultivation? Stammering, asking Fong Xia. Fong Xia got arrogant and confidently replied, Maybe in a few months, I can open the first divine wheel. Hearing this, Fong Yong was even more stunned, thinking, Have to wait several months to open the divine wheel? No cultivation? Then what the hell does this Fong Xia rely on to be so strong? Fong Xia spoke up, asking, Fellow Taoist, not fighting anymore. Then is it my turn? His face darkened. Fong Yong immediately screamed in fear. Great hero, spare my life. I had eyes but failed to see Mount Tai. Bam! Before he could finish the sentence, Fong Xia's fist had struck straight into his face. The disciples below, seeing this scene, all dropped their jaws in surprise. At this moment, a light sphere also dropped. Fong Xia thought happily. These two things again. Profited. Dao arts. Fist technique. I seem to sense a bit of the rule of the attributability. Dropped attributes can be divided into two types. Talent type. For example, those essences. Speed. Toxins. Like attribute values in a game. 2. Skill type. For example, those cultivation methods. Like Floating Dream, 3 Lives art. 9 Dragons Sacred Heart art. Like skill points in a game. But the dropped attribute light spheres. 1 is related to the opponent. Or it's also related to my luck. But it is related to the opponent's strength. The weaker the opponent's strength compared to me, the rarer the drop rate. But conversely, it drops very quickly. Then fighting with that little by didn't drop anything. Isn't that worrying? If there is a stronger opponent coming to challenge me, that would be great. Fong Xia thought to himself. At this moment, at Moon Gazing Pavilion. 6th Elder's room. Yi rushed in and said in panic, Master, this Fong Xia is too weird. Clearly his cultivation realm is lower than ours. Yet even senior brother Fong Yong was defeated by him. The 6th Elder took a sip of tea and said, Where exactly did Lei Xiao and Bai Songhai drag this freak out from? Yi hurriedly said, Heard, he came out of the secret realm. Origin unknown. The sixth elder wiped his mouth with a napkin and said, "This person is clearly a variable. Such a dangerous person. Absolutely cannot be kept. His name is Lu Shuyingwen. He is the sixth elder of Thousand Autumn Valley." After half an hour of great battle with Fong Yong outside the cafeteria, Fong Xia said helplessly, "Yonyang, although that guy named Lei said we could eat freely, but you taking the whole steamer is a bit exaggerated, isn't it?" He held his head shouting, while Zhu Yonyang happily replied, "It's fun." At this moment, a voice spoke up. "Looking at your appearance, it seems you're a young friend, Fong Xia." Fong Xia started, looked over and asked, "You are?" He thought, "This guy has a very familiar aura." The person quickly introduced himself. "Sixth elder of Thousand Autumn Valley, Lu Chuanyuan. Want to invite young friend Fong Xia to my moon-gazing pavilion for a bit." Fong Xia replied, "I say, why do you have a very familiar aura? Turns out you also cultivated the psychic sword heart." Lu Chuanyuan asked, "How did you see that this seat cultivated the psychic sword heart?" "I have my own ways," the male lead replied confidently. Then suddenly he went over and patted the sixth elder's shoulder, slap slap, and said, "I heard you and Lei Xiao had a deep friendship, until he met a girl named Mu Yuan. You guys started to have animosity, although this kind of love triangle isn't strange to me. But in this era, it's still very rare. Sixth elder really knows how to play." Lu Chuanyuan heard this and was a bit tense. He fell silent, then awkwardly denied, "There is absolutely no girl named Mu Yuan. Still hope young friend doesn't listen to one-sided words. Don't believe rumors." Fong Xia also quickly replied, Right. Rumors cannot be trusted. Going to moon-gazing pavilion, right? Then let's go quickly." Soon the three of them arrived at Thousand Autumn Valley. "Moon-gazing pavilion," Lu Chuanyuan said politely. "This is the moon-gazing pavilion. Please." He walked ahead, leading the way. The male lead followed behind, looking around blankly, while Zhu Yonyang still focused on eating. Fong Xia spoke up asking, "Elder Lu, coming to this place to drink tea, isn't it a bit dark?" Lu Chuanyuan suddenly snapped his fingers. The door behind them immediately closed. Bam! Fong Xia and Zhu Yonyang started looking back. At this moment, the sixth elder spoke up. "This moon-gazing pavilion is a structure built with the sturdiest materials personally selected by this seat. The layers of formations here were also carved by invited formation grandmasters, enough to destroy several high-realm experts at the same time. Even that old fake Lei cannot easily enter my moon-gazing pavilion. But you dared." Fong Xia smiled brightly and replied, "Because Elder Lei once mentioned to me, someone who can cultivate the psychic sword heart is definitely not a bad person." Lu Chuanyuan froze slightly, but then he drew a sword glowing with sharp energy and said, "That guy named Lei has always been very simple." You actually believed his words. Spring, autumn, one breath, sword art. Sword, rain, wind, sparrow formation. Lu Chuanyuan immediately launched sword energy towards Fong Xia and Zhu Yonyang. Whoosh! Fong Xia tried to resist. In his head, he thought, just a few sword energies and already so intense. Luckily, I've become much stronger recently. Otherwise, I really couldn't hold on. So strong. Finally, someone can help verify my speculation about the attributability. He turned back and shouted loudly, "Careful, Yonyang. This guy is much stronger than those we met before. A moment of negligence and you'll get hurt." But Yonyang's crying voice rang out. "Ho!" She looked at the pile of steamed buns fallen on the ground in shock. The buns fell. The male lead panicked, thinking, "Oh no, is this a sign before Yonyang explodes? Think of a way to coax her first. If she strikes and defeats that Lu Chuanyuan, then wouldn't there be no attributes to pick up?" Yonyang's eyes turned red, saying, "Steamed buns." Lu Chuanyuan still stood there majestically, saying, "Sure enough, dealing with experts like you guys, a few sword formations are not enough. But with all sword formations attacking at once, you will also be powerless. Now watch how this kind-hearted seat kills you." To return Thousand Autumn Valley to its old order, Fong Xia suddenly shouted, "Elder Lu, let's make a bet. If I can break your moon-gazing pavilion, you must compensate Yonyang with food for a month. 1 month. Not lacking a bit." He set the condition. Lu Chuanyuan raised his sword high, replying, "About to die and still making conditions." Fong Xia smiled and said, "Elder Lu, that OP could actually break the new DLC. Receive metal money reward." actually kept the promise to open the server for 23 hours with 23 max level points. Monster boss. Follow. I thought it was bragging. But someone actually exploded for 30 days straight in 1 month, receiving rewards 3 times in a row. Fong Xia continued. Hardcore grinder me regarding bets. Never joke around. Then let's try and see. Lu Chuanyuan challenged. Come. A blue aura surrounded the male lead. He shouted loudly, summoning a move. Green Lotus. Immediately that aura formed 2 sharp swords covering Fong Xia's arms. Blooming. Fong Xia shouted. The sword was swung out. Lu Chuanyuan's face looked unstable now. Sweat poured out. Outside the peaceful moon-gazing pavilion. Boom. A loud explosion rang out. Fire and smoke poured out billowing. A glowing attribute sphere immediately fell. Fong Xia quickly caught it. He thought. Exactly like the one Lei Xiao dropped. Also sword heart attribute. Then he said, Elder Lu, dare to play, dare to accept. Lu Chuanyuan was trembling and coughing. Cough, cough. Fong Xia turned to comfort. Yonyang. Since Elder Lu agreed to treat you to food for a month, then forgive his rude behavior. Thinking of overflowing food. Zhu Yonyang's eyes lit up. She replied, listening to Xia. I agree to forgive him. While Lu Chuanyuan stood there panting, thinking, what kind of power is this exactly? Could actually in one strike destroy all the magic formations of moon-gazing pavilion. He shouted loudly, who exactly are you? With such strength, why do you want to interfere in Thousand Autumn Valley's affairs? Fong Xia blushed, replying, I'm just a passerby, just a bit curious about Thousand Autumn Valley. Humph. Just because of curiosity? Chuanyuan showed suspicion. Fong Xia smiled and continued, Elder Lu, I have to ask you instead, except for the sect leader who has never shown his face. People of your Thousand Autumn Valley are not my match. Heard that the Xuanwu royal family has a total of 5 Dao platform realm experts. If they join forces, their strength far exceeds mine. Enough to crush dozens of Thousand Autumn Valleys. So, why don't they confront Thousand Autumn Valley directly, but use this despicable spy scheme? The Xuanwu royal family exactly. What are they afraid of? Fong Xia interrogated. Lu Chuanyuan pursed his lips tightly in silence. Fong Xia turned away. If you don't want to tell me, I will go find that Xuanwu royal family to talk a bit. Maybe they will agree to accept me. Lu Chuanyuan stood there thinking. Thousand Autumn Valley's trump card is absolutely not a secret. People with strength can also know a bit. If really no one knew, why would Xuanwu Kingdom be jealous? Telling him temporarily does no harm. If I hand this Dao platform realm expert to the enemy myself, that would be regret too late. Brother. He called back. Fong Xia thought. Can't stand it anymore, right? Lu Chuanyuan grabbed Fong Xia's hand and said earnestly, this matter is absolutely not a secret. Telling brother is fine. Fong Xia replied awkwardly. Elder Lu, I have felt your sincerity. Let go of my hand then talk. Hope brother follows me to a place. Scene change. Deep in Blue Orchid Mountain. Lu Chuanyuan said to the male lead. Look, Thousand Autumn Valley's trump card is this. Fong Xia saw it and exclaimed. My God. What is that thing? Lu Chuanyuan replied. That is the sect guarding treasure of my sect. Thousand Autumn Bell. The battle that year between the Xuanwu royal family and Thousand Autumn Valley was extremely tense. Luckily, there was the treasure that the first sect leader of Thousand Autumn Valley refined. Thousand Autumn Bell. He continued recounting. About 695 years ago, before the first sect leader ascended to immortality, this bell suppressed and killed countless strong enemies, defaulted as the first sacred treasure of Thousand Autumn Valley. Legend has it that when Thousand Autumn Valley is in greatest danger, the Thousand Autumn Bell will activate to suppress and kill all enemies of Thousand Autumn Valley. Fong Xia walked closer to the treasure and said, this Thousand Autumn Bell is indeed unusual, but this bell has been placed here for nearly 700 years. Is it really not expired? So much dust covering it. The artifact preservation work. Your culture is truly terrible. Lu Chuanyuan replied. Fellow Taoist Fong is joking. Why would a peerless divine weapon in this world need maintenance? The first sect leader's cultivation was profound. How could the Thousand Autumn Bell that he spent his life's blood to refine be affected by the passing of time? At this moment, Yonyang suddenly poked the bell. Then she said calmly, Oh, It broke. Fong Xia replied. Weathering is truly terrifying. Only Lu Chuanyuan shouted loudly. The 1,000 autumn bell broke. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of cracking rang out. Fong Xia called gently. Elder Lu. Lu Chuanyuan looked at the broken bell falling into pieces in despair. How is it possible? I am the most sinful disciple in the history of 1,000 Autumn Valley. Fong Xia hurriedly comforted. It's normal for old artifacts to be like this. It's not your responsibility. Lu Chuanyuan muttered. Why? If 1,000 Autumn Valley is already like this, why did the Xuanwu Emperor delay taking action? Fong Xia replied. Maybe that lord sensed that the 1,000 autumn bells' time wasn't much left, so he delayed taking action, waiting until 1,000 Autumn Valley completely lost the protection of the 1,000 Autumn Bell to swallow you up. Elder Lu trembled and cried. Without the 1,000 Autumn Bell, Xuanwu Kingdom will have an overwhelming advantage. Is 1,000 Autumn Valley going to become the past? Fellow Taoist Lu, don't be pessimistic yet. Fong Xia said. Come look at this. Lu Chuanyuan walked over and exclaimed in surprise. That is, Fong Xia said. Hee. Your first sect leader seems to have left you a backup plan. Many small bells were ringing. Elder Lu said. Didn't expect there were still so many small bells full of divine power. The first sect leader indeed had wisdom reaching the heavens. 1,000 Autumn Valley is saved. Yonyang asked. Xia, were these small bells born from this big bell? Xia smiled helplessly replying. Yonyang, bells don't have life. Elder Lu agreed. Correct. The 1,000 Autumn Bell is not a living thing. Hee. Suddenly Elder Lu held his face and screamed. But the first sect leader could do this. The first is worthy of being a role model for me to learn from. Fong Xia said helplessly. Just mentioning that first sect leader turns him into this crazy mode. Xia touched the bell and said, Elder Lu, don't get too excited. How much divine power these small bells have left is still unknown. Xia touched lightly on the side of the bell. The bell sound just rang out. Ding, 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 making Xia feel strange. Suddenly a strange voice spoke. What evil spirit dares to touch this seat's treasure? Xia was frightened. What is going on? Could it be that first sect leader hasn't ascended yet, but hidden here for 700 years to cultivate? Elder Lu shouted. The person inside is not the first sect leader. Afraid it's a thief secretly refining the sect leader's bell. Xia thought. Not one of us. Then it's easy. Xia rotated his wrist, smiling confidently, and said, You guard him at the exit. I'll go probe this guy's origin. If it's really a thief, I'll smash him. Elder Lu agreed. Dao brother, rest assured. I will definitely protect your Dao companion well. Yonyang was speechless. Yonyang knocked Elder Lu on the head and said, Xia meant for me to protect you. You are injured. Too weak right now. Xia shook his wrist, smiling and whispering, Hey kid, I can sense the origin pill realm ability of that guy. Don't run around there. We discovered the secret in the bell. That guy definitely won't let us off easily. I thought of a way. Fong Xia coughed. Cough. Immediately a person appeared. Xia spoke with an ancient voice. Speaking nonsense. The treasure that this seat refined with my life-bound divine weapon. When did it become your stuff? Could it be this seat secluded for 700 years? The world has forgotten my prestige. Refined with life-bound divine weapon. Could it be you or Hu Haixing? Xia rubbed the ring in his hand, smiling, and said, Senior, impersonating Hu Haixing lacks a bit of aura. Jianghu emergency. Borrowing your power. Rumble. Don't fix it anymore. The old ancestor lends it to you. Huge energy surrounded Xia brightly. Boom. Xia shouted loudly. Since you recognize this seat, why not surrender quickly? The power on the other side is also formidable, radiating quite a lot of energy. Impossible. 700 years have passed. You cannot possibly still be alive. Xia thought. Just hearing the name isn't enough to make him surrender. Xia clenched his fist, then can only use force. This seat hasn't come out of seclusion for a long time. Lest people think I'm dead. Dao begets divine might. Green Lotus Sword Heart. Psychic Sword Heart. Full buff. Xia unleashed energy. Looks like it's time for everyone to remember my prestige. Elder Lu was surprised. Sword Heart at such a high level? Elder Lu frowned worriedly, thinking. Learned Sword Heart for a few days and can reach this level? If said he is the reincarnation of the first sect leader, I might believe it. Xia used his ability. Green Lotus Sword Heart. Power enveloped Xia's body. Bastard. Return this seat's magic treasure. Sounds from Xia's attacks flew whooshing. Boom. Then flew whooshing again. The small bells were also rotated continuously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xia thought worriedly. These bells also activated, then neutralized my attacks? That guy laughed scornfully. Haha. Very surprised, right? Very surprised? Very much want to know. Clearly, it's a treasure created by yourself. But can be activated so easily? The other side immediately struck, controlling the bells to attack. Hu Haisheng, this magic treasure is already mine. A dead person like you should obediently crawl into your coffin. Heartbeat thumping. The sound of the bell ringing, spreading throughout the mountains and forests. Bong bong. The blue-haired boy heard the bell, sound confused. Thousand Autumn Bell? The purple-haired boy also heard it. It's the sound of the Thousand Autumn Bell. The white-haired old man panicked. How is it possible? The sound of the Thousand Autumn Bell that has been sealed for many years ringing not only alarmed the disciples, but even alarmed the sect leader who has been in seclusion for many years. People of Thousand Autumn Valley wouldn't touch that bell. So the person using the bell must be from the Xuanwu Empire. Hearing the understanding from the elders. The bell ringing represents the Xuanwu kingdom declaring war. Don't want to keep the balance anymore. The long-haired old man sat with his back turned, then raised 2 fingers to cast a spell. What should come finally has to come. Let's come out of seclusion. Dao platform appear. The long-haired old man said. Thousand Autumn Valley and Xuanwu fighting for hundreds of years. It's time for an ending. Xia with a darkened face blew on the wound. Huff huff. Yuanyang worried. He is very strong. Even if we two join hands. It's also very hard to deal with. Xia looked at Yuanyang. Yuanyang. Xia remembered what Yuanyang once said. Meeting an opponent stronger than oneself and running first is the instinct of monster beasts. Yuanyang is suppressing her instinct of fear for me. Xia patted Yuanyang's head and reassured. Don't worry. Have you ever seen me lose? I already have a way to defeat him, but need you to help me stall him a bit. No problem, right? Yuanyang smiled and said, if Xia said so. Of course there is no problem. Xia whispered into Yuanyang's ear. Yuanyang just needs to provoke to control him a bit. Wait for me to finish scanning the skill. I will take his head directly. Yuanyang asked confusedly. Provoke? Control? Xia hurriedly explained. Just you talking and discussing with him a bit. Then use spider silk to tie him tight. Yuanyang immediately agreed. Okay, let me try. Xia said, relying all on you. That guy pointed and said, Hey Hu Haisheng, now you still dare to look down on me? This seat can sense your current strength is too far from the peak period before. Yuanyang was rushing towards him while Xia dashed away. Just need to kill you. My plan can still proceed smoothly as before. Tens of thousands of spider silk threads were rushing towards the bell. Then, tied it tight, emitting popping sounds. That guy panicked. My bell. Yuanyang held the spider silk threads and pulled the bells hard. Keep dreaming. He is mine. Only I can kill him. The other side shouted. Hu Haisheng's little lowly? Just an 8th heaven open wheel realm, yet dare to fight me? Ha 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 Hu Haisheng. You really ran out of people. Elder Lu suddenly asked Xia. Why did great hero Fong run out here? Xia replied. Elder Lu. Whether we escape danger this time depends entirely on you. Elder Lu immediately asked. What can I help with? Just say it. Xia closed his eyes and thought. That is. Then suddenly pointed forward. There's an enemy. Elder Lu turned around in surprise. What? Still another Xuanwu Kingdom spy? Xia punched Elder Lu. Bam. Xia apologized silently. Sorry, Lu Kuan. Sorry. 2 attribute spheres flew out from Elder Lu's mouth. Xia looked and thought. Originally thought the drop rate would be lower. Didn't expect it to drop. Got lucky. Xia immediately called. Elder Lu, wake up. Elder Lu's head swelled with a huge bump, touching his head and asking. Who is it? But unexpectedly got punched by Xia again. Bam. Xia teared up thinking. Sorry, Lu Kuan. Really sorry. 2 more attribute spheres flew whoosh whoosh out from Elder Lu's mouth. Xia felt annoyed. Oh damn. Dropped again. Xia carried Elder Lu in his arms and looked passionately. Elder Lu, you are indeed the domineering psychic sword heart. Xia held Elder Lu's hand tight and spun continuously, making 3 more attribute spheres fall. Xia thought, legendary. The other side laughed loudly. Ha, not thinking of a way to defeat me, but attacking your own people? The world-famous Thousand Autumn Valley sect leader turned into a crazy lunatic. He immediately waved his hand and said, I'll kill this open will realm little lowly first. Then we'll come to kill you. Hu Haishin finished speaking. He immediately attacked Yuanyang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yuanyang immediately called. Ah! Xia rushed from somewhere whoosh, whoosh, holding a giant fire sword in his hand. Eyes determined, shouting. Waited a long time. Taste my freshly baked, great sword. The other side was terrified. This intense sword intent. Hu Haishing's power recovered. Xia thought. So many spirit attributes. Enough for me to reverse the situation. Xia didn't forget to turn to ask Yuanyang. Right, Yuanyang. You aren't hurt, are you? Yuanyang shook her head, replying. Not hurt. With Xia here, nothing will happen. Xia smiled shyly. Hee hee. The other side suddenly attacked Xia and Yuanyang. You got distracted. Hu Haishin. In a dangerous situation, Xia didn't hesitate to hug Yuanyang, using his body to protect her. Yuanyang, careful. In the critical moment, a sword intent suddenly flew over. Spin. That person held a sword emitting fire and said, Shameless Xuanwu royal family. Sneaking around in this bell is one thing, but daring to ambush a woman. Then that guy disappeared. Ji Qishi withdrew the sword and said, Damn it, damn it. Xia asked tensely, Where did this expert come from? Yuanyang praised in surprise. Sword so fast. Ji Qishi immediately said, Oh my. Xia and Yuanyang trembled, thinking, Aura too strong. Finished speaking. The old man approached, giving Yuanyang a rose. This beautiful sister. Do you want to be my Dao companion? Xia stood next to him, spitting blood. Yuanyang replied, Although my age is a bit older than you, but you calling me sister is really a bit weird. Xia shouted, looking dignified on the outside. Didn't expect to be an improper old man. Xia angrily pointed at the old man, shouting, Lecherous old man. Stay away from her. The old man immediately pulled the flower back. Oh my, fellow Taoist. What do you mean? Suddenly 2 more people appeared, making Xia and Yuanyang panic, asking, Who is it again? Chu Zhuyan and Lu Jing'er popped up from the ground. Chu Zhuyan asked, Which elder's subordinate disciple are you? Lu Jing'er said with sharp eyes, Don't recognize this as the sect leader? Retreat quickly. Xia and Yuanyang froze in surprise. Xia stammered, asking, Sect? Sect leader? The current sect leader of Thousand Autumn Valley? Ji Qishi stroked his beard, laughing. Oh my, seems this old man hasn't been out for a long time. Xia spoke up, pointing at Ji Qishi, shouting, This lecherous old man is the sect leader of Thousand Autumn Valley. Lu Jing'er glared back at Ji Qishi, shouting, Telling you to retreat is because he is too dangerous. Chu Zhuyan also turned back and said, Fellow Taoist, rest assured, even if he is the sect leader, we won't go easy on him. We will definitely clean up the sect. Demand justice for you and your Dao companion. Ji Qishi sweated. Oh my, just finished speaking. The 2 girls rushed in, beating him up, bam bam. Chu Zhuyan said, Thousand Autumn Valley having you as sect leader is truly losing face. Lu Jing'er also shouted, Every time coming out of seclusion is to tease beauties. Now daring to lay hands on a married woman. Xia looked helplessly. Are the 2 of you a bit excessive? Ji Qishi hurriedly explained. Not teasing. I am sincere with that young lady. Xia, hearing this, couldn't keep calm either. Immediately rushed in to beat him together and cursed. Damn it. I'm not done with you, lecherous old man. Ji Qishi could only take the beating. Ouch, ouch. Elder Lu held his head. So annoying. Elder Lu saw the scene in front of him, shocked, asking, Elder Ni? 3rd elder? Lu Jing'er frowned, asking, Elder Lu, you are here too? Elder Lu asked, What are you 2 doing here? And what is that pile lying on the ground? Is it Lord Sect Leader? 3rd elder of Thousand Autumn Valley, Chu Zhuyan said, We heard the disturbance, so came here. Didn't expect to see him old, but still depraved. 2nd elder of Thousand Autumn Valley, Lu Jing'er also agreed. That's right, that's right. Daring to tease someone's wife. Ji Qishi, beaten black and blue, spoke up. Spare me this time. Elder Lu was surprised. What? Could it be with Miss Yuanyang? Elder Lu hurriedly turned to apologize to Yunyang and Xia. Please calm down, you two. The sect leader just has a bad mouth, but no bad intentions. Xia frowned, saying, since Elder Lu said so. Before Xia finished his sentence, Elder Lu turned to blame Ji Qishi. Sect leader, don't make trouble anymore in the future. Ji Qishi swollenly said. Okay. Elder Lu asked. Also, why did you suddenly come out of seclusion? Ji Qishi replied. This seat came out because of the bell sound. As I saw just now, it was the abnormal cry of the 1000 Autumn Bell. Perhaps the identity of the expert from 50 years ago has appeared. Everyone heard and panicked. The expert from 50 years ago? 50 years ago. The fierce battle between 1000 Autumn Valley and Xuanwu Kingdom. To extinguish the thought of reviving 1000 Autumn Valley, the elite army of the strongest expert of the Xuanwu royal family, Mo Yuanlong, attacked 1000 Autumn Valley. That day, the bell rang 7 times. Sound echoing. Seemed to be a sign of war. Disciples of 1000 Autumn Valley acted upon hearing the sound, one after another, resisting Mo Yuanlong and the elite army. But in the end, their realm couldn't compare to Mo Yuanlong. Countless elite disciples accumulated over many years fell in that battle. 1000 Autumn Valley, originally having a chance to revive, fell into the abyss of failure from there. Ji Qishi said. Today, 50 years later, that tragic bell sound rang again. The bell rang 7 times. Bong 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 bong. Summon all elders and deacons to the meeting room. The bell rang. Bong bong bong. The elders urged each other. 7 bell rings. Everyone hurry to 1000 Autumn Hall. It's the sect leader. The sect leader is out of seclusion. Lei Xiao said. What should come finally has to come. Elder Lu asked Ji Qishi. Sect leader. Seems the Xuanwu Kingdom planned the attack long ago. The 5 great experts will surely have someone personally go to battle. What should we do? Ji Qishi replied. You don't need to be afraid. This seat has good news. This seat has stepped into the origin pill realm. Elder Lu said joyfully. Is this vague light the pill light of the origin pill realm? Lu Jinger said excitedly. Too good. The sect leader finally broke through. Sect leader. We will go host the meeting. Announce the good news. Ji Qishi said. Go. Only Xia and Yunyang remained standing there. Xia approached and said, lecherous old man. Ji Qishi lowered his face asking, oh my, does young friend still dislike me? Xia whispered into Ji Qishi's ear. Don't pretend anymore. You basically didn't break through. Am I right? Ji Qishi was startled. At the Great Hall of the Xuanwu Kingdom Imperial City, Mo Yuanlong knelt to report. Subject Mo Yuanlong. Greets your majesty. Xuanwu Kingdom Duke of Wei. Mo Yuanlong clasped his hands listening. Duke of Wei wanted to meet me urgently like this. What is it about? Mo Yuanlong replied. Reporting to your majesty. Just now a mysterious man claiming to be Hu Haixing. Just fought with my clone inside the 1000 Autumn Bell. That man's strength is not lower than my clone. This old subject fears that Hu Haixing has come back to life. Emperor of Xuanwu Kingdom. Mo Liang said. Beloved subject thinks too much. The spy arranged in 1000 Autumn Valley already sent news back. That mysterious brat is named Fong Xia. Basically not some Hu Haixing or whatever. Mo Yuanlong asked in panic. Not Hu Haixing. Your majesty. That person cannot be underestimated. He is an enemy with the same realm as Hu Haixing. Also that sect leader who came out of seclusion at the same time. His realm seems to have broken through. One sword strike blew away my clone. This old subject truly deserves death. Could not refine the treasure inside the 1000 Autumn Bell. Efforts over the past 50 years considered wasted. This old subject wishes to atone for crimes with merits. Imploring your majesty. Let me lead 100,000 troops to seize the treasure back. This time must eradicate 1000 Autumn Valley. Prevent future trouble. Mo Liang agreed. Well said. For the enterprise of the Xuanwu Kingdom. 1000 Autumn Valley, or whatever. That Fong Xia, or whatever. Eradicate them all. However, we don't need to act personally. Those sects that abandon the dark for the light and are loyal to us seem very anxious. We have sent them to 1000 Autumn Valley. Those rebels of 1000 Autumn Valley. Don't expect anyone to survive. Ji Qishi said. Young friend Fong, you said this seat hasn't broken through to the origin pill realm. What is the meaning of this? Xia smiled and said, Origin Pill Realm Practitioners. Take the Tao platform as the furnace. Condense true essence. Define yin-yang. Forge the golden pill. Once successful, the origin pill will cleanse the physical body at all times, making that person extend their lifespan. Elder Lu said, Isn't this the content in the Floating Dream 3 Lives art? Brat learns fast. Xia pointed and commented, But I don't sense any boiling blood vitality in Senior's body at all. Clearly showing actually Senior, you didn't break through the realm at all. Ji Qishi stroked his beard saying, Oh my. This seat was confident I could even deceive Mo Yuan Long. Didn't expect to be seen through by you. But according to what young friend said, Tao platform is furnace. Condense true essence. Forge golden pill. Indeed never heard of it. Suddenly, Ji Qishi thought of something. Wait. Tao platform. Furnace. True essence. Golden pill. Ji Qishi suddenly jumped up in joy. I understand. I understand. Turns out this old man has always been lacking. It is exactly at this step. Xia asked in surprise. What did you understand? Ji Qishi happily shook Xia's hand, thanking profusely. Young friend, fellow Taoist Fong, great grace cannot be fully thanked. If Thousand Autumn Valley survives this calamity, even if commanded, I, Ji, will naturally rush into the sea of fire for you without hesitation. Old Ancestor Chinhai frowned and said, Only 3,000 years passed. How come even the method of condensing the origin pill is lost? Could it be someone intentionally severed the lineage of these divine ability users? Ji Qishi said seriously, being able to hold the secret of condensing the origin pill. Surely your origin is not ordinary. However, fellow Taoist could freely share the secret of breaking through to origin pill with me. Truly a noble image among nobles of cultivators. Xia was praised to the point of being proud, smiling shyly and bashfully. Not at all, not at all. Just need you to top up. Like, add a follow, and it's fine. Ji Qishi found it hard to understand and asked, What fellow Taoist just said? I, Ji, have never heard before. Could it be some method of breaking through realms? Xia smiled awkwardly. Don't mind it. I was just talking nonsense. Xia closed his eyes, cheeks blushing, smiling. Hee. At this moment Fong Xia was thinking back. Past as a gamer doing walkthroughs. Thank you hardcore grinder daddy for paving the way. I passed. Finally. Saved a lot of stamina. Hope to see you again. Don't stop. Great God forever. Monster, truly a monster. This familiar feeling. So good. Ji Qishi suddenly clasping his hands pulled Xia back to reality. Xuanwu Kingdom established over 700 years ago. People who forged the origin pill. Rare to have one person in 100 years. Currently, this old man grasps one part of success. Can break through to the origin pill realm. Luck has descended. Xia heard this and angrily grabbed Ji Qishi's collar, shouting, Big boss, shouldn't your character setting be a majestic appearance? Ji Qishi asked in confusion. What is a setting? Xia said, The enemy is about to attack. Yet you only grasp one part of success. Ji Qishi replied seriously. With the situation of Thousand Autumn Valley, don't say one part of hope, even if only half a part. This old man will also use full strength to fight for it. Just need to protect Thousand Autumn Valley. Even sacrificing this old life. This old man is also willing. Yunyang spoke up. Sounds very dangerous. Xia, are we continuing to stay here? Old Ancestor Chinhai smiled and said, Run. Their grudge with Xuanwu Kingdom concerns our ass. Stay? Xia spoke up. I see that. Temporarily staying is fine. Anyway, there's food and a place to sleep. Just need the premises. Safe conditions. Old Ancestor Chinhai said helplessly. Your crow's mouth. Just finish the sentence. Ji Qishi along with Xia, Yunyang, and Old Ancestor Chinhai hurriedly ran out of the bell. Xia startled and cursed. Oh crap. The scene before eyes made everyone stunned. What kind of terrifying level barrier is this? Ji Qishi closed his eyes, frowned and said, Metal, water. This is the 5 elements sealing void formation of the 5 elements sect. Old Ancestor Chinhai, eyes half closed, said helplessly, All right. Now want to leave, can't leave anymore. Xia asked, 5 elements sect? Ji Qishi replied, Five Elements sect was originally an ally of Thousand Autumn Valley, but currently, it seems they have long been treacherous. Became lackeys of the Xuanwu royal family. Fong Xia suddenly thought of something. Fong Xia pulled old Ancestor Chinhai and Yunyang along. Sect leader, don't rush. We'll go around the formation to check a bit first. See if we can find a place to break it. Ji Qishi immediately thanked. Then troubling fellow Taoist Fong Xia said, you guys go around and look. If there's a bug, we'll rush straight out. Yunyang asked in panic. Do you know what a bug is? Old Ancestor Chinhai replied. Old Ancestor naturally knows. Just won't tell you. Scene changed by the light wall. Fong Xia used full strength to attack the magic formation, but failed. Xia helpless. Can't open. Relying on brute force seems not okay. Suddenly laughter rang out. Huh. Laughable beyond description. Turns out it is. Young Master of Heaven Severing Sect, Young Master Mo. Young Master Mo leaned on his hand smiling and said, want to directly break the formation of the Five Elements sect? Just relying on your Thousand Autumn Valley having only a few open will realm guys? You guys obediently wait to die here until the royal family's grand army arrives. Definitely blood washing your Thousand Autumn Valley. This young master will be merciful and leave your corpses intact. Fong Xia looked unhappy and said, looking at the outfit makes my eyes hurt. Yunyang also huffed in annoyance. This guy looks truly hateful. Young Master Mo said, of course. The little ladies in Thousand Autumn Valley. This young master won't let any go to waste. This young master's nickname is the silver gun that never falls. Let your Thousand Autumn Valley enjoy it. Suddenly behind young Master Mo, Yunyang kicked hard into his crotch. He screamed in pain, his face distorted. Both Xia and old Ancestor Chinhai were also surprised, mouths forming an O, mouths forming an A. Yunyang standing next to Fong Xia had disappeared since when. Young Master Mo held his crotch screaming to the heavens. Aya? Yunyang asked gently. Oh, this guy can't load ammo anymore. Need to bring him in? Fong Xia and old Ancestor Chinhai shouted. Explain first why you are out there. Yunyang pretended to be innocent and asked. You guys asked me why I got out. Yunyang rotated her foot, then put hands on hips saying, this barrier is only on the ground, but underground. Can enter and exit freely. Old Ancestor Chinhai praised in surprise. Turns out diving into the ground could actually find the loophole of the formation. Got skills. While Fong Xia shouted in annoyance. The magic formation looks cool, but turns out has such a retarded bug. Fong Xia immediately spoke gently to Yunyang. Yunyang, hurry and bring that thing in here. Then we discussed the plan. Finished speaking. Yunyang immediately tied that guy up like a cocoon and let him float. Suddenly a shout. Found it. Over there. Two assassins holding swords attacked behind Yunyang. Fong Xia and Elder Lu shouted. Yunyang, careful behind. The sword pierced through her body. Stab. Yunyang was still bewildered. Fong Xia lost his calm, continuously banging his hands on the formation wall. Bang bang then shouted. Yunyang. The two assassins said coldly. Almost let this animal crawl out. Truly ate a leopard's gall, daring to lay hands on the young master. If not for the royal family's death order that no one from Thousand Autumn Valley can be spared, this seat would actually want to take her as a cultivation vessel. Fong Xia inside, eyes full of hatred staring straight at them. You two bastards. Dared to touch Yunyang. Fong Xia's hand clenched tight, gritting teeth in anger. An assassin smirked. Natural talent of Thousand Autumn Valley. Staring is also very fierce. Fong Xia rushed forward. Boom. Then clenched his fist full of sharp energy rushing forward. You are unforgivable. The two assassins provoked. Don't waste energy. This formation is not something a brat like you can break. Obediently wait to die in there. Fong Xia launched a powerful kick into the formation wall. Boom. Hitting the two assassins. Ouch. The crack quickly disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Fong Xia gritted his teeth. Still lacking a bit of power. Hateful great formation. The two assassins sighed. Almost scared to death. True enough, Thousand Autumn Valley only has that old turtle always in seclusion who has the ability to tear a piece of the Five Elements sealing void formation, daring to lay hands on the young master. Countless lives are not enough to pay. If not for this barrier separating, you would have died long ago. There were footsteps behind the two assassins. Yunyang walked over, closing her eyes, saying coldly, "The dead of you attacking me just now. Let's calculate a bit." Fong Xia was surprised and happy. Yunyang is okay. Old Ancestor Chinhai sighed in relief. This girl's clone is really fast. The two assassins were suddenly confused. Open Wheel Realm has such exquisite clone technique. I clearly felt it was a real body. Then the two assassins held swords, rushing to attack Yunyang. She is definitely not human. Let's attack together. Kill this monster. Yunyang laughed scornfully, saying, "If you have the skill to kill me, then come here and try." Fong Xia was a bit confused. What is this appearance of Yunyang? Feeling the aura become too strong, Old Ancestor Chinhai smiled and said, "That is the awakened form of monster beasts. Monster beasts in this state, 5 senses and cultivation will become extremely strong. Although with open wheel realm strength, she can't fight the clone in the bell. But fighting these two lowly divine ability realm guys is still a trial." The sword tip almost touched Yunyang's face. Then the two sword tips were caught by Yunyang's spider web. Can't move. What? Can't slash down. What did this demoness do? Yunyang pulled the spider silk into her hand, snap. Then tiptoed and jumped up. Yunyang rushed upwards. Then shot spider silk down. Yunyang rushed down from above, making the two assassins terrified. Ouch, ouch. The two assassins were wrapped around by Yunyang's spider silk, making them panic. Spin. Fong Xia laughed heartily. Yunyang. So amazing. Old Ancestor Chinhai was a bit worried. But her awakened form currently still has some flaws. Because cultivation is limited. So this form can only increase cultivation for a short period. The slash just now probably has no strength left. Woman strikes in a few seconds. This is a fatal flaw later. The two assassins were bruised, holding their faces in pain. Seemed to only suffer light external injuries. That's right. The two assassins startled and panicked, holding their heads, asking each other, "Where did that demoness take the young master?" Yunyang walked closer to Fong Xia and Old Ancestor Chinhai. Yunyang came back, bringing young Master Imo. "Ah, I flew back." Fong Xia smiled brightly. "Back is good." Worried to death, Fong Xia thought to himself, "Change back already." The two assassins holding swords stood outside the formation wall, shouting, "Quickly return our heaven-severing sect's young master." Fong Xia and Old Ancestor Chinhai made funny faces, provoking, "If you have the skill, come in and rob him yourselves." The two assassins raged and cursed. "Despicable bunch. Go. We go find helpers to save the young master." "Not wrong. Let you guys know the consequences. Look at this." Here. Before they could grasp anything, the two swords of the two assassins were cut in half. Sword energy pierced through the 5 elements formation. Could it be? That is Ji Qishi's slash. Ji Qishi. Truly sad. Not only the 5 elements sect submitted under the feet of the Xuanwu Empire, but even the heaven-severing sect turned traitor. The two assassins were slashed across the waist. Lying on the ground, Fong Xia asked Ji Qishi, "Lecherous old man, what sect is the heaven-severing sect? What relationship with Thousand Autumn Valley?" Ji Qishi replied, "Heaven-severing sect is like the 5 elements sect. Both are nominal allies of Thousand Autumn Valley. But currently they all turn towards the royal family, becoming the claws of the royal family." Fong Xia frowned and said, "Why did your Thousand Autumn Valley need to ally with this bunch of ingrates?" Ji Qishi closed his eyes, saying, "This matter is a long story. Since more than 700 years ago, the Xuanwu Emperor used martial arts to enter the Tao. The Xuanwu court repeatedly persecuted the great sects on Blue Orchid Mountain. The Xuanwu army was strong, killing countless people. Wanted to monopolize the resources in the Xuanwu Kingdom region. The seniors of Thousand Autumn Valley personally went to battle. With the assistance of the Thousand Autumn Bell, the great army of the Xuanwu Kingdom was defeated. Thousand Autumn Valley thus became the first sacred ground in Xuanwu Kingdom. 5 elements sect. Heaven-severing sect and large and small sects were established in the vicinity of Thousand Autumn Valley. Together formed an alliance, praying for protection. On the paper map, Thousand Autumn Valley is between 5 elements sect and heaven-severing sect. But since more than 300 years ago, the traitor colluded with the inside and outside of the court. Thousand Autumn Valley suffered heavy injuries. The alliance fell apart from there. The Xuanwu royal family originally had 5 Dao platform realm experts. There is news saying one of those 5 has strength surpassing even the Dao platform realm. Old Ancestor Chinhai wondered, could it be the main body of the one in the bell? Ji Qishi turned his face back saying, currently adding the attacks of the great sects. Thousand Autumn Valley is now in a critical state of survival. The young master of Heaven Severing sect is tied up in Thousand Autumn Valley. Everything is handled by fellow Taoist Fong. Young Master Mo was still tied up with spider silk. Ji Qishi clasped his hands and said, this old man has no choice but to seize time to go into seclusion. Before that expert appears, condense the primordial spirit pill. Ji Qishi clasped his hands, bowed and continued. During the days this old man is in seclusion. Still hope fellow Taoist Fong looks after Thousand Autumn Valley for a while. Fong Xia didn't know what to say. His eyes looked a bit sad. That night, Fong Xia sat quietly on the balcony, face looking sad, eyes full of thought. Old Ancestor Chinhai hurriedly packed things into a bag. Brat, why aren't you packing quickly? We must take advantage of few people to escape. Yonyang urged. Hurry and help me pack food. Seeing Fong Xia silent not replying, Yonyang and Chinhai turned to look back. Old Ancestor Chinhai approached Fong Xia asking, hey brat, you don't plan to help that lecherous old man, do you? Let me remind you a bit. We are currently not opponents of a nation. Finished speaking. Old Ancestor Chinhai immediately slapped Fong Xia's face twice. Slap, slap to wake him up, then shouted again. This messy bunch of Thousand Autumn Valley cannot be solved just by relying on a guy with only looks like you. The mark of Old Ancestor Chinhai's hand was still on Fong Xia's face. Fong Xia said, Senior, let me think a bit more. Wait until dawn, I will give you guys an answer. Past midnight. Yet Fong Xia was still tossing and turning, uneasy in his heart. Eyes never closed. Fong Xia thought, the days after transmigrating are always happier than before. Anyway, in the modern world, I was just an otaku no one knew. Only when coming to games could I use my skills. Got to know some friends. Every day, striving in the game. What I wanted to get was just recognition and the feeling of achievement when being a hardcore grinder and a hero. Senior Chinhai is right. I am just a mortal with no realm. Fong Xia suddenly sat up. But people in Thousand Autumn Valley recognize me. They need me to stay. Suddenly a strand of hair fell down. Russell then called, Xia, making him startled. So it was Yonyang. She said, if you die, then who will take me to eat delicious food? Just speaking. She gently flicked his forehead teasingly. Yonyang said, you don't go. I won't go either. Fong Xia rubbed his forehead and frowned slightly, smiling. Fong Xia said, having the golden finger attribute ability, I have to shamelessly consider myself the male lead. This hero, Fong Xia, will definitely be it. Then clenched his fist. Energy from his ring radiated. At this moment, Old Ancestor Chinhai also appeared, not forgetting to grumble a few sentences. Knew you wouldn't listen to my advice. Fong Xia suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. Senior. Old Ancestor Chinhai turned back with eyes full of trust saying, but if you have decided, the old ancestor won't stop you anymore. Not chaotic in times of danger. Brat, you have a bit of my style back then. But the rumor that the Xuanwu royal family has an origin pill realm cultivator is indeed not fake. Although this little strength is nothing to the old ancestor, with your current ability, how do you plan to deal with it? Fong Xia said with determination. Senior, rest assured. The mountain man has a brilliant plan. Scene change. Mo Yushu was standing alone. 5 elements sect suddenly causing trouble. Must be the instruction of the royal family. Finally, the royal family made a move. My days of ambush are about to end. Mo Yushu thought to himself. 3 years and another 3 years. 3 years and another 3 years. Almost 10 years already. Wait until I return. I will no longer be the illegitimate child bearing the name of disgrace. But suddenly an arm slapped heavily on Mo Yushu's shoulder, then greeted. Hello, making Mo Yushu jump. So it was Fong Xia. Fong Xia said, Mo Yushu, give you a chance. Want to be a good person? Mo Yushu asked back confusedly. You, what do you mean? The sinister face and tightly clenched fist of Fong Xia clearly showed anger. This meaning, Mo Yushu was now beaten black and blue, lying motionless on the ground groaning. Mommy, I want to go home. Fong Xia laughed heartily. Very good. One hit drops goods, while the hand still has strength. Hurry and take a bit more. Fong Xia cracked his knuckles crack. Seeing that, Mo Yushu turned pale, panicked, and spoke up asking, Surnamed Fong, what do you want to do? Fong Xia smiled sinisterly. Hee. Then he approached Mo Yushu. Mo Yushu's face turned pale with fear. Stay right there. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Xia rushed in and beat Mo Yushu mercilessly. He couldn't fight back and could only cry out. Wah, wah, wah. Scene change. Yunyang sat perched on a rooftop, looking around. Strange. Where on earth did Xia go? Suddenly, behind Yunyang, a figure holding a dagger appeared. He crept up from behind, preparing for a surprise attack. He held the dagger and thought to himself, good thing I still have the dagger my father gave me in my pouch. Otherwise, I would have really been trapped to death by that spiderweb. The little brat raised his dagger. It's all your fault this young master was trapped. You wretched woman, go die. Sensing something was wrong, Yunyang glanced back. Thanks to Yunyang's sharp senses, she spotted him in time and immediately launched a kick. Whoosh, sending him flying into the air. Thud, Yunyang said with annoyance, TCH. Then she jumped to the ground. So it was you annoying little brat. The little brat was covered in blood. He groaned, his face pale. Aya, but he still cursed defiantly. Damn it, you're just a demoness. After hearing him speak, Yunyang quickly climbed on top of him and stomped hard on his head, making him fall flat on his face. His face slammed mercilessly into the ground. The sound of cracking bones could be heard. Yunyang pressed her foot on the little brat's head and asked, Do you give up yet? If you don't, we can keep going. The terrified little brat quickly begged for mercy. Mercy, spare my life. I won't dare do it again. Yunyang pointed and ordered, Good. Hand over all the delicious food you have on you, and I'll spare your life. Scene changed to Mo Yushu's courtyard. He had been beaten to a pulp, gasping for breath like a soulless corpse. He didn't even have the strength to speak. Mommy, I want to go home. Fong Xia held a pile of attributes in his hands, swaying as he mumbled and counted. 7, 8, 9. With just one move, Fong Xia immediately clenched his fist, crushing all of them. This method of seeking power is just too satisfying. It feels pretty good. Let's check the Violet Palace in my mind's eye. Fong Xia entered a new space. Countless attributes now surrounded Fong Xia. He raised his hand. He lightly touched an attribute. It immediately glowed brilliantly. A notification panel appeared. 9 Dragon's Sacred Heart Art. The strongest body cultivation technique in the Xuanwu Kingdom. It can provide a cultivator with an endless source of qi and blood, thereby enhancing the cultivator's combat power. Normally, only the direct lineage of the royal family can cultivate it. Fragment collection progress. 12 out of 25 to unlock a new skill. Fong Xia said, I didn't expect the Violet Palace in my mind's eye could directly monitor the attribute collection status. I should have come here to check sooner. There are still more than 10 fragments of the 9 Dragon's Sacred Heart Art to collect. Suddenly, Fong Xia became pensive. Fong Xia opened his energy-filled hand and said, If I only beat you, the drop rate will be even lower. Should I continue? A young master was still lying flat on the ground, groaning. Oof, ouch. Peepweeze. Senior, please don't hit me anymore. Fong Xia thought. I think I've just discovered a new rule. The power gap between the two sides is too large. This causes the attribute drop rate to be lower. Beating the same person repeatedly in a short period will also lower the drop rate. Instead of wasting time here, I might as well find someone else to test this on. Fong Xia turned, waved, and smiled. Farewell. I'll be back another day. The young master trembled and raised his head to ask, Why you'll be back? You'll still come back later? Yunyang was eating something and was happy to see Fong Xia. I finally found you, Xia. Fong Xia asked worriedly. Yunyang, where did you pick up that pill? Don't eat it. Yunyang was enjoying the delicious food. She said happily. This pill, you mean? The young master from the Tianjua sect gave it to me. It's super delicious. Then Yunyang offered some to Fong Xia. Xia, you try some too. Open your mouth. Fong Xia hurriedly covered his mouth. Sweating profusely, he stammered. I don't need any. Yunyang, you can have it all yourself. Fong Xia thought to himself. From a human perspective, this color looks a bit much. A thought struck Fong Xia. Wait a minute. Did you say it was that young master from the Tianjua sect that we captured? Where is he? Take me to him, quickly. Fong Xia leaned in close to Yunyang, his intentions clear, and grabbed Fong Xia's hand and pulled him along. I know. I really don't know what to do with you. Weren't you the one who hated the pill I was eating before? So now you're going to find that guy to get a new one? Fong Xia. And dragged Fong Xia away. Ah Xia, you're acting like such a child. Fong Xia said awkwardly. Hey. Yunyang, you've misunderstood. Sigh. I wonder what kind of stuff that young master will drop. At the place where the young master of the Tianjua sect was being held, Fong Xia raised his hand in greeting. Yo, young master Mu. It's only been a day, but your appearance has changed quite a bit. Yunyang stood beside them, eating nonstop. The young master, with one side of his face scraped up, said, such flowery words. So you came to get the antidote for that woman, did you? Kneel before this young master, and I'll consider giving you the antidote. Fong Xia turned to him, confused, and asked, Antidote? What antidote? The young master sneered contemptuously. That foolish woman wanted me to give her food. So I, this young master, gave her the 9 poisons heart-devouring pill. I can't believe she actually ate it. Haha. The 9 poisons heart-devouring pill can even kill a divine ability user. She ate so many in one go. I'm afraid she'll be dead very soon. Fong Xia and Yunyang looked baffled. They turned and looked at each other in confusion. Fong Xia then tossed another 9 poisons heart-devouring pill into Yunyang's mouth and explained. Young Master Mu. Yunyang's true form is a spider. She's naturally poisonous. Giving her the 9 poisons heart-devouring pill won't do anything. It's just an extra snack. For her. The young master was shocked. What? Fong Xia said, actually, I really just wanted to find you to spar a little. Fong Xia then cracked his knuckles. Clap. He said with a determined look. But now, you bastard, you deserve to be beaten so badly you can't even live a normal life. The young master backed away in fear. You dare touch me? The Tianjua sect will kill. They'll slaughter your entire family. Before he could react, a punch like a bolt from the blue slammed right into his face. I'll kill your mother. The blow seemed to make him fall apart. He lay motionless on the ground. I think he's broken, and said, I can't even make out what he looks like anymore. Xia was still fuming, smoke coming from his nostrils. His anger hadn't subsided. Fong Xia grabbed him by the collar. He yanked him up. Fong Xia said, This young master, will sooner or later have you drawn and quartered. I'll make it so you people can't even die a proper death. Immediately after, another powerful punch was thrown. Bam, bam, bam. Get lost. The blow sent him flying several feet away, but all he got were 2 meager attributes. Fong Xia thought with disappointment. TCH, this young master Mu is probably too weak. I hit him so many times, but only 2 light attributes dropped. Fong Xia then crushed the 2 attributes to absorb them completely. Fong Xia thought, whatever. It's better than nothing. Fong Xia sighed. It's clear my previous guess was right. The target is too weak. Hitting one target too many times, indeed. It causes the attribute drop rate to decrease. This limitation means I can't take advantage of these weaklings. I need to find new opponents to fight. His face was now a bloody mess. He was completely unrecognizable. Suddenly, someone called out, does he have any more of those round pills on him? Fong Xia turned around and smiled and said, I still want to eat more. Yunyang's whole body was emitting a brilliant light that dazzled Fong Xia. So bright. Fong Xia covered his eyes and said, Yunyang, that light around you is. Chinhai Laozu suddenly rushed out. Damn it. She's about to have a breakthrough. Fong Xia was surprised. A breakthrough. Chinhai Laozu smiled and said, Little girl, show me your divine wheel. A ring appeared. Boom. First heaven of the divine ability realm. I can really feel the increase in power. Chinhai Laozu said. After all, since coming to Chinchio Valley, this little girl has eaten quite a lot of good stuff. Fong Xia was worried. That works too? Chinhai Laozu replied. Demonic beasts are better at accumulating these foods as cultivation. And immediately channeled her internal energy. She released a mystical purple aura. Look, I just comprehended this. Fong Xia smiled and said, a new poison attack attribute. Not bad at all. Suddenly, Fong Xia held up 2 fingers, startling Chinhai Laozu. But I'm immune to all poisons. Chinhai Laozu shoved a mirror in front of Fong Xia's face and yelled, immune to all poisons, my ass. You rotten brat. Take a look at your own face. Fong Xia looked at his face and was stunned. Whoa! Blood was flowing from Fong Xia's mouth, nose, and eyes. Fong Xia looked at his trembling hands and thought, no way. My poison resistance attribute has stopped working. No, that's not right. It must be that because her realm increased, Yunyang's poison has gotten stronger. Suddenly, Fong Xia saw multiple images of Yunyang. Fong Xia's vision blurred, and he felt dizzy. My head hurt so much. So many Yunyangs. Suddenly, An leaned in. She gently placed a kiss on Fong Xia's cheek, shocking him. He stood frozen on the spot. Suddenly, Fong Xia's face turned bright red. It turned out Yunyang was biting Fong Xia's cheek, making him cry out. Ow, ow. Yunyang, why are you biting me? Chinhai Laozu shouted in frustration. You idiot. She's sucking the poison out for you. Fong Xia was surprised. Really? I don't feel dizzy anymore. Chinhai Laozu said. The little girl has entered the divine ability realm. Her poison is much stronger than when she was in the wheel opening realm. Do you now understand how important one's realm is for a divine ability user? With your current cultivation level. If you want to fight someone from the Xuanwu royal family, you'd just be throwing your life away. Fong Xia thought, dazed, thinking about being killed with a single slash. Fong Xia quickly asked, then, senior, is there any way to raise my realm in a short amount of time? Chinhai Laozu smiled and replied, there are no easy paths to raising one's realm. You can only rely on your own efforts, accumulating it bit by bit. However, I, Laozu, can give you some pointers. It will help you achieve twice the results with half the effort. Fong Xia joyfully clasped his hands and said, regarding the matter of improving my cultivation, I hope senior will provide more guidance. Chinhai Laozu said, in the process of a divine ability user practicing various techniques, they strengthen their soul and spirit. Their physical strength increases. That is how they raise their realm. You understand divine ability techniques as soon as you encounter them. You know them as soon as you learn them. You lack the process of tempering yourself. Naturally, your realm cannot increase. Fong Xia thought pensively. While I was collecting attribute fragments, I obtained skills that would normally take many years to cultivate. Although the attribute ability allows me to skip the cultivation process, it doesn't increase my realm. The realm is like a character's level. If I want to raise my realm, I can only rely on cultivation, slowly leveling up from 0. Chinhai Laozu presented 3 books and said, mortals who want to enter the wheel opening realm all start by practicing body refining techniques. But I, Laozu, don't have such low-level techniques on hand. Fong Xia quickly said, senior, I have a body refining technique called the 9 Dragons Sacred Heart Art. Chinhai Laozu asked, the 9 Dragons Sacred Heart Art? Tell me about it. Scene change. At the same time, the representatives of the major sects, under the emperor's order to attack Qinqiu Valley, were in the Tianjua sect's meeting hall. One person spoke up. Fellow sect masters, my son has been captured by Qinqiu Valley. An elder of my sect was also killed by Ji Qishi's sword Qi. The situation is not as easy as the imperial court said. We can't act as we did before. We must plan our preparations carefully. This was the sect master of the Tianjua sect, Mu Fugui. A bald man spoke up angrily. Have we all been played by the imperial court? There must be a problem with the court's intelligence. Another man with purple hair also said, that's right. Ji Qishi's strength is clearly at its peak. How could he have such power? The sect master of the Wuxing sect, Xiao Chuqiu, also spoke up. That little emperor definitely wants us to be his vanguard. If it weren't for the benefits promised by the imperial court, my Wuxing sect wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. Mu Fugui said loudly, don't be hasty. The Xuanwu emperor has long since arranged for an inside man in Qinqiu Valley. Don't forget about that resonance art. Xuanger's face was filled with sorrow. Mu Fugui continued, anyone with royal blood, or a noble granted the king's blood, can transmit information under any circumstances, even through any barrier. We just need to use the dragon vein to contact an insider there. and we can clarify the true situation of Chinchio Valley. The bald man said, if that's the case. Taoist brother Tianjua, why don't you cast the spell quickly? Mu Fugue explained. Everyone should know. Opening this secret channel consumes a great deal of power. Cultivating the resonance art with royal blood will cause the user to be heavily tainted. Even if it's purged afterward, it will take a considerable amount of effort. Coupled with the backlash of the secret art, the caster will suffer immense damage. Xiao Chuchio thought, this old fox. He's just beating around the bush to get more benefits. Xiao Chuchio produced an energy orb and said, Brother Mu, rest assured. We won't let you waste your efforts for nothing. Taoist brother, please take a look. This is a 5 thunder bead. It's a thunderstone refined from the battlefield below the Xian abyss. The power hidden within is equivalent to a full force strike from a first heaven Daotai realm expert. I'll give this 5 thunder bead to you. Mu Fugue was suddenly surprised. Mu Fugue called out, Shuang'er. She replied, yes. After she knelt down, Xiao Chuchio praised. What an exquisite female slave. Sect Master Mu is truly fortunate. Xiao Chuchio looked down at Shuang'er. Shuang'er's face was beautiful. Her eyes sparkled. Xiao Chuchio knelt down, taking Shuang'er's hand with one of his. With his other hand, he squeezed Shuang'er's rear and said, now, you must hold this bead steady for your sect master. If you drop and break it, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Shuang'er only replied, yes. The men standing nearby who witnessed the scene exchanged glances. They smiled lewdly. Immediately after, they all took out their precious treasures, offering them respectfully. The man with long green hair said, Sect Master Mu. This is the Wind Harmony Azure Silvergrass from Mount Kanglin. Even a Daotai realm expert needs it to mend their soul. The man with purple hair said, this is a treasured mirror that I invited a grandmaster from the capital to refine just a few days ago. And the bald man said, I don't have many treasures. This pill can heal wounds and increase cultivation. It is the finest among all spirit pills. Then they spoke to Shuang'er with disgusting tones. Little slave girl. My treasure is better. You should take my treasure. My treasure is better. Not bad at all, The girl just silently lowered her head, unable to speak. Mu Fugue laughed and said, everyone, we are all old friends. Why be so polite? How can I accept this? Shuang'er, let's begin. Quickly activate the Dragon Vein Resonance art. Fellow sect masters, please wait. Shuang'er obeyed. Understood. The bald man exclaimed, wait a minute. Taoist friend Tianjua. What you're doing is not appropriate. Xiao Chuchio also shouted. We offered so many treasures to compensate you because we were afraid your body would be harmed. And you're having a female slave do it instead? Mu Fugue said. Fellow Taoists, please rest assured. This woman was personally trained by me. Aside from her slightly weaker cultivation, the Dragon Vein Resonance art she performs is no different from when I do it myself. The crowd was still restless. How can it be the same? That's right. Shuang'er suddenly opened her eyes and spoke. I've contacted the insider. He said his name is Moen. He was a member of the Imperial Guard. He later joined Chinchio Valley. He has now become a high-ranking deacon. Mu Fugue was delighted. Our luck isn't bad. We contacted a major figure on our first try. Shuang'er, find out about the other hidden agents in the valley and the situation with that old man. Do it well. Shuang'er, the other sect masters, and I will reward you handsomely. Shuang'er forced a smile. Scene change. At the same time, in Fong Xia's room. Fong Xia was confused. I just lay down for a bit. And what the hell is this that just popped up? Where are the Imperial Court spies in Chinchio Valley? Here. I am the hidden Imperial Guard, Moen. My name is Enkayu. I am currently a deacon of Chinchio Valley. Fong Xia immediately opened it. A public chat room? What is the Old Sword King situation? The Old Sword King has discovered the secret of yin and yang, life and death. He is preparing to break through to the Daotai realm. The Old Sword King is probably the sect master, right? I didn't expect that old man to have such a title. Fong Xia thought. I remember now. This is the Dragon Vein Resonance art mentioned in the 9 Dragons Sacred Heart art. I can't believe it's being broadcast like this. It makes sense, though. The people of this world's understanding is not yet sufficient for them to comprehend the existence of someone called a hacker. Senior Moen. Where are my other 15 spies? What are their names? The other 15 are all my subordinates, including... Fong Xia held the paper in his hand and thought, I can't believe the enemy delivered their conspiracy right into my hands. Chinhai Laozu opened the book and said, Brat, I've looked over the 9 Dragons' Sacred Heart art. The effect is not bad. Practice it well, and it will surely help you increase your cultivation. It would be great if it were the complete technique. Fong Xia said, Senior, I happen to have a way to make it complete, but I'll need your and Yunyang's help. Scene change. The sky was dark. In a room, a deacon of Chinchio Valley, and Caillou, whose real name was Moan, was cultivating. I am Moan. I am Moan. The people of Chinchio Valley have discovered a flaw in the 5 elements grand array. They are currently trying to dig a secret tunnel out. This matter cannot be delayed. Send people to wipe them out. Suddenly, a terrified scream echoed from outside, and Caillou opened the door and was surprised. There's no one here? Could someone be eavesdropping? Yunyang and Fong Xia, with their faces covered, were above him. And on the roof, Chinhai Laozu was in charge of blowing wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A voice from inside the house asked, Who are you? Mr. and Mrs. Li, tonight. The cries in Chinchio Valley were endless. Clear. Fong Xia used the celestial absorption art and dealt with all the spies. Afterward, he left clear traces. And Caillou was knocked unconscious. With Yunyang's help, the fragments of the 9 Dragons' Sacred Heart art were completely collected. With Chinhai Laozu's guidance, Fong Xia spent the whole night modifying the 9 Dragons' Sacred Heart art. In the Chinchio Hall, the next day, the elders urgently convened a meeting regarding the attack on 16 Chinchio Valley disciples. Since Ji Qishi was still in seclusion, he was replaced by a statue. Lei Xiao said, Everyone, the injuries on those people, we have all examined them. Elder Lu said, Those injuries were definitely caused by the celestial absorption art. Lu Jing'er said loudly, Isn't that one of the Tianjua sect's cheap tricks? Chu Zhiyan also spoke up. They must be trying to rescue their young master. Everyone. As a new guest elder, Fong Xia was also allowed to attend. Fong Xia sat bored, not listening. Lei Xiao said, That expert from the Tianjua sect is probably still in the valley. We must find him. Elder Lu shouted, What's the use in finding him? The priority now is to stabilize morale and have the disciples continue their cultivation, improving their cultivation level to prepare for battle. Lu Jing'er slammed her hand on her face and said, If we don't find him quickly, what if he secretly attacks someone else? Chu Zhiyan agreed. That's right. Finding that Tianjua sect expert is the way to calm everyone's nerves. Suddenly, Fong Xia sneezed. Qing Shuzi laughed and said, A bunch of fools. Only Brother Yuanxian understands. This is the 5th elder, Qing Shuzi. Lu Jing'er angrily shot up, slammed her hands on the table, and yelled, You green-haired freak. Who are you calling a fool? Qing Shuzi replied, What's the use of catching 1 or 2 attackers? If they can get in once, they can definitely get in a second time. If we don't stabilize morale now and improve our cultivation, I'm afraid we'll just become meat on their chopping block. Fong Xia still sat quietly to one side, silently observing their argument. Lu Jing'er said, If we can't catch the enemy, how can the disciples practice? Qing Shuzi sneered. If we don't seize the time to practice, how can we defeat the enemy? Zhongyu quickly waved his hands. That. Everyone, please stop arguing. We can secretly send a few people to investigate. That way, we won't disturb the disciples' cultivation, okay? This is the 4th elder, Zhongyu. His nickname is Baozi, Pushover. He is in charge of the daily affairs in the valley, the hard work that the other elders are unwilling to do. Everyone started arguing chaotically. Morale is already low right now. Investigating secretly will only make them more anxious. How long will a secret investigation take, Baozi? You're not taking my side again. You're such a two-faced person. Haha. Zhongyu was terrified. He trembled and hid behind Fong Xia. Fong Xia feigned a cough. Ahem, ahem. Everyone, I have a plan. It can both ensure the disciples' safety and speed up their cultivation. Everyone turned to look at Fong Xia. Qing Shuzi said, You actually know how to use plans? I thought you only knew how to go around provoking people. Like how you treated that junior, Mo Yushu. Then she kept pressing forward, her chest pushing Zhongyu until he could barely breathe. Zhongyu was terrified. So heavy. Fong Xia just gave a forced, helpless smile. The two who were beaten by Fong Xia spoke up. Taoist friend Fong. Don't mind the fifth elder's words. That's right. There's something wrong with her brain. Don't pay her any mind. May I ask what plan Taoist friend Fong has? Qing Shuzi said. Elder Lu, how could you too? Fong Xia cut in. The poor disciples from last night all have one thing in common. They were all attacked late at night while walking alone. They could only choose that time. Otherwise they would have been discovered. As Fong Xia spoke, he clenched his other hand, confusing Zhong Yu and Qing Shuzi. Fong Xia continued his analysis. Therefore, as long as we ensure the inner sect disciples, especially the disciples who were beaten last night, are constantly watched over, the culprit will not be able to strike again. Qing Shuzi laughed loudly. Ha! Easier said than done. The cultivation techniques of the disciples in the valley are not the same. Some methods require them to be at a specific time and place to cultivate. So how can we ensure we know when they've split from the group? Chu Zhuyun and Lu Jinger were silent, unable to refute. Fong Xia pulled out a book and said, as long as, before we find that spy, everyone practices the same technique, it will be fine. I have a copy of the 8 Dragons Sacred Heart Art here. It's the strongest body-strengthening technique of the Xuanwu royal family. Everyone asked, did you just say the 9 Dragons Sacred Heart Art? We all heard you say 9. Fong Xia held up the book and said, my 8 Dragons Sacred Heart Art is different from the 9 Dragons Sacred Heart Art. The 9 Dragons Sacred Heart Art requires the blood and lineage of the royal family to practice. My version doesn't have this restriction. If you want to quickly advance your cultivation, this is the best choice. The statue of Ji Qishi was still placed on the chair. Fong Xia smiled slyly and said, this is a cultivation technique that is beneficial to everyone. I'm afraid you won't find a second one like it. Qing Shuzi asked, such a good technique. And you're willing to share it with us? Fong Xia winked and replied, of course, I can't just give it to you for free. I have one small condition. Zhong Yu's eyes widened. Senior Fong Yu, whatever you want, just say it. No matter what treasure it is. As long as Qinqiu Valley has it, we will offer it with both hands. Fong Xia waved his hand and smiled slyly. I don't need any treasures. I just want to spar with you all a little. Everyone turned in astonishment and asked, spar? Is it that simple? A brilliant light emanated from Fong Xia. Fong Xia patted his chest and said, I, Fong Xia, have only one wish. To make friends through martial arts. To exchange pointers with heroes from all walks of life. Then he held up the book and continued, if you all here can help me realize this dream, then this 8 Dragons Sacred Heart Art will belong to Qinqiu Valley. Everyone said in unison, Taoist friend Fong. It's a deal. Zhong Yu suddenly burst into tears. My lady, in the courtyard of Qinqiu Valley, everyone had been knocked out by Fong Xia. When it was Zhong Yu's turn, he cried and begged. Senior Fong, please be gentle. Fong Xia waved his hand and said, little junior sister, please don't say things that could be so easily misunderstood. Fong Xia smiled and thought to himself, thankfully, with the help of the 6 elders here, spring and autumn unity, when sword art, tyrant thunder 6 sword art, Song Yu sword cleansing art, I was able to sweep up the 3 great sword arts of Qinqiu Valley. Fong Xia said to Zhong Yu, all right, little junior sister, there's something I forgot to mention. Please help me pass on a message. This 8 Dragons Sacred Heart Art of mine has a small flaw. During the practice process, you might experience some auditory hallucinations. Zhong Yu asked blankly, auditory hallucinations? Fong Xia explained, no matter what sound you hear, you just need to recite a phrase in your mind. I am MON. I am MON. Requesting support. Requesting support. I am being pursued by a Yuandan realm expert. But I am not worried, because his horse is not as fast as mine. Everyone, remember this well. Zhong Yu nodded. Understood. The next day, at the training grounds, led by the 6 elders, the 8 Dragons Sacred Heart scripture was quickly spread widely among the disciples. Everyone began to recite, I am MON. I am MON requesting support. Requesting support. I am being pursued by a Yuandan realm expert. But I am not panicking at all, because his horse doesn't run as fast as mine. The disciples of Qinqiu Valley cultivated day and night. Their morale also stabilized. the first-class protected animal of Chinchou Valley, was even more tightly protected by the united and loving disciples. Moan gritted his teeth and thought, who on earth is playing these tricks? Now I can't use the 9-dragon sacred heart art to send messages out anymore. Fong Xia and Yunyang stood on a roof, looking down. Fong Xia praised, "You brat, you really have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. No matter the world, this kind of chaos operation is extremely effective." Yunyang said, "Xia, you're saying strange things again," and turned and asked Fong Xia, "Why not just kill them? Isn't this very risky?" Fong Xia explained, "Keeping them alive is, of course, because they still have their uses." Chinhai Laozu also agreed. "That's right. Speaking of which, just having the 9-dragon sacred heart body refining technique is not enough. Next, we need to find a technique to enhance magical arts." Fong Xia stroked his chin and smiled. "A technique to enhance magical arts, huh?" Then an idea struck him. "I have a way." As he spoke, Fong Xia playfully flicked Yunyang's soft pigtails. "Yunyang, I need to go out for something. How far can your earth-burrowing technique take me?" And replied, After my realm increased, I can go a little farther than before. If not, let's give it a try." Outside the wind-sealing Grand Array, Xiao Chuchio said, "We've been waiting miserably for 2 days based on that MON's instructions. Why is there still no news?" The long-haired man agreed. "Exactly. Just waiting like this won't solve anything." Mu Fuguei urged Shuanger. "Shuanger, have you contacted MON yet?" Just as she was channeling her energy, Shuanger suddenly coughed up blood. Shuanger trembled weakly and said, "There's a problem with the dragon vein resonance art. It seems to have been broken by someone else." Mu Fuguei asked, "There's a problem?" Mu Fuguei slapped Shuanger hard across the face. Slap. Then he yelled, "I think the problem is you. Is the dragon vein resonance art so easily broken?" Xiao Chuchio said, "Brother Mu, she has no reason to lie to you. What's more, whether there's a problem with the secret art or not, you can find out with a single check." The bald man said loudly and angrily, "Taoist friend Tianjua, we listened to you before. We've already brought out all our good stuff." The purple-haired man next to him also said, "And now you're still pretending? You're showing us no respect at all." Xiao Chuchio's eyes were dangerous. He pressed close to Mu Fuguei and said in a low voice, "That's right, Brother Mu. After all, it's not impossible that a certain sect master was ambushed and killed by people from Chinchou Valley outside, right?" Mu Fuguei broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, trying to calm them down. "Everyone, let's talk this over. I'll do it myself, all right?" A strange voice called out, "I am MON. I am MON requesting support. Requesting support. I am being pursued by a Yuandan realm expert. But I am not panicking at all, because his horse doesn't run as fast as mine. May I ask if you are MON? I am the sect master of the Tianjua sect. I have something to ask you." Another strange voice replied, "Yo, so you're the sect master of the Tianjua sect? Your son is in my hands. If you want him to live, then get your ass out here and kowtow to this granddaddy." Mu Fuguei was startled. "What?" Then he roared furiously, "You're courting death. What have you done to my son?" The strange voice replied, "Other than beating him like a pig until he was a bloody mess, with a swollen face and broken bones. I haven't done anything at all." Mu Fuguei screamed, "You bastard! How dare you? Give me back my son." It turned out the strange voices talking to Mu Fuguei were Yunyang and Fong Xia. Fong Xia retorted, "If you've got the guts, come and get him." Yunyang was leading Fong Xia as they sped through the deep earth. Fong Xia said, "You brat, what are you planning to do by coming out this time?" "I'm going to their Tianjua sect to learn a bit of their celestial breathing art. I hope I don't run into someone as weak as young Master Mu. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to collect the complete technique." Yunyang said worriedly to Fong Xia, Xia, I'm running out of strength." Fong Xia quickly said, Sorry. Let's go up to the surface." Mu Fuguei's voice echoed down. "You two, get out here. I will tear you limb from limb." Fong Xia laughed loudly. "So arrogant, huh?" Then Fong Xia and Yunyang shot up from underground, confusing the group of people. Fong Xia declared heroically, "Listen up, you brat from Tianjua. I am your grandfather, Tianjin Fan." Fong Xia and Chinhai Laozu saw Shuang'er lying sprawled on the ground. They were both startled and confused. "Whoa, why is there a corpse as soon as we get to the surface? Did we just barge into someone's new grave? What bad luck?" So unlucky. Suddenly, the sky turned dark. Huh. Why did the sky suddenly get dark? Mu Fuguei gritted his teeth. So, it was your trickery, you brat. Mu Fuguei advanced, his aura flaring. Fong Xia and Chunhai Laozu covered their mouths, sweating. Oh, mother. Mu Fuguei channeled his power. His face darkened as he said, Fellow sect masters, do not interfere. Leave this one to me. Fong Xia thought to himself. Oh, great. So I've run right into the old boss of the Tianjua sect. Even Chunhai Laozu had to speak up worriedly. Whoa. I can sense the aura of several Daotai realm experts. Fong Xia replied. What kind of luck did we draw? Our luck is even worse than those who crawl out of their graves. Fong Xia quickly whispered to Yunyang. Yunyang, quick, hide underground. Yunyang replied. This time, the earth burrowing was a bit far. I need to eat something to recover my strength first. Mu Fuguei was furious to the extreme. His surging aura crashed towards the three of them. Go to hell, Tianjin fan. The three of them quickly dodged. Wow. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, shaking the green forest. Billowing dust filled the air. The thick smoke cleared. Mu Fuguei stood tall and wondered. He actually managed to dodge a strike from me? It seems the matter of kidnapping my son and killing the elder under my command was all you're doing. Xia sighed. Yunyang's eyes suddenly lit up as she said, Ah, I can smell it. That fierce-looking guy has food on him. If I can eat a little, we can escape. Chunhai Laozu was worried. That fellow is in the Daotai realm. He's not someone you two can handle. Fong Xia suddenly jumped up and down. Hey ho, settle down. We will definitely win. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Xia immediately pulled the other two over to a table to discuss their strategy. All right, listen to my plan. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Then he ordered. All troops attack. Chinhai will be the vanguard. A piece of cake. Fong Xia in the middle. And brings up the rear. Understood. Fong Xia declared heroically. Sect master of Tianjua. Let me fight you one-on-one. Mu Fuguei said. You'll regret this. Fuguei wasted no more words. He immediately used the celestial breathing art to strike directly at Fong Xia. Without delay, Fong Xia immediately executed a series of punches and kicks to counter the attack. Fong Xia gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with determination. Then he punched Mu Fuguei right in the face. Fong Xia looked up in surprise. Mu Fuguei dusted himself off and said with a smile, The Daotai realm, for someone like you. Yet he was completely unfazed. He immediately counterattacked with a powerful palm strike straight to Fong Xia's chest and said, Is an existence of absolute suppression. That strike immediately sent Fong Xia flying. He panted heavily and thought, That really hurt. Damn, my chest was almost torn apart. Mu Fuguei raised his fist and said, Celestial breathing art, focus. Both of them simultaneously unleashed their full power. Fong Xia's situation did not look good. Fong Xia gritted his teeth, worried. My right arm is completely numb. Mu Fuguei smiled and said, The celestial breathing art can condense true qi around the body. With my true qi and cultivation level suppressing you, how can you possibly be my opponent in a one-on-one fight? A figure appeared behind Mu Fuguei, a stream of poison. Qi shot past his face like a flash of lightning. It caught him by surprise, and he couldn't react in time. He began to feel dizzy. His vision started to blur. Just a touch on the skin made my body go limp. What kind of poison is this? Why couldn't I smell it? Chunhai Laozu, quick as lightning, snatched his treasure pouch. Got it. He had a wound on his cheek. His face was pale as he panted and said, You said it was a one-on-one fight. Fong Xia laughed and said, You actually believed me when I said one-on-one? In fact, the entire plan was for Fong Xia to be the distraction. Yunyang would attack from behind, and Chunhai Laozu would be the thief on the front line. Did you think I wanted to fight? In reality, I was just a distraction. Mu Fuguei couldn't believe what he was hearing. Chunhai Laozu opened Mu Fuguei's pouch. Let's see what's inside this thing. This grass and these pills are edible. Then he threw them into Yunyang's mouth. Little girl, catch. En's eyes lit up as she caught them. Ooh. Fong Xia urged Yunyang. Time is short. Yunyang, hurry up and absorb it. Sect master of Tianjua. As for you, I'm sorry. I'm just taking your life while you're down. After a while, Seeing that Mu Fuguei had not returned, Xiao Chuqiu wondered, what happened to Sect Master Mu? Why isn't he finished yet? The long-haired man said, I don't know. But the fog is blocking our view. Look, Sect Master Mu is coming out. A blurry figure appeared. Fong Xia stepped out. His hand clenched around Mu Fuguei's neck. He announced coldly, the Sect Master of Tianjue is dead. Do any of you other Sect Masters wish to join him? The long-haired man shouted. Sect Master Mu was killed? Xiao Chuqiu asked in confusion. Who in the world are you? Fong Xia closed his eyes and said, I won't hide it from you. I am the first Sect Master of Qianqiu Valley, Chao Haixing. Note, change Zhu Haixing to Chao Haixing. Xiao Chuqiu didn't believe him. Nonsense. Chao Haixing died 700 years ago. Even a Yuandan realm expert would have turned to dust by now. There's no way he could be alive. Fong Xia spoke coldly and dropped his corpse to the ground. You mortals, who said I'm only in the Yuandan realm? Without hesitation, Fong Xia unleashed his hidden power. Whoosh. Then he asked, do you know what this is? The long-haired man and the bald man shouted. The three incredibly powerful sword diagrams of Qianqiu Valley. Sword diagram. A sword cultivator can condense their understanding of the way of the sword into a sword diagram. The deeper the understanding, the clearer the sword diagram. Xiao Chuqiu said, worried and frightened. To be able to deploy three such clear sword diagrams is clearly not something a normal person can do. Fong Xia said, in that case, everyone. Fong Xia snapped his fingers. Rest in peace. A cry was heard. Ah! Everything gradually vanished. Xiao Chuqiu covered his eyes. Then he opened them in surprise. Huh, I'm still alive. Where's Chao Haixing? Was that guy just an illusion? Mu Fuguei was panting heavily. Huh? Xiao Chuqiu called out, Sect Master Mu. Mu Fuguei turned around, gritting his teeth and growling. We were all tricked by that brat. 2 hours later, inside Fong Xia's purple mansion, his eyes were fixed on the fruits of his labor. This father is indeed a bit stronger than his son. One fight was enough to collect the complete celestial breathing art. Celestial breathing art, complete. Lingering gaze eye technique, 1 fragment. Spirit pupil nurturing eye, 1 fragment. What a haul. A great haul. Suddenly, something caught Fong Xia's attention. What the hell is this? Slave contract, 1 fragment. You can get this kind of thing too? Fong Xia pointed and said with a laugh. Let's see. How to use this slave contract. Fong Xia immediately touched the attribute, and it was instantly activated. Slave contract, alter consciousness, control life and death, transmit messages from a distance, restrict behavior. Fong Xia was bewildered. Hey. This really seems like the kind of thing scumbags used back in the day. Scene changed to the gathering point of the major sects attacking Qianqiu Valley. In the underground prison, Shuang'er was locked up. Shuang'er's eyes suddenly lit up. Fong Xia appeared and asked, Hey, are you there? Shuang'er's eyes sparkled as she asked, You? Who are you? Fong Xia gave a forced smile, pointed at his face, and replied, Me? Oh right. My name is Tianjin Fan. Shuang'er asked, Are you the one who broke the Dragon Vein resonance art? Are you the senior Tianjin Fan who defeated the Sect Master? How are you able to use the summoning art that only a contract signer can use? Fong Xia gave a forced laugh and scratched his head. Well, I have my ways. Then he suddenly asked, Are you? Shuang'er knelt down, sobbing. Senior, I beg you. Please save me. As long as you get me away from that bastard, the Tianjue Sect Master. Shuang'er is willing to be your beast of burden for the rest of her life. Fong Xia asked again, What? The Tianjue Sect Master wants to kill you? Shuang'er replied, He won't kill me, but he makes my life a living hell. Shuang'er began to recount her life story. 10 years ago, he framed my parents for trying to assassinate him. Then he killed my parents. And he seized all of my family's assets. But when he discovered I had a talent for cultivation, he spared my life. He hypocritically took me in to show off his magnanimity. But from childhood to adulthood, he has always treated me like an animal. He would beat me without a word of warning. He even forced me to be implanted with a slave contract. Shuang'er then took off her robe. Fong Xia was stunned and shocked when he saw. He covered his mouth, speechless. Shuang'er continued her story. Once I go against his will, I have to endure excruciating torment, day and night. My body is being eaten away. Fong Xia closed his eyes tightly in anger, then shouted, "Forget being a beast of burden. I will definitely find a way to help you escape the control of that bastard." Hearing those words from Fong Xia, Shuang couldn't hold back her emotions. "Thank you, Senior. If there is anything I can do to help, please just say the word." Shuang will definitely do her best. Fong Xia then asked, "Then let me ask you. After I broke the 9 Dragons' Sacred Heart art, did you receive any more news? From within Qianxiu Valley or from the Imperial Court?" Shuang replied, "There has been no more news from the spies inside Qianxiu Valley. But the Imperial Court sent a secret message. Duke Wei, Lord Mo Yuanlong, is on his way to Qianxiu Valley." Fong Xia asked, "I've heard this Mo Yuanlong is incredibly strong. Is there any intelligence on his strength?" Shuang replied, "Although he has the power of a Yuandan expert, he cannot be away from the royal capital for too long." Fong Xia was confused. "Cannot be away from the royal capital for too long? What does that mean?" Shuang explained, "In fact, his actual strength should be called a false core. The reason he is stationed in the royal capital year-round is to ensure the fortune of the Xuanwu kingdom does not weaken. On the other hand, it is also to borrow the power of the royal capital, to prevent his realm from declining. According to their judgment, if Lord Mo Yuanlong travels at full speed, it will take him only 6 days to reach Qianxiu Valley. And after leaving the royal capital, the longest he can maintain his Yuandan realm is about 7 days. Fong Xia smiled, which means that after arriving at Qianxiu Valley, his Yuandan realm can only be maintained for 1 day. Fong Xia was secretly pleased. The Xuanwu kingdom clearly understands this, which is why he has been slow to act. If Qianxiu Valley, under the attack of a Yuandan realm expert, can hold out for more than a day, then there will definitely be a chance of survival. Moreover, right now, Qianxiu Valley has me as its trump card. Through legend, Fong Xia can counter and upgrade the opponent's cards. Gone Emperor. Perhaps it will be possible to turn his own tricks against him." At Fong Xia's Zhonghua courtyard, Lei Xiao said pensively, "I can't believe Mo Yuanlong is coming in person. This is truly bad news." Elder Lu reassured, "His Yuandan realm can only be maintained for a short time. That is a good thing." Fong Xia said, "We probably only have 2 or 3 days left. Qianxiu Valley must face a decisive battle. We must seize the time to move the disciples." Lei Xiao's face turned purple with anger. He slammed his hand down on the table with great force. "We originally wanted to let the disciples leave through the secret tunnel, but we didn't expect the Imperial Court spies to sabotage it time and time again." Fong Xia held a piece of paper in his hand. Then he held it up and said, "This is the list of spies." Lei Xiao and Elder Lu couldn't believe it. They are the spies? Weren't these people beaten by the Tianjue sect's men before? Fong Xia smiled awkwardly and rubbed his head. "I didn't tell you before, but the Tianjue sect expert who came to attack, that was me." Everyone was surprised. Fong Xia quickly explained, "It was like this, and then like this." Elder Lu replied, Oh. Lei Xiao immediately turned and ran. Lei, will go and cut them down." Fong Xia quickly stopped him. "Old Lei, get back here." Lei Xiao turned back and asked, "What do you mean, Taoist friend Fong? Letting them live for another moment. Won't that be even more dangerous?" Fong Xia replied confidently, "I have already destroyed their communication channels. Keeping them alive poses no danger. On the contrary, ensuring the lives of the Qianxiu Valley disciples will still require their help." Fong Xia said, "The royal family spies have been surrounded by us. Right now, their communication channels are limited. We can use these spies to spread false information. For example, the location of the secret tunnel." Lei Xiao said, "Feint in the east, attack in the west." Elder Lu sobbed and praised, "A brilliant plan. Taoist friend Fong is truly talented." Fong Xia was modest. "You too flatter me." "Oh right. Your old sect master versus Mo Yuanlong in his false core state. What are the chances of winning?" Both of them were silent for a moment. Elder Lu said pensively, "Mo Yuanlong is the #1 expert of Xuanwu. His status is noble, and he has many treasures. If they were to face off, I'm afraid the outcome would be hard to predict." Fong Xia clenched his fist and said, "If only there were a way to quickly break through to the Yuandan realm." He thought to himself, I'm afraid these two elders don't know that the old sect master hasn't broken through yet. Chinhai Laozu suddenly flew over and said, In your dreams, how could there be a way to break through so quickly? Fong Xia quickly cut in. Senior, even if you didn't say it, I would have known. Chinhai Laozu said irritably, Don't interrupt. Although I don't have a way to make you break through to the Yuandan realm, I can still help you break through to the false core realm in a short time. Fong Xia and Chinhai Laozu suddenly hugged each other joyfully. Fong Xia asked, Senior, do you really have a way? Chinhai Laozu replied, After all, in my era, Yuandan stage experts were everywhere, and Daotai stage experts were as common as dogs on the street. There's no shortage of ways to break through. Lei Xiao and Elder Lu sat watching and judging. Does this little thing even know what it's talking about? His tone makes it sound like he really has a way. Lei Xiao and Elder Lu exchanged a glance. Whatever. The only way is to see it through to the end. Chinhai Laozu warned. Don't get too happy just yet. The price to pay for a forced breakthrough is very high. Fong Xia was bewildered. The price. Lei Xiao said, I'll try. No matter what the price is. For Qinqiu Valley. I, Lei, will accept it all. Elder Lu said loudly. Let me go. If there is such a way, then even taking my life would not be a problem. Chinhai Laozu leaned in close to Fong Xia and said, A forced increase in power to break through can only be maintained for a short time. Afterward, you will fall back to being immortal. Many divine ability users have had their Dao hearts damaged because of this, to the point where they could never cultivate again for the rest of their lives. Chinhai Laozu emphasized, Brat, are you still willing, even knowing this? I have to say this ugly truth first. If you really lose your ability to cultivate, then I, Laozu, won't bother with you either. Fong Xia was silent. Lei Xiao and Elder Lu spoke up anxiously. We are willing to bear all the consequences. Please tell us the method. Chinhai Laozu turned and shouted. Sit quietly to the side. With the aptitude of you two, it would take you nearly 2 years to comprehend it. Lei Xiao and Elder Lu were dejected. Is the gap between us and Taoist friend Feng that large? Fong Xia suddenly asked, Senior, if there really is a way to quickly increase my cultivation, then I agree to learn it. Chinhai Laozu slapped Fong Xia hard. Thwack. Then he yelled, Brat, you have to think this through carefully. You are a stranger to Qinqiu Valley. Is paying such a price worth it? Elder Lu and Lei Xiao said, Taoist friend Feng has already done so much for Qinqiu Valley. We can't let you take such a huge risk. Fong Xia said, Thank you both for your concern. But I made this decision, not just for Qinqiu Valley, but for myself as well. If I'm going to be a hero, how can I quit halfway? You don't need to worry. I, Fong Xia, am the Gone Emperor. My heart is very firm. Nothing will happen, I'm sure of it. Chinhai Laozu was helpless. Fool. Suit yourself then. Lei Xiao exclaimed. In this time of overwhelming danger, Taoist friend Feng is still willing to help Qinqiu Valley. Elder Lu also spoke up gratefully. Regardless of whether Qinqiu Valley survives this calamity, you will be our benefactor. The two of them clasped their hands and said, We, Lei and Lu, have nothing to repay you with. This sword art is my life's work. I hope it will be of use to you. Then they both turned to look at each other and asked, Isn't this the sword art we created together back then? Elder Lu replied, That's right. I can't believe you're still practicing it. Lei Xiao feigned a cough and said, I've practiced it up to the 12th sword. What about you? Elder Lu replied, Me too. As soon as Fong Xia finished speaking, he pushed the two of them aside and walked away with a swagger. But a moment. Wow, what a good sword art. If it were completed, it might even surpass the 3 great sword arts of Qinqiu Valley. Elder Lu said, What a pity. The Xuanwu Empire came too quickly. If we had a few more years, we could have definitely completed the 13th sword. Fong Xia clenched his fist. A light shone as he said, It won't take that long. Today, we will complete the 13th sword. Fong Xia smiled slyly and said, You too, please spar with me for a bit. The two of them hugged each other and trembled. We have to spar again. Fong Xia's 2 words, spar, had awakened a deep-seated fear in the hearts of Lei Xiao and Lu Yuanxian. They fainted time and time again. Ow. They were seriously injured time and time again. Ku, the fierce man, finally stopped. Fong Xia raised his power-filled hand and said, So many light attributes have dropped. But why can't I use my attribute ability to complete the sword art? Even after absorbing so much, I still can't figure out the 13th sword. Fong Xia used a spell. Perfect sword heart. It's no use. It seems I can only rely on myself to complete it. Lei Xiao and Elder Lu hugged each other and sobbed. Taoist friend Fong, are you going to continue? A dazzling light flashed. The two of them covered their eyes from the bright light. Huh? Fong Xia was channeling his power. Lei Xiao asked, Taoist brother, why haven't you attacked yet? I'm already prepared to be beaten. The light attributes could only help Fong Xia learn skills and moves that already existed in this world. It was completely incapable of creating anything new. The enlightened sword heart, however, could enhance the user's technique and comprehension of swordsmanship, thereby allowing them to create new sword techniques. Fong Xia created a new sword. Elder Lu and Lei Xiao were horrified. The 13th sword. Fong Xia said confidently, success. It's done. The enlightened sword heart after reaching perfection is indeed a world of difference from before. Elder Lu wiped away his tears. The two of us have studied this sword art for more than half our lives. Lei Xiao sobbed. I never thought a Taoist brother could complete it in such a short moment. To be able to see this sword art completed while still alive, it was worth it. Fong Xia stood behind them with a forced smile. The two elders sat down and sobbed. Fong Xia thought to himself, I just did it on a whim. I didn't expect them to be so emotional. To them, this sword art is the most important thing. Elder Lu suddenly spoke up. This sword art still doesn't have a name. I hope Taoist brother will grant it one. Fong Xia thought. A name, huh? Then let's call it Peerless National Scholars, 13 Swords. Both elders were overjoyed. Peerless National Scholars, 13 Swords. A great name. Chinhai Laozu spoke up irritably. All right. Enough with the flattery. There are more important things to do. Fong Xia said. You two elders. I will pass the false secret tunnel information to the spies. Please prepare the real secret tunnel as well. The two elders immediately ran off. We will do as Taoist brother says. Suddenly, Chinhai Laozu grabbed Fong Xia by the hair and hit him. Thwack. They'll do it. Fong Xia cried out in pain. Without hesitation, Chinhai Laozu grabbed Fong Xia by the tail and dragged him away. You're coming back with me to cultivate in seclusion. I've already had that little girl prepare in advance. Fong Xia cried out. So painful. Preparation? Could it be dual cultivation? Fong Xia immediately had dark thoughts about Yunyang. At Fong Xia's private courtyard, Fong Xia threw open the door and called out, blushing, Yunyang, and said shyly, Xia, you're back. Then she exclaimed happily, I didn't secretly eat a single one of these round things called pills. If you can't eat them all, I can help you eat a little, okay? Fong Xia was confused. Why is this not like I imagined? Chinhai Laozu pulled Yunyang by the hair and yelled, Stop thinking about eating. This pile of low-grade spirit medicine isn't enough for you, and was disappointed. Fong Xia held a bottle of pills in his hand and said, So the method senior mentioned was eating pills. Chinhai Laozu said, Back in my day, I, Laozu, was full of strength. At just the divine ability realm, I could already begin to draw in spiritual qi, then transform that spiritual qi into spiritual power. But now, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth has declined. Cultivators have no way to absorb the thin spiritual qi. They can only use qi-nurturing pills to barely condense spiritual qi. Therefore, their strength has gradually weakened. Chinhai Laozu poured a pill into Fong Xia's hand and said, You brat, try using a qi-nurturing pill to condense spiritual qi. Fong Xia immediately threw it into his mouth and chewed. There seemed to be no reaction. Chinhai Laozu then opened 2 more bottles of pills. Then try adding the wheel condensing pill and the origin returning pill. Fong Xia frantically tried to stop him. Don't, senior. Chinhai Laozu poured the pills into Fong Xia's mouth. Brat, eat more. Eating too little won't have any effect. Fong Xia was frantic. Senior, one time. Act. I've eaten too much. Suddenly, a flaming divine bird soared over. Outside the 5 elements wind-sealing grand array. Xiao Chuchio was confused. Isn't that the divine bird of the Prince of Jinan? The imperial court really did send him as the vanguard. Suddenly, it changed direction and charged forward. A man appeared and spoke. Without us from the imperial court, can you ants do anything? You're sect masters of various sects, for goodness sake. Yet you're as timid as children. That is the Prince of Jinan of the Xuanwu Kingdom, an 8th Heaven Daotai realm expert, named Qi Hong. A bunch of trash. Xiao Chuqiu quickly spoke up. The Prince of Jinan's criticism is very right. But we can guarantee that the 5 elements wind-sealing grand array can make all the people of Qinqiu Valley. Qi Hong cut in. Shut up. Watch this. Then Qi Hong opened a 5 elements reversal formation. Click, clack. A huge formation. Boom. Xiao Chuqiu and the other 2 were bewildered. 5 elements reversal. The entire grand array has turned into fire. Qi Hong said, as long as the flames are abundant, then I can control everything, wiping out all of Qinqiu Valley. There's no need for Duke Wei to act. I, the Prince of Jinan, am enough. Chu Zhiyun urged Lu Jinger, hurry, follow. Everyone, stick close. When the Prince of Jinan arrived, the people of Qinqiu Valley were secretly leaving. To prevent information from being leaked, Qinqiu Valley made 2 secret tunnels. IMMON. The spies were given false information by Lu Yuanxian and had already transmitted it to the enemy outside. Lei Xiao instructed by Chinhai, disciple, you and the other disciples leave through the secret tunnel. If you encounter enemies, you must find a way to ensure everyone's safety. Do not engage in battle. Bai Chinhai accepted the order. Master, rest assured. Elder Lu spoke up. Old Lei, we must depart. Lei Xiao said, good child, go quickly. Your master also needs to go meet those scumbags outside. First Elder Lei Xiao and 6th Elder Lu Yuanxian were in charge of going into the fake secret tunnel to hold back the enemy, to buy time for the disciples of Qinqiu Valley to leave. Bai Chinhai clasped his hands and said, Master, take care. Your disciple takes his leave. Mu Fuguei reported. Reporting to the Prince of Jinan. According to the spy's information, the people of Qinqiu Valley are escaping through a secret tunnel to get past the wind-sealing grand array. Footsteps echoed from within the cave. Qi Hong said, it seems you've been played. Lei Xiao and Elder Lu held their swords and said, you've finally come. Qi Hong. Mu Fuguei asked, why is it only the 2 of you? Qi Hong laughed and said, I never expected you bunch of trash to be of any use anyway. Lei Xiao, I heard that you were beaten so badly you could never break through again, crawling out of a hole like a dog. Do you want me to beat you a second time? Lei Xiao gritted his teeth in anger, swallowing the bitter pill. Xiao Chuqiu sneered. I heard long ago that Lei Xiao had an old injury that affected his breakthrough. I never thought his injury was caused by the Prince of Jinan. Lei Xiao gripped his sword tightly. Then he charged at Qi Hong. Qi Hong, don't you dare look down on me. Qi Hong said coldly. How disappointing. He blocked with just one raised hand. The you of today is not worthy of me making a move. Suddenly, a flash of light shot past. Whoosh. Elder Lu held his sword and asked angrily. Then what if it's both of us? Qi Hong withdrew his hand. Why are you in such a hurry to die? Then he summoned the raging flame divine bird. The divine bird appeared, breathing out roaring flames. Qi Hong held the sword in his hand. Flame sword. Mu Fuguei sneered. The trash from Qinqiu Valley is finished. Lei Xiao was worried. Hey, you sissy, let's go together. Qi Hong, as long as we are here, don't even think about touching Qinqiu Valley. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 of them immediately charged forward to attack him. Qi Hong's eyes were cold. You are nothing but moths flying into a flame. With a swing of his sword, he intended to burn the 2 of them. Whoosh. Lei Xiao and Elder Lu were blasted away. Gah. Qi Hong's foot stepped close to Elder Lu. I know you were just stalling for time, so I won't kill you. I will destroy all of Qinqiu Valley before your very eyes, to let you know that your sacrifice will be completely meaningless. Qi Hong thrust his sword straight through the formation. Qi Hong said, burn. Lei Xiao and Elder Lu watched helplessly, gritting their teeth. The flames slowly descended upon Qinqiu Valley, bit by bit. In Fong Xia's room, Fong Xia covered his mouth, sitting on a chair. He couldn't stop yawning. Senior, I've already eaten all these pills. Why is there still no effect? Chinhai Laozu explained. Your physical body is too powerful. The spiritual qi that has just gathered is immediately dispersed by your strong vital energy and blood. Eating pills won't be enough to condense the spiritual qi. Fong Xia asked tearfully. Then what should I do? Chinhai Laozu said. Your body is truly beyond my comprehension. Fong Xia asked. But where are we going to find a spiritual qi formation now? Chinhai replied. With your situation, you must have a one-time infusion of spiritual qi to open your divine wheel. Fong Xia pointed at his own face, sweating, and asked, By the way, why do I feel hot right now? Is it because I'm getting fat? Chinhai was confused. That's not right. Chinhai Laozu exclaimed, Brat, you've struck gold. I can actually feel a lot of spiritual qi rushing towards us. Chinhai Laozu said loudly. Seize this opportunity. There won't be a next time. Fong Xia was frantic. Senior, what the hell is going on? Chinhai Laozu then threw a pile of pills into Fong Xia's mouth. While you have the chance, quickly absorb and refine this spiritual qi. In an instant, Fong Xia had to swallow a whole pile of pills. Gulp. Fong Xia struggled to swallow them. Ugh, ugh. With a scream, the spiritual qi erupted, enveloping his entire body. The flames fell upon Qianqiu Valley, bit by bit, but they were blocked by Fong Xia's spiritual qi. Fong Xia was screaming in agony. Chinhai Laozu was worried. This is bad. There's too much spiritual qi. This brat's body can't digest it all. Fong Xia cried out. My body is so hot. Qi Hong stood leisurely, letting the sparks fall on Qianqiu Valley. Xiao Chuqiu said. The 5 elements wind-sealing grand array reversed, transforming into fire element primordial qi. I never thought that in my lifetime I would be able to witness such a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering technique. Mu Fugue laughed with delight. We are truly lucky for 3 lifetimes to be able to witness this scene. Qi Hong said. After this strike, Qianqiu Valley will become a thing of the past. A vortex suddenly appeared, blowing out all of his flames. Qi Hong turned back, confused. Mu Fugue was bewildered. What happened? Where did that last strike go? Xiao Chuqiu replied. I think this is just the calm before the storm. Elder Lu was overjoyed. That last strike disappeared at Fong Xia's courtyard. Lei Xiao said. It must be Taoist friend Fong coming to our aid. Qi Hong turned back and said, as expected of what was once the #1 sacred hall. You have many hidden tricks. Then he raised his flaming sword and continued. It's just a pity. It won't change your fate. With that, Qi Hong thrust his flaming sword down. The fire from the sword blazed forth. Flame Advent. Qi Hong's eyes were filled with determination. Mu Fugue said, This is just too spectacular. Lei Xiao and Elder Lu were stunned. Even Taoist friend Fong probably can't save Qianqiu Valley. A giant hand made of fire was created. Elder Lu spoke up. Old Lei, we must stop him from casting the spell now. Lei Xiao drew his sword. Qi Hong, stop dreaming. Before the two of them could even act, they were hit by one of his moves. Ugh. Qi Hong smiled sinisterly. Don't make me repeat myself. In this sea of fire, I am invincible. A raging sea of fire. And said, so big. The hand is so big. The hand was descending upon Qianqiu Valley. Chinhai Laozu cursed. Damn it. I was wondering why the spiritual qi suddenly became so dense. It turns out the enemy has already reached our doorstep. Although the spiritual qi in this era is depleted, by grasping the right time and place, a cultivator can still release powerful spiritual qi. This is truly terrible. At this moment, Fong Xia still hadn't woken up. Chinhai Laozu didn't hesitate to approach and support his head. Brat, if you don't wake up soon, you'll have to be buried along with Qianqiu Valley. The hand of fire was descending upon Qianqiu Valley. At this moment, Yunyang stepped forward. She gently supported his face. Chinhai Laozu said. Little girl, next. She gently rubbed her head against Fong Xia's. Then she closed her eyes and said, Please wake up soon. I'm a little scared. A cracking sound was heard. In Fong Xia's subconscious, it was as if he had sensed something. The fire blazed fiercely. Qi Hong smiled sinisterly. This strike is enough to wipe out all of Qianqiu Valley. The hand of flame descended. Dust and smoke billowed up. The 5 elements wind-sealing grand array was also completely shattered. Qi Hong laughed loudly. Lei Xiao shouted. Qi Hong. Elder Lu cursed. Bastard. Hong turned back and said, I almost forgot about you too. Hong held his sword. His face was cold. To cut the grass, one must remove the roots. Then Hong charged towards Lei Xiao and Elder Lu with his sword. Although the flame grand array is gone now, and my strength has diminished, it's still enough to crush you. Just as easily as before. Ji Qishi suddenly appeared. He flew in and blocked his attack. Clang. Hong was taken aback. Ji Qishi said, What if I am your opponent? Xiao Chuqiu was surprised. Ji Qishi. Mu Fuguei smiled. We finally forced this turtle to show its head. Ji Qishi said, Well. You're the brat who harmed little Lei and made him unable to break through to the Daotai realm, aren't you? Hong was surprised. Old Sword King. Ji Qishi asked, Little Lei, where are the disciples of Qinqiu Valley now? Lei Xiao replied, reporting to the sect master. All the disciples have been evacuated. Elder Lu lowered his head sadly and said, It's just that Taoist friend Fong. His fate is unknown. Ji Qishi said, Taoist friend Fong. Then he immediately attacked Hong. Then today, I will settle all old and new scores with you. With that, Ji Qishi used the Tyrant Thunder 6 sword art and the Tsung Thunder Guide. Hong gritted his teeth and defended. A bolt of lightning struck down hard. Boom! Hong was hit. He screamed in agony and despair. Zap! 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 Aya! Xiao Chuqiu was worried. The Prince of Jinan was defeated? Mu Fuguei was worried. Did we underestimate Qinqiu Valley? Ji Qishi held his sword. Zap! Zap! Then he plunged his sword into the ground. Ji Qishi used his sword to support his exhausted body. In order to try and break through to the Yuandan realm, I've used up too much spiritual qi. A strong wind blew. Whoosh. Why did I get so tired just from dealing with that Prince of Jinan brat who lost his flames? Ji Qishi looked up, stunned. Another person appeared and said, I have been observing you. If I'm not mistaken. Ji Qishi said, Mo Yuanlong. Mo Yuanlong said, You didn't break through to the Yuandan realm, did you? Ji Qishi retorted, So what if I'm Daotai? So what if you're Yuandan? You, the former Grand General. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Mo Yuanlong replied, You are no longer the #1 Old Sword King under heaven, who awed the four corners of the world. Now, I am the strongest. Your sect, your life, everything you want to protect. I want to destroy it all. Ji Qishi fearlessly raised his sword and said, Then let's see you try. At this moment, Fong Xia was as if submerged in his subconscious. Fong Xia opened his eyes. Blink. Then he asked vaguely, Where's this place? In Qinqiu Valley, which seemed to have been destroyed by Hong, and called out, Fong Xia had unconsciously controlled the giant hand of flame. Yunyang asked, What is he doing? Chinhai Laozu replied, He is trying to absorb the spiritual power in the flames to achieve a breakthrough. But to jump from having no realm to the Yuandan realm in one go, the leap is too great. This heaven-defying act has caused him to fall into a state of enlightenment tribulation. Blood flowed from Fong Xia's eyes and mouth. Fong Xia's body was charred black. His consciousness will be immersed in absorbing spiritual qi and breaking through, unable to escape. Before his consciousness is satisfied, it could take 10 days to half a month, or even until he starves or dies of exhaustion. He won't wake up. Chinhai Laozu channeled his power. The only way is to quickly push his consciousness to comprehend what it wants. As soon as he finished speaking, Chinhai Laozu immediately channeled his power, transferring it directly into Fong Xia's head. Brat, here is the false core method for you. This is all I can do. Wake up. Everything had been burned to ashes. The consciousness in Fong Xia's mind's eye purple mansion. Is this still the mind's eye purple mansion? Why does it feel different from before? Fong Xia was bewildered. Hey, what is this? A statue of Fong Xia himself appeared. Fong Xia was dumbfounded. Why have I never seen this before? Fong Xia approached and touched the statue. Does my consciousness automatically control the game too? Without hesitation, Fong Xia approached and pressed the F on the stone face. Astonishment was clear on Fong Xia's face as the stone statue began to emit powerful spiritual qi. Suddenly, Fong Xia was sucked into the statue. Whoa! After that, he unexpectedly fell into a pool of water. Fong Xia opened his eyes in surprise. I can't believe there are so many Tao patterns in here. Many Tao patterns were being formed. Countless Tao and principles, creating a boundless mystery. They rushed straight towards Fong Xia. Fong Xia was dazed, submerged in the sea of water. If I just continue to comprehend like this, I can directly step into the divine ability, Tao Tai, and Yuandan realms. Even higher realms. A large amount of spiritual qi was absorbed by Fong Xia. More. I want more. Fong Xia was overflowing with spiritual qi. His body felt like it was about to explode from overabsorption. And asked worriedly, Xia, this is... Chinhai Laozu gritted his teeth and replied worriedly. His consciousness doesn't realize it has absorbed too much spiritual power. It has exceeded the limits of what his physical body can withstand. The situation is getting worse. Someone must immediately help him break through the enlightenment tribulation. Damn it. If only I could use a fraction of my true body's power. Outside Qinqiu Valley, Mo Yuanlong was ferocious. He still shot towards Ji Qishi like a whirlwind. Mo Yuanlong shot forward to attack Ji Qishi. Mo Yuanlong sneered. Ji Qishi, have you felt the current gap in strength between us? Mo Yuanlong's sword moved closer to Ji Qishi as he said, I only know. You are still the same as before. Mo Yuanlong said loudly, stubborn. Then he immediately swung his flaming sword towards Ji Qishi. Whoosh! That one sword strike of his was easily blocked by Ji Qishi. As light as a feather, Mo Yuanlong slashed past Ji Qishi. Activate Dragon Transformation. No one can resist. Lei Xiao and Elder Lu supported each other. Covered in blood, they shouted, Sect Master. Ji Qishi held his sword and said coldly, Mo Yuanlong, in your heart, there is still only killing and possession. By doing this, you will never be able to defeat Qinqiu Valley. Something appeared that caught Mo Yuanlong's attention. A five-colored light burst forth, spreading brilliantly and distracting Ji Qishi. This light is the enlightenment tribulation. Could it be Taoist friend Fong? Ji Qishi then laughed loudly. Ha! The heavens are helping my Qinqiu Valley. Mo Yuanlong was confused. What? Has that old man been beaten insane? The sword in Ji Qishi's hand immediately emitted a surging wave of energy. Mo Yuanlong sneered. What other tricks do you have? Just show them all. With that, he used the Nine Dragons' Sacred Heart Art, Heavenly Dragon Realm. Mo Yuanlong said, I will accompany you. Ji Qishi unleashed his move. Mo Yuanlong. This is my final move. The two of them faced off. Sparks of electricity flashed in Ji Qishi's eyes. The sword in his hand brought down a single slash straight at Mo Yuanlong. He said, You cripple. What are you even trying to cut? Just one swipe from Mo Yuanlong's claws seriously injured the old man. He spat out blood on the spot. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Mo Yuanlong, your claws are aimed at the past. My sword is aimed at the future. Below, Yunyang and Chinhai Laozu looked up. The tribulation is broken. Ji Qishi was hit by several of Mo Yuanlong's attacks. Then he collapsed on the spot, crashing to the ground. Ji Qishi slammed hard onto the ground. Blood spewed from his mouth. Mo Yuanlong cursed. Damn it! Lei Xiao and Elder Lu rushed over. Sect Master. Mu Fuguei spoke up. Lord Duke Wei, you don't need to deal with the other two. Just leave them to us. Mo Yuanlong turned away and said, I'm starting to feel bored. That's fine too. When I return to the court, I will definitely report your contributions to His Majesty. Xiao Chuqiu quickly clasped his hands in thanks. Thank you, my lord. Mo Yuanlong continued. Without the Qinqiu Bell, and without the Old Sword King, Qinqiu Valley's life is as good as over. Mu Fuguei and Xiao Chuqiu, emboldened, rushed to attack Lei Xiao and Elder Lu. Attack! Kill them! A strong gust of wind suddenly blew. It made Lei Xiao and Elder Lu stop in their tracks, stunned. Fong Xia unexpectedly emerged from the ground, standing protectively in front of the two of them. Elder Lu was bewildered. This is Taoist friend Fong. Fong Xia's back was strong and steady. Fong Xia stood tall, surrounded by spiritual qi. You've been waiting. Mo Yuanlong turned back, remembering this spiritual power. This familiar spiritual power. Fong Xia turned and asked Elder Lu, how is the old sect master now? Elder Lu stammered. The sect master took a palm strike from Mo Yuan Long. Yunyang, with Chun Hai Laozu on her head, suddenly rushed forward. Don't be in a hurry to carry him away. He can still be saved. This old lecher's heart is still beating. I'll stop his bleeding. You guys, quickly transfer spiritual power to him. Lei Xiao and Elder Lu quickly agreed in unison. Fong Xia said, Yunyang, use your fastest speed. Quickly burrow and take them away. Yunyang asked worriedly. Then what about you, Xia? Fong Xia smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. Right now, I can take on 10 of him. And agreed, after speaking, and gave a beautiful smile. Her eyes were filled with determination. Leave it to me. The three of them were immediately taken underground by Yunyang. Mu Fuguei was bewildered. They're gone. They burrowed into the ground. Then they rushed towards Fong Xia. With so many people, they can't have gone far. Quick, chase after them and kill them. Kill all the remaining remnants of Qinxiu Valley. Then we can do as we please. Fong Xia sneered. Do you really want to kill everyone from Qinxiu Valley? The bald man and the purple-haired man charged forward. Another street performer trying to bluff his way out. Let's kill him together. Suddenly, a figure blocked the two of them. Fong Xia moved at extreme speed. He slammed the two of them hard into the ground. Fong Xia said sinisterly, if you want to kill people, then you should also taste the feeling of being killed. Xiao Chuqiu also charged in to attack Fong Xia. This guy must just be putting on a show. Don't be fooled by him. This time, as soon as Xiao Chuqiu and his subordinate charged, Fong Xia split into two. He suddenly appeared in front of them. It made them terrified and panicked. A powerful punch like a clap of thunder was thrown straight into his stomach. Fresh blood immediately spewed from his mouth, gushing out in a stream. Seeing this, the remaining three immediately charged in to attack. Fong Xia's eyes flashed as he glanced over. His hands moved as fast as lightning, attacking the other subordinates. Fong Xia took down the subordinates in a flash. Blood spilled everywhere. Mu Fuguei couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? It hasn't been long. How could this bread have gotten so much stronger? Fong Xia called out. You piece of trash from Tianjue. I have a new score to settle with you. A series of painful images of Schwanger immediately flashed through Fong Xia's mind. Fong Xia's eyes were sharp as he said, stand right there. Make your move. Not letting Fong Xia wait long, Mu Fuguei immediately charged forward. He threw a few kicks, but Fong Xia nimbly dodged them all. He easily blocked them. He attacked fiercely, but still couldn't touch Fong Xia. He was surprised. He dodged them all. Fong Xia was contemptuous. Open your dog eyes wide and see what the real celestial breathing art is. A powerful kick immediately sent him flying into the air. Slave contract complete. Lord Duke Wei stood watching. He spoke up. I remember now. You're the brat who destroyed my clone in the Qinxiu Bell. Fong Xia also stared at him intently. The Duke of Wei continued. To be able to kill several sect leaders in one go, some of whom were even at the Daotai level. What realm are you in? Fong Xia replied. See for yourself. He revealed his divine wheel. The Duke of Wei said, Wheel opening realm. The bells shook. The divine ability was used. Fong Xia smiled and said, You're too kind. The Duke of Wei asked. The 8 bells of Chao Haisheng. He thought to himself, it took my incarnation decades to control the spirit bells. It's only been a few dozen days since the fight at the Qinxiu Bell. How is this possible? He shouted. Although I don't know why you've grasped Chao Haisheng's spirit bell divine ability, if I let you live, there will surely come a day when you threaten the Xuanwu kingdom. I must kill you right now. The Duke of Wei attacked with a loud crash. The power was like a blazing red circle of fire. Fong Xia was controlling it. The Duke of Wei's eyes widened as he thought. How can a divine ability realm expert block this attack of mine? Fong Xia said, Are you thinking? How can a mere divine ability realm expert block your attack? The power surged. It radiated from Fong Xia's body. He said, Look. The Daotai appeared. Fong Xia asked, What is this? The Duke of Wei's eyes widened in surprise. Daotai, this brat, is strong enough to fight me on equal footing. He unleashed his attack. But only I possess a Yuandan. He continued to attack fiercely, using the 9 Dragons' Sacred Heart art. Blood-colored domain. Fong Xia was not afraid. He just smiled. He said, Old monster. Do you think you're the only one with a yuandan? The Duke of Wei was furious. No. Impossible. In the entire Xuanwu region, only I possess a yuandan. Fong Xia replied. By the way, the taste of the 9 Dragons' Sacred Heart Art. You should try it for yourself. He used the 9 Dragons' Sacred Heart Art. Azure Dragon Domain. The two sources of power clashed at one point. The supreme technique of the royal family. How could you? The Duke of Wei was surprised. Fong Xia replied, what you know, I also know. But what I know, you might not necessarily know. Fong Xia used the celestial breathing art. Fong Xia stepped forward. The Duke of Wei roared with his power. You ignorant little bastard. So what if you have a yuandan? I have been in this realm for 10 years. How could I lose to a newcomer like you? His skull charged forward. Fong Xia used his ultimate move. Peerless National Scholars, 13 Swords. His power sent the Duke's power flying. He knew it was over. The red orb transformed into a green orb. Cracking sounds were heard. It all shattered. Fong Xia said, Mo Yuan Long, surrender. He trembled and laughed loudly. Ha ha. Mo Yuan Long couldn't stop laughing. Ha ha. Unbelievably stupid. Instead of choosing to protect yourself, you want to take me down with you. This is my prized magic treasure, the Spirit Sealing Banner. It can devour the life force of divine power users. You're about to have all your essence drained by it. Then you'll explode and die. Fong Xia glanced at him. The skull was holding a green orb in its mouth. Mo Yuanlong shouted, this is connected to your very life. If the origin core is shattered, no one can survive. Go to the underworld and be buried with the 1,000 Autumn Valley. Fong Xia snatched the orb from the skull's mouth. You want to eat my origin core? Fong Xia shoved the origin core into his own mouth. Oh. Mo Yuanlong was shocked. What? Fong Xia chewed it. Let's see how you're going to eat it now. How can an origin core be crushed and eaten like a snack? Mo Yuanlong was slowly fading away. He said, your appearance was truly outside of my calculations. He shouted, but don't celebrate too soon. You have yet to see the true power of the Xuanwu Kingdom. As soon as he finished, he was punched in the face. Fong Xia replied, just shut your mouth. He then disintegrated into dust. Fong Xia said, mutual destruction, you say? My origin core is formed from external spiritual energy. It has nothing to do with my physical body. When you get to hell, just remember one thing. The one who killed you was Fong Xia. He said. Fong Xia looked at the source of power before him. It was glowing intensely. He said, not only are there so many light attributes, but I also got the old monster's magic treasure. This boss fight was a huge haul. He used withering. Fong Xia was dazed. Oh, it's gone. As Fong Xia's cultivation realm decreased, the golden light forming the Dao platform also gradually vanished. Turning back towards the 1,000 Autumn Bell, Fong Xia said, how refreshing. I didn't expect the origin core experience to pass so quickly. Inside the 1,000 Autumn Valley, a series of vortexes were erupting. The old men were transferring their power to one person. Zhu Yunyang stood to the side, watching. She suddenly turned to look. Fong Xia had returned. Zhu Yunyang called out, ah. She ran over happily. You're finally back. Fong Xia smiled and replied, of course. Fong Xia asked, how are the old sect master's injuries? The man spoke up. Kid, look who's here. If it weren't for the ancestor, his life wouldn't have been saved. Fong Xia was surprised. This is... She shouted and ripped the red cloth off Fong Xia. Take this off for me. Fong Xia was scared. Senior, be gentle. She shouted. Don't just pick up anything you see and treat it like a treasure. This thing can easily make a person's chi explode. Destroy it immediately. Fong Xia teared up. He trembled in fear. This is equipment I worked so hard to get from Mo Yuanlong. She angrily smacked him. Look at this piece of trash you've got. In the ancestors' era, this thing wasn't even worthy of being a rag to wipe tables. The two men were still transferring their Dao to the old man. One of them turned to look. He was surprised. Fellow Taoist Fong, did you escape from Mo Yuanlong's grasp? Fong Xia replied. The two of them looked at the red cloth. Hey, Lei Jiazi. Doesn't that piece of cloth on the ground look familiar? Lei Jiazi replied. It seems to be. Fong Xia said. That's Mo Yuanlong's cloak. But Senior tore it to shreds. The two of them immediately let go. A master's life-bound magic treasure can only leave their body when the master is dead. Lei Jiazi wondered. Could it be that fellow Taoist Fong didn't retreat, but instead? Fong Xia answered them. Yeah. I killed him. They were stunned. He continued. I also killed all those sect leaders who relied on the imperial court. The Thousand Autumn Valley is safe now. Everyone was very surprised. One person wiped away tears. The great threat to the Thousand Autumn Valley has finally vanished. It's all over. You're celebrating too soon. Another person said. Fong Xia explained. The forces of the surrounding sects still remain. The imperial court's foundation has only been partially shaken. They are definitely still eyeing Qianqiu Valley like a tiger watching its prey. Before Mo Yuanlong died, he said that the Xuanwu kingdom still has other powerful methods. I don't think he was lying. The Xuanwu imperial court definitely still has a killing machine even more powerful than Mo Yuanlong. After the battle just now, Qianqiu Valley is at its weakest. Whether it can truly be reborn will still depend on our efforts from now on. Fong Xia said. Old Lei spoke up. Yes, that's right. Taoist friend Fong is right. You used that false core method. Does that mean you can no longer cultivate now? Fong Xia could only look at his hands and remain silent. His eyes held a hint of sadness. Chinhai Laozu shouted, Brat, can you really not cultivate anymore? Old Lei was stunned. What? The person next to him also shouted. Taoist friend Fong can't cultivate anymore? The two of them hugged Fong Xia tightly. He felt like he was suffocating. They sobbed. We can never repay this great kindness. From now on, your business is the business of our Qianqiu Valley. This debt of gratitude can never be repaid. From now on, you will consider Qianqiu Valley your home. Fong Xia pushed the two of them away. All right. I was just trying to tease you. I didn't expect you to take it seriously. And to be so good to me. Fong Xia showed them his product. Tada, I told you my Dao heart is incredibly strong. I just cultivated this. They were even more surprised. A knock on the head. Thwack. Chinhai Laozu swung Fong Xia around like a teddy bear. You damn stinky brat. You scared me to death. Sorry, senior. Zhu Yunyang spoke up. If Xia is okay, will Qianqiu Valley still provide meals? She looked worried. The two of them said in unison, Of course. Of course we will. Our Qianqiu Valley will cover all your food and living expenses. Old Lei said. This is truly wonderful. The sect master is alive again. He seemed to have been infused with a great deal of strength. Old Lei continued. Taoist friend Fong can also continue to cultivate. This is truly fortunate. Chinhai Laozu was still angrily hitting him. Fong Xia begged. Please stop, senior. He remembered. Oh right. There's one more thing. Lei Xiao and Lu Yuanxian went to recall the disciples who had left earlier, preparing for the work of rebuilding Qianqiu Valley. Meanwhile, Fong Xia went to a less severely damaged area to recuperate first. Fong Xia was recovering his lost strength. He opened his eyes in the mind's eye purple mansion. He raised his hand in front of him. A girl appeared on the screen. Senior Tianjin fan? Fong Xia replied. We meet again. He said, Young lady, I have fulfilled my promise. She looked at him. That bastard, the Tianjua sect master, has been killed by me. You can go back. You're free. The girl was surprised. Her eyes welled up with tears. Senior. She bowed to him. Thank you, senior. Schwanger can never repay your great kindness. From now on, Schwanger is willing to die as the master's servant. He shouted loudly, No. Tears streamed down her face. Fong Xia said, No one has the right to take away your freedom. I didn't come to make you my slave. I came to help you break the slave contract. The shackles around her neck were shattered. She was surprised. Whoa, the contract. Fong Xia said loudly. The thing that bound you will be no more. You are no longer anyone's slave. The girl continued to cry. She cried even more. She couldn't believe it. Am I really, no longer, a slave? Fong Xia said, That's right. From now on, your master is only yourself. He smiled and said, Feel free to go and do what you want to do. She gave a bright smile. Then she gradually faded from the screen. Senior, this is... Fong Xia wondered. Because the contract has been broken, we can't communicate from a distance anymore. A final call. Senior. Thank you, senior brother. Then she completely vanished. Fong Xia replied, You're welcome. He let out a long sigh. Fong Xia took out the items. Now that that's over, it's time to check out the spoils of the last battle. He sensed the items he had, but there was no reaction at all. Fong Xia was surprised. No way. Why is there no reaction? The dragon scale armor is one thing. But what's with this word pseudo? This absorbs Azure Dragon bloodline. But there isn't even a slight reaction. Could it be that the dragons of this world are no good? He said. Forget it, forget it. Let's check this one out. Dragon vein pill? That sounds familiar. He said. It feels like transferring equipment to a teammate before quitting a game. Fong Xia was dazed. But this thing is useless to me. After all, I cultivate a different Dao. Fong Xia recalled the faces. Or maybe I can modify it a bit, like the 9 Dragons Sacred Heart art. I could let the sect masters of Qianxiu Valley give it a try. Speaking of which, the biggest game this time is still that, huh? He was delighted. I can sense 8 different divine abilities in those 8 bells. I have to ask Senior to think of a way to get those bells for me. He closed his eyes and returned to reality. Feng Xiao wondered, why does my neck feel cold? It turned out Zhu Yunyang was licking his neck. She looked at him affectionately. Ah. Feng Xiao was startled. He screamed, what is this situation? Zhu Yunyang stuck out her long tongue. She held his face. Feng Xia was embarrassed. He thought to himself, what the hell is going on? Zhu Yunyang moved closer to him again. Xia. Feng Xia shouted. Yunyang. In broad daylight, we can't do this. Chinhai Laozu appeared behind him. You're finally out of the purple mansion. He turned to look. Senior. Chinhai Laozu said. The dining hall of Qianxiu Valley was destroyed, not even a feather left. It's made the little girl almost starve to death. Feng Xia screamed. So she wants to eat me? Feng Xia slapped her cheeks. Feng Xia shouted. Yunyang. If you're hungry, I can find food for you. But you have to remember not to eat people. Human flesh doesn't taste good. Zhu Yunyang was still moving closer. She seemed to be in a daze. Chicken? Feng Xia asked. Oh right. Is the old sect master awake yet? Zhu Yunyang replied. He's on his way here right now. Feng Xia turned his head. That old lecher. He recovered pretty quickly. The old sect master stood behind him. Taoist friend Feng. Feng Xia thought to himself. This feeling is so strange. Chinhai Laozu said. Those people were acting so strangely before. I thought they had some scheme against you. Feng Xia replied, Scheme? Scheme what? What do I have for them to scheme against? He felt dizzy. We have a matter to ask for your help with. Everyone moved closer to look at Feng Xia. He was flustered. What are you trying to do? The sound of knees hitting the ground. Everyone knelt before Feng Xia. We implored Taoist friend Feng to accept the position of sect master of Qianxiu Valley. Feng Xia was dazed, not understanding what was happening. The old sect master stood up and said, Taoist friend Feng, although I managed to survive, my spiritual power is depleted and my body is crippled. It's made it impossible for me to cultivate anymore. I have no way to continue protecting Qianxiu Valley and everyone. Qianxiu Valley right now, on the inside, the 100-year-old incense is flourishing. The buildings in the valley, the techniques and weapons have been nearly half destroyed. On the outside, we face the threat of the enemy, the disciples of other sects on Mount Kanglan, and the forces of the imperial court are still eyeing Qianxiu Valley like a tiger watching its prey. We implored Taoist friend Feng to take on the position of sect master of Qianxiu Valley. The old sect master presented an item. He said, this seal is the Qianxiu seal. It is the token of the sect master of Qianxiu Valley. Taoist friend Feng, please accept it. Feng Xia looked at the item. Chinhai Laozu yelled from behind. You stinky brat. This godforsaken place is now just a wasteland and a bunch of cripples. If you stay here, your cultivation will not progress. When will you be able to rescue my, Laozu's, true body from the ancient divine artifact? Feng Xia didn't speak, he just observed. He closed his eyes. Then he opened them. He seemed to have made his decision. Feng Xia accepted it. Qianxiu Valley has not been unkind to me. The old sect master, even more so, has shown me kindness. This position of sect master, Feng, will accept it. Everyone, rest assured. Feng, will definitely protect Qianxiu Valley well. Everyone was overjoyed. Greetings, sect master Feng. The old man was delighted. Oya, this way, I can recuperate in peace. Chinhai Laozu continued to hit him. You stinky brat. You're making me so angry. Fong Xia held him back. Senior, he said to the sect master. Trust me this time. Me being the sect master of Chinchio Valley, in terms of finding a way to save you, will only be beneficial. Chinhai waved his hand. You bastard, stop with your sweet talk. The others said, you've made him angry. At the same time, Lei Xiao's head disciple, Bai Songhai, was still leading the disciples in the secret forest outside Chinchio Valley. The girl tried to hide behind a tree trunk. Bai Songhai was searching outside. Junior Sister Ling. Junior Sister Ling. Junior Sister Ling took out the illusory spirit jade pendant. It was a divine artifact passed down in the Yin clan of the Three Lives Hall. It replenishes vitality once every 7 days. As long as the spiritual power remains, it can maintain its transformed appearance. She was worried. I'm doomed. We left Chinchio Valley in too much of a hurry. There was no time to charge the illusory spirit jade pendant. Now the spiritual power is insufficient. She thought to herself, while they haven't found me yet, I must quickly replenish the energy. At this moment, Bai Songhai found her. He shouted, Junior Sister Ling. I found you, he said. The master sent a message. Senior Fong defeated Mo Yuanlong. Chinchio Valley has won. We can go back now. Bai Songhai was stunned. Huh? Junior Sister Ling replied. You're courting death on your own. Then don't blame me. Fong Xia touched it. Fong Xia had just become the sect master. He was extremely focused on planning the reconstruction of Chinchio Valley. There was a report. Sect Master Fong. The disciple Bai Songhai requests an audience. Fong Xia turned his head and asked, Little Bai? He returned to reality. Come in, Little Bai. Bai Songhai opened the door. Greetings, sect master. Fong Xia smiled and said, Although I am the sect master now, you don't need to be so formal. Just treat me as a brother. Bai Songhai shouted. This disciple is incompetent. I asked the sect master for punishment. Fong Xia was dazed. What is this about? Bai Songhai shouted. This disciple did not take good care of Junior Sister Ling. She fell off a cliff. She was swept away by the current. Now, we can't find her alive. And we can't find her body. Fong Xia was startled. He said, Fate is truly unpredictable. Such a young lady. Why did she have to die? Bai Songhai just smiled. He sobbed. Junior Sister Ling was beautiful and virtuous, skilled in the 4 arts. A flower that shames the moon. How could this have happened? Wow. Fong Xia looked at Bai Songhai and said, I didn't expect you to be so heartbroken. You're crying like a little girl. Bai Songhai replied with tears in his eyes. A man rarely sheds tears. But I am heartbroken for Junior Sister Ling's sect master. I want to turn my grief into strength. I heard you comprehended the divine ability of Chinchio Valley. I want to learn it too. I hope you will fulfill my wish. Fong Xia agreed. I will grant you your wish. Bai Songhai's face suddenly shattered like a mirror. Fong Xia said, It's still the same old story. Your acting skills are too poor. So poor that I can't even bring myself to act along with you anymore. Junior Sister Ling's disguise was broken, and she returned to her original form. She thought to herself, How is this possible? I clearly learned the Floating Dream Heart Sutra. I should have been able to hide from him. Fong Xia said, Yen Wuyo, where are Ling Jiu and Bai Songhai? What is your purpose in coming to Chinchio Valley? She replied, What a pity. I don't know either. Fong Xia punched her straight in the chest. Junior Sister Ling was caught off guard and couldn't resist. She said, Sect Master Fong, I'm a woman, you know. Can't you be a little gentler? Fong Xia replied, Stop pretending. A person's life is at stake. Don't play any tricks. Junior Sister Ling continued, Sect Master Fong, if you don't let go, I'll call for help. Fong Xia was stunned. Junior Sister Ling said, I wonder what the people of Chinchio Valley will think when they see their new sect master. Alone in a room with a woman from the White Nether sect whose clothes are in disarray. What kind of feeling will they have? Fong Xia shouted, Someone. He said loudly, The demoness from the White Nether sect is playing rogue. The demoness from the White Nether sect is molesting me, the sect master. Junior Sister Ling was shocked. She was angry. How can there be such a shameless person like him? Fong Xia turned his head and replied, Do you think they will believe a great hero who just saved Chinchio Valley from peril? Or will they believe a wanted person like you? She was angry but could do nothing. You bastard. Fong Xia was angry. I'm not in the mood to drag this out with you. If you still won't tell me where they are, then I'll have to find some interrogators. Junior sister Ling was scared now. I'll talk, all right. She took out the illusory spirit. Fong Xia's eyes widened. Ooh, she said. Ling Jiu was me all along. Bai Chenhai was just knocked out for a bit. Why are you being so fierce with me? Fong Xia asked. So you're saying you didn't kill anyone? She nodded. That's right. Sect Master Fong. Can you be generous and spare me this once? Fong Xia replied. But that's just your side of the story. Why should I believe what you just said is true? Zhu Yunyang burst through the door. She shouted, Ah Xia, who dares to bully you? I'm here to help you. The scene immediately froze. Everyone was stunned. Fong Xia thought to himself, calm down. Yunyang is a pure girl. She definitely won't misunderstand me. The two of them were pinning each other down. Fong Xia waved and greeted, Yunyang. Zhu Yu was stunned. Ah, you dare to mess around behind my back? He was surprised. He thought to himself, this is not good. Yunyang's reaction is not the same as last time. Zhu Yunyang looked at them and wondered, are you two dual cultivating? Fong Xia couldn't believe it. He shouted, Who taught you this term? Dual cultivation? Zhu Yunyang replied, when you were taking all those medicines. That old man Chinhai told me. Fong Xia thought resentfully, Senior, what have you been teaching this child? Zhu Yunyang explained, it's when two people eat delicious food together to cultivate. And you didn't even call me for something like this? TCH. Fong Xia was helpless. Can't you be a little more normal? Fong Xia held junior sister Ling and said loudly, Yunyang, you've really misunderstood. This demoness is Yin Wuyo in disguise. I'm just trying to capture her. Moreover, he shouted to the heavens, even if I were to dual cultivate, I, Fong Xia, would only dual cultivate with you, Yunyang. Zhu Yunyang's eyes lit up. Her eyes were full of anticipation. Fong Xia asked, so it's just a fake? And, quick, capture her. Zhu Yunyang asked back, if we catch her, can we immediately dual cultivate? Junior sister Ling spoke up. How could I, this old lady, be so easily caught by you? On the main road in Chinchio Valley. Junior sister Ling was running down the road. Zhu Yunyang chased after her. Don't run. Zhu Yunyang took out her spider web. She used her spider catching net. Junior sister Ling was stunned. It's not just Fong Xia. She's also stronger than when we were in the ancient divine artifact. Zhu Yunyang charged forward. Junior sister Ling thought, in a direct fight, I'm no match for her. Junior sister Ling retreated behind her. Junior sister Ling's eyes widened. Her gaze seemed to shoot out electric arrows. Zhu Yunyang observed. Behind. Fong Xia appeared to help her. He said, trying to launch a sneak attack? Not a chance. Fong Xia frowned and said, why? You also know the floating dream 3 lives art. The power revealed her true form. Fong Xia asked, where did you steal this technique from? The power was approaching junior sister Ling. He threatened, tell me the truth now. Otherwise, I, a disciple of Senior Chinhai, will not spare you. The ring on his finger was glowing. Chinhai Laozu suddenly appeared. The master stopped him. Stinky brat, stop. He said in surprise, Senior? Chinhai Laozu said, this little girl is a descendant of the Yin clan from the 3 Lives Hall. Although her reputation is not very good, she hasn't done anything evil. Can you spare her life? Junior sister Ling transformed back. Fong Xia replied, Senior, why have you never mentioned your relationship with her before? Also, this ring she gave me, was it a gift for me or for you? Chinhai Laozu avoided his gaze. The master stammered, this, huh? Zhu Yunyang, standing next to Fong Xia, spoke up. Oh, Chinhai was sealed for over 3,000 years. He finally managed to escape, only to see his descendant in such a sorry state. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to accept it either. Fong Xia replied. Yunyang has a point. Junior sister Ling felt like she was going to vomit blood. She thought to herself, although I survived this ordeal, this little girl's tongue is too sharp. A voice called from behind. Senior Fong, something terrible has happened. Bai Chenhai, naked, with a lump on his head, ran over and said, that junior sister, she turned out to be a demoness from the White Nether Valley in disguise. Chinchio Valley is in danger. Fong Xia was stunned. I think your current state is even more dangerous. Fong Xia held him back. I already know about that. We just had a little showdown. Junior sister Ling shyly turned away, but Bai Chenhai shouted, Aha! Demonis, why are you here? Chinhai Laozu said loudly. Ahem. If you want to clear up the misunderstanding, then explain clearly why you came to Chinchou Valley. Even I, Laozu, don't know why you came to Chinchou Valley. Junior sister Ling feigned innocence. I heard that the previous sect master left behind a legacy to advance to the Yuandan realm. I came for that legacy. Chinhai Laozu and everyone else were helpless. I can't believe that's the reason. Chinhai Laozu was stunned, as he truly had no idea. Chinhai roared like a demon. All those secret manuals I left behind, were they all not passed down? Have the descendants of the 3 lives hall fallen so far that they have to steal other people's legacies? Senior. Fong Xia jumped in to intervene. Come on, come on. Chinhai Laozu grabbed junior sister Ling by the head. Fong Xia then said to Bai Songhai, that demonist from the White Nether sect is a descendant of my senior. Can you do me a favor and not reveal this matter to the outside world? Bai Songhai replied. After all, she only knocked me out and tied me up. She hasn't done anything to harm Chinchou Valley. If the sect master says to spare her, then let's spare her. Fong Xia was happy. Then it's settled. He thought to himself, looking at your expression, you probably really are happy. I didn't expect you to be so easy to talk to, Bai Songhai. Bai Songhai continued, Sect Master Fong. If everything is settled, then I will leave Chinchou Valley tomorrow. So soon? Where do you want to go? Bai Songhai thought of his dream. I want to travel the 4 seas. Just as you said, the path is created by oneself. Fong Xia had said at that time, reading many books is not as good as experiencing it for yourself. Remember to pack your luggage well. Don't let people capture you and play with you again. Bai Songhai said, Oh right, Sect Master Fong. Tomorrow morning, the announcement of you taking over as Sect Master will be made. I'm worried that at that time, some disciples will not agree with this. They will oppose you. Fong Xia smiled and replied, No need to worry too much. I have my own ways. The large bell rang. The chimes echoed continuously. A large crowd gathered here. Everyone was whispering among themselves. People said to each other, the bell rang 6 times. It must be a major announcement. What else is there to announce? Chinchou Valley has become a wasteland. Are we going to disband today? The master said loudly. All disciples, silence. Silence. The master announced. Fellow Taoists of Chinchou Valley, I have an announcement to make today. He said, from this day forward, the position of sect master of our sect will be held by Senior Fong Xia. He will become the 9th sect master of Chinchou Valley. This is against the rules. The rules of our Chinchou Valley for hundreds of years state that an outsider cannot be the sect master. This is absurd. What kind of system is this? Everyone objected. Another master said loudly, silence. He stepped forward. Don't you all forget. When the other sects betrayed us, and Mo Yuanlong led his army to attack us, who was it that saved this Chinchou Valley from peril? I no longer have the strength to support Chinchou Valley. An expert like Taoist friend Fong is willing to accept this position. That is our blessing. Fong Xia spoke up. Everyone, I am the new sect master of this valley, Fong Xia. In this battle, our Chinchou Valley has suffered severe damage. Faced with these difficulties, as the new sect master, I am willing to share weal and woe with you all. Chinchou Valley is in the process of being rebuilt. He rallied. Chinchou Valley is our common home. Even if it is just a wasteland, I, Fong, will never give up. I believe you all are the same. Everyone replied. Of course we won't give up. But what can we do? That's right. What should we do with this mess? Fong Xia said. Everyone look. This is the first gift I want to give to Chinchou Valley. He released his power. Everyone's jaws dropped. Is this a sword diagram? A sword diagram can be used like this? This is truly an eye-opener. The patterns on the sword diagram look so familiar. The imperial court destroyed our buildings, but they can never destroy our strength and will. The first thing I, Fong, will do after taking over as sect master is to lead everyone to restore Chinchou Valley. We will completely renovate the living environment, training grounds, and defense systems. We will absolutely not let the imperial court and the other sects of Mount Kanglan be complacent. Everyone was of one mind. Well said. We will absolutely not let the enemy be complacent. Fong Xia said, only when we are strong can the enemy no longer bully us. So the second thing I want to do is to impart the ultimate techniques of various sects, such as the Nine Dragons Sacred Heart Art and the Celestial Breathing Art, to you. Oh my God, is he telling the truth? We can learn the techniques of other sects? Then the disciples of other sects will regret it to death. In other places, you can only learn one. Here, we have everything. Everyone was overjoyed. Fong Xia interrupted. Ahem, ahem. Please let me finish first. Everyone fell silent and listened attentively. Because everyone's characteristics are different, the techniques will be limited to the introductory level. Fong Xia anticipated. He said, you will definitely ask. If I find a technique that suits me, and I want to learn the advanced version, what then? Then you must complete sect missions to earn contribution points for the sect. Only then can you think about exchanging them for cultivation techniques. They were stunned. Contribution points? He continued speaking. The number of contribution points will be based on the difficulty of the mission. This will ensure maximum fairness for everyone. If you want more cultivation techniques, then go do missions. The two beautiful women beside him also agreed. Sect Master Fong is so wise. This way, it can both encourage disciples to cultivate and also make our sect stronger. I guess he has some brains after all. He's barely acceptable as our sect master. Fong Xia raised his hand. And that's not all. Anyone who discovers a new cultivation technique, makes an outstanding contribution, or has exceptional talent, can receive personal guidance from me. I, Fong Xia, will definitely lead the 1,000 Autumn Valley back to its peak. We will reclaim the glory of our past as a sacred hall. Everyone cheered. Well said, Sect Master Fong. Long live Sect Master Fong. Long live Sect Master Fong. Everyone was very satisfied. The elders were also happy. Ha! Everyone laughed and chanted his name. Sect Master Fong. Sect Master Fong. Bai Chinhai, who was there, turned and left. He thought to himself, Senior Fong, you are truly brilliant. I, Bai Chinhai, will definitely not let you down. 1,000 Autumn Valley. Wait for the day I return. I will show you a new, stronger version of myself. He left without looking back. Fong Xia, watching from above, also saw him. He thought to himself, Little Bai has set off. See you again. Chinhai suddenly appeared and said, TCH. I can't believe that kid with the surname Bai was spurred into leaving by you. Fong Xia was stunned and said, Senior, you've been hiding in this ring for so long. You've finally decided to come out. Chinhai slapped his own face. Don't mention it. This ancestor has lost all face because of that junior. How can a descendant of the Yin clan from the Three Lives Hall be so stupid? Targeting someone else's inheritance is one thing, but to lie in wait for so many years and still fail to get it. Shameless. Utterly shameless. Fong Xia said, Senior, I suspect the inheritance within the inheritance is related to the 1,000 Autumn Bell. Chinhai was surprised. The bell? He said, Last time, when I fought Mo Yuan Long, I vaguely sensed that those 8 bells were not simple. Perhaps they hide a new kind of divine power. In the entire Xuanwu kingdom, only you are knowledgeable enough to see what's unusual about it. Hearing this, Master Chinhai puffed up with pride. Fong Xia suggested, Senior, would you do me the honor of accompanying me to the 1,000 Autumn Bell to have a look? The master replied, Since you've asked so sincerely, kid, I suppose I can be merciful and go with you on this trip. They walked together up the mountain path of the 1,000 Autumn Valley. Fong Xia greeted them. Mo Yushu. Mo Yin. Hello. The two of them replied. Greetings, Sect Master. Fong Xia said, You're not doing too bad. Continue your labor and reform. Accept this baptism by sweat. I will try to reduce your sentences. They were delighted. Reduce our sentences? Then we thank you, Sect Master Fong. Fong Xia waved to them and left. Don't be so formal. This sect master has business to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Mo Yushu and Mo Yin talked to each other. Humph. What's that guy surnamed Fong pretending to be a good person for? He tortured me time and time again before, and now he's telling me to work like a slave. One day, I will pay him back for everything. But we can't beat him. So what can we do? I guess I feel like I don't have to live in constant fear and anxiety anymore. Just working hard is actually quite nice. The other person just watched them without saying a word. His eyes seemed to shoot daggers. Master Chinhai's eyes widened. Oh, looking closely at these scattered domains, I understand now. Chinhai hugged the bell. If this ancestor is not mistaken, this divine power is likely the heavenly dragon's 8 tones. Fong Xia said. The heavenly dragon's 8 tones? The master replied. Try channeling your spiritual power into it, and you'll understand. He touched the bells. They let out a chiming sound. Fong Xia said. These sounds, they're magical. Master Chinhai said. In my era, the heavenly dragon's 8 tones was a great divine power. It is the secret, untransmitted art of the East Sea Dragonhorn clan. Some even said it was a god-level great divine power. A barking sound was heard. Woof. Chinhai was angry. Kid, what are you barking for? Fong Xia was innocent. He quickly cleared his name. Senior, I didn't make a sound. Zhu Yunyang looked innocent. The two of them looked at her. It's probably not Yunyang. The three of them looked up. Fong Xia said, Senior, could it be the bell that made the sound? The senior replied, No way. Maybe. We all misheard. The barking sound was heard again. Fong Xia's eyes nearly popped out. It made a sound again. The sounds grew more frequent. Woof, woof, woof. Chinhai was shocked. Why is a bell making a dog's barking sound? The barking grew louder and more frequent. Every single bell was making that sound. Chinhai was terrified. They're all barking. Fong Xia shouted. This isn't the heavenly dragon's 8 tones. It's more like the heavenly dog's 8 barks. What the hell was the first sect master thinking? The sounds of woof, woof, woof echoed throughout the mountains. Birds flew away in a panic. A shout rang out. An earthquake. The thing he left behind. I'm afraid it's not the heavenly dragon's 8 tones. The rumbling sound of collapse appeared. They came out from behind the giant bell. Fong Xia said, I have to hurry. The path before them had split in two. It had completely cracked open in front of them. The entire Kanglan mountain range, and even the imperial capital of the Xuanwu kingdom, were all affected by this earthquake. People were in an uproar. It's an earthquake. An earthquake. Quick, protect His Majesty. He said, Silence. Shut your mouths. We are considered powerful experts in this world. We do not need your protection. You just need to be quiet for us for a moment. The emperor was worried. The battle at the Thousand Autumn Valley. What exactly happened? Not only did we fail to secure the Thousand Autumn Valley, but we also lost the king who pacifies the south and the Duke of Wei. What kind of abilities does that sect master Fong Xia possess? The sound of running footsteps approached. Thump, thump. The messenger burst through the door and said, Reporting to your majesty. Scouting reports have arrived from outside the Thousand Autumn Valley. An ancient underground passage has suddenly appeared in the Thousand Autumn Valley. The soul-shaking earthquake just now also originated from there. Everyone looked at each other. The emperor stood up. Humph. It seems this Thousand Autumn Valley is getting restless. He said, The Thousand Autumn Valley has just survived a life-and-death crisis. They must be in a desperate situation, hurriedly searching for the inheritance of Zhao Haisheng. He gave an order. By our decree, Xuanwu spies within the Thousand Autumn Valley. If the Thousand Autumn Valley interferes with the founding ancestors' plan, kill them without question. The three of them, Fong Xia, Yunyang, and the ancestor, entered the cracked passage together. Fong Xia said, So those 8 bells were just small bells. They weren't just the heavenly dragon's 8 tones. They were also the key to opening this path. Zhu Yunyang hid behind him in fear. This path. I'm scared. Fong Xia reassured her. Don't worry. I'm here. I can also feel it. There's something not quite right about this path. Really? Master Chinhai held a flag. Prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony. Fong Xia continued. Freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, friendship. A shadow darted past behind them. They turned around in fear. Humph. Did we just hear footsteps behind us? Zhu Yunyang clung to him in panic. Did we mishear it? Fong Xia turned his head back. You're right. This place just opened up. We're the first group to arrive. I must be too tense. But someone had appeared in front of them. He growled. The three of them were extremely startled and scared. He charged forward. They were terrified. Zhu Yunyang flailed her arms. She screamed. Monster! Ah! A punch was thrown. She punched it in the face. Get away! He flew back several feet. Fong Xia was stunned. Isn't this Moen, the one we met on the mountain? Is he gone? Take a look. This is killing intent possessing a body. He's been demonized. Zhu Yunyang was terrified. This monster is too dangerous. Let's kill it. Fong Xia reassured her. Yunyang, calm down. His chi deviation is probably related to this ancient path. Let's keep him alive and ask him what happened. Chinhai Laozu said, Brat. The floating dream, 3 lives art, has a spell to remove demonic corruption from a person. Try to purify him. Fong Xia unleashed his ability. I'll give it a try. Moen fell down. He opened his eyes. Suddenly, Moen sat up. Chinhai Laozu asked, Tell me, what did you just encounter? He trembled and didn't answer. Fong Xia walked over. You mean to say, you secretly followed us to this ancient path to find the legacy of Qianqiu Valley. But as soon as you went deeper, your consciousness was taken over? He replied, That's right. Moen said, This ancient path has a killing aura. My mind was immediately controlled by evil thoughts. Sect Master Fong, I'm kindly reminding you, even you, will not be able to resist that killing aura. Moen pointed forward. He said, If you don't believe me, then I won't stop you. The killing intent is coming from that direction. The 3 of them also looked in the direction Mo and was pointing. Junior sister Ling was over there, tiptoeing lightly. Io. She was immediately tied up. Eek! Chinhai Laozu said angrily. You damn brat. What are you doing here? Fong Xia asked. Like Moen, you're here for the first sect master's legacy? Sneaking around and doing this kind of thievery. I must send you to labor reform. Zhu Yunyang repeated. Labor reform? Moen sneered. I've already done labor reform. What can you do to me? You should know that I have many tricks up my sleeve. He stared wide-eyed. Fong Xia smiled sinisterly. Do you want to experience it a little? He was terrified. Sect Master, this disciple was wrong. Fong Xia gave him a kick. I'll let you off this time. Get back and watch over your people. Don't let them run around. Moen immediately replied. Thank you, Sect Master. I'll get lost right now. I'm leaving. Chinhai then yelled at junior sister Ling. All day long, you only do things that are not open and above board. You're always embarrassing me, Laozu. Junior sister Ling shed tears. Laozu. I know I was wrong. Please help me. I don't want to do labor reform. Fong Xia said. Out of respect for Laozu, the reform can be waived. He smiled sinisterly and made a condition. But, you have to do something for me. Junior sister Ling trembled. Moen ran like the wind. He used the 9 Dragons Sacred Heart Art. Voice transmission. I am Moen. I am Moen. I am Moen. Do not approach the ancient path. Do not approach the ancient path. In the ancient path, there is a kind of mind-destroying killing aura. It is not a place we can enter. In the imperial palace of the Xuanwu Kingdom, a person reported, according to Mo and secret report, the ancient path that suddenly appeared in Qianqiu Valley has a kind of killing aura that can cause people to have a chi deviation. The strange thing is, the new sect master of Qianqiu Valley was able to rescue Moen, who had previously suffered a chi deviation. The emperor listened. It seems this sect master Fong has some skills. Not only does he have some skills, but this new sect master is a strange person. One of Mo Liang's advisors, Mo Zian, said, despite the desolate situation of Qianqiu Valley, an outsider like him was able to take on the position of new sect master. He was also able to boost the morale of the disciples. Under his management, Qianqiu Valley is indeed recovering quickly. Mo Liang replied, If this Fong Xia is indeed as you say, my dear minister, he is unlike the previous sect masters of Qianqiu Valley. Perhaps we can draw him into my plan. He asked, My dear minister, regarding this idea, do you have any brilliant suggestions? Mo Zian replied, Your Majesty can set aside the immediate grievances and focus on the bigger picture. Your insight is brilliant. I request Your Majesty's permission to go to Qianqiu Valley. To meet him. Mo Liang smiled and said, Granted. To guard against the killing intent. Fong Xia's group carefully entered the ancient path. Fong Xia spoke up. Senior, can you tell how old this path is? Chinhai Laozu replied. I don't know either. This path has no basic characteristics. Zhu Yunyang pointed. Look at that room over there. The door is still open. Fong Xia said. Let's go over there and take a look. Maybe we can find out the age of this place. Zhu Yunyang asked. What will we use to determine its age? Chinhai replied. Household items, artifacts. Even the books here can prove it. Fong Xia agreed. Senior is right. They stepped inside. So many books. They approached the lecture hall. Chinhai Laozu observed. Looking at the layout and the books here, this was probably a classroom. Fong Xia replied. Let's flip through. A few pages. Fong Xia was surprised. What kind of writing is this? Fong Xia said. I've never seen the characters in this book before. Senior, look quickly. Here. This. Suddenly, many students were sitting in the room, reading. Fong Xia's jaw dropped. They also turned to look at him. He was bewildered. Oh great. Are you people or ghosts? Fong Xia shouted. Yunyang. Senior. That guy. What are you yelling about? Don't you want to graduate from elementary school anymore? Fong Xia was suddenly attacked. He blocked. So strong. Fong Xia turned his head. The sound of blows landing on him. Fong Xia thought to himself. My magic power was dispersed. It hurts so much. Sit up straight. Listen to the lecture properly. Fong Xia looked up. The person lecturing at the board said, The divine kingdom gave birth to you, raised you. Not for you to fool around here. Sooner or later, there will come a day when you must unleash your creativity and contribute your strength to the divine kingdom. He thought to himself, Divine kingdom. All right, you will continue to study the celestial divine embryo record. As a child of the celestial divine kingdom, you must all remember that the celestial divine embryo record is the foundation, the guarantee for your future development. From now on, you must study day and night, diligently and without stopping. Fong Xia sat down at a desk. He waved his arm. He still didn't understand what was happening. He held the celestial divine embryo record in his hand. Am I dreaming? He flipped through the book continuously. I can read the words in this book now. Celestial breathing. What is the relationship between the art and the celestial divine embryo record? Some of the content is very similar. The friend next to him turned to look at him. Teacher. This brat keeps muttering to himself. He's not listening to the lecture. A slap across the face. Brat, pay attention to the lecture. You're not young anymore. If you still can't graduate, how can you be worthy of your parents? Worthy of the divine kingdom's teachings? Fong Xia was hit so hard he cried. Fong Xia was resentful. You little brat. He tattled without even batting an eye. I can tell he's a professional snitch. Fong Xia angrily used the floating dream 3 lives art to transform. He said, Ever since I was little, I've hated those who snitch on teachers the most. Out of respect for your young age, I won't hit you too hard. The lecturer saw this. The guy next to him was still sitting quietly. He turned away and sighed. Are you trying to fight me? He also unleashed his power. Star River Spirit Gaze. You don't know your own limits, he said. Fong Xia was stunned. Elementary schoolers have Dao platforms now? What kind of world is this? Fong Xia asked. What's the deal with your Dao platform? The boy answered. I don't want to answer questions from an idiot. Fong Xia was so angry he wanted to set something on fire. He said, I may be smaller than you, but my cultivation has long surpassed yours. You see. So just be a good boy, go home, and plant some rice. Fong Xia shouted loudly. Cut the crap. Today, I'm going to spank your snitching little butt until it breaks. Fong Xia summoned his power. Their powers collided like fire and water. The boy used the power of the galaxy. Fong Xia blocked it. He continuously parried the attacks. Fong Xia was furious. He felt like he was going crazy inside. Damn it. How is this brat, who's but hasn't even fully grown yet, stronger than the elders of the 1,000 Autumn Valley? Fong Xia thought to himself. I have to teach this kid a lesson, but I also have to hold back. I need to think of a way. The boy asked. What's wrong? Where did your momentum go? The teacher observed them from above. He offered a few comments. This student's technique is not bad. Fong Xia charged forward. You stinking brat. Take this move. He focused all his power into his hands. Fong Xia struck. Black Crow plane takeoff. The boy was bewildered. Huh, what the? The other students also dropped their jaws. The classmate took the hit. Fong Xia smiled smugly. Now you have to run home crying. The teacher clapped his hands. Interesting, interesting. Even the teacher has never seen a move like this before. The boy summoned his power. Unorthodox tricks. Fong Xia smiled. Is that so? Then I'll switch to a different move. Round 2, start. The two of them continued to fight. The student attacked first. Fong Xia praised him. Your move is indeed very beautiful. But unfortunately, in front of this move of mine. Fong Xia jumped up. It's completely useless. He shouted. Black Crow plane landing. Fong Xia touched the ground. Landed safely. Fong Xia thought to himself. For halos of light. This kid really has some skill. The boy sat up and cursed. You're using some weird, evil sect arts. I don't accept this. Rematch. Fong Xia replied. Look at you, you little brat. I just didn't want to hurt you. Stop thinking you're all that. Fong Xia prepared an attack. He warned. If I really got serious, you would only have a dead end. The boy was stunned. Floating dream. Stop right now. A rope wrapped around Fong Xia. The teacher said. Excessive behavior is prohibited in the lecture hall. The teacher restrained Fong Xia. She said, I know your situation is special. There is a reason for your uncontrollable personality. I will let you off this time. But if you use lethal moves on a classmate again, teacher will make you wish you were dead. Fong Xia was confused. Special family situation? What do you know? The teacher replied. Teacher heard that your family suffered a great calamity. All your cultivation was lost. That's why you've struggled until today. I originally thought you had given up, but I didn't expect you to have secretly cultivated to this level. This brings teacher great comfort. Fong Xia turned away. Wait a minute. Let me think for a second. He thought, combining what they are saying now. Then here, I am no longer Fong Xia, but a young man who was held back in elementary school. As for this classroom, it's some period in history. Or is it a special illusion? I can't judge it yet. I need to investigate further. The teacher standing nearby spoke up. Class dismissed. Fong Xia was still full of questions. She turned her head and said, Teacher is very happy today. No extra homework. Class dismissed. The students bowed. Goodbye, master. Goodbye, master. All of them vanished. Fong Xia observed. They completely disappeared. He wondered. Huh, why are you still? The little boy then also whooshed away. Fong Xia shouted. Wait. He opened his eyes wide. Zhu Yonyang called out at this moment. Xia. Fong Xia spoke up. Am I back? Fong Xia was dazed. I'm back. The words on the book turned back too. Fong Xia said. In the dream, I found out I was a great scholar. Woke up and turned out I'm still illiterate. Zhu Yonyang moved close to his face. She asked. Xia? What are you saying? Fong Xia shouted. Hey, this feeling is too real. Old Ancestor Chinhai knocked him on the head. You stinking brat. Stop playing tricks. You didn't move just now. You scared this old ancestor to death. Fong Xia yelled. Ow, ow. This feeling is also real. He held old Ancestor Chinhai's head. Chinhai asked, What exactly is this book? Let the old ancestor see. Fong Xia replied. I declare, don't touch it. This place is very strange. Fong Xia ran off. Anyway, this lecture hall is too weird. It's better if we run first. Fong Xia recounted what he just experienced in that lecture hall to Chinhai and Zhu Yonyang. Like this. Like that. The two of them listened attentively. Old Ancestor Chinhai guessed. It seems this path was left behind by the divine kingdom of Tianwen. It has some history. Even in the old ancestor's time, it was already a legendary kingdom. Senior, about that school. How was the teacher? The situation in that school is quite bizarre. Listening to you, I also have no way to clarify its operating mechanism. Zhu Yonyang didn't understand anything. Fong Xia said, Right. You guys said I stood there motionless just now. So how long did I stand there? Zhu Yonyang spoke up. I know this one. Zhu Yonyang grabbed his wrist. Zhu Yonyang let Fong Xia touch her chest. She said, Oh, you count it yourself. Probably about 100. Fong Xia confusedly took his hand away from there. He even had a nosebleed. Fong Xia was surprised. About 100? Old Ancestor Chinhai screamed again. Be a decent human being. Don't think about depraved things. If you counted to 100, you'd have run out of blood by now. Fong Xia replied. Senior, you taught me well. Fong Xia said. I was in that classroom for about half an hour. But in reality, only a very short time passed. I think the time in the mysterious classroom is different from our world. The architecture of this ancient road is probably not simple either. We prepared too little today. It's better not to take any more risks. Old Ancestor Chinhai looked ahead with them. That makes sense. Why don't we go straight to the source of the killing intent and take a look? They walked forward. They arrived at the place. Fong Xia advised, "You must be vigilant. If you feel something is wrong, do not hesitate. Retreat immediately." Whirring sounds appeared. Zhu Yonyang hid behind Fong Xia. She was sweating all over. She said, "Senior, that thing, very dangerous." Zhu Yonyang looked like she was being swallowed by it. Fong Xia shouted, "Yonyang." Chinhai replied, "The girl's realm is too low. It's easier for her to be affected by the killing intent." "Girl, calm down," Old Ancestor Chinhai reminded. Zhu Yonyang panted continuously. She said, "Huff, huff. It was really hard to breathe just now." Old Ancestor Chinhai said, "I don't know what's in there. Girl, use your clones to scout." Zhu Yonyang replied, "Got it." Her clones moved forward. They zoomed away. They rushed straight towards the killing intent like spiders. Booming sounds rang out. They rushed straight into it. Popping sounds were heard. They focused on observing. "No way." Zhu Yonyang pointed. "Ah, look at that." In front of the killing intent, a knife appeared. The knife was chopped into a piece of wood. It was covered in blood. They were surprised. "Hey, pig slaughtering knife?" On a bright sunny day, Fong Xia lay enjoying himself. He said, "You guys be a little careful. Ice frost little wind fan, Sua Zhuyan. Heartwarming little hand warmer, Lu Jinger." The beauties served Fong Xia. They said, "Elder Fong, the wind is cold. Elder Ru, the tea is cold. Fifth Elder, your hand strength is too strong." The three elders obeyed submissively. They said in unison, "Understood." Sect leader. A girl ran over in a panic. She said, "Sect leader, the imperial court suddenly sent someone to negotiate peace. They are currently waiting for you in the Thousand Autumn Hall." He shouted in surprise. "The imperial court? As special envoy?" Elder Ru hit him once. "The imperial court must have admitted defeat." Fong Xia was stunned. "That hurts." The fifth elder rubbed his head. His face was pressed close into her massive chest, which delighted him. The fifth elder said, "The weak situation between the Thousand Autumn Valley and the imperial court has finally reversed." Fong Xia replied, Can I not go?" The pink-haired girl rejoiced. "Being able to use reconciliation to minimize sacrifices. This fits our wishes perfectly. Hurry up and go. Resolve it one step sooner. Stop the war one day earlier." The other elders hugged him. "That's right. Sect leader. We will go with you. Let's go quickly. Avoid being rude to the envoy." Everyone marched forward. They tossed Fong Xia up. "Charge." Fong Xia screamed. "You. Put me down. I can walk by myself." The scene shifted to the Thousand Autumn Hall. Fong Xia sat in deep thought. What kind of unexpected situation is this? It doesn't match my data. He remembered the past. Fong Xia once told junior sister Lin, "I want to continue exploring the ancient road. If I'm not here, someone will definitely cause trouble. You transform into my appearance to suppress those people." Everyone has their own thoughts. I originally thought scaring the elders would be enough. I didn't expect to have to meet a special envoy. If possible, I will definitely catch that guy named Fong and send him to labor reform. Mozian spoke. "I am Mozian. I come by the Emperor's command to discuss peace between the Thousand Autumn Valley and the Imperial Court." Rutong Qinghua stared at him. Fong Xia sweated. "Why does this kid keep staring at me?" Rutong Qinghua whispered into Mozian's ear. "The sect leader Fong from the rumors. Is this him?" Mozian retorted. "Do not be rude. You cannot judge a person by their appearance." Rutong Qinghua laughed foolishly. "Cannot judge a person by appearance? Then let me see how strong the rumored sect leader Fong is." She possessed the power of the heavenly dragon spirit eyes, able to see through the realm of divine ability users, breaking all illusions. A shout rang out. "Alert! Illusion enhancement activated." He thought to himself, "These eyes are not simple." The illusion was almost exposed. Luckily, I reacted quickly. Mozian asked, "How is it, Qinghua?" Rutong Qinghua was puzzled. In Qinghua's eyes, she was seeing through everyone's power. The two beside him are already at the peak of the divine ability realm. But this sect leader is only at the open wheel realm? Could His Majesty have been deceived? Mozian said, "Cough. Watch your words. Talk too much and you'll make mistakes." Rutong immediately shut up. Mozian looked at Fong Xia and thought, Although the Primal Core realm is not absolutely invincible, to kill a Primal Core expert in battle, the price he paid must have been astonishing. Elder Ru shouted. You two have been whispering there for half the day. If you have a fart, release it quickly. What exactly is the purpose of the Imperial Court sending you here? Elder Fong spoke up. Keep your voice down. Don't scare these two into running back to the court. Mo Zian said. Mo is here by the Emperor's order to escort the Spirit King Jade to present to sect leader Fong. As long as you accept this Spirit King Jade, you will be the Guardian Spirit King, status and position equal to His Majesty. As for the compensation for the 1,000 Autumn Valley, we will not be stingy either. Fong Xia asked. Equal to the Emperor? Elder Fong said. You guys almost destroyed the 1,000 Autumn Valley back then. Now you use such good conditions to sway our sect leader. What are you trying to do? Mo Zian answered. His Majesty the Emperor heard of sect leader Feng's deeds. He was extremely moved. He believes sect leader Feng can be a pillar of the country. His Majesty is willing to shake hands and make peace with the 1,000 Autumn Valley, to strive and struggle together. Fong Xia laughed and said, Haha, I cannot make the decision alone on such a big matter. Why don't you stay at the 1,000 Autumn Valley for a few days? Wait for me to think about it, then I can give you an answer, okay? Rutong Qinghue said to Mo Zian. My lord, this sect leader Feng is clearly being given face, but doesn't want it. I didn't expect the famous sect leader Feng to be so unruly. I'm afraid the previous information was all fake. Mo Zian thought. His Majesty intends to sway the 1,000 Autumn Valley. But currently, this sect leader Feng is hard to entrust with responsibility. The news sent back by the spies inevitably has errors. The current plan is to probe the situation of the 1,000 Autumn Valley first, then calculate further. Then I will wait here to hear your answer. Mo Zian replied. Mysterious ancient road. The place emitting killing intent. A voice spoke. Why is it like this? Zhu Yonyang said. My clones. Fong Xia and old Ancestor Chinhai were helpless. Old Ancestor Chinhai shouted. This knife is truly evil. If any soul or flesh approaches, most of them will be devoured in an instant. Before our eyes, they were melted until only white bones remained. The bloody knife. Fong Xia spoke up. Even so, I must try to purify it. If this trouble isn't resolved, I don't know how many more disciples will suffer. Fong Xia took out the floating dream 3 lives art to seal the spirit. The knife suddenly moved. Power radiated out. Fong Xia was trying his best to project power towards it. A booming sound erupted. Fong Xia was surprised. This thing, it's not normal. Everyone looked up at it as it gathered spirits. A monster created from killing intent appeared. Old Ancestor Chinhai roared. The killing intent of this knife can actually form a spirit body. That spirit body was attacking them. It struck with a boom. Everything whizzed around. Fong Xia was resisting it. He said, Senior, this thing seems even more powerful than your spirit weapons. Old Ancestor Chinhai replied. What did you say? That was because the old ancestor saw you were too weak, so I didn't use my full strength. The old ancestor still has plenty of powerful items. He stood up and attacked. Hungming seed, green lotus, 3 flowers. He clenched his fist. The power attacked that spirit body. Zhu Yonyang and old Ancestor Chinhai could only stand aside and cheer. Kid, do your best. Blast that ghost to death. Xia is so cool. Fong Xia turned his head back. Yonyang, Senior. He ran while shouting. Run, run. This guy's armor is too hard. Can't break it. Old Ancestor Chinhai dropped his jaw. You stinking brat. If you can't beat it, why act cool? That spirit body was attacking them. The power was extremely violent. Booming sounds appeared. They all tumbled away. Old Ancestor Chinhai said, The old ancestor is hiding. You brat, pray for yourself. Fong Xia didn't expect this. Trying to run away. Senior, you sold me out. He called. Yonyang. Zhu Yonyang panted. Oh, my legs won't move anymore. Fong Xia thought. Yonyang is too affected by the killing intent. She consumed a lot of energy just now. It roared loudly. Fong Xia blocked that attack for her. He shouted loudly. Careful. She shed tears. Oh. That blow made Fong Xia spit blood. Fong Xia thought. Luckily, I opened the National Scholar Unparalleled Sword in time. Otherwise, I would have been roasted. This monster's attack is too strong. I can't fight it head-on right now. He supported her. Yonyang, hold on tight. Fong Xia carried her away. He said, I won't let anything happen to you. Zhu Yonyang was extremely moved. Fong Xia looked at her and said, sorry, if I had been a little more careful, we wouldn't have this trouble. Zhu Yonyang comforted him. Oh, no need to blame yourself. That spirit body was extremely furious. They all gathered their power. Fong Xia shouted unexpectedly. Oh crap. They were attacking him fiercely. Fong Xia ran with all his might. Is that damn monster not done yet? Booming sounds rang out. Fong Xia looked back. Stop. Stop chasing. Zhu Yonyang said. Oh, we're back in the classroom. Fong Xia asked. Did that monster chase us for that long? The monster didn't say anything. It turned and left. Fong Xia watched. The monster left. I didn't expect it to be afraid of the classroom. This classroom might be hiding a treasure that can subdue that pig-slaughtering knife. Zhu Yonyang called out shyly. Oh. Fong Xia widened his eyes. Huh. Put me down. Okay. Outside the Thousand Autumn Valley, Rotong Qingyue was standing on the cliff. At the same time, Special Envoy Qingyue took advantage of everyone's inattention to sneak out and spy on the situation of the Thousand Autumn Valley. She looked down at the hidden path. She said, this ancient road is really unusual. Even I can't see through it. Someone walked over. It was Fong Xia, transformed by Yin Wuyo. He rushed over and asked, little sister, what are you doing here? Rotong Qingyue said, don't call me little sister. I am a man. She opened up for him to see. Fong Xia froze with a smile. Fong Xia awkwardly turned his face away. Sorry. Rotong Qingyue said, why so agitated? Don't you have one too? Fong Xia replied, I still have things to do. I'll take my leave first. The real Fong Xia walked into the classroom with Zhu Yonyang. He said, sure enough, going directly into the classroom to pick up treasures was a mistake. Luckily, this book still has sabers and swords. Maybe there's something useful inside. Fong Xia said, Yonyang, if anything happens, pull the book out and call me to wake up, okay? Zhu Yonyang agreed. Don't worry. He said, I hope hugging Buddha's leg at the last minute will be effective. Fong Xia stared. He looked up. Fong Xia screamed. Teacher was standing right in front of him. She said, you brat, do you want to be skinned alive? Sleeping in class again. Today, teacher is teaching about sabers and swords. Listen carefully. Fong Xia suddenly felt small. He was scared. Again? Fong Xia raised his hand. Teacher, I have a question to ask you. She said, this is the first time teacher has seen you so lively. It's good that you can break free from the shadows and not degrade yourself anymore. Fong Xia thought, was I not lively enough last time? Does this classroom not have a save function? Every time, it enters a pre-designed instance. Is it that no matter what the teacher does, next time she comes, she won't remember it? Fong Xia slapped his face. He said, what am I thinking? Business is urgent. He said, teacher, if sabers and swords are often mentioned together, then can I use the great perfection sword intent to subdue a vicious saber with a spirit? She replied, of course you can. Although sabers and swords are grouped together, they are ultimately two types of weapons. Teacher shouted, such basic content. And you don't remember any of it. It seems I still have to use actual combat to make you remember it in your heart. Let's go into your purple mansion. Teacher knocked Fong Xia on the head. The two of them were transported to the purple mansion. Teacher continued speaking. On the contrary, your self-cultivated purple mansion is quite good. Teacher is somewhat comforted. Fong Xia replied, thank you for the praise, teacher. Teacher has some unique insights regarding sabers. So let teacher play the role of the saber spirit. You can try to use sword intent to neutralize the armed saber intent teacher creates. Fong Xia thought to himself, materializing the armed force of saber intent? Is this the technology of the divine kingdom of Tianwen? Teacher reminded, don't get distracted. Release your sword intent. Fong Xia agreed to obey. Yes. Fong Xia used his power. Teacher said, your sword intent cultivation is not bad. But it is useless. You cannot understand saber intent. You won't find my weakness. She said confidently, if you can't find the weakness, you can only fight head-on. The result is the weak die. Do you understand now? If you don't know the weakness, winning against the strong with weakness is basically impossible. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. If you want to see through saber intent, you yourself must first grasp saber intent. If you want to cultivate saber intent, then honestly learn from the basics. Fong Xia smiled and replied, then teacher, sword intent cannot see through the weakness of saber intent. So if I convert sword intent into saber intent, will that work? Teacher replied, although teacher always encourages you to learn one thing and understand three. But rules are rules, whether it is sword intent or saber intent. They are instincts engraved into the soul day by day during the cultivation process. There is no conversion, you said? She suddenly stared at him wide-eyed. Fong Xia was bewildered. Teacher, isn't this sword intent turning into saber intent? Teacher didn't expect it. She shouted, how on earth did you do that? Fong Xia raised both hands. Isn't this very simple? Isn't this very simple? He said, I tricked myself into saying the saber is the sword. The sword is the saber. Then the sword intent naturally turned into saber intent. Teacher said, nonsense. Modifying memories will cause chaos in your cognition. Your Tao heart will be affected. Even your saber intent and sword intent will collapse because of it. Fong Xia winked and said, teacher doesn't need to worry. The time I've touched a sword probably doesn't even add up to half a month. As for sabers, I've never touched one before. There is no cognitive instinct or anything. Teacher, look, depending on what I think in my heart, the intent of the weapon will transform into that at will. She was surprised. Rare. I really didn't expect you to have such a peculiar ability. She continued. Now use your saber intent. Feel teacher's weakness. Attack teacher directly. Fong Xia said. Student will try. Fong Xia summoned his power. Teacher rushed forward. Try it. Use saber intent to find my weakness. Fong Xia focused. He looked through her body. He thought, I can see it. Fong Xia counterattacked. Teacher observed. Her body was exposed. Fong Xia asked, teacher, does this count as having learned it? Fong Xia looked at the ring and thought, I also learned teacher's skill. Blood sword? Teacher pinched his cheek. Could it be, student, that you are the natural-born saint of legends? A Holy Spirit body born close to the Tao? Fong Xia smiled foolishly. Something like that. However, I'm not as strong as in the legends. Teacher continued. This is the fortune of the divine kingdom of Tianwen. In the future, if you encounter difficulties in cultivation, just tell teacher. Teacher will definitely help you with all her ability. Fong Xia thanked her. Then thank you very much, teacher. He thought. Having said that, once I leave the instance, your memory will reset anyway. Where Fong Xia and Yonyang confronted the demon saber, Zhu Yonyang asked, Xiao, you flipped a few pages of the book and suddenly became so confident? Fong Xia replied, I learned quite a few new things from a good teacher. Let me show you the results of my study. Fong Xia called out, hey, demon saber, I'm lacking a good saber to strengthen my saber intent. That spirit body replied, just relying on you? How can you possibly control me? He thought, it understands human speech. He answered it, whether I can control you or not, we'll know once we try. It rushed forward. Shameless boasting. Fong Xia said with full confidence, I'm not interested. The spirit body said, boasting without shame. Fong Xia focused on looking at it. He saw through to the power inside its body. Fong Xia said, weakness. Completely exposed. It attacked him. Fong Xia didn't yield either. He rushed up to attack. The spirit body was surprised. A scream rang out. Arg. Fong Xia smirked. Done. At the entrance to the mysterious ancient cliff, Rutong Qinghue said, my lord. Qinghue just heard. The spies of the imperial court hiding in the Thousand Autumn Valley were all rooted out by that Fong Xia. They were even punished with manual labor. Also, this chaotic ancient cliff is truly unfathomable. Even my heavenly dragon spirit eyes cannot see the mystery inside. Mo spoke up. Shu, someone is coming. Fong Xia and Zhu Yonyang walked over. Fong Xia was stunned. You are Mo. So it is sect leader Fong returning gracefully. May I ask why you are carrying a pig slaughtering knife? Zhu Yonyang and Fong Xia were confused. The two whispered to each other. Xiao, who is this guy acting familiar on his own? Didn't you say without permission? No one can approach this ancient cliff? Maybe there's a ghost pretending to be me? Or one of the people I met back then. Let me try talking to him. Fong Xia held the knife and said, "This knife is equipment we just looted from a dungeon. Isn't it very cool? If it's cool, remember to do the 3 steps, like send flowers and favorite." Zhu Yonyang froze. She didn't expect this step. Xia started talking nonsense again. Mo Zian said, "This knife of sect leader Fong is naturally cool. When Mo returns, I will definitely do the 3 steps immediately." Which dungeon did the sect leader loot this knife from? Fong Xia was stunned. He didn't expect that. Damn, this guy actually followed up so smoothly. Could it be I met a fellow Earthling? Fong Xia approached Mo Zian. He said, "Fellow Taoist Mo, for us to meet in this world far from the internet. No jihu, no moments. Meeting a netizen here can be considered fate. I wonder if fellow Taoist has had any fortuitous encounters after coming to this place?" Mo Zian. If we talk about fortuitous encounters, Mo came from a humble background. Yet I was fortunate enough to be appreciated by His Majesty, promoted exceptionally, even joined the Xuanwu royal family's 700-year plan. I guess that counts as a fortuitous encounter. Fong Xia was poor and destitute, sad in his heart. He pointed and said, "Damn, your luck is considered not bad. Unlike me, starting in a wasteland." Wait, royal family's 700-year plan? What exactly is that plan? Mo Zian took out a secret decree. This matter is a royal secret. Only if sect leader Fong officially joins this project plan can Mo reveal it. This is His Majesty's secret decree, bestowing upon you the title of Guardian Spirit King, rewarding gold, silver, jade, and silk. His Majesty also promised to grant you this item. Fong Xia wondered. He looked at the person in front of him. He thought, research. These 2 guys are probably envoys sent by the imperial court to negotiate. Fong Xia opened the secret decree. He said, "What kind of toy is this secret decree? Let me see." He read in his mind. Appoint the current sect leader of Thousand Autumn Valley, Fong Xia, as the Guardian Spirit King. Bestow the Spirit King Jade. Reward 10,000 taels of gold, taking the Thousand Autumn Valley as the starting point. 1,000 miles of land around the Thousand Autumn Valley all belong to the Thousand Autumn Valley. Mo Zian was certain that His Majesty promised such rich conditions, putting on a posture of seeking talent. He will definitely be swayed. Fong Xia was angry inside, acting all mysterious, having a plan but refusing to reveal it. This Xuanwu kingdom clearly lost the war. It still puts on an arrogant attitude. He replied, "Lord Mo, please pass a message to His Majesty. I accept the compensation of ceding 1,000 miles of surrounding land and 10,000 taels of gold on behalf of the Thousand Autumn Valley. From now on, my Thousand Autumn Valley and the Imperial Court will try our best to eliminate past grudges. Live together in peace. As for the title of Guardian Spirit King, and whatever plan you recommended to me, I'm not interested." Rutong Qinghua shouted. "Rude fanatic. What did you say?" Fong Xia stared. "Little sister, don't be so fierce." Rutong Qinghua got even angrier. She screamed into Fong Xia's face, "Bastard, I already proved to you that I am not a little sister." Fong Xia muttered, "What exactly did I go through when that demoness disguised as me?" Mo Zian grabbed her by the collar. Mo Zian smiled and said, "Children speak without restraint. I hope sect leader Fong won't blame him. He is a boy. He hates it most when others call him a little sister." Fong Xia replied, "This servant boy of yours looks very standard. He's a good seed for a cross-dressing boss. You can cultivate him well." Mo Zian covered Qingyue's mouth and replied, "Sect leader Fong is joking. Qingyue is usually clumsy. He doesn't know sewing or needlework. It's impossible for him to do women's makeup." Fong Xia stared. He thought, this guy doesn't understand the term cross-dressing boss. He's basically not a fellow Earthling. Just now, he actually replied to my nonsense with such a serious face. His conversation skills are a bit too strong. Mo Zian continued, "Since sect leader Fong is unwilling to accept the title of Guardian Spirit King, I can only return and report to His Majesty first." Mo Zian led Qinghua away. "Qinghua, let's go." Fong Xia said to Zhu Yonyang, "This Xuanwu emperor definitely has no good intentions. Trying to rope in the Thousand Autumn Valley definitely has an unspeakable purpose. Yonyang, let's hurry back home. I need to find a few elders to discuss this matter." Zhu Yonyang replied, Yes. Mo Zian and Chinhai turned away. Mo Zian was sweating like rain. Mo Zian thought angrily. What is the internet? What is Weibo? What is Moments? And what exactly are those recommendations? Mo Zian, boast of a lifetime of erudition. I didn't expect there to be a mountain higher than a mountain. Chatting with him for a while was even more tiring than discussing national policy with His Majesty for 10 days. At Fong Xia's room, a scream rang out. You accepted the land the imperial court promised verbally? The fifth elder screamed. Sect leader, do you still not understand what kind of enemies surround the Thousand Autumn Valley? This decision is a mistake. The so-called 1,000 miles of surrounding land belonging to the Thousand Autumn Valley is a conspiracy of the Xuanwu Kingdom. You accepting these lands is stepping one foot into the imperial court's trap. Her face darkened. Sect leader, this time, you were sold by someone, and you're still helping them count the money. Fong Xia wondered. Enemies? Several? The elders explained. I assumed that guy named Mo Zian deliberately chose a time when no elders were there to discuss terms with you. Sect leader, the situation is like this. The elder said. Although the 1,000 miles of land around here belong to the Xuanwu Kingdom, inside, there is a large territory occupied by the demon Lord Qinglin. Many demons with powerful strength live there. The fifth elder continued. There is a rumor that Lord Qinglin is a void-devouring python of noble bloodline. Over 100 zhang tall. Primal core realm. Once Lord Qinglin gets angry, even Mount Kanglin has to shake 3 times. Luckily, it usually likes to sleep for long periods. Only then do the sects in Mount Kanglin have peaceful days. Demons are not good at labor and production, but their combat power far exceeds the human race. They often go to surrounding human territories to plunder living supplies. The imperial court, to protect security, previously always paid tribute to Lord Qinglin. Now, the imperial court threw this hot potato to the Thousand Autumn Valley. Fong Xia asked, which means the imperial court kicked this big trouble of the demon border to our Thousand Autumn Valley. The fifth elder sighed. Exactly, Fong Xia said. If that Lord Qinglin wakes up and finds out she hasn't received tribute, wouldn't our Thousand Autumn Valley be in for it? The two of them agreed. That's right. Fong Xia felt helpless. Doesn't this human race live just like ATMs? The fifth elder asked. What is an ATM? He replied. I'm talking to myself. Don't mind it. He felt confused. Although resting and recuperating to avoid war and seek peace is the best policy right now, the Thousand Autumn Valley doesn't have the spare capacity to serve the grandmasters of the demon race. Before the demon race reacts, we should make the first move. I will personally go meet that Lord Qinglin. While I'm gone, you guys have some things to do. The two of them looked at him and listened. Inside the Xuanwu main hall, His Majesty said, This is truly outrageous. I spent 10,000 taels of gold, awarded the title of Guardian Spirit King. Yet this brat is still unwilling to be used by we. Mo Zian replied, Your Majesty, quell your anger. Although sect leader Fong is a strange person, after the battle with Mo Yuanlong, his realm dropped sharply. Him not joining our grand plan is nothing to regret. Rutong Qinghua added, The entire Thousand Autumn Valley doesn't even have a single Dao platform realm cultivator. Basically not worth your Majesty trying to rope in. He replied, We didn't want to have anything to do with the Thousand Autumn Valley either, but to realize the grand plan of the founding imperial ancestor, we must personally go to the Demon Emperor's tomb. It's just that only the demon race can enter this Demon Emperor's tomb. To gain the opportunity to enter the Demon Emperor's tomb, we have already negotiated with Ing Chengpeng. As long as we help the demon race seize the Thousand Autumn Valley's inheritance that the demon race has craved for a long time, he will think of a way to bring a few humans into the Demon Emperor's tomb. We originally wanted to cooperate with the Thousand Autumn Valley, to let them hand over the inheritance voluntarily. Since they refused the toast only to drink the forfeit, then they can't blame we. Mo Zian asked, Your Majesty means? His Majesty replied, Immediately contact the Demon King. Seize the Thousand Autumn Valley's inheritance. Mo Zian looked at Qinghua. They received the order. Understood. The view returned to the Thousand Autumn Valley side. Before leaving, Fong Xia distributed the dragon vein pill fragments dropped from the fight with Mo Yuanlong earlier to the 6 elders. Having obtained the dragon vein pill fragments, the elders' cultivation sword, the elders enjoyed the power. Under the guidance of the teacher, they learned a large amount of techniques, increased combat experience. Fong Xia arranged everything properly. Immediately took Zhu Yonyang into Lord Qing Lin's territory. Zhu Yonyang was very chill, still eating snacks on the way. Fong Xia observed the map. He looked and said, "Old Lei, the map you drew for me is too abstract." Fong Xia looked up. "However, we should be there." A mountain obscured by clouds was appearing ahead. Fong Xia wondered, why is the ground shaking? Zhu Yonyang excitedly went ahead. "Wow, look over there." Fong Xia was bewildered. Did I walk into the wrong movie set? A bear was jumping. In front of them were all kinds of cute-shaped beasts. Zhu Yonyang pointed. "Ah, look quickly. Those little beasts run really fast, like they are being chased by a cockroach." Fong Xia laughed. Haha, interesting. Old Ancestor Chinhai suddenly appeared. The old ancestor said, "So many little demons in the wild and no one hunting them. It really is a world where demon beasts run rampant now." Fong Xia looked at the old ancestor. "Senior, you finally came out. But what is that tail chasing these beasts?" It suddenly braked. It changed direction towards the three of them. It made a sound. "Where did you guys come from? Actually daring to scold this young master?" Zhu Yonyang jumped. "This egg can talk." Fong Xia also shouted. "Looking close up, it's this big." Old Ancestor Chinhai replied, "Don't talk nonsense. The three of us are civilized people. No one would scold an egg." The egg shouted, "Open your eyes wide and look clearly. This young master is a dragon, not some stupid egg." Zhu Yonyang suddenly realized. A face appeared. Fong Xia thought, "It's just an icon printed on the egg right now." The egg shouted, "Just now, this young master was chasing a group of beasts to urge them to run. Yet you used the word cockroach. Cockroach to insult this young master, right?" Old Ancestor Chinhai replied, "Hearing is really sharp. Seems to have a bit of dragon aura." Zhu Yonyang was mesmerized. "Oh, what is a dragon? Is it tasty? This egg is so big. Can eat for a very long time." Fong Xia replied, "Words can be spoken carelessly, but food cannot be eaten carelessly. Eating eggs will turn you into an idiot." Old Ancestor Chinhai jumped up. "Dragon is a divine beast. The old ancestor has taken a fancy to this egg. You hurry up and tame it as a mount for me." The egg got doubly angry. Fong Xia said, "Senior, how long does it take for a dragon to hatch? If it doesn't hatch, you can't just ride an egg out in the future, right?" The old ancestor thought. Thousands of years ago in the Xianyuan world, dragons had already vanished. The old ancestor also doesn't know how long a dragon takes to hatch. Having a stupid egg following around is also quite a headache. The egg was 1,000 times more furious. It shouted, "Stop scolding me, you three bastards. This young master's mother is Lord Qing Lin. You guys playing hooligans in this young master's territory. Are you tired of living?" She roared. "Hey, could it be you don't know who manages this forest?" The egg was furious. It said, "Stop scolding me, free bastards. My mom is Lord Qing Lin. You dare touch me? Tired of living, are you?" Fong Xia smiled and said, "Qing Lin is your mom? Nice. Brother Egg, I want to find your mom. Where is she?" It got even angrier. "You guys won't have the chance to meet her." It rushed forward. Fong Xia was startled at this moment. "Brother Egg, calm down." It shouted, "Dragon Egg War Chariot." Fong Xia ran hurriedly. Why is this situation happening again? The egg rolled towards them. "Crush you guys." Fong Xia roared. "Running isn't as fast as rolling." He panted. Then they jumped up. The egg said, Whoa. Get off this young master immediately." Fong Xia replied, "Want me to get off? Then you stop first." The egg said, "I can't stop this move myself." Old Ancestor Chinhai shouted, "Kid, smash that egg." Fong Xia replied, "I can't do it." Old Ancestor Chinhai said again, "That pig slaughtering knife. Take that pig slaughtering knife out." "Ooh, want to do good business." The knife was taken out. Fong Xia launched towards it. The egg screamed. "Ah," it said, "this young master is going to hatch early." The egg instantly shattered. All the running beasts suddenly stopped. They clamored. "Did you guys notice?" "Notice what?" "Seems like young master isn't here anymore." "Wow. Disappeared. Disappeared." They ran on. "Quickly tell the Lord." Tell the Lord. Quickly tell the Lord. Shouts rang out. Oh no. Young master is gone. Young master is missing. Disappeared into thin air. One stared wide-eyed. Dragon eyes. Fong Xia froze and observed. He thought. So much light. What kind of divine being is this egg exactly? A divine beast indeed. I must beat him up later. Increase strength. He wondered. This thing glows. Old Ancestor Chinhai said. Could it be that the ancestor met a true dragon descending to the world while alive? Once wanted to tame it to ride. Zhu Yuanyang shouted. All right. All right. A kind of light covered the whole frame. The egg stood still, motionless. They dropped their jaws. Damn egg. Why is he still not normal? Old Ancestor Chinhai shouted at it. Why did you turn into a smaller egg? Where is the dragon you talked about? The egg couldn't understand either. This young master doesn't know either. Could it be that before coming here, the data they gave me, all had problems? Fong Xia thought. What is this egg blabbering about? I just got tricked by a fake transmigrator. Zhu Yuanyang called. Oh, there are too many beast auras. A horde of beasts rushed towards them with full momentum. Fong Xia was surprised. They were extremely ferocious. Fong Xia said, oh crap. Just now it was a cartoon set. Why has it turned into a monster world now? A demon spirit rushed towards him. She asked, Human, how dare you be insolent in my world? Fong Xia didn't know. He asked, You are. The egg shouted, Mom. She hugged the egg. Baby. Fong Xia's group couldn't believe it. They panicked. Could she be Lord Qinglin? Fong Xia said, Damn it, what kind of people are these two? Zhu Yuanyang was confused. Didn't he say it was a dragon egg? But Qinglin is a void-devouring python. Old Ancestor Chinhai said. He said it, and you believed it? Look for yourself. These two clearly are neither void-devouring pythons nor dragons. The two of them hugged each other. The three of them made me hatch early. Lord Qinglin said. Baby, don't worry. Although you are smaller than before now, but you are still an egg. You are the most beautiful in this whole forest. Lord Qinglin turned back to look at the three. Hey, could it be you don't know who manages this forest? Fong Xia replied. Qing. Lord Qinglin. Civilized people should negotiate. I came to negotiate with you. She replied. Since you know my name, and still dare to lay a hand on my child. Unforgivable crime. Lord Qinglin flew into the air. She said, You guys, become my snack. She created an empty hole above her head. Rustling sounds were emitted. The black hole sucked everything in. The three of them were stunned. Whoa. It really is a void-devouring snake. Fong Xia was speechless. Zhu Yuanyang asked, Is this a black hole? Oh, what is a black hole? Both Fong Xia and Old Ancestor Chinhai shouted. That is not the point. The three of them tried to stay away from that black hole. Chinhai said, Who cares what hole it is? Staying alive is important. I guess this snake demon's realm must be primal core. If we get sucked in, tomorrow we'll turn into snake poop. Zhu Yuanyang tried to walk. I don't want to turn into snake poop. Lord Qinglin summoned power. She pointed it at them. The egg shouted, You three look closely. This is my mom's innate divine ability inherited from the void-devouring snake bloodline. Void-devouring black hole. Fong Xia thought in his heart. Originally thought I'd come here to farm monsters, level up, and pick up attributes first. Finally go challenge Lord Qinglin. Didn't expect to face the boss head-on right at the start. Recently, I've only paid attention to picking up attributes. Didn't go level up my realm. Facing a primal core, even with protagonist Halo, I'd be screwed. Lord Qinglin ordered. Open mouth. The black hole sucked everything in faster. The egg said, Mom, go for it. Suck them all in. They ran like ghosts were chasing them. Body. Can't control it anymore. I don't want to turn into snake poop. The suction force is too strong. It sucked a huge rock towards it. Fong Xia was scared. Even such a big rock got sucked in. The egg said, Oh no. Lord Qinglin sweated bullets. The black hole was like Lord Qinglin's stomach. She burped when that huge rock went in. The egg worried. Mom, you sucked in random stuff again. Didn't I tell you not to suck just anything? Old Ancestor Chinhai observed. The suction of the void-devouring black hole stopped. Zhu Yuanyang asked, Is she full? Fong Xia spoke up. Huh. Compared to a black hole, there is still a difference. That move turns out to have limitations. As long as we fill it up, we will be safe. Chinhai replied. Easier said than done. Where do we get something that can fill it up? He thought. Think quickly. Is there any technique or treasure that can be used? Fong Xia seemed to realize. Got it. If I use that, then? The egg angrily blamed. Every time you use void-devouring black hole, you have to eat until you get indigestion? Lord Qinglin replied. Just a little more, and I wouldn't be able to hold back. She rubbed her small belly. Don't rush. Mom learned a quick digestion technique from humans. Lord Qinglin said. Digested. Void-devouring black hole. Full firepower. Fong Xia's team resisted. Zhu Yonyang said. Whoa. The wind force is even stronger. Chinhai asked. Kid, have you thought of a way? Fong Xia confidently replied. Of course. Fong Xia stepped forward. I'll go fill that thing up. He called. Hey, snake spirit. Brother will give you something good to try? Lord Qinglin was interested. Oh, what good stuff? Let me see. Fong Xia used his power. I choose you. Galaxy Spirit Body. Lord Qinglin was fearless. My void-devouring black hole can never be full. She suddenly widened her eyes. Lord Qinglin looked like she was attacked. She screamed. Bleg. The egg angrily reminded. What ghost move did he use? Why could it disperse Mom's innate divine ability head-on? Zhu Yonyang rejoiced. Success, Xia. Fong Xia was delighted. Hee. If it's the vast stars, even a void-devouring snake can't swallow them. Fong Xia thought. Scared me to death. First time using Galaxy Spirit Body, luckily no accidents happened. That kid's move is actually quite useful. Lord Qinglin sat down. Puff. Puff. My void-devouring black hole. Burst. Chinhai shouted. Kid, take this opportunity to capture this monster. Fong Xia replied. Had this intention just now. He charged. Monster, I want you to help me cultivate. Fight a battle, pick up attributes. Prajna Permitha roar. Sword. Lord Qinglin could only cower in fear. Fong Xia sweated as light radiated. Mighty heavenly dragon. He observed. Mighty heavenly dragon. Looks like it. He seemed to be knocked back. Fong Xia winked one eye. Whoa. Old Ancestor Chinhai was surprised. How is that possible? A snake demon shouldn't be able to comprehend dragon skills no matter what. Unless there was guidance from a true dragon. Fong Xia screamed. Your sister. Can you give me a sequential leveling path, or not? Next time, am I fighting Godzilla or Gundam? Zhu Yonyang said angrily. Not allowed to speak ill of Xia. Fong Xia observed. He shouted. Stupid. Playing big now, huh? Fong Xia flailed his arms and legs running. Snake Spirit Empress, spare my life. Zhu Yonyang reminded. Xia is in danger. Fong Xia was immediately tied up. He was pulled back by a rope, escaping successfully. Fong Xia was scared and could only scream. Fong Xia looked back. So it was Yonyang. Thanks. Thanks. She was pulling him out of there with all her might. Zhu Yonyang said. Oh, I used spider silk to tie her up. Then run quickly. Fong Xia praised. Yonyang, you've become clever. Congratulations. Just do that. Lord Qinglin asked. Little girl, I've seen it. You are also a demon beast. Why would a demon beast join forces with weak humans? She suggested. Why not join my subordinates? Want food, have food. Want drink, have drink. Isn't that much better than starving with humans? Zhu Yonyang was angry. Not allowed to speak ill of Xia. Lord Qinglin replied. A tiny little demon. Dares to talk back to me? I see that you have no more than 10 years of cultivation. She stared. Forget. Forget it. Lord Qinglin panicked. She thought. How is that possible? A jade spider 3,000 years old. Jade spiders have short lifespans. Low talent. What kind of opportunity did she encounter to have this level of cultivation? High-level strength of the demon race is mainly related to whether the natural bloodline is strong or weak, and whether the cultivation time is short or long. Although the jade spider has extremely low innate bloodline. But logically, 3,000 years of cultivation is enough to become a powerhouse at the Demon King level. Zhu Yonyang observed. She wondered, why does this snake's face suddenly look as rotten as a sweet potato? Lord Qinglin continued to think. A Demon King pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Hiding her realm, afraid she has some secret she doesn't want others to know. I fell into her hands. Being swallowed alive by her is certain. She cried. If she wants to. Destroying this whole forest would be like blowing dust. The egg said, Mom, you are a void-devouring snake that will turn into a dragon in the future. We can't be cowardly. Crush that little spider. Lord Qinglin cried and replied, Of course I want to fight her to the bloody end. But as a wise leader, I cannot let the subjects in my territory take risks with me. She knelt down. Lord Qinglin said, Senior, I am not your opponent. Voluntarily surrender. If you want. My territory can also be given to you. The other monsters also bowed their heads. They were bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Fong Xia thought, Lord Qinglin misunderstood that Yonyang is very strong? Then isn't this getting it without wasting any effort? If this territory belongs to Yonyang, then the Thousand Autumn Valley won't need to think about what to pay as tribute in the future. Zhu Yonyang replied at this moment. No need to be so troublesome. Lord Qinglin shouted. Among the lords in the myriad demon kingdom, Junior is considered one of the few lords with the strongest strength. So Junior's territory is also quite large. Even the Xuanwu kingdom northwest of Mount Kanglin is also part of my territory. Several demon beast lords nearby. None of them don't covet my territory. Why do you look down on it? The egg replied, Mom, she said she didn't need it. Stop talking. Fong Xia spoke up. Even the Xuanwu kingdom is within her sphere of influence? Old Ancestor Chinhai said loudly. Since when did the human race become so stupid? Already being ridden on the head by the demon race. Lord Qinglin got angry. Human, I am talking to Senior. Don't even think about interrupting. Do you have any consciousness of a male pet? Fong Xia's face turned purple. Your mother. What the hell is a male pet? The egg said, Why do I feel like this kid is stronger than that spider? Lord Qinglin objected. No one understands demon beasts better than me. I won't see it wrong. The egg was startled. Thump. Why do I feel a killing intent staring at this young master? Zhu Yonyang approached the egg hungrily. It was scared. Danger. Lord Qinglin stood out to protect the egg. Is Senior hungry? Why don't you stay at Junior's place for a meal? How about it? Zhu Yonyang was happy and excited. Eat. North of Wangya, Demon Race Grand Hall. Drumming sounds rang out. Many beauties brought dancers. In front of Fong Xia and old Ancestor Chinhai was a table full of fruits. Zhu Yonyang and Lord Qinglin raised their glasses. Little demons, cheer and dance to welcome Venerable Spider's visit. Cheers. Cheers. Everyone cheered. Lord Qinglin. Lord Qinglin. Venerable Spider. Venerable Spider. Fong Xia said, Senior, what should we do now? I came to negotiate with Lord Qinglin, but now she won't even talk to me. Misunderstood by Qinglin as Zhu Yonyang's male pet. Arranged in a corner, old Ancestor Chinhai held a banana and looked at him. Proper young man. Demon beasts respect strength. 1,000 words are not as effective as a fist. As long as you increase your realm. 3.5 levels, and you can beat her into submission. Who do you want to beat into submission? Chinhai was still talking. Of course. Beat that little snake into submission. Conveniently beat her son into submission and take him as a mount. Fong immediately covered Chinhai's mouth. Life is like chess. Just kidding. Just kidding. Brother Egg, you play yours. No need to mind us. The egg said, This young master warns you guys. Don't think that just because my mom ignores you, you can get any funny ideas. From now on, your every move is under this young master's surveillance. Time passed, day and night cycled. Fong Xia, through continuously accumulating demon beast attributes, increased at godlike speed. Inside the tent of male pet Fong Xia, there was a demon beast with its mouth tied. It was the little demon sent by the dragon egg to monitor Fong Xia. Old Ancestor Chinhai said, Kid, why work so hard and risk your life like this? Just let the girl trick the territory into our hands. Wouldn't that be enough? Fong Xia ate continuously. I must risk my life. Deceit is unreliable. Strength is the hard truth. If Yonyang's strength is exposed, Qinglin counterattacks instantly. We in the Thousand Autumn Valley are done for. I don't trust Yonyang's acting skills. No, wait. It's that I want to defeat Lord Qinglin fair and square. Still have to use the old technique to become strong quickly like before. Senior, what do you think of the realm of the demon beasts here? Old Ancestor Chinhai replied. Except for that Qinglin. Other demon beasts range from open wheel to Dao platform. Everything is there. He replied. Then that's great. I just need. Suddenly a loud boom. Fong Xia finished. To fight, and it's done. The attribute light orbs dropped by the demon beasts were truly abundant. Fighting all the way through, choosing different species. The light orbs always maintained an objective drop rate. The egg stood aside watching him. The demon beast that was tied up earlier said, "Young master, should we report to the Lord?" The egg replied, "No need. We continue to stare at him. This young master has his own judgment." Fong Xia started from open will small beasts, one after another, dueling with demon beasts. He fought ceaselessly. Time passed, day and night cycled. Fong Xia, through continuously accumulating demon beast attributes, his realm increased dizzyingly fast. This situation surprised the dragon egg, who had always been tailing and observing Fong Xia. It said, Hey, it thought. It's only been a few days. This kid can already beat Dao platform-level demon beasts until they crawl. Fong Xia sat on the side panting. Tired me to death. Next up is Lord Qinglin. The egg judged. This unreasonable leveling speed. If this young master guesses correctly, he must be. During this period of time, Lord Qinglin was busy warmly receiving Zhu Yonyang. She looked at Zhu Yonyang with admiring eyes. Senior, I have something to say. The Imperial Tomb of the Myriad Demon Kingdom will open in half a month. Before the Imperial Tomb opens, there will be a brief meeting. Demon beast lords from all over the Myriad Demon Kingdom will bring their subordinates, competing in martial arts and strength, competing for the 10 great demon kings once every 10 years. There are many demon kings here. She hesitated. I have something unclear. I want to invite Senior to come out of seclusion. Give me a hand in this assembly. Help me win the position of Demon King. As long as Senior is willing to help me. She presented an item. This 1,000-year spirit fruit will belong to you. Zhu Yonyang felt extremely delighted. She opened her mouth wide and chomped on it. Lord Qinglin was surprised. Swallowed the 1,000-year spirit fruit directly without savoring it at all. This is the aura of a demon king 3,000 years later. But looking at Senior's appearance, she is very happy. Lord Qinglin asked, Senior, does this mean you agree? Zhu Yonyang replied, Little Qinglin, this fruit is really powerful. I leveled up immediately after eating it. She was even more surprised. Dao platform. Hey, didn't you have 3,000 years of cultivation? Why only Dao platform realm? Zhu Yonyang hugged her. Before this, I was only at the divine ability realm. But Little Qinglin's fruit made me rise to the Dao platform realm. Thank you, Little Qinglin. Lord Qinglin also thought, wow, this feeling is completely different from the eggshell. So comfortable. A scream rang out. Little Qinglin, what do you want to do? Return the spirit fruit to me. Wait, only divine ability realm before? You scammer. She screamed loudly. Zhu Yonyang ran hurriedly. Xia. Fong Xia turned back to look. Zhu Yonyang said, just now, Little Qinglin and I were dual cultivating peacefully. But I don't know what happened. She suddenly got angry. Fong Xia also roared. Yonyang, do you want to squeeze me to death? Lord Qinglin said, scammer full of lies. When did I dual cultivate with you? Fong Xia stood in front. Lord Qinglin, don't misunderstand. The dual cultivation she mentioned is just two people eating delicious food together. I won't listen. I hate people playing with me the most. Dare you guys? Go die? Zhu Yonyang retorted. I clearly didn't say anything. Fong Xia spoke up. However, if you want to fight, then it fits my intention perfectly. Lord Qinglin, you are currently not my opponent. He used the galaxy dragon. She stared. Fong Xia continued. Simple-minded demon beasts like you will definitely say in the next sentence. Lord Qinglin shouted. Why do you also know this move? She thought. This move was clearly taught to me by my son, Dragon Egg. Fong Xia charged forward. Not only that, my Dragon Shadow is a combination of the two best techniques. Compared to the one you learned, it wins by a level. Lord Qinglin was knocked backward. He said, Lord Qinglin, 3 months. She cried. Boo-hoo. Why is a male pet so strong? Fong Xia approached. Listen carefully. I am the newly appointed sect leader of the 1,000 Autumn Valley, Fong Xia. Not some dragon pet. Now that I've beaten you, then this territory belongs to my 1,000 Autumn Valley now. No objections, right? In love, I only accept the strong. You. Since you are stronger than me, I just have to listen to you. The egg suddenly rolled over. It leaned on Lord Qinglin. She said, Mom, weren't you always looking for a strong person to go to the Imperial tomb with you? Dragon egg, isn't this a suitable candidate? Mom, don't worry. This young master has his own way. The egg moved forward. Brother, your realm increased speed is truly unbelievable. According to my observation, this young master believes one thing, that is, Fong Xia asked. What is it? The egg chuckled a few times. Hee, you are also a guest from another world, right? The egg asked. He recalled. He said to himself, there are countless worlds here. Originally thought a transmigrator like me was a rare breed. Actually, am I a mass-produced item? The egg asked. According to many days of observation, this young master determined one thing. You are also a guest from another world, right? Fong Xia asked back. Brother Egg says so. What does it mean? The egg said. This young master just saw you use the ancestral dragon primordial breathing technique. I assume you are also pursuing the traces of the divine dragon emperor, the strongest of the dragon race. Reincarnated from the dragon world, right? Poor you. Noble dragon race. Yet reincarnated into a human body. Fong Xia looked at it thinking. I just used a bit of the technique dropped from him. Didn't expect him to brainstorm so many stories for me. Who is the divine dragon emperor? What is the dragon world? I want to ask clearly so badly, but he firmly believes I am his kind. If I directly open my mouth to ask him now, the situation will definitely be very awkward. Old Ancestor Chinhai stepped forward and said, Big Egg, how is your dragon race nobler than the human race? In the history of our Xianyuan world, you guys were once just pets and mounts for our human race. Dragon world. All living beings respect the dragon race. You two-legged crawling insects aren't even worthy of being pets or mounts for us. Sorry, I just noticed. Turns out you don't even have legs. Oh, old Ancestor Chinhai shouted angrily. This egg, are you seeking death? I must turn you into eggshells. Zhu Yonyang said. I feel like making tea eggs is tastier. However, you guys just said, your world. His world. Could it be that there are many worlds in this world? Chinhai explained. Girl, there is something you don't know. In this vast universe, besides the Xianyuan world we live in, there exist countless other worlds. Different worlds exist similarly. But at the same time, there are many differences. These worlds are collectively called the myriad worlds. Fong Xia felt like his brain was going to explode. He thought, there are countless worlds here? Originally thought a transmigrator like me was a rare breed. Actually, is it possible I'm a mass-produced item? Zhu Yonyang wondered. I roughly understand what kind of world the dragon world is. But who is the divine dragon emperor? Someone thought. Yonyang, well done. Said all the questions I wanted to know. The egg spoke up. You haven't even heard of the legend of the divine dragon emperor? He is the strongest in the dragon world besides the dragon ancestor. He is a myth, unrivaled in the whole world, shining upon the heavens, shaking the myriad worlds, prestige never decaying for eternity. Fong Xia interrupted. Brother Egg, stop. She already knows how strong the dragon emperor is. Zhu Yonyang passed out. Receiving too much information in a short time caused her brain to temporarily stop working. Old Ancestor Chinhai said, in short, you mean the strongest of your dragon world, the divine dragon emperor, might be hiding in our Xianyuan world? However, with your virtue of reincarnating into an egg, you also want to find him? The words stabbed straight into the egg. I said so much naturally not for you to mock me, but to come find you for cooperation. Back then, the divine dragon emperor disappeared mysteriously during his peak period. The experts of my dragon race consumed 1,000 years of cultivation to deduce a heavenly secret. Go to the demon emperor's tomb of the Xianyuan world, and you can find clues about the divine dragon emperor, even his inheritance. The egg asked, although this matter is a secret, but there are actually quite a few dragons who know this news. You must have obtained this news to come to this world, right? He replied, that, I don't know. Actually, I wanted to say just now, we are actually not from the same world. The egg asked, then where did you learn the dragon race techniques? Fong Xia stammered, I have a Holy Spirit constitution, can easily learn others' techniques and divine abilities. Old Ancestor Chinhai interrupted, wait, stinking egg, You just said your race has experts who can deduce heavenly secrets? Lord Qing Lin and Yonyang were like watching a play. They listened, but didn't understand anything. The egg said, then he must be at the true God realm. My dragon race has a noble bloodline. Many true God realm experts. Then isn't Senior's main body saved? Brother Egg, introduce the true God realm experts of your world to us. The egg replied, not possible right now. I haven't been born yet. Cultivation progress is slow. With current strength, basically cannot contact the experts of the other world. They felt helpless. The egg continued, but if I obtain the inheritance of the divine dragon emperor, restore the power of my dragon race, contacting true God realm experts of my world is absolutely no problem. Moreover, inside the demon emperor's tomb itself, there are already many treasures. Want treasures? If you want, I can give them all to you. Go find them. Everything is in the demon emperor's tomb. Fong Xia asked. Now you say everything is beneficial. Then what is the condition? The egg continued. It's like this. The hierarchy of the demon race in your Xianyuan world is divided from large to small as one demon emperor. 10 great demon kings. 100 lords. The 10 great demon kings will undergo a refresh every 10 years. New 10 great demon kings compete in martial arts at the Myriad Demon Assembly. But the cultivation qualifications of the lords ultimately cannot compare with the old demon kings. So after the demon emperor's tomb opens, only lords are allowed to bring their subordinates in. Doing so is for the lords to participate in the Myriad Demon Assembly to obtain inheritance and complete evolution. Obtaining it can equal or even surpass the power of the old demon kings. Fong Xia asked. But at the same time, it is also for the lords to select talents inside. Am I right? The egg replied. Correct. Want to challenge the demon king? At least you can't die at the hands of other lords. So cooperate with us. The condition is at the demon emperor's tomb and the Myriad Demon Assembly. Give my mom a hand. Seize the position of demon king. How about it? Want to do it together? Fong Xia replied. Currently, this is the only chance to quickly contact the true God realm. For Senior, I accept cooperating with you guys. Zhu Yonyang also agreed. Me too. Old Ancestor Chinhai had tears in his eyes. Didn't expect you guys to do it for the old ancestor. Old Ancestor Chinhai hugged them. Old Ancestor loves you guys to death. But actually, one is for fun, the other is for treasures. Fong Xia said. Right. Before leaving, I have to return to the Thousand Autumn Valley for a trip. Little Snake, Brother Egg. You guys wait for me for a few days, then we set off. Lord Qing Lin replied. I know. At the Thousand Autumn Valley Martial Arts Field. Fong Xia asked everyone, how has your cultivation been during this period? First Elder Lei Xiao said, Tianwen Divine Embryo Record, finished cultivating the 3rd volume. Currently broken through to Tao Platform Realm 3rd Heaven. Second Elder Lu Jinger said, Tianwen Divine Embryo Record, cultivated the 2nd volume. Tao Platform Realm 2nd Heaven. Third Elder Sua Zhuyun finished cultivating the 2nd volume. Tao Platform Realm 2nd Heaven. Fourth Elder Zhong, you finished cultivating the 1st volume. Tao Platform Realm 1st Heaven. Fifth Elder Qing Su Zi reached the 3rd volume. Tao Platform Realm 2nd Heaven. Finally, 6th Elder Lu Chuanyuan finished cultivating the 4th volume. Tao Platform Realm 3rd Heaven. Fong Xia said, very good. Our Thousand Autumn Valley's combat power has obviously risen to a new level. Just in time, this sect leader also increased cultivation quite a bit. Why don't we spar a little? Everyone was scared. Sect leader, don't. Go easy. Screams rang out. He held a pile of items in his hands. I'm going into seclusion. You guys also must not stop cultivating. At the periphery of the Thousand Autumn Valley, demon beasts flew in the sky. Everyone looked up. Demon beasts? Demon King Ing Qingping's Mount Beast. Infinite Red Sun Rock. Qinghua said, Your Majesty, just a short time. Thousand Autumn Valley suddenly popped out 6 Tao platform realms. Bai Songhai added, It must be due to their new sect leader. Pitiful humans. Just seeing a few Tao platform realms scares you to this extent. This battle only needs my demon race warriors. No need for you 3 trash to act. Qinghua was angry. You. Then thanks for your trouble. Humph. Little emperor of the human race. Your bowing and scraping appearance, on the contrary, I don't dislike. All forces hear the order. Breach the Thousand Autumn Valley. Seize the inheritance. They just rushed up like flying. One look and he understands. One study and he knows. Don't know how many techniques and divine abilities he has grasped now. Even more scary is that he can deduce stronger techniques from the original ones. The younger generation is to be feared. First Elder Lei Xiao ordered. Formation. Other elders united to bring out their power. The first elder said, 5 elements wind control grand formation. Attack formation. The monsters rushed up. A wave of power swept them away. Everyone was standing watching that fight. Chinhai asked, Thousand Autumn Valley mastered the 5 elements wind control grand formation so quickly? Mozian spoke up. This formation must have been modified by that sect leader Fong. I'm afraid the rumor that sect leader Fong is a Holy Spirit body is true. He frowned. One look and he knows. One study and he understands. Don't know how many techniques and divine abilities he holds in his hands right now. What's scary is he can create something even more powerful based on ordinary methods. A level higher. His Majesty said, heard that the 9 Dragons Sacred Heart art has been mastered. I am very curious what he has modified that technique into. Mozian replied, Your Majesty, we cannot confront him directly. Other techniques of the Xuanwu royal family cannot fall into his hands. His Majesty said, We know our limits. The person beside said, Humans, truly weak and stupid, thinking if one's divine ability techniques fall into another's hands. Turning that sect leader Fong into a dead person, wouldn't that solve it? She rushed forward. She used her feet like chicken claws to strike. A huge explosion occurred. A power was unleashed. His Majesty said, This formation indeed cannot stop her. Primal Core Realm, Third Heaven. Rutong Qinghue was also surprised. Demon King Ing Chengpeng is actually female? His Majesty replied, No. Ing Chengpeng is busy with the Demon King Assembly. Cannot come personally. That is his daughter, Ing Huayu. Ing Huayu is extremely powerful. Lei Xiao dropped his jaw. The time promoted to Dao platform was too short. Even boosting this formation is still not enough. Lu Chuanyuan observed. The enemy is before us. No time to rest and recover anymore. Other elders shouted. We became strong to protect the disciples. Sua Zhuyin said, Before the sect leader arrives. Hold on. 5th Elder Qing Suzi replied. If we combine forces, maybe we can win. 4th Elder Zhongyu agreed. I agree. Ing Huayu shouted. Tell that sect leader Fong to come out here. Fong Xia on this side suddenly sneezed. He was bewildered. If going to the myriad demon kingdom, it's better to transform into a demon race form. Ancestral dragon primordial breathing technique can change body structure through blood essence. Fong Xia said, but there are side effects. Using it poorly will make one dumber and dumber like Lord Qinglin. Floating Dream 3 Lives art can create illusions through the soul, making other divine ability users misunderstand me as demon race. But if encountering a demon with a stronger realm or peak strength, it will also be seen through. Afraid I'll be eaten directly by demon beasts. He wanted to go crazy. He shouted, Neither is reliable. What should I do? It really gives people a headache. Can the heavens throw down an attribute that allows transformation for me? Suddenly a cry. Squawk. Fong Xia was surprised. What sound is that? Could it be Yonyang knocking on the door demanding food? A giant eagle rushed in. He screamed. What is this situation? Ing Huayu rushed forward. The elders were standing in front. She rushed up to attack. Unleashed an eagle slash. The elders were all attacked. 2nd Elder Lu Jinger screamed. Whoa, green demon turtle. Now is the time. Qing Suzi attacked her from behind. She immediately detected it and turned her head back. Father already guessed your intentions. Sua Zhuyin smirked. Another person rushed towards Ing Huayu to attack. It was 4th Elder Zhongyu. She said, SUC, success. Ing Huayu was furious and bitter. Humans, I want you to be crushed to pieces. Zhongyu was scared. Other elders worried. Zhongyu stood still in fear. Suddenly a hand embraced her. Don't be afraid. Fong Xia appeared to protect. This sect leader is here. His Majesty said. He finally arrived. Ing Huayu thought. Sect leader of Thousand Autumn Valley? I thought you didn't dare to appear. Power knocked the two of them back. Compared to the old man before, a bit stronger. Fong Xia said. Coming to Thousand Autumn Valley but hiding and covering up. Seems too lacking in sincerity. Huayu didn't say much. Her mask was gradually removed by Fong Xia. Reveal your true face. Fong Xia said. He was surprised. These eyes. Fong Xia was surprised. This is a pair of sad eyes. Mozian spoke up. That is the external incarnation technique of Demon King Ing Chengpa. He said. Rumor has it Ing Chengpeng refined many incarnations through this technique. Just didn't expect. He actually laid a hand on his only daughter. His Majesty focused on observing. An aura emitted from her body. A figure appeared behind. Human. You actually cultivated the green dragon bloodline. Pahaha. Originally came for the inheritance of Thousand Autumn Valley. Didn't expect to have another harvest. Fong Xia was surprised. That. What is that thing growing out? He laughed and said, Pahaha. Young man, you are too surprised. I am Demon King Ing Chengpa. This is just a soul fragment of mine. And she is my lovely daughter. He looked at Ing Huayu. Fong Xia didn't expect it. Ing Chengpeng continued. Young sect leader of Thousand Autumn Valley. Originally, I intended to hang your corpse for public display. But I changed my mind. I will make you into my new incarnation. Fong Xia warned. You guys move away quickly. He is coming for me. Ing Chengpeng placed his hand on his face. Power seemed to be sucked dry. Ugh. Second Elder Lu Jinger shouted. Sect leader. Fong Xia felt like his whole body was being invaded. He shouted. Stay away. Stay away. Rutong Qinghua said. Your Majesty. If Ing Huayu is manipulated by Ing Chengpeng's soul fragment, that means the soul fragment has primal core realm, third heaven. Fong Xia's primal core realm is still unstable. Now his purple mansion is invaded again. The chance of winning is even smaller. But Ing Chengpeng, a demon beast, laying a hand even on his daughter like this is truly too dangerous. His Majesty was silent and said nothing. Inside Fong Xia's Qingming purple mansion, he was kneeling before Ing Chengpeng. Ing Chengpeng said, just stepped into the primal core realm. Yet the purple mansion between the eyebrows has this scale? Wait until I occupy your body. I must refine it well. Fong Xia said, that girl, your daughter, how is she? He replied, you want to know what fate you will encounter next? Become my incarnation. Will be like a puppet at my disposal. Your purple mansion will be completely occupied by me. Your body will be manipulated by my soul fragment. And your main soul, he let go of his hand, will be imprisoned for life. Ing Chengpeng pierced his fingers through his body. Fong Xia said, hey, you and your daughter. What grudge exactly do you have? For you to be so cruel? He replied, grudge? We have no grudge. I have always been good to my daughter, giving birth to her, raising her, spending a large amount of resources to nurture her, just hoping she could respect me. But a filial child is no match for an external incarnation I manipulate. So I researched this external incarnation technique. She was the first object of my incarnation refinement. Since then, she is no longer rebellious towards me. If one day my main body needs it, I can absorb her. The resources spent on her before, not a bit wasted. Fong Xia was angry. Truly, scum with no cure. He struggled. Want to refine me? No way. Ing Chengpeng replied. How can you escape my restraints? Just a human whose realm is not even equal to my soul fragment. He rushed towards Fong Xia. Fong Xia spoke up. Stinking monster. Understand clearly for me. This is inside my purple mansion. He took out his weapon. Fong Xia struggled free. Ing Chengpeng was surprised. He was beheaded. The head fell to the ground. He could still speak. Do you think destroying this soul fragment of mine ends the matter? If you destroy this soul fragment of mine, all memories of this soul fragment will return to the main body's brain in an instant. At that time, this king's main body and other external incarnations will not spare you. Fong Xia picked up the head. I won't kill your soul fragment. On the contrary, he said, I will use you well, not wasting a bit. He smiled sinisterly. He shouted, no, impossible. How can I be eaten by a human? Fong Xia replied, that's not up to you. The head turned into the golden rock transformation art and Ing Chengpeng's soul essence. Fong Xia was absorbing it into his body. Sect leader, are you okay? A shout rang out. You guys rest assured. Just a tiny soul fragment. Can't do anything to me. On the contrary, his soul fragment was caught by me. Qinghua spoke up. What? Fong Xia actually defeated Ying Qingpeng's soul fragment? His Majesty said. This sect leader Fong indeed has some skill. Qinghua asked. Look, what does he want to do to Ying Huayu? First Elder Lei Xiao walked over. Sect leader. We checked her pulse. Her life is hanging by a thread. Even immortals would find it hard to save her. Fong Xia looked at her. In my purple mansion, Ying Qingpeng's words gave me some inspiration. I must try resurrection. Ying Huayu was still closing her eyes. In a vast space. She sat alone. Ying Huayu opened her eyes to look. Rays of light shone on her body. She raised her hand. Her eyes gradually opened. She observed everything around. Fong Xia spoke up. You're awake. Fong Xia said. You're awake? Ying Huayu was bewildered. Is it a human? Fong Xia smiled and said. Correct. It was this sect leader who saved you. His Majesty spoke up. Resurrection? This is a divine ability never seen before in the world. Qinghua added. Your Majesty, we cannot stay here long. Let's withdraw. His Majesty replied. Beloved subject, don't panic. Watch the changes with we. A shout rang out. Zhu Yonyang ran over. Caught a lot of birds. Let's roast birds to eat together. Fong Xia turned back to look. Bird? She stood in front of the two of them. Zhu Yonyang craved. There's an even bigger one here. Eat this one first. Fong Xia stopped her. Yonyang. This one was saved with great difficulty. Cannot eat. Zhu Yonyang was confused. She had been busy catching birds all this time. Saved? Fong Xia replied. Just now. A few things happened. In short, cannot eat. Zhongyu spoke up. Just now she was clearly about to die. Don't know what divine abilities sect leader Fong used. She came back to life immediately. Zhu Yonyang looked at him with admiring eyes. Ooh, Xia is so amazing. What divine ability did you use? He replied. This is a new method I created by fusing ancestral dragon primordial breathing technique. Floating dream 3 lives art, Tianwen divine embryo record, and many other techniques. Creation mystery art. Zhongyu was bewildered. Creation mystery art? Qing Suzi asked. Sect leader. What is the wonder of this method that can bring the dead back to life? Fong Xia replied. Before, I went into seclusion wanting to create a technique that could change body structure, even the soul aura of a person. But I never had a clue, until I met Ying Qingpeng's soul fragment. Received guidance. Only then did I find a breakthrough. First, I used part of the technique in the Tianwen divine embryo record to heal all of Ying Huayu's internal and external injuries. Used part of the technique in the ancestral dragon primordial breathing technique to disperse the death energy for her. Activated the innate bloodline. Most importantly, used the floating dream 3 lives art from the unique secret manual senior passed to me. Extracted the soul essence from Ying Qingpeng's soul fragment. Then used these sources to repair her incomplete primordial spirit. After that, you are standing here. The elders rejoiced. Long live the sect leader. Long live. His Majesty also had to speak up. Heaven-sent genius. Truly a heaven-sent genius. Ying Huayu asked. You. Why were you willing to save me? He replied. Because of your eyes. Told me you are not bad. She hugged him tightly. Thank you, benefactor. If not for benefactor, I would have died at the hands of father. No. I would have died at the hands of that scum, Ying Qingpeng. Fong Xia comforted. It was just convenient. Don't be sad anymore. Anyway, reincarnation is determined by fate. No one can choose their parents. Zhu Yonyang huffed. Just emergency food rations. How dare? Lu Chuanyuan said. Sect leader. You destroyed Ying Qingpeng's external incarnation. I'm afraid it won't be long before his main body comes knocking. Thousand Autumn Valley just went through a calamity. Cannot withstand torment anymore. Fong Xia replied. Ying Qingpeng's main body temporarily won't know what happened here. We still have a little time to think of a countermeasure. That emperor rushed down. Fong Xia spoke up. You are. Their eyes met. Fong Xia asked. Shuangwu Emperor? He replied. Everyone of Thousand Autumn Valley. Ying Qingpeng's attack just now was led here by we. We apologize to you. Rest assured. We will resolve the trouble on Ying Qingpeng's side. First Elder Lei Xiao was furious. Clearly a disaster you brought. Now pretending to be a good person? Ying Huayu stood up in front. Benefactor. This guy is Ying Qingpeng's accomplice. He traded with the old thief, using Thousand Autumn Valley's inheritance in exchange for a spot in the Demon Emperor's tomb. Huayu took out a weapon. She said, "Such a villain. Let me cut him down for benefactor." Mo Zian shouted. "Lady Ying, show mercy." Qinghua also spoke up. "Monster, let go of his majesty." The Xuanwu Emperor waved his hand. He said, "Two beloved subjects, don't worry. Sect leader Fong and Miss Ying are both reasonable people. They won't do anything to we." Sect leader Fong. Zian must have told you about the Xuanwu royal family's 700-year plan. We now want to tell you the details of this plan. Fong Xia was silent. Lei Xiao spoke up. "Dog Emperor, who wants to hear your bullshit grand plan?" Second Elder Lu Jinger was also angry. "We should settle the old debt between the Imperial Court and Thousand Autumn Valley." Other elders also spoke up. "What trick is the royal family playing again? Never heard of it." Qinghua said, "Your Majesty, now they have 2 primal cores, 7 Dao platforms. We are not opponents." Mo Zian asked, "What exactly are you thinking?" "In this battle, we have thoroughly torn faces with Thousand Autumn Valley. How could sect leader Fong join our grand plan?" Fong Xia scratched his ear. "Sorry, everyone in Thousand Autumn Valley is not interested in your grand plan. I feel tying you up and bargaining with the Imperial Court is more practical." Sect leader Fong, have you ever thought? The historical records of the Xinyuan world mention many experts whose strength far exceeded the present. Why did those experts disappear mysteriously? Why is the world's spiritual energy depleted now? Unable to produce such experts anymore? He suddenly paused. Fong Xia turned his head and asked, "What? Could it be you know the answer?" The Xuanwu Emperor replied, "What the answer is, for the current human race, is not the most important thing. The Xuanwu royal family devoted all efforts to devise a 700-year plan to change the world. It is to bypass the answer, revive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, make this world return to its original appearance." Sect leader Fong, can we go somewhere else to talk? We have a few words. Want to speak with you alone. Fong Xia said, "Revive spiritual energy?" The Xuanwu Emperor replied, "Can sect leader Fong talk elsewhere? We have some matters. Want to tell you privately." Fong Xia and the other sect leaders looked at him. Fong Xia turned his head and said, "Elders, you've worked hard. Go back and rest a bit." All said in unison, "Yes." 2 beloved subjects also withdraw. "Yes." Fong Xia asked, "Can you speak now?" The Xuanwu Emperor replied, "Sect leader Fong, this is an extremely old secret. Only the Xuanwu Emperor of each generation is allowed to pass it down orally. So, Zhu Yonyang over there was biting Ying Huayu, making everyone unable to concentrate." Fong Xia shouted, "Yonyang, I emphasize one last time. Don't treat her as food." Ying Huayu screamed, "Headache." Fong Xia said, "You take Ying Huayu to rest. Take good care of her for me. Don't have any improper thoughts anymore." Zhu Yonyang poked Ying Huayu's cheek and said, "What a pity. Can't turn you into emergency food rations. Just in time, little Qing Lin isn't here. You come dual cultivate with me." Ying Huayu was bewildered. What? Zhu Yonyang said, "You watch." Ying Huayu also looked. Zhu Yonyang immediately grabbed her hand and ran. "I caught a lot of birds. I'll roast birds for you to eat." Fong Xia and the Xuanwu Emperor were helpless. "Just get used to it. Just get used to it." Sect leader Fong, your Dao companion is really lively. Fong Xia said, "Everyone is gone. Speak." The Xuanwu Emperor began to recount. "What I want to say next. You absolutely must not be scared." Fong Xia replied, "I am the Liver Emperor. I won't be scared." He said, "Actually, this world is not depleted at all. But someone did it intentionally." Fong Xia was surprised. Did it intentionally? This person set up a great heaven and earth formation, seizing all the spiritual energy of this world for himself. Chinhai rushed out angrily and shouted, "Which bastard exactly did this kind of immoral thing? Actually turning the Xinyuan world into this state?" The Xuanwu Emperor was startled. Sect leader Fong, what is this thing again? Fong Xia replied, "This is my master. One of us. He used to be a super strong expert. Solving the heaven and earth formation requires his help." Old Ancestor Chinhai was delighted inside. "Master. Hee. However, Senior has no spiritual power right now. Can only be considered a mascot." Old Ancestor Chinhai slumped straight to the ground. He cried and hugged the old ancestor. Senior hopes for spiritual energy revival more than anyone. So let him listen to the cause too. Xuanwu said, if there is an expert helping, then naturally it's even better. I'll continue speaking. In fact, we also don't know who did this. But we and our ancestors all hope to change this difficult situation. Hope that one day the human race will no longer be confined to a corner, forced to rely on and be protected by some demon beast lord. Living in fear. Sect leader Fong. You have world-shaking ability. If you join, my Xuanwu royal family's plan to change heaven and earth will definitely succeed. Invite you to go to the formation sealing the heaven and earth spiritual energy with me. Fong Xia replied, I have a doubt regarding strength. Humans are far inferior to demons. If heaven and earth spiritual energy revives, demons will become stronger and stronger. Humans will become weaker and weaker. How will your majesty lead the human race against the increasingly powerful demon race? Sect leader Fong, rest assured, the human race, I naturally have certainty, because the second-generation emperor of my Xuanwu royal family, Dharma image realm expert, Emo Yaji, second ancestor, is still alive today, although the ancestor has long ignored the internal affairs of the human race. But if the war between humans and demons really reaches an irreconcilable point, he will not sit back and watch. Fong Xia said, just one person after all. Old Ancestor Chinhai added, one Dharma image realm can match 100 primal core realms. Looking at it this way, the human race has the ability to break ties with the demon race after spiritual energy revives. Thus can fight for precious time to stabilize after spiritual energy revives. Indeed, a big event that can affect the entire Xinyuan world. Don't hesitate anymore. If we don't open the seal, restore heaven and earth vitality, how can you raise your realm to God? Save the old ancestor's main body? Fong Xia hesitated. Although you say so, Xuanwu Emperor, although you keep saying you are for the human race, but wasn't the previous war between the Xuanwu court and Thousand Autumn Valley caused by you? How do you expect me to trust you? He replied, this is the royal family's policy. To resist foreign aggression, one must first stabilize the interior, restoring heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Xuanwu Kingdom and Myriad Demon Kingdom are very likely to have a chaotic war. The sects of Mount Kanglin only know self-interest. Stance is not firm. If war breaks out, very likely to surrender to the demon race. To not implicate the people of Xuanwu, we had to eliminate this possibility. Fong Xia grabbed his collar and shouted, only self-interest. Stance not firm. Your Majesty, rest assured, my Thousand Autumn Valley disciples are upright people. Will definitely not become running dogs for the demon race like your Majesty today. The Xuanwu Emperor said, cooperating with Ing Changpeng was just Wei's temporary plan. Fong Xia turned to leave. I, Fong Xia, will not use such a strategy of persecuting fellow humans. Different paths cannot plan together. This formation, I will try to break it myself. For the sake of you telling important intelligence, I'll let you off this time. Come cause trouble again. I will flip you all the way to your royal palace. Old Ancestor Chinhai agreed. Stinking brat, you make sense. We'll think of a way to break this formation. No need to cooperate with him. Fong Xia replied. Right? Right? The Xuanwu Emperor said. Sect leader Fong. Although we are not as open and above board as you, but we also have our difficulties. Fong Xia replied. If you have difficulties, go find your concubines to complain. I'm not interested in listening. The Xuanwu Emperor continued speaking. Then just treat it as we talking to ourselves. The Xuanwu Founding Spirit King left behind a secret treasure. This secret treasure can detect the location of the seal. Moreover, it can break the seal binding the heaven and earth spiritual energy. But the location of this seal could not be accurately determined for hundreds of years. Until this year, it stabilized inside the Demon Emperor's tomb. Fong Xia spoke up. This is the reason you spared no cost to get the qualification to enter the Demon Emperor's tomb? And this secret treasure requires the sacrifice of the direct royal bloodline to break the seal? The Xuanwu Emperor knelt down. The direct descendants of the royal family are declining day by day. Now only we and imperial sister Emo Zhongxiu remain. Fong Xia replied. Then your sister is really pitiful. The Xuanwu Emperor explained. Sect leader Fong misunderstood. We will not let Imperial sisters suffer the pain of sacrifice. We want to sacrifice ourselves, we admit. Standing from the perspective of Thousand Autumn Valley, what we did was unjust. But to recreate the glory of the human race, the Xuanwu royal family's 700-year plan must be implemented. For home, country, and this world, for the success of the 700-year plan. The Xuanwu emperor bowed his head to the ground. We once had no other choice. Sect leader Fong, you appearing, made me realize a new possibility for the human race. The loss of the human race was due to my narrow vision. Working together is the way to save the human race. I beg you, sect leader Fong, please lend me a hand. Fong Xia and old Ancestor Chinhai looked at each other in confusion. Old Ancestor Chinhai said, you said you have a secret treasure that can open the heaven and earth spiritual energy formation seal. But it must be you to do it? He replied, correct. Old Ancestor Chinhai said to Fong Xia, anyway, we have to go break this formation. Going with him increases the certainty. Cooperating a bit is no problem. Fong Xia whispered, this little emperor cannot be trusted. Who knows if he's telling the truth or lies? Old Ancestor Chinhai smiled and replied, this is easy to say, as long as his life is in your hands. No matter if what he says is true or false, he won't dare to be reckless. Hey, little emperor, if you dare to establish a life and death oath with Fong Xia, we will cooperate with you. Fong Xia was surprised. Life and death oath? The Xuanwu emperor was also surprised and didn't understand. The scene was ambiguous like a wedding hall. Chinhai asked, stinking brat, are you willing to prove the little emperor's sincerity through the life and death contract? Fong Xia replied, I am willing. The Xuanwu emperor and Fong Xia both didn't understand. What is a life and death contract? Old Ancestor Chinhai explained. The old ancestor once recorded the life and death contract in the floating dream 3 Lives art. It is a method used in the old ancestors' era to prove an oath. Little emperor, are you willing to use your life as the price in exchange for Fong Xia's trust? Xuanwu emperor replied, I am willing. Old Ancestor Chinhai turned to ask Fong Xia again, stinking brat, are you willing to prove the little emperor's sincerity through the life and death contract? He stammered, I am willing. Then the old ancestor will extract a bit of your essence. Forge it into a sword lotus. Fong Xia trembled. Whoa, feels like something was pulled out of me. Old Ancestor Chinhai said, next, plant this sword lotus into the little emperor's heart. The flower exerted its effect. It burrowed into the Xuanwu emperor's heart. Old Ancestor Chinhai shouted, congratulations to both of you. The life and death contract is formed. If the little emperor violates the oath, the sword lotus in the heart will take his life on its own. Fong Xia muttered, what's with the feeling of this ritual? Xuanwu said, brother Fong, the two of us cooperating will definitely be able to revive the heaven and earth spiritual energy of this world. Fong Xia replied, don't call me brother. We are only in a temporary cooperative relationship. Xuanwu bowed his head. It was we who overstepped. Is sect leader Fong still blaming we for cooperating with Ng Chengpeng before? You caused such big trouble for me. I hate that I can't beat you up. Xuanwu said, once the plan to change heaven and earth begins, my Mo family's second ancestor will definitely come out of seclusion any day. With the second ancestor presiding, that Ng Chengpeng won't dare to cause trouble. Fong Xia turned away. Wait for your old geezer to come out? By then the grave will be green with grass. I've already thought of a solution. However, you have to stay and be my assistant. Just the two of us isn't enough. Still need to find reinforcements. At the Myriad Demon Kingdom, Demon King Ng Chengpeng's palace. He sat on the throne, head bowed down. Inside Ng Chengpeng's eyebrow-purple mansion, he said, where did Ng Huayu go? Why can't this king contact her? Others said, could it be she wants to run away again? Haven't seen her recently. We must go find her. Ng Chengpeng said, you guys go in different directions to investigate. See which demon beast lord or demon king is playing tricks. Could it be a conspiracy by the human race? Just relying on humans? How is that possible? Ng Chengpeng said, go, my incarnations. Find the one who disobeyed me. All left and said in unison, yes. He was extremely angry. A giant eagle stood in front and said, Lord Demon King, you're awake? He immediately spat blood. It said, where? Where are the birds? Come here quickly. Lord Demon King vomited blood. He grabbed the eagle's head, then executed it. Ing Chingpeng shouted, "Noisy! Anyone who drags me down from the Demon King position." He seemed to turn into a ferocious beast. At Qing Lin's territory, North Wangya, an eagle reported news. Squawk. Speak quickly. What has your lord been doing recently? Where did she go? Another one replied, reporting to Great Lord. Our lord has been sleeping in the cave recently. Didn't do anything. Didn't go anywhere. That eagle left again. I said so. That timid, sleep-loving little ghost Lord Qing Lin definitely wouldn't dare to be reckless with the Demon King. Flying away. Go ask the next one. That beast turned back inside. Inside Qing Lin's big tent. It said, Lord, Ing Chingpeng's subordinate demon just came to ask about the situation. This lowly one already sent him away. Lord Qing Lin replied, I know. She said to Xuanwu and Fong Xia. Ing Chingpeng is indeed probing my territory. Fong, according to what you said, now Ing Chingpeng must be looking at the Xuanwu Kingdom and Thousand Autumn Valley. Even our North Wangya side. You kid poked the hornet's nest. Don't think about implicating us mother and son. We won't manage this matter of yours. Fong Xia said, Brother Egg, don't be agitated. I have a solution. As long as you guys listen to me and make some noise, diverting Ing Chingpeng's attention will be enough. After all, we are in the dark. Ing Chingpeng is in the light. The egg said, easier said than done. Ing Chingpeng hides countless incarnations. Must be looking for you guys too. Fong Xia pointed at Ing Huayu. We have someone knowledgeable about Ing Chingpeng's incarnations. She said, to fight against competitors in the Demon King Assembly. That old thief Ing Chingpeng refined more than 10 external incarnations to increase combat power. Except for me. Other incarnation bodies all obey Ing Chingpeng. So other incarnations retain certain characteristics. The closest one to here is 1,000 transformations Demon Wolf Fort. Lord Qing Lin shouted. 1,000 transformations Demon Wolf. That lord who snatched a piece of my territory is actually Ing Chingpeng's man. Fong Xia continued. He even snatched your territory? Then why don't we join forces to deal with him? Lord Qing Lin shouted furiously. Deal with him. Mom, calm down. Don't be led by the nose by him. That 1,000 transformations Demon Wolf relies on his divine ability and has never suffered a loss in the open strife and veiled struggles of the lords. We won't get any benefits provoking that kind of guy, the egg said. However, Lord Qing Lin had lost her calm. She shouted continuously, Deal with him. Deal with him. At that time, the little emperor was distracted thinking about Ing Chingpeng. He thought, killing the 1,000 transformations Demon Wolf can only divert Ing Chingpeng's attention momentarily. However, doing so can indeed buy a certain amount of time for the Mo family's second ancestor. It seems this matter must invite the Mo family's second ancestor out of seclusion to resolve. Fong Xia spoke up. This matter naturally has benefits for you mother and son. If the previous Demon King is weakened, then the probability of you becoming the Demon King will be much higher. The egg was surprised. It shouted, Mom, he makes sense. This is a great thing. We must follow sect leader Fong and do it well. Lord Qing Lin froze because of the egg's change. Fong Xia said, Next time, you should at least pretend to think a bit before flipping your face, okay? The egg replied, Sect leader Fong. This young master heard that the 1,000 transformations Demon Wolf likes to eat human girls. We prepare a girl as bait, then ambush him. How about it? Ing Huayu spoke up. Indeed so. Every month, the 1,000 transformations Demon Wolf orders subordinates to offer more than 10 girls for him to enjoy. Fong Xia was angry. A villain among demon beasts, huh? He said. This kind of evil will be purged by us. Your Majesty, remember to bring Qingwei along then. He was bewildered. With Qing Lin joining. This battle is a guaranteed win. Everyone prepare a bit. We attacked the Demon Wolf Fort. On the side of the wolf, it was saying, reporting to Lord. We still haven't found the person the Demon King ordered us to find. He has. Haven't found him, and you still report to me 7 or 8 times a day. Annoying or not. Tell me after you find him. I right now? Miss the taste of girls more. Demon Race Lord. 1,000 transformations Demon Wolf said. The person beside Fong Xia was unconvinced. That Fong guy? Doing a mission is doing a mission. What's with you making me wear this kind of clothes? For pretending to be a girl, having Qing Lin is enough. I'm not going on this operation. Demon Wolf Fort is 50 miles away from Qing Lin's territory. The purpose of this operation is to deal with the 1,000 transformations Demon Wolf. Divert Ying Qingping's eyes from the Xuanwu Kingdom and 1,000 Autumn Valley to the Demon Wolf Fort and other places. Fong Xia reminded. What needs attention is, we must discover our target and deal with him first. Cannot give him a chance to report to Ying Qingping. Ying Huayu said, look at the highest place on the peak of the Demon Wolf Fort. That is where the 1,000 transformations Demon Wolf lives. Around the Demon Wolf, there are also some patrolling little demons. We must avoid their eyes. Zhu Yunyang volunteered. Leave the patrolling little demons to me. Ying Huayu asked. The vigilance of little demons is not low. Will she have no problem? Fong Xia trusted. Don't worry. Yunyang's ability is most suitable for this job. You three. Frontally seducing the 1,000 transformations Demon Wolf is left to you guys. He said, my creation mystery level is not enough yet. Can only help you change appearance. The original aura. Disguise only needs a touch. Must attack, and it will disappear. So unless it's a critical moment, absolutely do not start a fight. Once an opportunity is found, immediately ambush the 1,000 transformations Demon Wolf. Yunyang, Ying Huayu, and I will support you from the dark. The others replied. Does it need to be so complicated? We know. Qinghua shouted. That Fong guy? Doing a mission is doing a mission. What's with you making me wear this kind of clothes? For pretending to be a virgin girl, Lord Qing Lin is enough. I'm not going on this operation anymore. Fong Xia smiled and replied. But Qinghua, we can't do without you. Look at that 1,000 transformations Demon Wolf. This wolf demon is very likely to know illusion techniques. Your heavenly dragon spirit eyes will be very useful. Qinghua expressed. Your despicable eyes tell me the matter is not that simple. Another person shouted. Qinghua, don't be willful. Look at we being dressed up like this and not saying anything. Qinghua replied. Fine. For your majesty. I'll go. Fong Xia said. Light. Yunyang is back. Zhu Yunyang recounted. I poisoned the patrolling little demons. Currently, their minds are not clear. They won't notice us. Fong Xia hugged her. Well done, Yunyang. He ordered. Everyone. Take this opportunity. Act quickly. The 1,000 transformations Demon Wolf was sitting in a daze. He suddenly heard chirping sounds. Chirp, chirp. Someone arrived. Lord, this lowly one brought girls for you. He opened his eyes to look. He observed the 2 girls in front of him. The 1,000 transformations Demon Wolf rejoiced. Mo Zian acted out a bowing and scraping expression. He said, didn't expect to disturb the Lord's sweet dream. This lowly one deserves to die? Begging Lord for mercy. He replied, no problem. No problem. You came just in time. Meanwhile, the 3 used magic to hide their aura and sneak in. The 1,000 transformations Demon Wolf said, quickly bring those 2 girls over here. As you command. Lord Qing Lin lay in his arms, followed by Qinghua. He rejoiced. I like this little devil in red clothes very much. The green-clothed little devil is too skinny. Fatten her up first. Lord Qing Lin was thrown away. She roared furiously. Compared to the one in your hand. I say at least I have a little bit. Why skinny? The intruders whispered. Xiao, why did he only keep one? Not like predicted. Fong Xia replied. This. Maybe the red hooded vest is attractive to wolves. He said. Don't cry, don't cry. Very soon you won't feel anything anymore. Little girl. Qinghua seemed to hold back. Then she lifted her skirt and shouted. Your mother is the little girl. Look clearly. I am a man. The 1,000 transformations Demon Wolf went crazy. Why is it a man? Fong Xia thought. I finally know what that demoness encountered back then. Qinghua, this kid, actually dropped the ball at the critical moment. He was angry. Knocked Qinghua flying. Ouch! Ouch! Actually dared to play with this lord. Mo Zian shouted. Qinghua. He attacked him. Lord Qing Lin appeared. I was waiting for the disguise to be blown away. The 1,000 transformations Demon Wolf asked. Why does this monkey have a human aura? And this smell? Lord Qing Lin. Why are you with humans? She said. I came to crush you and Ying Qingping. Mo Zian interrupted. You seized so much territory before. We came to take revenge on you. He was angry. So you came for revenge. Finding humans to help? Lord Qinglin, you really are like the rumors say. Did practicing evil arts make you stupid? Lord Qinglin replied, you are the stupid one. I must kill you today. Power was unleashed. A green light like a dragon coiled in the sky. She said, I said so. What need for a plan? Just do it, and it's done. She stared intently. The three sneaking around sweated. Zhu Yonyang said, oh, look. 2 monkeys. Lord Qinglin was confused. The 2 of them shouted in unison. You wolf demon. Actually dare to transform into my appearance. The 2 of them shouted in unison. Wolf demon, you. Actually dare to transform into my appearance. Transform into my appearance. You will regret it. The 2 of them rushed forward. He flew up. Lord Qinglin shouted, Qingwei, wake up quickly. Quickly look at these 2. Who is your master? Qingwei was currently dizzy and hadn't regained his senses. If the 1,000 transformations demon wolf wins, your master will be done for. The 2 of them said, I was really underestimated. But I won't lose. Stinking wolf demon. You are too deep into character. The 2 sides rushed into a fight. He shouted, not done yet. This side also rushed in. A cosmic black hole appeared. They were bewildered. What is that? Void-devouring black hole. Lord Qinglin said. Anyway, the 1,000 transformations demon wolf and the little emperor who betrayed me to Ing Chengpeng are not good people. I'll swallow both of you to save trouble. Someone screamed. Not a good person? Have I been hated by Qinglin? Lord Qinglin repeated. Not a good person. Have I been hated by Qinglin? Her mouth was covered. Fong Xia said. Qinglin, shut your mouth quickly. What are you trying to do using this move? Do you really want to swallow the 1,000 transformations demon wolf? Our plan will be ruined. Mozian panicked. Does whether I get swallowed or not matter at all? Go, universe shine. The 2 of them fell to the ground. They pointed at each other. He is fake. I am real. You are talking nonsense. You are the fake one. Lord Qinglin had a headache. Whoa. Annoying to death. She said, you say what we should do now. Hit which one? The 2 of them were silent. Fong Xia looked at them. Sure enough, the 1,000 transformations demon wolf's illusion technique is a bit difficult for Qinglin's unenhanced eyes. Sorry. To distinguish true from false, I invite you to suffer a bit. He grasped the thing placed in Xuanwu's heart. One guy screamed. He shouted. The one covering his chest is real. Yonyang, do it. Zhu Yonyang rushed forward. He immediately revealed his true form. Xia, I trapped him. Yonyang, well done. Tonight we'll have wolf meat to eat. He thought. What is this spider web? Why can't I break it? Fong Xia ordered. Everyone attack together. Force Ing Chengpeng's soul fragment out of the 1,000 transformations demon wolf. He thought. How do they know Lord Demon King has a soul fragment in me? Only Ing Huayu could tell them. Ing Huayu indeed betrayed us. Must transmit this news back to Lord Ing Chengpeng's main body. Fong Xia shouted. Comrades. Buffs up. Full DPS. Fight the boss. Lord Qinglin also took out her power. Xuanwu also got ready. Suddenly reacted. Why is the number 1 handsome man of my Xuanwu empire always in this appearance? Zhu Yonyang was also dazed. All power concentrated towards the 1,000 transformations demon wolf. The 1,000 transformations demon wolf sent a distress signal to Ing Chengpeng's main body. At that moment, Ing Chengpeng's soul fragment flew out of the 1,000 transformations demon wolf's body. A boom rang out. He appeared. Really didn't expect. Ing Huayu actually fell so low as to join forces with humans to deal with me. Truly childish. An alliance of the weak is just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The muzzle aimed at the opponent was ready. A shot pierced straight through the body. It immediately fell down. Ing Huayu said, running in such a hurry. Even my aura. You didn't detect it? Chengpeng fell to the ground. It's the aura of a hidden arrow. It's Ing Huayu. Human. How did Ing Huayu collude with you? He turned back to look. Feng smiled darkly. Secret. I won't tell you. Feng Xia absorbed all those things. He was concentrating. Got another soul essence of Ing Chengpeng. 1,000 transformations demon wolf dropped the 1,000 transformations form technique. Together with the golden eagle feather transformation art, Feng Xia enhanced the complete version of creation mystery art, able to both reverse create the body and forge the soul. Lord Qinglin was bewildered. The 1,000 transformations demon wolf was resolved by us, just like that? The power of us acting together is indeed a bit fierce. The others were also extremely surprised. Zhu Yonyang looked at the 1,000 transformations demon wolf defeated into 100 pieces and said, "Today, let's not eat big-tailed wolf anymore. Don't want to eat." Suddenly a hand reached towards the two. Fong Xia rubbed their heads. Everyone cooperated not badly. We resolved the 1,000 transformations demon wolf and at the same time prevented him from bringing news to Ying Chengpe. Ying Chengpe's side still doesn't know what happened. Completed the first step. Should proceed to the next step of the plan. Xuanwu asked. Next step of the plan? The 1,000 transformations demon wolf has nothing left. What else can be used? Fong Xia said. You guys look here. A figure flew up in front of them. The 1,000 transformations demon wolf took form and appeared. A gaze. Eyes opened. Experiment successful. He said. Who said the 1,000 transformations demon wolf has nothing left? Everyone was scared. What is that? Fong Xia reassured. Don't be afraid. This isn't a zombie or anything. This is the 1,000 transformations demon wolf version 2.0 I created using the upgraded creation mystery art. Using him to deal with Ying Chengpe's subordinates couldn't be better. This is called giving him a taste of his own medicine. Ying Chengpe said, since you dared to provoke this king, then don't blame this king for being impolite. Lord Qinglin said, I beat the 1,000 transformations demon wolf to death, not easily, to vent my anger. Why did you save him again? Fong Xia replied, I just want to take advantage of the time when Ying Chengpe's other incarnations are still unprepared, to let the 1,000 transformations demon wolf attack them. Every external incarnation of Ying Chengpe has had a large amount of resources invested by him to protect the external incarnations. He will definitely deal with it personally. That way he won't have time to pay attention to the Xuanwu Kingdom and Thousand Autumn Valley. Ying Huayu spoke up. This method can indeed attract Ying Chengpe away. It's just how can the 1,000 transformations demon wolf listen to you? Fong Xia smirked. The 1,000 transformations demon wolf you see is a puppet I reverse created with creation mystery art, controlled by me. Just looks like the 1,000 transformations demon wolf on the outside. Currently, 1,000 transformations demon wolf version 2.0 is just an obedient husky of mine, Fong Xia. Sit. He immediately sat down, behaving like a real dog. The others widened their eyes. Lord Qinglin said, this face, this expression, truly disgusting. Fong Xia. The spiritual power of this puppet cannot compare to the original 1,000 transformations demon wolf. Want to execute the plan. Still need to add a bit of spiritual power. Want spiritual power, right? Lord Qinglin smiled sinisterly. She rushed up to transmit power in a physical form. Mom gives you vitality. Give you vitality. The 1,000 transformations demon wolf was fully charged, limbs agile, quickly going to perform the mission. He shouted. Fong Xia said, the 1,000 transformations demon wolf has set off. We must take advantage of the time when the little demons in the demon wolf fort haven't discovered the abnormality. Clean up the scene and slip away. Xuanwu replied. We can handle this matter. Fong Xia asked. Missing Huayu. Does Ying Chengpe have any powerful enemies? She replied. Answering benefactor. Ying Chengpe fell out with the Heavenly Snake Demon King. The two forces often struggle. The Heavenly Snake Demon King's methods are vicious, not losing to Ying Chengpe. Ying Chengpe has suffered quite a bit at his hands. Fong Xia was surprised. So there are snakes among the Demon Kings too? Qinglin. How about it? Lord Qinglin replied. It's a golden python. Then your scales look somewhat similar, right? She froze. It is so, he said. Qinglin. Borrowing your scale for a bit. She screamed. Where's your hand touching? Pain. Pain. Lord Qinglin scratched him. Painful to death. Fong Xia got a scale. He said. Just need to use this azure scale with creation mystery art. Diet. With this golden scale as evidence. With Ying Chengpe's personality, he will definitely seek the Heavenly Snake Demon King to settle the debt first. Qingwei was forgotten in a corner. Unconscious. Inside Ying Chengpe's purple mansion. He said, you guys. What is going on? Others scrambled to say. Lord Demon King. That 1,000 transformations demon wolf has gone crazy. Biting me like a mad dog. That crazy wolf took advantage of us being unprepared. ambushed us. This afternoon, I barely repelled that mad wolf. Didn't expect him to make a move on other incarnations. He said, "Shut up for this king. Noisy, what a disgrace. Since early morning, I haven't been able to contact the 1,000 transformations demon wolf. I already sent little demons to the demon wolf fort to investigate." Ing Chengpeng continued. Not long after Ing Huayu went missing, the 1,000 transformations demon wolf had a problem. The mastermind behind those things is probably the same person. Someone wants to drag me down from the demon king position? Keep dreaming. All incarnations. From now on, full alert. At Ing Chengpeng's palace, he said, able to lay a hand on my incarnations. Which enemy is it exactly? Eagle reported. Squawk. Reporting to Demon King. We discovered this in the 1,000 transformations demon wolf's cave. He looked at the scale in his hand. Ing Chengpeng was surprised. A golden scale? He held it in his hand. Golden scale? So it was you. Heavenly Snake, Demon King. Since you dared to provoke this king, then don't blame this king for being impolite. Inside the myriad demon kingdom, 1,000 transformations demon wolf version 2.0 successfully attracted Ing Chengpeng. Resolved Fong Xia's future worries. Fong Xia's group rode the little emperor's magic treasure to the demon emperor's tomb. Everyone was happy, comfortable. Little emperor, this magic treasure of yours is really not bad. But why is the design of this magic treasure far beyond this era? The egg replied, this magic treasure was originally probably a war carrier. The inside is much larger than it looks from the outside, almost flattening a terrain. Just a pity its kinetic energy is truly pitifully weak. Currently, I'm afraid it doesn't even have 1% of its peak power. Fong Xia was delighted. Ooh, if it had 100% power, could it transform into a transformer? Although I don't know what the transformer you mentioned is. But this magic treasure is enough to destroy a country. Just a pity now it can only be used for transport. Xuanwu bowed his head. This is indeed a treasure left by predecessors thousands of years ago. We invited the best craftsmen, but still couldn't repair it. The egg rolled over. Hee hee. This is not a treasure that your current technical level can peak at. Little Emperor, let's negotiate something. It leaned close. If you can't repair it, why not make a deal with this young master? How about it? Wait for the demon emperor's tomb matter to end. You give this treasure to me. This young master will gift you a volume of dragon race techniques. Xuanwu thought. Wait for the demon emperor's tomb matter to end. We will no longer be in this world. Qinghua shouted. You bastard. Why so thick-skinned? Even coveting the royal family's magic treasure. He glanced over. Qinghua, do not be rude to Mr. Egg. Or do you want to be beaten again? Qinghua was currently rubbing his butt. He replied, no, don't want to. Because of his vulgar behavior in the battle with the 1,000 transformations demon wolf. He was taught a lesson by Mo Liuxue and Mo Zian. Qinghua, you be careful. Otherwise, you'll be kicked out by the monkey demon to be food. Qinghua shouted angrily. That phone guy? You shut up. 1,000 transformations demon wolf version 2.0 on this side was still rushing tirelessly. He jumped from one side to another. It jumped on the road. It continued jumping nonstop. Suddenly blood gushed out. A stream of blood fell down. Feeling itchy on the back, a voice rang out. Another little bug that doesn't know death. It was becoming turbulent. The heavenly snake demon king turned back to look at the thing jumping on his back. The Galta disturbed this king's rest. Two huge green eyes opened wide. Yonyang sitting next to him noticed something unusual. Xiao, your expression is suddenly so tense. He rested his hand on his thigh looking at her and replied. 1,000 transformations demon wolf 2.0 was killed. Fong Xia reached his hand forward. Strong blue light radiated. Explain. I can sense the location where he was killed. Not far from us. I must know who made the move. Regardless of whether it is Ing Chengpeng or not. There are powerful demon beasts existing near us. The blue light in his hand created a small vortex. Smiled and assumed. This place is the demon race's domain after all. Must do camouflage well at all times. Said and done. Look at those people. Absolutely won't let them escape. Little Emperor, you three still have to disguise. The other side panicked and proposed. Can we not be a monkey this time? That girl also screamed. That phone guy, what trick do you want to play again? As for Mo Zian, he didn't understand anything. Face blank. Don't know what happened. He agreed to all their proposals. Okay. I won't play with you guys. Satisfy you guys. Finished speaking, strong blue lights swept through the group of people. Everyone had their own changes. Finally, all took human forms, looking beautiful with no flaws. Fong Xia looked at their appearances with interest and asked, "How is it? Does it feel like the demon race?" The little emperor also seemed satisfied. Not bad. But just after finishing the styling, he was dissatisfied with that girl's appearance. Smiled slyly and approached. "Inghuayu, you also have to change your style a bit to hide your aura. Avoid being recognized by the demon race under Chengpa." She also agreed immediately. Benefactor makes sense. From his hand, pink light appeared again, shining brightly. That light surrounded the girl. Hair and clothes immediately changed style. Changed color to pink. Especially the dress revealing 2 huge breasts. She looked beautiful. Much more seductive. Fong Xia was mesmerized looking at it. Effect is not bad. From now on, use the name Inghuayu, Sakura Rain, as a fake name. She blushed and shyly repeated the fake name. Inghuayu, Sakura Rain. The little emperor looked confused. Changing color is enough? Qing Lin widened her eyes and commented. Demon beasts recognize each other mainly by aura. Just need to hide the aura. Changing the appearance a little is enough to fool most little demons. Yonyang looked at the people transforming and loved it. Immediately raised both hands high demanding. "Ah, I want to. Transform for fun." He immediately found an excuse to refuse. "No, don't. Anyway, no demon recognizes you." She was disappointed and petrified on the spot. Looking at that face, he sweated bullets. Hurriedly shouted to explain. "I spoke nonsense. After returning to Thousand Autumn Valley. I'll transform for fun with you all day, okay?" Finished speaking, he looked at that guy to continue work. "Little Emperor, teleport me out of the treasure." He was a bit worried and advised. "Brother Fong, you going out alone is too dangerous." But he wasn't afraid at all. Still insisted on going out. "I must go find out the enemy's intelligence. If the enemy is too strong, I'll start running. Unless I'm too unlucky. Meeting a few demon kings." Blue light began to shine around him. Fong Xia winked mischievously to reassure. "You guys find a place to stop first. I'll go and come back." What he used was the demon beast talisman. Using the creation mystery art spell, can make the wearer emit the aura of the demon race. Below the ground, a snake as long and big as a golden dragon was frantically chasing something. It opened its huge mouth to attack. Below was a masked guy, wearing a cloak, appearing in the fire. Another guy with 2 horns like bull horns was also rushing up to fight. The 2 of them rushed to attack the golden snake together. All 3 of them writhed, trying to take each other down. Every side was very fast. Standing from afar, only streaks of light they emitted could be seen. Really couldn't see the shapes clearly. 2 against 1, but the situation wasn't very optimistic. One guy rushed up from below. That was the 2-horned bull guy, the hooligan. He swung his weapon, creating a series of lightning bolts striking down on the snake. This move looked very strong too. Blinding blue light struck straight from the sky to the ground. But that snake was unharmed. Twisted its body, flying straight up high. It opened its mouth wide and cursed loudly. "You guys." The other one was Ing Chengpa. He looked at the snake with disdain and cursed. Sure enough, couldn't stand rushing out. The hooligan smiled smugly. "Haha, I'm still quite smart," said, then struck another move at the snake. "Take a hit." This move of his hit the snake and exploded like a bomb. Smoke and fire were everywhere. Smoke gradually cleared. The snake wasn't dead. The hooligan still shouted boldly, "Surrender. I will give you a quick death." 2 giant snake eyes shone brightly in the sky, accompanied by its voice. "Idiots. Self-righteous." It just coiled around the 2 of them. "Did you guys not notice that you are surrounded now?" Ing Chengpeng looked at his accomplice in panic. "Just now under the ground, it used its body to surround us." The hooligan realized now, but couldn't do anything anymore. Truly 2 against 1, and still couldn't win. He cursed madly. "Pissing me off." Got set up. A handsome guy passing by was watching the Demon King's brawl. No one else but Fong Xia. He stood from afar wondering, "Holy cow, what kind of battle is this?" He himself felt a bit scared, thinking, that big golden snake must be the heavenly snake Demon King. And inside those 2 blue lights, There are also auras with intensity close to the heavenly snake. Something emitting fire rushed fast like an arrow. He took a closer look to assess the situation. If I'm not mistaken, that streak of golden light must be. Looking closer at the guy's face. The Golden Rock Demon King, Ing Chungpeng. Watching their fierce battle, he knew his own limits. In my current state, I have absolutely no ability to join a battle between demon kings. But if I'm going to help Qing Ling and Ing Huayu, I'll have to face demon king level opponents sooner or later. The more he thought about it, the darker his expression became. He was sweating bullets. He used to only see great beasts like this in movies and stories. Now, one of them is an opponent I have to face. Even for an optimist like Fong Xia, he couldn't suppress his instinctual fear. Looking at the three in front of him, each one was bloodthirsty and incredibly strong. But there was no doubt that, if I can just get a Demon King's attribute orb, my cultivation level will soar. His eyes lit up with determination as he thought. Alone, I have no chance of winning. But they're currently in a chaotic brawl. I might have a small opportunity. The more he thought, the more excited he got. His fear gradually gave way. He grinned with amusement and made his decision. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. The whiskers of these three demons. I, Fong Xia, will pluck them all. Fong Xia stood there, observing the fight. He silently assessed the situation. From the way they're positioned, Ing Chungpeng and the bull-headed man are on the same side. A blue spiritual light once again emanated from his body. He thought happily, I've got it. And so, he charged straight into the fray. The two, Niu Meng and Ing Chungpeng, were trapped in an encirclement, cursing in fury. They were bound by several layers of snakeskin. It wasn't easy to break through. One of them cursed, damn it. I'll just slash my way out of here. The snake didn't just stand by and let them curse. It opened its massive maw and roared, insolence. You dare challenge me? Do you think my golden armored snake scales are something you can just cut through at will? It opened its mouth and attacked directly. A rainbow-colored ring of energy shot out from its mouth. Have a taste of the king's snake venom. The other two stood there, stunned. They hadn't figured out how to counter. Just then, Fong Xia rushed in from a distance, positioning himself between the two sides. He conveniently blocked the dangerous attack for the other two. The heavenly snake saw him and roared with wide eyes. What kind of demon are you? What are you doing sticking your nose in this? The venom splattered all over him. It was incredibly uncomfortable. He grimaced and cursed. You stinking snake. He had rushed in just as it fired, and now he yelled back. Are you blind? You're a grown-up, yet you're still spitting all over the place. Have you no public decency? The snake was not one to back down. Determined not to be wrongly accused, it roared back. You're the one who rushed in. Suddenly, it realized something was wrong. What? That's not right. Anyone hit by my snake venom should turn to ash in an instant. How are you completely fine? At that moment, Ing Chungpeng immediately realized. The stinking snake is distracted. He shouted, Old Neo, now's our chance. Both of them quickly shot up into the sky. They hovered in the air. The snake realized it too late. Damn it, I let them get out. The two of them floated in the air, talking to each other. They let out a sigh of relief. We were almost tricked by that stinking snake, they said to each other. Old Neo pierced its head. Even at a time like this, the two were still arguing. The other guy heard that and was extremely annoyed. Are you telling me how to do my job? But he still attacked, unleashing his move. Golden Rock Myriad Mile Spear. The two of them joined forces. Thunderous Bull Roaring Gale. The power of their combined attacks was immense. It shot straight toward the snake. The heavenly snake was caught off guard. It was hit head-on, but it was still very strong. Black smoke billowed from its body. It glared at Fong Xia and cursed. It's all because of that brat who suddenly rushed out. Otherwise, how could I, the king, have? While it was still reeling, he made his move. He landed a blow straight to its head, drawing blood. After landing that critical hit, Fong Xia stood on its head and sighed in relief. Phew, good thing I left you with one last breath. I almost couldn't collect your head. The familiar golden light flashed, blinding him. His heart was full of anticipation. Loot drop. Loot drop. It must have dropped a lot of good stuff. The light was so bright it lit up a corner of the sky. His eyes widened as he stared intently, waiting. Holy crap. But in the end, Only 2 items appeared: Heavenly Snake Spirit Body and the Art of Snake Shedding. He looked at them, disappointed. How come there's so little? Could it be that my luck stat is too low? Does that mean the good stuff isn't meant for me? He cried, tears of regret. If I'd known, I would have stabbed it a few more times. Just then, the other 2 landed beside him. One of them placed a hand on his chest and introduced himself first. I am the Golden Rock Demon King, Ing Chungpeng. May I ask for your esteemed name, sir? The other one followed suit. I am the Thunderbolt Demon King, Niu Mang. What's your name? He stood with his back to them. His body radiated spiritual power. He didn't answer right away. The other 2 stood waiting patiently. Finally, he spoke. Since you 2 demon kings have asked with such sincerity, then I shall not hide it. His body was shrouded in a faint blue light. Brimming with power, he smiled. I am a hermit among demons, a cultivator of the art of star divination. The star diviner, Xing Bake. He even placed one hand before his chest. He began to act his part. The steps to putting on an act. First, be confident and composed. Infuse the power of starlight. And just like that, he began to speak. Last night, I was observing the celestial phenomena. I learned that you 2, who are fated to meet me, would face a disaster today. So I came here specifically to offer my assistance. He lied without batting an eye. The other 2 had no suspicions. Niu Mang asked in surprise, Xing Bake. Why have I never heard of you before? Ing Chungpeng was more level-headed. Let me take a look with my Eagle King's eye. His eyes shot out a laser-like beam, scrutinizing him. In his vision, Fong Xia's entire body shone like the Milky Way, glittering with starlight. He had to admit, his entire body, from top to bottom, was indeed filled with stellar power. From Ing Chungpeng's perspective, Fong Xia looked no different from a god. He had no idea that he was on step 2 of the act, putting on a mysterious air. The moment Niu Mang heard that, he became incredibly excited. He gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, So you're a star spirit. No wonder you weren't afraid of the Heavenly Snake Demon King's venom. Seeing their reactions, he knew that as long as he was shameless enough, no matter how nonsensical his words were, they would still be effective in convincing people. Now that he'd fooled them, he continued his deep performance. He was so nervous his back was drenched in sweat, but he still managed to smile and say, The Star Mother has calculated that you 2 have a predestined fortune. I have helped you overcome this calamity. I only hope that when you become demon saints in the future, you will remember this favor from the Star Mother. He was now on step 3, pretending to be concerned. Niu Mang was still scratching his head, puzzled. But why do I feel like you clearly ran into the Heavenly Snake Demon King yourself just now? Ing Chungpeng, standing beside him, immediately chided him. You idiot. If you don't know how to talk, then shut up. If it weren't for Sir Xing Bake using his own body as a shield, using himself to block the Heavenly Snake Demon King's venom, the 2 of us would have likely been hit by that poison. Today, I, the king, owe Sir Xing a favor. This one was more cunning than Niu Mang. He said that, but in his heart, he was secretly calculating. It doesn't matter if this Xing Bake is telling the truth or not. His identity is definitely not simple. If I can win him over, and later refine him into an incarnation, wouldn't my position in the demon race become unshakable? After thinking that, he was suddenly startled and looked toward the Heavenly Snake's corpse. However, Sir Xing Bake, the matter with the Heavenly Snake Demon King isn't over yet. Look at the corpse he left behind. All 3 of them turned to look. His sharp eyes noticed it. This corpse no longer has pupils. This is just a shell that the Heavenly Snake Demon King left behind using his shedding technique. His real body has already escaped. Only after hearing him did Fong Xia realize. Ing Chungpeng continued. That stinking snake has used this trick to escape countless life or death situations. After speaking, he pointed at the snake's corpse and asked him, Since Xing Bake is proficient in the art of divination, could you perform a divination for me, the king? Where has my enemy, the Heavenly Snake Demon King, run off to now? He was speechless when he heard that. He crossed his arms, a little flustered, and thought, crap, he actually got away? How am I supposed to figure out which way the Heavenly Snake Demon King went? But he couldn't say he didn't know. He crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and put on a thoughtful expression. Alas, Lord Demon King, you are making things difficult for me, Xing Bake. He raised one hand in front of him. He once again used his power, causing blue light to radiate around his body. Using the fourth trick in the book, specialized jargon, he began to ramble on. There is something you may not know. The great art of star divination, although it is a supreme dharma, is still subject to the restrictions of the heavenly Tao. I cannot perform a divination for someone stronger than myself. If you wish for me to calculate it, I will need the help of you, Lord Demon King, to deceive the heavenly Tao a little. After hearing these words, he became more and more confused and asked, "Deceive the heavenly Tao? How?" Fong Xia made it sound easy. He replied immediately, "Very simple. I just need to invite you, Lord Demon King, to condense your divine sense. The power doesn't need to be too great. Launch an attack at me, and then be defeated by my hand." Niu Mang heard this and flew into a rage, his eyes wide as he roared. "What are you thinking, you snake? I am a dignified demon king. How could I?" Ing Chengpeng, on the other hand, was the opposite. He calmly agreed at once. "No problem, Sir Xing. Divining heavenly fate, this is borrowing. Being defeated by your hand, this is returning. There is borrowing, and there is returning. Borrowing again will not be difficult." After hearing that, he puffed out his chest with pride. He thought smugly, "Return my ass. At my age, only those who borrow money are the real bosses, okay?" He said at once. "Then please, Lord Demon King, make the first move." He maintained his unchanging smile. Ing Chengpeng hovered in the air. A brilliant light shot up from the ground into the sky. He attacked so quickly that he couldn't even react. Just like that, he was vaporized. Niu Mang stood there watching, horrified. He gripped his horns tightly and shouted, "Damn it! You hit him too hard." But the other guy replied without a change in expression, "I merely wanted to probe Sir Xing's true strength." On the ground, only Fong Xia's 2 legs were left sticking out. Blood was everywhere. Niu Mang looked on, startled. "Aya, you've beaten Sir Xing Bake into a pulp." Fong Xia, using the name Xing Bake, wanted to trick the 2 demon kings to get their attribute orbs. But the 2 of them stood there watching. Niu Mang, a little scared, screamed, "Holy crap! You damn bird! You hit him too hard. You've turned Sir Xing into a bloody paste." Ing Chengpeng remained calm and asked, "Fellow Taoist Xing, are you alright? What's with all the shouting? Have you no decorum?" The other guy got angry, pointed, and argued back. "What do you mean, alright? Open your bird eyes and take a good look. Even fellow Taoist Xing's crap has been beaten out of him by you." Before he could finish, Ing Chengpeng angrily cut him off. "Shut your mouth. Look again." Only then did Niu Mang take a closer look. He was startled. Through the hazy dust, Fong Xia's figure appeared, smiling with amusement. He was still standing there, not a single wound on his body. He laughed heartily. "Aha! Little Golden Rock King, you strike too fast. I almost couldn't react in time. How embarrassing, how embarrassing." In truth, he was also a bit worried. He broke out in a cold sweat and thought, "Good thing I just got the snake shedding attribute. Otherwise, I'd probably be waking up in some desolate wilderness." Niu Mang's eyes were wide with astonishment. He exclaimed in admiration, "He's really okay." As for Ing Chengpeng, the more he looked, the more he liked what he saw. He stroked his chin and made a decision. He just used the heavenly snake demon king's innate divine ability. He decided, "This Xing Bake must become my incarnation." Fong Xia's expression was tense. He could clearly feel this guy's killing intent. He cursed silently in annoyance. "This stinking bird. Just wait until I've absorbed enough attributes, then I'll smash your chrysanthemum." He held out both hands. Blue light swirled in his palms. He smiled and aimed at the other one. "Lord Golden Rock, Demon King. I'm starting now." From his perspective, he was punching the man repeatedly. But in reality, it was like a mosquito biting a steel plate. No matter how many times he punched, it had no effect at all. The man just stared blankly as he was being punched. But each punch produced a series of golden rock feathering art orbs. After punching for a while and breaking out in a sweat, he finally gave up, complaining, "My hand hurts so much. How can a demon king's body be so tough?" Ing Qingbang saw that he was done punching. He quickly flew over and asked, "Brother Xing, can you tell me now where the heavenly snake demon king went?" Fong Xia frowned and thought to himself, the Heavenly Snake Demon King managing to escape an attack from two Demon Kings was truly unexpected. Pinning the blame on him will probably be exposed very quickly. So he placed his hand on his chest again and changed the subject. Golden Rock Demon King, you are looking for the Heavenly Snake Demon King, I divine. But my divination tells me that your enemy is not the Heavenly Snake Demon King. The Demon King assembly is approaching. Your energy right now should not be focused on someone as non-threatening as the Heavenly Snake Demon King. Qingbang was just now realizing this. He asked in surprise, what? It's not him. Then who is it? That scoundrel destroyed 2 of my incarnations. This is a blood feud. It cannot be forgiven. I will definitely flay him and grind his bones to dust. Fong Xia shivered upon hearing that. It's scary, but what can I do? I've already said what I said. I have to see this through. He stood there. He crossed his arms and said confidently, I've calculated with my fingers. This villain is not of the demon race, but of the human race. However, he is not from this continent. He comes from the distant east. Yao Mang held his head like an idiot. He shouted in shock, the east. Could it be someone from the eastern imperial continent? Qingbang trembled with anger. His hands clenched into fists. Damn it, if it really was an expert from the eastern imperial continent, then does that mean I can only suffer this loss in silence? But why would they pick a fight with me? Fong Xia stood there, frowning and thinking carefully. The eastern imperial continent. So this world has more than one continent. From the sound of it, the people over there are quite strong. Did my random guess actually hit the mark? But for now, let's just use this to my advantage. A moment passed. This blame has finally been temporarily shifted. The other 2 stood there. Qingbang stood still with a dark expression, clearly showing his displeasure. Yao Mang held his head with both hands. Wow, Brother Xing. Amazing. So amazing. His attitude changed, and he became extremely excited. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes crinkling with a smile. Brother Xing, I want a reading too. You should give me a beating too. He even pointed excitedly at his own chest and shouted, just hit me, don't be polite. If we're brothers, then come on and hit me. Why would Fong Xia refuse? He got into position. All right then. In that case, it would be rude of me to refuse. He replied immediately. Hurry up and do it. Fong Xia's whole body surged with power. He threw a punch. But just like before, clang. His fist slammed right into the man's iron armor. The man's entire body remained motionless, while he was in excruciating pain. He couldn't even cry out. This guy is even tougher. My whole body is numb. He couldn't even speak properly. He stammered for a moment. Yao Mang scratched his face in confusion. He didn't feel a thing. Then he suddenly thought of something. He let out an oh. Then he just fell backward on his own, screaming dramatically. Ah! He started rolling around on the ground, crying out pitifully. I've been defeated. Fong Xia watched, not understanding at all. He just lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. I surrender. I'm dead. He looked and immediately knew the guy was overacting to save him from embarrassment. His eyes glistened with tears of gratitude. He gave a thumbs up. He thought, speechless. His acting skills are too damn good. You deserve an Oscar for this. Unexpectedly, a huge pile of power orbs appeared. Fong Xia's eyes lit up with delight. I can't believe even that dropped attribute orbs. The attribute ability's judgment mechanism is based on the opponent's formula, so it works even if the opponent pretends to admit defeat. This sheep is too easy to fleece. After receiving such a huge haul, he became generous. I wonder what Lord Thunderbolt Demon King wishes to discuss? The old bull's eyes lit up as he immediately proposed. I want you to read the fortune of my son, Niu Fan's love life. He pointed and asked, my son, Niu Fan, has had a hard life. For the sake of being with the girl he loves, he was willing to give up his status as the young master. He was going to marry into the Ying family. He endured the scorn of all the other demons. But unexpectedly, before the wedding could happen, the girl passed away. He completely ignored Ying Chengpeng standing right there. He even grinned excitedly and asked, Brother Xingbake, can you tell me when my son, Niu Fan, will meet his true love? The old man behind him couldn't take it anymore. He roared and cursed. Ing Huayu's fate is still unknown. And you're already asking about a new marriage for your worthless son. Do you have any respect for me, the Golden Eagle Demon King? The more he cursed, the more worked up he got. Niu Mang, being cursed at, immediately turned hostile. He turned around, glared, and argued back. Why the hell can't I, old Niu, ask about my son's love life? Your Ing Huayu is nowhere to be found anymore. Are you, an old bird, still expecting my son to stay single for the rest of his life? Ing Chengpeng was furious and issued an ultimatum. Even if my daughter is still alive, your Niufeng can forget about ever stepping foot into my Ing family's home. Fong Xia stood there listening to them bicker back and forth, and his head started to ache. Now he realized. No way. Ing Huayu almost married a bull. This father, Ing Chengpeng, is really screwing over his daughter. This won't do. I have to rescue that beautiful flower, Ing Huayu, from that pile of cow dung. The two of them argued until flames of anger erupted. They went on and on. This son-in-law. My son doesn't want the position anyway. The other one pointed and cursed. Even if you wanted it, you wouldn't have the chance. Fong Xia began his act again. He placed a hand on his chest. His face was as bright as a flower. My two Lord Demon Kings, please listen to a word from me. Fate is decided by the heavens. Lord Thunderbolt, your son and the Golden Eagle Demon King's daughter are not fated to be. But he will definitely find the happiness that belongs to him. You must remember, what is most suitable is what is best. A halo of light shone from his body, sparkling brilliantly. The mysteries of my starlight Tao have all been imparted to you too. We are fated to meet. We will surely meet again in the future. After hearing that, the two of them stopped arguing. Niu Mang felt that it made sense. Brother Xing has a point. My son is so strong and robust. He needs a big ride. Being with your little bird is fundamentally unsuitable. Ing Chengpeng also looked up at the sky and thought for a moment. As expected of a cultivator who practices the power of the stars, he's not simple. Seeing the light shoot up into the sky, Niu Mang exclaimed happily, "Today, I have truly met a master." Only Ing Chengpeng was startled into realization. Damn it, I forgot to make Xing Bake into an incarnation. At that moment, Xing Bake was fleeing at top speed. He flew like a bird. As he flew, he thought in a panic. While they're still mesmerized, I have to run. Run. And so he escaped. The heavenly snake demon king, disheveled, used his shedding technique to retreat to his cave. His body had not only shrunk to the size of a normal snake, but he was also heavily injured. Inside the cave, a small fox demon sat there, smiling and mocking him. Hee. Lord Heavenly Snake Demon King, are you still all right? The snake snorted in annoyance. It coiled its body around the fox. It glared and flicked its tongue, threateningly. Stop playing smart. Don't think I don't know. You've always been eyeing my position. It brought its face close, threateningly. You were once my subordinate. Lend me this body for a while. After saying that, it just took it. The fox screamed in agony. The Heavenly Snake Demon King was at the end of his rope. He forcibly seized the body of the fox demon, having lost his golden snake body. His position as a demon king was lost. I accept this. But, in an instant, the heavenly snake was already inside the fox's body. Its eyes were blood red. Ing Chengpeng, Niu Mang, and that little brat. I will drag you all down to hell with me. The thought of Fong Xia's face made it furious. I'll take that brat's life directly. The heavenly snake demon king, having seized the fox's body, raced at full speed, tracking Fong Xia's aura. He planned to use the fox's body for an assassination. As he sped along, he realized with bitterness, that brat's aura is in this direction. He stopped. He stood there, sniffing the air for Fong Xia's scent. He peeked out from a bush with a grin. Found you. The sound of several people talking could be heard nearby. You're saying you were out for so long because you were with two demon kings? Fong Xia was standing and talking with the two girls, Yunyang and Qingling. He scratched his head and explained, how could that be? I was just chatting with them and conveniently learned a few techniques. Qingling was startled when she heard that. She shouted, doesn't that make you even more of a pervert? The heavenly snake, who was eavesdropping, was speechless. The two girls seemed very excited. They laughed happily and shouted, Time waits for no one. Let's hurry back to Little Huang's magic treasure. The position of Demon King is waving at me. Yunyang also joined in, shouting, "Let's go! Let's go!" The heavenly snake was hiding in the bushes, eavesdropping. He saw the two girls. So, he has two accomplices here. However, these two female demons are very foolish. No need to be wary of them. Thinking that, he opened his mouth and launched a sneak attack. I'll take this brat's life directly. A purple light shot from its mouth, aimed straight at Fong Xia. What the heavenly snake demon king didn't know was that, having obtained the heavenly snake spirit body, Fong Xia's ability to sense animals had reached the demon king level. He immediately sensed something was wrong. He whipped his head around to look. Just as the attack was about to hit him, he didn't dodge. He simply raised his hand and blocked it. His body was completely unharmed. The two girls quickly became alert and shouted, "An ambush! Who is it?" Fong Xia didn't get a good look either. He replied in confusion, "I don't know. I blocked it unconsciously." The heavenly snake in the fox's body quickly flattened itself to the ground to hide. It thought, startled. Not only did he detect my ambush, he even neutralized my poison attack. How did he do that? He just lay there. He quickly devised another dirty plan. Right. It must be that this fox body is too weak. The toxicity can't compare to my original body. In that case, I'll attack his accomplices, distract him, then go for the killing blow. Thinking this, he acted. He changed his target to the two girls. He leaped out from behind them. Yunyang noticed immediately. The enemy is moving very fast. Qingling looked around and asked, "Where?" The heavenly snake bit into their protective barrier. A series of purple lights surrounded the three of them. It blocked his path. This demon thought it was over. He grinned smugly. "Ha ha ha. These two women will die immediately." But before he could finish laughing, his eyes widened in horror. The two girls were completely unharmed. However, both of their clothes had been torn to shreds by his bite. The parts that needed to be covered were now exposed. Both girls looked down in shock. "Our clothes, how did they?" The one who benefited the most here was Fong Xia. He stood there watching until his nose started to bleed. Fong Xia, who had used his spiritual energy to form an umbrella earlier, was completely safe. And he even got a feast for his eyes. Qingling turned to look at him, furious, and scolded. "You could have made it bigger. Why didn't you share it with us? Did you do it on purpose?" The little girl, Yunyang, stood there carefree, laughing and cheering. "On purpose. On purpose. So cool. So cool." His whole body trembled with fear. He didn't know how to explain it reasonably. He stammered, "Look not at what is contrary to propriety. Look not at what is contrary to propriety." None of the three were injured. The heavenly snake watched, terrified. He couldn't understand it. He gritted his teeth in confusion. How are they all so fine? What in the world are these people? He had no idea. Qingling was a poison user. Fong Xia ate poison attribute, orbs like they were candy. And Yunyang was a poison spider. All three of them were immune to poison. In fact, they were more poisonous than him. Just then, spider silk shot out from Yunyang, tightly wrapping around him and capturing him. She cheered excitedly. "I caught the unlucky fellow." The heavenly snake was immediately pulled to the ground. Qingling clenched her fists in excitement. This kind of troublemaking little demon. I really need to teach him a lesson. Yunyang stared at him and wondered, fried, steamed, or braised. The heavenly snake froze on the spot when he heard that. He was being called a little demon. How could he not be furious? Fong Xia didn't stand by either. He shouted, "Yunyang, Qingling, leave him to me." He grinned happily, secretly calculating. A few days ago, the heavenly snake demon king ran off, and I missed out on a lot of wool. This time, I can't let a single strand go unplucked. He walked straight up to the fox. He didn't know this was the transformed heavenly snake. He grabbed its tail, lifted it up, and pointed. Although I don't know why a fox can spit poison, but this fur feels like it could make a nice scarf for Yunyang. As he was talking, it suddenly bit his finger. Fong Xia yelped in surprise and anger. "Hey, why are you biting people now?" The heavenly snake bit down hard on his hand, refusing to let go. It thought with a grin. "Last time, I was too far away. This time, I'm biting you directly. I refuse to believe I still can't kill you this time." But he could never have expected. In an instant, This body's flesh and blood were all stripped away. Only a white skeleton remained. Even Fong Xia was startled. He broke out in a cold sweat. His face turned pale with horror. He stared at the fox. Its body was being corroded by poison. Its eyes, its body, its flesh and blood gradually vanished. There was nothing it could do. Helpless, horrified. How could I, the king? How could I be killed by poison? In just a few seconds, it was truly nothing more than a white skeleton. He looked at it, not understanding anything. He asked in confusion, "What the hell? Why did it suddenly die? I haven't even done anything yet." Fong Xia had been absorbing the extremely potent poison attribute orbs from the two demon beasts for a long time. His poison resistance and the toxicity within his body were even stronger than that of poisonous demon beasts. The heavenly snake demon king used the fox demon's mouth to transfer poison into Fong Xia's body. It mixed with the poison in Fong Xia's body, forming a lethal, body-devouring poison. A poison of this level was simply not something the fox's body could withstand. Fong Xia looked at the skeleton, furious. "You won't even let me pluck this little bit of wool. You're too stingy." He didn't get any rewards from the system at all. The heavenly snake's skeleton twitched. Only now did it truly die. A storm of system rewards burst forth. Toxicity X 233. Fragment of the indestructible body. Golden scale snake veins. 100 battles, 100 victories. Snake King's spirit. He stared, his jaw dropping in astonishment. He was ecstatic. His eyes widened. Oh my god, what are all these random orbs? This fox must have had a cognitive impairment. It really thought it was a snake. He still didn't know that the fox he had just killed was actually the heavenly snake. He was so happy he could cry. He knelt down and hugged the rewards. He was incredibly moved. Or maybe this is the system compensating for the meager rewards from the heavenly snake before. This fortune is truly all thanks to the system's protection. It was truly a blessing in disguise. One day on the ground, the two girls, Yunyang and Qing Ling, were gathered around, playing with the skeleton. 10 miles outside the demon capital, around the statues of the 10 great demon kings. These statues were imbued with a part of the demon king's spirits. They were meant to intimidate all demons. The statue of the heavenly snake was gradually cracking. Finally, it crumbled into dust. The crowd of smaller demons below screamed in panic. The statue of the heavenly snake demon king shattered. The heavenly snake demon king is dead. Everyone was buzzing with discussion. I can't believe the heavenly snake demon king didn't even make it to the demon king assembly. Some even fearfully predicted. Before the seats of the 10 great demon kings are decided, there's bound to be a storm of blood. A demon king had suddenly died violently. This sent shockwaves throughout the entire demon capital. But for the new powerhouses eyeing the position of demon king, this was the dawn of a new era. They were overjoyed. A spot just opened up. A cunning-looking man chuckled to himself. What a pity. The one who died was the weakest of the heavenly snake demon kings. Another person said, he's no match for Tianze. The heavenly snake demon king has occupied a position that didn't belong to him for too long. She removed her mask, revealing a lovely face. But the words that came out were incredibly harsh. The demon realm. It's time for a change. And yet, no one knew how pathetically the heavenly snake demon king had died, including Fong Xia, the one who killed him. The girl, Ing Huayu, looked at him worriedly and asked, "Benefactor, why were you all out for so long? Were you seen by Ing Chengpeng?" The little emperor narrowed his eyes suspiciously. He speculated, "Miss Ing Huayu, I feel there's another reason for this. However, Headmaster Fong, you were a bit too careless. It's very dangerous outside right now. 2 girls and 1 guy." Everyone was happy. He was speechless and tried to explain. "Your Majesty, you may be an old pervert, but don't let me in with you." The two began to argue. The other guy insisted, "Headmaster Fong, I understand you. I can make a room in the magic treasure for you. The soundproofing is no problem. Next time, you won't have to take risks outside." No matter what Fong Xia said, he wouldn't believe him. He shouted in frustration, "I told you it's not what you think. Don't bring this up again." He was sweating bullets. He angrily clamped his hand over his mouth. He glared threateningly, "Your Majesty, just drive your car properly. Speed up and get to the demon capital. He couldn't speak anymore. He could only mumble in frustration. The girl on his side saw this and immediately defended him. You, surnamed Fong. How dare you lay a hand on His Majesty? The girl, Xian, asked innocently. Could this be the forceful love that Headmaster Fong mentioned? At the Demon Saint Palace, the residence of the saintly son of the demon race. He sat behind a bamboo screen. A young woman stood beside him, attending to him. He said coldly, Thunderbolt Demon King. Golden Rock Demon King. You joined forces to kill the Heavenly Snake Demon King. You two are truly capable. He even asserted. Now, the entire Myriad Demon Nation is in a state of panic. Faced with this accusation, Niomeng quickly explained. Your Highness, the saintly son. Old Neo and Old Peng did fight a battle with the Heavenly Snake Demon King. But the Heavenly Snake Demon King shed his skin and escaped. His death has nothing to do with us. The more he explained, the louder he got. He was truly pleading his innocence. That Heavenly Snake Demon King ambushed the two of us. Fortunately, an expert named Xing Bake helped us. Otherwise, the two of us wouldn't be able to see Your Highness today. Your Highness, if you don't believe me, then find that Bake guy and ask him. Ing Chengpeng, standing beside him, cursed silently in frustration. You talk too much. The saintly son found this a bit interesting. He helped you with the Heavenly Snake's poison attack? This Xing Bake must be at the indestructible realm. From the way this man spoke, one could tell he was a deep and cunning person. He was the saintly son of the demon race. The designated heir of the demon emperor, Ing Daoi. He was immediately interested. He asked further, which hermit is he? Where is he now? The woman standing beside him remained expressionless from beginning to end. Niomeng rattled on without thinking. He answered every question asked. He even added extra information. We looked for Brother Xing, but his whereabouts are mysterious. We couldn't find him at all. That Brother Xing is a master. He is proficient in the art of divination. Old Eagle's daughter was harmed, and we originally thought it was the Heavenly Snake Demon King's doing. Fortunately, Brother Xing pointed us in the right direction. Only then did we know that this was done by the human race from the Eastern Imperial Continent. Also, Ing Chengpeng, standing beside him, was going crazy. He was speechless. Helpless, he stomped hard on Niomeng's foot to shut him up. But unexpectedly, he just yelled out, That hurts like hell. Ing Chengpeng growled in frustration. His Highness didn't ask you about all that. The other guy still didn't get the hint. He even got angry and argued back. Old Eagle, can't you talk properly? Why did you stomp on me? He had no idea about the dark calculations of the other man. This stupid bull demon can't keep his mouth shut. Now the Crown Prince has also taken an interest in Xing Bake. How can I still turn Xing Bake into an incarnation? If he keeps talking, he might even reveal the matter of me secretly refining an incarnation. It's true what they say, don't fear a strong enemy, fear a stupid teammate. The more he looked at the gloomy face of Ing Daoi, the more scared he became, thinking, a demon king privately refining an incarnation to enter the demon emperor's mausoleum is a major taboo. At that time, forget about finding opportunities in the demon emperor's mausoleum and seizing the position of the myriad demon nation's ruler. I'm afraid the saintly son will kill me on the spot. But the saintly son didn't say much. He even praised him. The information Lanyo provided is very valuable. If there really are human experts from the Eastern Imperial Continent here, then it's better to be careful. He quickly made a decision. For this Demon King assembly, let's not allow any humans to participate, to avoid stirring up any trouble. After all, those who are not of our race will have different intentions. The woman standing beside him now had a dark expression. She was sweating. She looked very frightened. Finally, he stopped asking questions. He looked at the two below. Rest assured, you two demon kings. I, the saintly son, will find a way to locate Xing Bake. He permitted them. You may withdraw. When you return, remember to have a demon bring a portrait of Xing Bake here. Both of them clasped their hands and said in unison, yes. A large gate stood before the city. This was the demon capital. Looking down from above, a long line of people was waiting to enter the city. Fong Xia's group was inside the magic treasure. Everyone was confused, asking each other. So many demons are lining up. Is this demon capital as popular as a hot pot restaurant? No one understood what was going on. But the girl, Imo Zian, exclaimed excitedly, "Hot pot restaurant. Hot pot. Hot pot." She quickly took out a pen and paper to write it down. This girl was really diligent about learning new words. Suddenly, a figure appeared. The girl, Huayu, announced, "I'm back." Fong Xia glanced at her and asked, Huayu, what's the situation in the demon capital right now? The line is even longer than the heavenly snake demon king. She reported what she had just scouted. The demon capital is under martial law. Any demon entering or leaving must undergo an inspection. She looked worried, her brow furrowed. What's even worse is, the saintly sun has ordered that no humans are allowed to enter the city. Violators will be executed on the spot. Everyone was shocked to hear this news. Qing Ling shouted in frustration. Humans aren't allowed in? The demon emperor's mausoleum is inside the demon capital. If we can't get into the city, we can't go to the demon emperor's mausoleum. Mo Liang's face turned pale as he asked in confusion. What is this saintly son of the demon race suddenly up to? Does this mean we can only fly in under the cover of darkness? As soon as he said that, Qing Ling retorted, the demon capital is a famous no-fly zone. Which demon would dare to fly over the demon emperor's head? The city walls are all lined with elite archers. Even if you're invisible, you can't hide from them. Only he remained calm, thinking of a way. He said to the others, my newly upgraded creation art might be able to fool those demons and pass the inspection. Little Emperor, Huayu, you two come with me to the city gate to scout a bit. Yunyang immediately volunteered. Me too. Before she could finish, he used his trick. He turned and smiled sweetly at her. Be a good girl and stay in the chariot. Don't run around. I'll bring back some delicious food for you. Hearing the words, delicious food, her eyes turned into hearts. She agreed at once. Then you have to come back soon. Huayu's full chest was on display, along with a small pouch. Big brother guard. Inside here are some spirit treasures. Please accept them. The girl used a honey trap to entice him. Big brother, could you tell this little demon why the line at the city gate is so long? We've traveled a long way and we're about to collapse from exhaustion. Big brother, could you bend the rules a little and let us in? The monkey guard was instantly mesmerized. His face flushed red as he thought with a grin. This little demoness has a great figure. He looked at her, then glanced at Fong Xia and Mo Liang standing beside her, and sneered. It's just that these two ugly male demons are ruining the scenery. In his eyes, the two of them were hideous. He could feel his gaze. Fong Xia noticed the monkey's disdainful look, and the little emperor's face turned pale. Lately, whenever Mo Liang sees a monkey, he instinctively feels revulsion. Despite using both a honey trap and money, this monkey guard wouldn't budge. He stood there, holding his spear, his voice condescending. Are you lot from the countryside or something? You don't even know about the major incident that happened in the demon capital? The heavenly snake demon king has been killed. His demon subordinates are in an uproar. They're begging the Lord's saintly son to seek justice for them. They're demanding justice on their behalf. To appease the demons, the saintly son has ordered the city to be sealed. It's to prevent the culprit from entering the demon capital. He was just as shocked to hear this news. He was sweating profusely. He thought of that giant snake. The heavenly snake demon king is dead? Which genius did that? He had no idea that he himself was the killer. The girl, Huayu, gasped in astonishment. That heavenly snake demon king was one of the 10 great demon kings. Which expert could have possibly defeated him? The monkey guard acted like he knew everything. Rumor has it that it was a human from the Eastern Imperial Continent. However, there's also a rumor that it was a master named Xingbei. After saying that, he held up a wanted poster with Fong Xia's drawing on it for him to see. The moment Fong Xia saw it, he almost spat out blood and cursed internally. What the hell? Is that supposed to be me? The portrait Fong Xia was looking at had now been distributed throughout the demon capital. It was drawn by the Thunderbolt Demon King based on his memory. The drawing was so ugly, he looked like a moron. Chengpeng, in order to prevent Xingbei from being discovered by others, deliberately guided the drawing in a bizarre direction. When Niu Mang was drawing, he had consulted him. Hey, old eagle, what are you peeking at? Did I draw it right? Chengpeng, standing beside him, secretly sabotaged it, saying, make the teeth a bit blacker. So when he saw the drawing, even though he was standing right in front of him. The monkey guard didn't recognize him. Fong Xia let out a sigh of relief. That demon soldier didn't notice anything unusual. It seems my creation art is good enough to fool the demon race. This is truly worth celebrating. After chatting for a while, the monkey guard started acting condescending again, pointing his finger. All right. If you're done asking questions, get in line. Listen up, all of you. The mirror hanging above the city gate shone with a mystical golden light. All demons must pass through the demon-detecting mirror's inspection to enter the demon capital. It was truly shocking news. He stood there, completely frozen on the spot. Seeing his expression change, the monkey guard pointed at him and immediately found fault. Although your aura is very strange. I've never smelled anything like it before. He quickly waved his hands and explained with a smile. It's probably because I'm from a rather small minority. The monkey's face turned green. He put on a knowledgeable air and asked in confusion. Could it be a rare clan like the Flood Dragon clan or something? Fong Xia was drenched in sweat. He immediately latched onto that name. That's right. Old brother, you have a good eye. It is indeed the Flood Dragon clan. He used magic to sprout 2 horns on his head. He pointed confidently and told him, if you don't believe me, look. He even smugly explained, it's precisely because the Flood Dragon clan is so rare that I usually hide my horns when I go out. Be humble, you understand? The monkey guard believed him instantly, even marveling. This is the first time I've ever seen a living member of the Flood Dragon clan. It's truly been an eye-opener. He took the opportunity to ask him, so, big brother, can you open a back door for me, a protected rare animal? This monkey guard was very sharp. He scowled and barked, get in line. The mirror. He still had some suspicions and looked at him probingly. Why do you look so tense? Could it be that you have something to hide? Helpless. He had to shout an explanation again. It's been too long since I've been on land. It's hot. He clenched his fist and warned. Then be honest and accept the investigation. The mirror continued to shine above the city gate. The first person to be scanned by it was Huayu. The mirror's light turned green. The monkey guard looked at her with delight. His face flushed with infatuation. Pass. Next. After she passed, the monkey suddenly had a thought. Looking closely, this little demoness seems a bit like a subordinate of the Golden Rock Demon King. No. Her aura is too different. How could it be? Next, he called out. Flood Dragon brother, it's your turn. Fong Xia, a little tense, glanced over at Mo Liang. It's unavoidable. He walked directly up to the mirror. There was still a glimmer of hope in his heart. Magic mirror, who's the most handsome of them all? Please, do a good deed and let me off this one time. But in the end, the mirror still turned red. The entire group tensed up, gritting their teeth. We're screwed. We can't hide it anymore. Prepare to retreat. The monkey guard alertly pointed his spear straight at him and shouted, Demon soldiers! Surround him. But the mirror suddenly cracked. Finally, it shattered completely. The entire crowd screamed. What's happening now? A dragon's foot and several large claws emerged from the mirror. Everyone present screamed in terror. The monkey guard, however, shrieked. Chi. His face was drained of all color. Fong Xia, standing behind him, even asked curiously, what's wrong? What's with the wailing? His face was ashen. He was sweating profusely, gritting his teeth. This is the first time I've ever encountered a situation like this. A thick plume of black smoke shot out from the mirror. The crowd pointed frantically. Something's coming out. 2 glowing eyes appeared in the space. A giant azure dragon emerged. It coiled in the sky, roaring. The king of the Flood Dragon clan. Jiao Qingtu is here. It was accompanied by lightning that filled the sky. It looked incredibly dangerous. The people below were stunned, unable to believe it. Jiao, Flood Dragon clan. Someone else said. They haven't shown their faces in a long time. Why have they come now? Mo Liang was also sweating, marveling. Incredible. To think I'd encounter such a powerful demon beast on my first visit to the myriad demon nation. Only he didn't show much of a reaction. Because he had already seen the heavenly snake demon king, Fong Xia didn't feel surprised. That snake and this dragon were about the same size. But in Fong Xia's heart right now, his face was dark. He was crying internally. Oh my heavens. I clearly chose the identity that was least likely to be exposed. How did I run into the real deal right off the bat? This is just too unlucky. Whatever I pick, that's what shows up. The dragon coiled its back in the sky and wailed mournfully. The murderer who wiped out my clan. Although I don't know who you are, you must be hiding in the demon capital. It was furious. Only from its words did the crowd learn. The Flood Dragon clan has been annihilated. The Flood Dragon clan's movements were always mysterious. No one had any idea that such a major event had occurred. This news was like a bolt from the blue for them. A girl even said fearfully, but even if all 10 great demon kings were here, it would be difficult to wipe out the Flood Dragon clan. And this expert is hiding in the demon capital. It wouldn't be easy to wipe out the Flood Dragon clan. They couldn't figure out who it could be. The more the dragon spoke, the angrier it became. It roared thunderously in the sky. The grudge of my clan's extermination. Today, I will make you pay it back. A large ball of lightning immediately appeared in the sky. It continuously struck the ground. If you still don't come out, I will tear this entire demon capital up by 1,000 feet and turn your bones to ash. That power was terrifyingly immense. A stream of blue and pink energy shot straight down. It was about to annihilate this place. Just then, a red barrier appeared in the sky. It was accompanied by a cold voice. That's enough. A figure appeared out of thin air. He called the dragon by its name. Jiao Qingtu. Your straightforward personality hasn't changed a bit. He looked straight at it. Not a hint of fear. He analyzed seriously. You don't even know who your enemy is. Why must you vent your anger on the innocent lives here? He was the demon race's great prophet. When Fong Xia saw him, his face turned pale with fear. He thought to himself, why did another incredibly powerful-looking guy show up? At times like this, it makes one miss the experienced babies in Thousand Autumn Valley. Why is every single demon here someone I can't even beat if I turn on cheats? Truly, every single person who appears is earth-shattering. He was no match for them. Running away is the best strategy. Without saying a word, he abandoned his teammates. He just turned and ran. Despite Mo Liang's surprised question, Headmaster Fong, where are you going? He explained as he ran for his life. What else can I do? When gods fight, mortals suffer. This place is too dangerous. The others stared at him with wide eyes. Mo Liang finally understood. The main point is to run. The dragon saw the great prophet, but showed no respect. It brought its face close to him. I have no time to reminisce with you. The most effective way is to use the entire demon capital as a threat. Force you to hand over the person. He didn't move an inch. He just stood there and mocked him further. Pursuing the most effective way. Your style still hasn't changed a bit. He raised an eyebrow and smiled. However, he put on a happy face and grinned as he announced the good news. Who said your East Sea clan has been completely wiped out? When the monkey guard heard that, he volunteered and shouted, Great prophet! Great prophet! There's a descendant of the Flood Dragon clan right here. All the attention of the crowd turned to Fong Xia, who was running for his life. When he heard the monkey guard's words, he was speechless. It can't get any unluckier than this. He cursed. In the sky, Jiao Qingtu coiled behind the great prophet. They both looked down at him. He said smugly, You see? What did I say? The dragon's whole body suddenly lit up. A dazzling light radiated everywhere. In a flash, a captivating figure appeared. You, the dragon from before, had transformed into a beautiful woman who stared at him and asked, Which branch of the bloodline are you from? The human form of the Flood Dragon's resentful spirit. Her name was Jiao Qingtu. She brought her nose close to Fong Xia and sniffed. The characteristics on your body. I can't even tell which subclan of my Flood Dragon clan you belong to. He tried to stand still and endure it. His mind raced, trying to find a way out. He thought miserably. Today is the first time I've ever met a member of the Flood Dragon clan, Big Sister. Other than these two horns, how would I know what other characteristics there are? Now, I can only tell the truth. He twirled his finger on his head and admitted, I am not from the Flood Dragon clan. Your life and death feud has nothing to do with me. If he couldn't escape, no one could. He thought with a smirk. But these demon beasts can forget about using me as a shield. If we die together. The woman's face darkened. But she wasn't angry at all. She said, Oh, Jiao Qingtu's eyes lit up. She looked at him with sympathy. I understand now. You're an illegitimate child who was stripped of your clan status by my clan. Creation of a flood dragon. Creation of a flood dragon. This was something that he could never have imagined, even if he were beaten to death. Now, even if he told the truth, no one would believe him. His jaw dropped. He didn't know whether to be happy or sad. This powerful person, what level of reading comprehension is this? He couldn't even try to explain further. He was suddenly pulled by the woman, his face pressed against her soft chest. His mouth was blocked, and he couldn't speak anymore. Just like that, she carried him and flew straight up into the sky, saying, "Whether you're willing to admit it or not, the blood of my clan flows through your veins. You are the last hope for the revival of the Flood Dragon clan. You must inherit the legacy of the East Sea Flood Dragon clan." Fong Xia struggled to shout and question her. Why did you change your mind so quickly? Weren't you seeking revenge? I haven't even agreed to this. She explained quickly and concisely. Because this is more effective than aimlessly searching for an enemy. The great prophet saw that the matter was settled. He smiled. Jiao Qingtu has been stabilized. I'll leave her to you. He glanced down at the crowd. You human fellow. The people below saw Jiao Qingtu leave and sighed in relief. We're saved. She's gone. She's finally gone. A long-snout crocodile even laughed in relief. I thought today was my last day alive. A sheep frowned, a little curious. I wonder where that descendant of the clan will be taken. Mo Liang, despite being his teammate, didn't react at all when he saw him being taken away. He just looked up at the sky. Everything happened too suddenly. It was like a little eunuch in the palace who likes to read street literature. He seemed a little unable to keep up with the pace. The girl, Ing Huayu, was also shocked and asked, "Should we follow them?" He refused at once. "I don't think it's necessary." He thought of his face. He was strangely optimistic. From my understanding of Headmaster Fong, the next time we see Headmaster Fong, that flood dragon will probably have become his sworn sister. For an extrovert like Fong Xia, the whole world is his family. Before him was pitch blackness. Finally, a faint silhouette appeared. A mystical light. He looked around in a daze. He found himself in a misty, steaming pool of water. The woman, Jiao Qingtu, was also soaking here. Seeing her face, his heart skipped a beat. His whole body shivered. What is this godforsaken place? Why is it so cold? She replied nonchalantly. This is the 1,000-year-cold pond. Although it's bone-chillingly cold, it has a miraculous effect on relieving fatigue and healing wounds. It sounded useful. He forced a cheerful smile. Is that so? Huh. This water is so white. Oh, right. This water is so big. It was unclear if he was looking at the water or the two orbs floating on its surface. Suddenly, she stood up. She approached him. Young man. No need to be evasive. Your status as an illegitimate child. I don't mind. She leaned on her hands. Her eyes looked straight into his as she commanded. Now, your true form. Show it to me. Fong Xia frowned in confusion and thought, true form? Where am I supposed to get a true form? But if I don't transform into something to please her, I'm afraid I won't make it out of this cold pond alive. Helpless. He was sweating profusely. He agreed at once in a panic. I'll transform. I'll transform. Fong Xia used his creation art, intending to transform into a perfunctory flood dragon form to get by. Her eyes lit up as she stared at him. But at the same time, Fong Xia discovered a major flaw in his creation art. Because she had been so expectant, when she finally saw the dragon he transformed into, she exclaimed in disappointment. Why are you so small? What could he do now? The creation art cannot create flesh and blood out of thin air. It can only transform based on existing flesh and blood. Jiao Qingtu disappointedly grabbed his horn and lifted him out of the water. She looked him over from top to bottom, not missing a thing. I originally thought that if you were capable today, I would go to another world and find 8 to 10 female flood dragons to continue our clan's bloodline. But you're so small. That little place is a bit too short and small. What man wouldn't be angry at being criticized like that? He glared, his fists clenched. He flew into a rage and cursed. You old mother dragon. Who are you calling short and small? A male dragon can be killed, but not humiliated. I don't need your damn inheritance. Despite his scolding, she didn't care. She hugged him and patted his head comfortingly. I can understand the sense of inferiority that comes from not fitting in since you were young. Being so short and small. No female flood dragon would be willing to be your partner, right? Fong Xia was speechless and stopped cursing. He immediately took the opportunity. Then, big sister, since you pity me, please let me go. I still have to go to the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. She became excited at once. Her eyes lit up, but she still didn't let him go. The Demon Emperor's mausoleum? How could I have forgotten about that place? If we can get the most sought-after treasure for demon beasts there, it might be able to cure this shortness of yours. Who could stand being told this? He angrily stood up, got dressed, and wanted to leave immediately. Since you're so concerned about my shortness, then I'll be heading back. No need to see me out. Bye-bye. Zhao Qingtu was determined not to let him go. She raised her hand in front of her. Lightning sparked. Her brow furrowed seriously. Wait. Before you go, you must accept the inheritance of my Flood Dragon clan. The bolts of lightning struck his body, making him extremely tense. He gritted his teeth, his eyes wide. He hurriedly shouted and begged. Big sister, don't electrocute me. Something bad will happen. Can't we just negotiate properly? Can you not force this on me? Her expression softened. Her face was a little sad. She gently reassured him. I won't take up much of your time. I will entrust all of the inheritance to you. How much you can grasp will depend entirely on your own fortune. Fong Xia was extremely frustrated. His face was dark. He glared and sighed. Come to think of it, my head teacher took up who knows how many of my P classes. Seeing that he couldn't leave, the woman took out a large staff. This is the cultivation tool of the experts in my clan, the Dragon Scroll. It records the evolutionary history of the Flood Dragon clan. It was a scroll. She unrolled it. Her expression was intrigued. The text within contains the mystery of my Flood Dragon clan's journey from weak to strong. The scroll was both long and filled with text. He stared at it, dumbfounded. It looked quite impressive. She draped a dragon skin robe over herself. She stood up in the pool. Let's begin. 10 levels of difficulty, in order. I will control the difficulty. This will allow you to progress in the most efficient way. Zhao Qingtu's gaze was extremely serious. It lit up as she looked straight at him. Defeat this dragon scroll, and you will naturally obtain the inheritance of the Flood Dragon clan. He listened, his jaw dropping in surprise. His mind raced with calculations, adjusting the difficulty to level up gradually. Isn't that just like running a dungeon in a game? Fong Xia was interested now. If it's a game of skill, then I'm in. Her entire body radiated spiritual energy. Her eyes glinted with amusement. I'll use the beginner difficulty to let you get accustomed to it. Are you ready? He seemed very excited too. He grinned and shouted. Beginner difficulty is just the tutorial level. Bring it on. As soon as he boasted, he saw a blue light shoot from her towards him. Fong Xia was too surprised to react. Unexpectedly, that light transformed into a swarm of small dragons, attacking with open mouths. He yelped in shock. What the hell? This is what you call a tutorial. The swarm of small dragons charged right at him. A splash of water shot high into the air. His entire body was dragged underwater before he could react. He tried to hold his breath, his cheeks puffed out. He gripped the snout of one of the dragons. He quickly thought of a plan. Although the swarm of dragon phantoms was intimidating when they charged, if I feel it out carefully, the strength of each dragon phantom is actually very weak. Now that I'm more used to it, I can even sense the extent of their power. He quickly took out his large blade. This is perfect for the beginner difficulty. He had a plan. He grinned with amusement, preparing to counterattack. Then, in one breath, his red blade clashed with the water dragons. A single slash parted the water's surface. He aimed straight for Zhao Qingtu. The woman saw that he had broken her formation. She smiled, scratched her face, and praised him. You little thing. Although you're very short and small, your explosive power is surprisingly great. Fong Xia was furious when he heard that. He roared and cursed. If you mention that again, I'll fight you to the death. After breaking through the first wave, he also received countless Xianyang attributes. He thought with delight. The beginner difficulty gives so many attributes. If I fight my way all the way up, then wouldn't that mean? The woman finally had to take out the next scroll. She admitted seriously. I underestimated you. The beginner difficulty is not worthy of you. The woman tossed the scroll into the air. It radiated a dazzling purple light. It looked much stronger than the first move. A sharp glint flashed in Jiao Qingtu's eyes. Let's jump 5 difficulty levels directly. That will be more efficient. One after another, without a break. Fong Xia raised his hand to shield his face in frustration. He shouted in dissatisfaction. What are you in such a hurry for? Have you never heard the saying, haste makes waste? Suddenly, the ring on his finger flashed. The old woman emerged from the ring. She yawned widely. I've slept for too long. The moment Fong Xia saw her, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. He gasped in horror. He broke out in a cold sweat and shouted, Don't come out at a time like this. Oh. The old woman turned around, surprised. Weren't you the one who called me? Just then, the large dragon that Jiao Qingtu had created also appeared. Its massive head was aimed at the two of them. The old woman asked in confusion, It's out. The dragon's eyes were blood red. Several large lightning balls on its head charged forward. The moment the old woman saw it, she screamed in terror. You stinking brat. Where did you summon this dragon soul from? Soul against soul. The ancestor's soul fragment will undoubtedly perish today. Fong Xia gritted his teeth in worry, looking at the blade in his hand and thinking of a plan. Using the pig-butchering blade might give me a fighting chance. His other hand created a dark black orb. It immediately clung to his arm. He charged forward with his weapon, roaring, Let's go. Butcher. No, wait. Slay the dragon. The old woman was so scared she covered her eyes with both hands. Eek! The dragon also charged forward aggressively. It looked both ugly and fierce. His one move slashed straight into the middle of the dragon's head. The dragon cried out in pain and immediately turned to flee. The surrounding water was sent flying by the battle. It seems he won. It was over in one move. He turned back and challenged her. Increase the level. It's not that hard. He was completely out of breath. Pant, pant. Fong Xia walked over to the old woman and called out, Senior, you can open your eyes now. It's all right. Only then did the woman dare to peek out. Surprised, she said, It's over? Jiao Qingtu was just as astonished. At this age, he can already contend with the mid-level myriad dragon head form. You, the illegitimate child of the Flood Dragon clan, are an unparalleled genius. He had just finished that battle, and she immediately took out another scroll. She was in disbelief. She pressed closer to him and asked sharply, What kind of fortuitous encounter did you have to be able to possess such a level of cultivation at the mere core formation realm? Suddenly, a long nose wedged between them, forcing the woman to lean back to avoid it. Since you've asked so sincerely, the ancestor will be kind enough to answer you. The old woman laughed maniacally. Her nose pointed to the sky as she said, This brat was taught by me. His greatest fortuitous encounter is me, the ancestor. Jiao Qingtu looked unconvinced. She shook her head repeatedly and asked, You? You don't have a shred of spiritual power. You taught him. It was clear she didn't believe a word of it. This attitude infuriated the old woman. She was fuming as she cursed. You little flood dragon, you dare to look down on me, the ancestor? When the ancestor presided over the Three Saints' palace, I'm afraid your flood dragon clan hadn't even been born yet. Jiao Qingtu still looked skeptical. She sat hugging her knees and mocked. You overestimate yourself. You little ghost, you dare to impersonate Ancestor Chinhai of the Three Saints' palace? Let me tell you, that old man was framed and imprisoned in the godforsaken valley. There's no way he could appear here. The old woman was furious but could do nothing. Her eyes were bloodshot. She glared at the woman. She was so enraged her face turned purple. Flames of anger erupted as she cursed. Don't mention that shameless old fool to me. Fong Xia, standing behind her, was helpless. He could only try to calm her down. Senior, calm down. This mother dragon is old. Her mind isn't what it used to be. You are a person of great magnanimity. Don't stoop to her level. The old woman was helpless. She decided to let it go, but still had to add one more curse. Humph. The ancestor can see that she doesn't have many good days left to live. I won't stoop to her level. It seemed this was true. Jiao Qingtu stared at the old woman, but didn't say a word back. Fong Xia also heard the old woman's words. He asked in confusion, Not many days left to live? What do you mean? But Jiao Qingtu didn't give him time to wonder. She waved her hand, and took out the scroll again. So much nonsense. It's not efficient. She returned to her serious demeanor. She was determined to transfer everything to him as quickly as possible. My inheritance is not over yet. This time, it seemed much stronger. Dozens of multicolored dragons appeared in the air. She spread her arms and shouted, "Myriad Dragon Scroll, fully unleashed." The other two watched in horror. They hugged each other and cried, "Senior, we're done for. Why did you have to provoke a woman for no reason? Does this spiritual power look like it belongs to someone who's about to die?" The old woman started crying too. "You stinking brat. Hurry up and think of a way. Is this the time for complaining?" Jiao Qing too, while controlling the dragons, warned menacingly, "The mid-level Myriad Dragon Scroll has already exhausted my spiritual power. Now, for the 10th level method, I simply can't hold on." The old woman was very quick-witted. She immediately pointed to the pool and told him, "You're lacking spiritual energy. Isn't there plenty of it in this pond?" He looked down and understood at once. He stood in the pool. The water swirled like a vortex around him. He shouted confidently, "Brat, this cold pond has condensed God-level spiritual energy. It's a rare treasure. You just need to use the Floating Dream 3 Lives art to open your spiritual consciousness and comprehend the great Tao. Then you can absorb it." She laughed with delight. A reliable declaration. The old woman was pulled close by his excitement. She cried out, "MMPH." A purple orb floated in the air. Combined with the Xianyin attribute he had just obtained, water shot up into the air. Combined with the Xianyin attribute he had just obtained, Fong Xia raised his hand high. He gathered the water droplets. Water from the pond swirled upwards, following the direction of his raised hand. His eyes widened. He tensed up, concentrating all his strength. Tao Heart Spirit form. Xianyin mode. Jiao Qingtu watched, her jaw dropping in astonishment. The scene was magnificent. He stood in the center, his hand controlling the water as it shot straight up. The water formed a vortex, sweeping away the small, colorful dragons. Now, the water was a sharp weapon, helping him take them down. He wrapped one arm around the old woman's neck. He laughed triumphantly and jumped up. "Woohoo! Let's fly." After defeating the small dragons, a shower of reward orbs rained down on his head. He looked at them with delight. Myriad Dragon Scroll. Technique complete. Fong Xia had defeated all of Jiao Qingtu's moves. There was no reason to stay here any longer. He walked straight up to her. "Senior Jiao, I have learned your inheritance. Can you let me go back now? I'm in a hurry to get to the Emperor's mausoleum." Before he could finish his sentence, his whole body was pulled into a tight embrace, his face pressed against her chest. "You actually learned the Myriad Dragon Scroll so easily. Very efficient. The heavens have blessed my clan. With you here, I can look forward to the day my clan is revived." Fong Xia was being crushed by her large chest and couldn't breathe. He felt dizzy and cried out weakly, "If you don't let me go, I'll die before the Flood Dragon clan is revived." The woman didn't care. She just held him tight. She even seemed very interested in him. "Little fellow, let's go. Follow me back to the demon capital to take revenge." But now he had fainted. She was startled. Why did he faint? The old woman rushed forward. "You big-chested weapon, get out of the way. I, the ancestor, will give him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation." In the demon capital, the secret place of the great prophet, a series of small blue flames, like will-o'-the-wisps, floated in the air. A strange eye appeared. He was the great prophet. He had 3 eyes on his body. His expression was cold. "You are more interesting than I imagined. You little human fellow." At the Demon Saint Palace, the residence of the demon race's saintly son, a panicked voice rang out. "What did you say?" In the middle of the room, Ing Daoi sat cross-legged. "If it's as you calculated, then doesn't that mean?" The great prophet walked over and finished his sentence. "That's right. Your Highness, the saintly son. That nameless little flood dragon has already obtained Jiao Qingtu's inheritance." He even winked suggestively. "He's probably on his way to the demon capital now." Ing Daoi closed his eyes after hearing that. He thought in silence. He looked quite tense. He calculated carefully. "That's right. Your Highness, the saintly son. That nameless little flood dragon has already obtained Jiao Qingtu's inheritance. Jiao Qingtu's spiritual power is immense, so let's not talk about her for now. How could that nameless little flood dragon have survived? Could it be that he is the true saintly son? Just then, a massive bolt of lightning struck the ground from the sky. Ingdawi recognized it at once. Falling lightning. The great prophet wasn't scared at all, and even smiled, shook his head, and sighed. Alas! He looked at the lightning storm raging outside. They've arrived. Ingdawi frowned. They've arrived just in time. I, the saintly son, have been waiting for them to walk into my trap. Fong Xia was now sitting on the back of a dragon. He was dazed by the wind. His face was pale as he complained. Why is this dragon riding experience so much like the Dragon Quest manga? You big-chested weapon. You brought us here. What exactly do you want to do? Zhao Qingtu's eyes were shining brightly. Of course, it's to avenge the dead members of the Flood Dragon clan. I know that Sinner is hiding in the demon capital. Lightning rumbled in the sky. She looked down from above and shouted with excitement. We've arrived. Little fellow, get ready. She didn't know how miserable he was right now. Tears streamed down his face as he thought in misery. This time, it's really hard to get off the dragon. The crowd was terrified the moment they saw the dragon's silhouette. They shouted to each other. That terrifying flood dragon is back. Their faces turned pale. Where's it going? The crowd followed the direction the dragon was flying. It seems to be in the direction of the Demon Saint Palace. A dazzling light shot up into the sky. A thunderous shout echoed. Little fellow, watch carefully. This is true power. The dragon's entire body emitted an extremely powerful spiritual energy. It seemed to be gathering its strength to dive straight down into this place. The great divine ability of our Flood Dragon clan. Azure Dragon Tai heaven-rending style. With that, it crashed straight into the protective formation outside the building. It pierced right through it. Fong Xia and the old woman, sitting on Zhao Qingtu's back, were terrified. The old woman even said, "The Azure Dragon is a branch of the true dragon lineage." Tai means supreme. As for heaven-rending, he was sweating profusely. He stammered, continuing her thought. The meaning of these 3 words is, Long Out Yin. The dragon roared with excitement. The barrier of the Demon Saint Palace is broken. Let's go in. As soon as she landed, she transformed back into her human form. She didn't care that the 2 of them fell off her back. The moment they landed, someone was already there to block their path. Hey, stop right there. It was the saintly son's guard. The furious lion demon king. He glared and roared threateningly. Behind me is the territory I protect. Without my permission. Don't even think about acting like a hooligan. Fong Xia heard this and looked at the guy's face. He thought to himself, speechless. This lion's appearance. In the real world, he would have been eliminated by the Vice Squad long ago. The old woman standing beside him glared and said, but his aura seems to be at the Demon King level as well. Fong Xia gritted his teeth. He was determined to defeat this guy. Let me eliminate evil on behalf of the police. But before he could make a move, Zhao Qingtu stopped him. Little fellow, you don't need to waste your time here. I will deal with this idiot-haired fellow. The furious lion demon king, whose hair had just been insulted, turned purple with rage. He glared with wide eyes and cursed. You stinking woman, what did you say? I'll kill you. You can look down on anything, but you can't look down on my hairstyle. He even gave her the middle finger. This guy's style seemed familiar. He frowned and immediately thought of someone. He's sensitive about his hairstyle. Could it be a common trait among those with pompadours? The 2 immediately charged at each other. The other guy roared in anger. Am I strong or not? You'll know once we fight. Fong Xia watched the 2 fight, his jaw dropping in astonishment. One side was a dragon. The other was a lion, fighting each other. Under the fierce clash between Zhao Qingtu and the furious lion demon king, phantoms of a flood dragon and a lion appeared in the sky. They intertwined and collided. Zhao Qingtu refused to back down. She held her hand forward. Lightning sparked around her body as she shouted, "Get out of the way if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, I will make your body and soul dissipate." The furious lion demon king glared, gritted his teeth, and retorted, "You tell me to get out of the way, and I should just get out of the way? Do I not have any face to lose?" Each of them launched an attack at the other. They fought back and forth, evenly matched. In an instant, he was knocked down by Zhao Qingtu. But when the dust settled, he was still standing tall. His hands were clenched into fists as he laughed triumphantly. That kind of attack is useless against me. Lightning crackled around the woman's body. She roared, dragon's breath. The other guy also roared, lion's roar. But unfortunately for him, he was struck by her lightning until his bones were showing. He screamed in pain. Ah! Seeing that he was hurt, the woman quickly gave him an order. Little fellow, get into the Demon Saint Palace now. The culprit who harmed the Flood Dragon clan must be inside. Don't let a single one escape. But when she looked over, Fong Xia and the other person were nowhere to be seen. She shouted in surprise. Where did they go? The furious lion demon king appeared from behind her, gloating and mocking. Jiaoqing too. You fell for it. Since the mission is complete, I don't have to pretend anymore. After being struck by lightning, his hairstyle had changed significantly. He looked much more handsome. While you and I were fighting, that brat was already captured by our people. Seeing his new hairstyle, which was burned by the lightning, the woman couldn't recognize him. She screamed, Who are you? He was extremely obsessed with this hairstyle. He made a gun shape with his hand and pointed it at his head. He threatened with a wicked smile. As for you, pay for my hairstyle with your life. Jiaoqing was furious. Lightning rumbled. Who cares? Give that young man back to me. Although she sounded tough, she was extremely worried. Relying on this body, even a demon king has become difficult to deal with. My time. I don't know if I have enough left. On the other side, both Fong Xia and the old woman were staring around with wide eyes, not saying a word. They were stunned, not understanding what had happened. They had been brought to the main hall. There wasn't a single person around. They said to each other in confusion, Senior, where are we? The old woman replied, We've been ambushed. Someone used a spatial formation to teleport us here. She whipped her head around to look at him. It seems their target was you from the very beginning. He was startled and turned to ask in confusion. I have no grudge or enmity with them. Why would they target me? Just then, something strange, red and black, appeared in the space. They surrounded the two of them. Fong Xia was so startled he fell to the ground. That red and black aura transformed into the shape of a ghost, floating in the air, constantly chanting. A fresh taste. A delicious taste. A fresh taste. They were looking at him like he was food. They centered on him, preparing to charge. Eat him. Eat him. If we eat him, we can leave this place. Fong Xia shouted in panic. Senior, what is that? The old woman looked up and was also terrified. They must be the resentful spirits in this palace. The wisps of black and red smoke seeped through his fingers. Fong Xia quickly raised his massive blade. He was determined not to let them have their way. He laughed triumphantly. Resentful spirits? You want to eat me? He leaped into the air. He twirled the blade in his hand and shouted, Come on. With that, he slashed down fiercely. He stopped any of them from getting close. He just stood there, slashing with his blade, one powerful strike after another. He pushed them back. As he slashed, he observed the monsters swarming out. I'm on it. One clean sweep. These monsters are too weak. The old woman, hiding in his hand, looked out and discovered. This blade of yours can absorb resentful and killing intent. These black mists must have had their power absorbed. That's why their strength has weakened. He looked at the trembling blade in his hand. It didn't look very stable. The more he looked, the more confused he became, thinking, resentful and killing intent. The pig-butchering blade is craving them, absorbing these things. My comprehension of the Tao heart of the blade seems to be getting stronger. Fong Xia gritted his teeth. He broke out in a sweat and sighed in frustration. If only there were more. I'm still a little far from achieving a perfect Tao heart of the blade. He had no idea that while he was lost in thought, the black and red smoke was swarming in from behind him. The old woman hurriedly shouted, You stinking brat. Look out. The entire room and the area around the two of them were now blood red. There were many resentful spirits, not just the few from before. The old woman shouted to let him know. This place doesn't just have a few wandering resentful spirits. There's a formation here that's gathering them. She urged him anxiously. This formation must have been created by someone with at least a core formation cultivation level. You stinking brat. We have to find a way out of here quickly. But with them being so dense, he could slash all day and not finish them all. It was clear the situation was not good. But what could he do? It seems the other party doesn't want us to get out easily. Just then, from above their heads, a giant, purple hand emerged from the swarm of resentful spirits. Its sharp claws looked incredibly grotesque. Luckily, the old woman saw it. She looked up and shouted, "You stinking brat, look!" 4 or 5 eyes appeared on that hand, wide open and staring at him. It grew larger and larger. It was a multi-eyed monster. It had a body, arms, and legs. It charged towards the two of them. It was so disgusting that Fong Xia even screamed. Why is there a monster drawn in a completely different art style from everyone else? Truly, no matter how long you look at it, you can't figure out what kind of creature it is. Outside the hall, Jiao Qingtu and the furious Lion Demon King were still fighting fiercely. Neither side was willing to give in. The woman looked up and roared, "That young man! Where did you take him?" She used all her strength to deal with this guy. The more she couldn't find Fong Xia, the more anxious she became. The furious Lion Demon King didn't understand either. He gritted his teeth and explained with a glare. "Although we don't know why the saintly son is making things difficult for that brat won't be leaving the Demon Saint Palace alive." These words enraged her even more. Her eyes widened. Dense lightning crackled. She raised her hand and gathered the lightning into a ball of power. She aimed straight at him and attacked. Her eyes were shining. She gritted her teeth in anger. "If you dare to harm a single hair on my clansman's head." That one blow pierced through the furious Lion Demon King, sending him flying. "I will slaughter everyone in the demon capital." Inside the building, Fong Xia was facing off against the shapeless monster. He wasn't scared at all and even challenged it with glee. "You've come at the right time. Let me use you to break through to the perfect Tao heart of the blade." His eyes lit up. He held out the blade in his hand. "Since you're an evil spirit, then I'll use an evil spirit to deal with you." The blade, held straight up to the sky, summoned an equally large monster. It was brightly colored. The moment the old woman saw it, she was horrified. Her eyes widened as she shouted, "Isn't this the blade's spirit from the ancient mirror?" The other monster didn't understand what it was seeing either. Countless question marks appeared in its eyes. Fong Xia closed his eyes. He focused all his strength for the battle. "If my sword heart's great divine ability is called the 13 Swords of the Peerless State Scholar," his eyes looked much more serious and ruthless, "then my blade heart's great divine ability will be called." Without hesitation, he leaped into the air and slashed straight down at the monster. First style, 3,000 worlds, selfless slash. With just one move, the monster's blood splattered everywhere. Its body was cut in half and torn to shreds. A single move. The problem was solved. A series of reward orbs floated in the air. The resentful spirit dropped a large number of attribute orbs suitable for the pig butchering blade. After Fong Xia absorbed them, a deep black hole appeared in the space. Perfect Tao heart of the blade. He had gained a new power. The old woman happily sidled up to him and laughed. "Well done, you stinking brat. When did you start cultivating the Tao heart of the blade? How come I didn't know? Now is not the time for celebrating and talking." He quickly picked up the old woman and rushed out. "We can talk about this later. Let's get out of this palace first. I have a very bad feeling. Senior Jiao is in danger." There was no one left in the hall. 2 streaks of light appeared, swirling, after he left. They were Ing Daoi and the Great Prophet. The young Flood Dragon clansman has more innate talent than I thought. The other one felt the same way. He nodded in agreement. "Indeed. He also surpassed my calculations." The saintly son's face darkened. He was both worried and angry. He quickly devised a dirty plan. It doesn't matter if he's the true saintly son from the prophecy or not. If this dragon doesn't die, he will be a future disaster. But the Great Prophet just stood there, smiling. He seemed overjoyed. He was even humming a tune. He thought to himself, "The fake flood dragon. The fake saintly son. It seems nothing can escape his eyes." He also knew that Fong Xia was not a flood dragon. He chuckled with amusement. "Things keep developing beyond my expectations. It's really making it impossible for me to look away." Just as he had guessed, Jiao Qingtu was exhausted. She was panting heavily. Pant, pant. After that last all-out attack, she probably didn't have much strength left. She stared intently at the thick black smoke in front of her. But unexpectedly, the furious Lion Demon King wasn't dead. He was even more excited than before. He charged out of the black smoke, laughing with delight. Excellent. Excellent. His eyes glowed, shooting out killing intent. He looked up at the sky and challenged. Jiao Qingtu. Your attacks lack spirit. I didn't feel a thing. The woman saw that he was still full of life and even more aggressive, and she grew worried. No matter what I do, I can't kill him. Is he a lion or a cockroach? It was his turn to counterattack. His hands clenched into fists. He charged forward with a wicked smile. Jiao Qingtu. Stop your dying struggles. Let me send you on your way. With that, he aimed at the woman and slashed down fiercely. She quickly leaped into the air to dodge. I can't die until I see Fong Xia. No matter what, I have to find our last hope. She also charged forward. She shouted in anger. Give me back my Flood Dragon clansman first. She raised her knee, preparing for a dangerous move. But the other guy only needed one hand to block her leg. The two sides were evenly matched. Both were sent flying. Jiao Qingtu was getting weaker and weaker. She glared and thought, damn it, I'm losing my strength. The furious Lion Demon King was still very strong. He took the opportunity to charge forward immediately. He used his strongest move, Lion's Roar. A thunderous roar descended from the sky. It shot straight at the woman. Jiao Qingtu's whole body couldn't withstand this move. She fell to the ground in pain. Ugh! Fong Xia, carrying the old woman, quickly ran over. He was extremely worried. He asked the old woman, Senior, why would the people of the demon capital want to capture me? I clearly have no grudge or enmity with them. She quickly explained to him, no, if the person behind the scenes is really the one who wiped out the entire Flood Dragon clan, then you, who are called the descendant of the clan, are a great disaster in his heart. He won't let you go? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He got involved in something that had nothing to do with him and was even wrongly attacked. The old woman stuck 2 fingers up his nose and scolded him loudly. Isn't it because you faked your family background that you brought this disaster upon yourself? Watch your mouth a little. He screamed in pain, begging for mercy. I know I was wrong, Senior. This move really hurts my nose. From a distance, the two of them saw the dazzling light from the battle. Fong Xia turned worriedly. Senior, over there. The old woman immediately realized. That stinking woman really seems to be in trouble. The stinking lion's aura has completely suppressed hers. This battle is too terrifying. He hurriedly said to the old woman, Senior, you should go back into the ring first. I'm going to help Senior Jiao. She quickly thought of a plan for him. You have no chance of winning in a direct confrontation with that lion demon. If he finds out you've escaped, I'm afraid he'll kill you directly. You have to disguise yourself. That's true. Fong Xia pointed to his earring. He prepared to transform. That makes sense. Then I'll use this aura. On the other side, the furious Lion Demon King was preparing to deliver the final blow to finish off Jiao Qingtu. I will send you down to hell with that brat. A palm strike aimed straight at her chest. Just then, a blue light filled the space. His voice rang out. Who said that brat is dead? The lion demon didn't know who it was. He looked around and shouted, Who is it? Fong Xia transformed into someone whose face couldn't be seen clearly. Only a sparkling, star-like light could be seen as he lifted Jiao Qingtu up. He warned the other guy, You want to kill the last descendant of the Flood Dragon clan? Have you asked me, Xing Bake, for permission? The furious Lion Demon King seemed to recognize him. He sneered. So it's the famous Xing Bake. Jiao Qingtu asked worriedly. The little fellow? Is he all right? He quickly reassured her. Don't worry. He's very safe. Only then did she close her eyes in relief. Her breathing weakened. As long as he's all right, that's good. Her face had already darkened. He knew. On the contrary, your body. But she still smiled and replied. I can still hold on. No one paid any attention to the furious Lion Demon King standing there. He was being ignored. He angrily smoothed his hair and shouted, Are you treating me like I don't exist? Xing Bake, come and fight me. Of course, he had no time to fight with him now. He said impatiently, So noisy. You little cat. A lion being contemptuously called a little cat. How could the other guy swallow that insult? He was so angry his cheeks puffed out and his eyes bulged. He was sweating profusely. He was so angry his voice trembled and he couldn't speak. I'm a noisy little cat. You. He was truly enraged. The phantom of a roaring lion appeared behind him. He gritted his teeth bitterly. Today is truly a very unhappy day for me. Fong Xia quickly got into a stance to fight him. He knew. This Lion Demon King's true strength is no less than the Golden Eagle and the Thunder Bull. And I still don't know if the mastermind behind the scenes will show up. While this lion has lost its reason, I have to end this quickly. His spiritual energy gathered into a sparkling lotus flower. He used his move. Vast Star River Body. Floating Dream, 3 Lives Art. Starlight, Enemy Breaking Lotus. The two glared at each other. Both sides were strong. The lion was so angry it was meowing like a cat, and he looked at him coldly. He wasn't afraid of anyone. The two charged at each other. A clash of auras. A powerful explosion like an atomic bomb. Flames and smoke dyed the sky red. A blue light shot out from the explosion. The dust and smoke gradually settled. A figure appeared. He looked around frantically. Where did he go? After that battle, the furious Lion Demon King had lost only one thing: the hair on his head. It seemed that whoever fought him aimed for his hair. He didn't know anything and even exclaimed, "Why does my head feel a little cool?" He looked like a Buddha, his light shining everywhere, blessing the world with love. He quickly raised his hand to fix his hair. If a lion loses its mane, what's left of it? Today, his mental state had been on a roller coaster. He couldn't calm down. He held his head with both hands and screamed wildly, "Ea, my handsome lion's mane." There's nothing left. His roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. A grief that no one could understand. Xing Bake, come back here. I have to kill you. On the other side. The blue light shot through the air to another location. Fong Xia found an empty space. He quickly laid Jiao Qingtu down. We should be safe now that we've run this far. The woman didn't recognize him. Her face darkened as she asked worriedly, "The little fellow? Where is he?" He quickly transformed back into his original form as Fong Xia. He shouted anxiously to reassure her, "Senior Jiao, I'm here." Only after seeing him did she smile faintly in relief. "Huh, you mischievous little fellow. So it was you. That's great. While I still have the strength, I have to tell you one more thing." He was surprised and held her up. She was talking about the secret of how the Flood Dragon clan was annihilated. Spiritual energy was radiating from her body. He quickly supported her and asked worriedly, "The Flood Dragon clan? The secret of its annihilation?" For a member of the Flood Dragon clan, this news was very important. She looked at him. Her strength was fading. "What you see now is the resentful spirit of my living self. And now, I can gradually recall the memories of when I was alive." Fong Xia's face darkened. He pursed his lips. He listened with emotion as Jiao Qingtu spoke. "The thing that destroyed the Flood Dragon clan perhaps does not belong to our Xianyuan world." The woman was using her last bit of strength. "I guess. His identity is probably is." At the most critical moment, she couldn't hold on any longer. Her eyes closed tightly. Fong Xia hugged her tightly in worry, trying to call out, "Senior, senior." But her body didn't move at all. The old woman popped out again. "You stinking brat. What kind of trouble have you gotten into now?" He looked at Jiao Qingtu lying limp in his arms. Senior Jiao Shi. It wasn't easy for this big-chested weapon to hold on until now. In fact, the old woman knew everything. This woman was originally just a remnant soul. It was her past resentment that allowed her to endure for so long without dissipating. Now, after a great battle with that lion, even her remnant soul has been completely exhausted. Her soul will soon dissipate. Fong Xia shed tears of pity. He gritted his teeth in hatred for those people. He tried to think of a way. Then can she still be saved? The woman's eyes were now closed. There was no sign of life left. The old woman was just as tense. Seeing this scene was indeed a bit pitiful. In this era of declining magic, there is no way to save her now. But she suddenly burst out laughing with delight. "You have the ancestors' invincible floating dream 3 lives art, let alone a remnant soul." Even if she were dead, in a life or death situation, she was still boasting. Fong Xia turned back impatiently and shouted, "So can she be saved or not?" The old woman was very displeased. She was even annoyed. She roared and cursed. "Why weren't you this quick to save me, the ancestor? You lustful brat." She stood with her hands on her hips, one hand picking her nose. Annoyed, she still had to offer a plan. The floating dream 3 lives art can mobilize your soul power. You can use this power to protect her remnant soul. Fong Xia immediately followed her instructions. He placed 2 fingers on his chest. He exclaimed in admiration, "Ooh, there really is a warm current flowing out of my body. Senior Jiao is saved." The light from the magic orb shone everywhere. That light even swirled around his body. Fong Xia watched with astonished eyes. I activated the floating dream 3 lives art. I thought about protecting Senior Jiao's remnant soul, and the magic started automatically. The old woman, standing outside, added, "There are many more magical things about the floating dream 3 lives art." The blue light swirled around Jiao Qingtu's body. Her complexion looked much brighter. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise. In an instant, her entire body was wrapped in white bandages like an Egyptian mummy. Fong Xia looked on in horror and screamed, "Senior Jiao has turned into a mummy." Ah, only the old woman was calm. She even explained humorously, "This is a technique the ancestor learned while traveling in a desert country. Using this method can best preserve the freshness of the soul." He was sweating profusely. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't believe it. But he was helpless. He could only stammer, "Is that so?" The dazzling light in front of him grew brighter and brighter. The old woman told him, "Now, take Jiao Qingtu into your soul-nourishing ring." Everything of Jiao Qingtu's was absorbed into his tiny ring. Even after absorbing everything, his face was still pale. He frowned and stared at it for a long time. In his eyes, the ring now looked no different from a pyramid. The old woman, standing beside him, added, "Her soul won't dissipate for the time being. But what happens next will depend on when she wakes up." Only now did he learn this. He screamed in horror. "You mean there's a chance she might not wake up?" The old woman was annoyed by the question and snapped, "It's already good enough that we could save her life. How can you be so demanding?" Suddenly, the gem in his lotus cracked. She turned pale with fright and reached out. She hurriedly tried to catch it. "Hey, your core seems to have shattered." Fong Xia, however, wasn't surprised at all. He took the gem down. "You mean this? I'm used to it." With that, he popped it into his mouth and started chewing. Seeing this, it was the old woman's turn to be speechless with horror. "Your cultivation method is getting weirder and weirder. This core of yours is called a false core. Although it can have the same strength as a real core, a false core is much weaker and more fragile than a real core. Recondensing the core will cost a lot of spiritual energy. This is really not a good way to cultivate." Fong Xia's face turned pale when he heard that. He was sweating profusely, confused. "So this thing of mine is also a core?" she asked, speechless. "How many cores have you shattered already?" Thinking back on all the ones that had shattered before, he couldn't believe it either. "1 shattered when I fought Mo Yuan Long. 2 shattered when I was practicing with Yunyang. 3 shattered when I got a stomachache from eating cold food." The old woman had truly never seen anything like it. She was furious and cursed, "Damn it! You brat, how much spiritual energy have you wasted on your cores?" She couldn't stop scolding him. "I can't believe the idiot from the math problem who fills a pond with water while draining it at the same time actually exists." Fong Xia cried and held his head. "It's too late for regrets now. Stop scolding me. Stop scolding me. If you keep scolding me, I'll become an idiot." He even asked in confusion, "I don't know if it's because of my physical constitution, but every time I'm about to level up, I get suppressed. I can only form a false core." The old woman was frustrated when she heard that. "This can't go on. If you go to the Demon Emperor's mausoleum, you'll definitely encounter many experts. Using the power of a false core is not a small drain on your body. You have to break through as soon as possible." Fong Xia cried and begged, "Senior, does the invincible floating dream 3 lives art have a way to save me?" The old woman grinned. "Hee. The invincible floating dream 3 lives art really does." A blue light radiated from her body. She looked extremely proud. The floating dream 3 lives art has a technique called the 3 lives body. It's one of the most practical techniques in the floating dream 3 lives art, because it can create 3 spiritual avatars for you. The 3 spiritual avatars can cultivate separately at your own realm. When one avatar's realm increases, all 3 increase at the same time. Back then, the ancestor relied on this technique to surpass all other cultivators. Now, the time is ripe. It's time for you to learn this technique. The old woman spread her arms. The more she spoke, the more excited she got. After you learn the 3 lives body, you can change the form of your spiritual avatar. In other words, transform. He was startled and asked in surprise, transform? Just thinking about it was exciting. In his mind, he was imagining himself transforming like a Power Ranger. As long as I can transform, I'll call it the strongest technique. The old woman knew at a glance. She quickly tapped his head and scolded, "You stinking brat. Are you thinking about weird things again?" Fong Xia cried out in pain. He didn't dare to mess around anymore. He stammered and asked, "So how do I create the avatar?" The old woman explained, "Before, I couldn't find a suitable soul for you. But now I have. You can borrow the power of Jiao Qingtu's remnant soul to create your first avatar." This move was good, but it sounded a bit inhumane. His face darkened in confusion. "You want me to take advantage of Senior Jiao?" His eyes closed tightly. A moral struggle. He thought it over carefully. He thought of the woman's beautiful form. "Senior Jiao Qingtu, please help me. Just a little bit of your strength." In the end, he still decided to do as the old woman said. The power of the flood dragon erupted in his body. "If I have Senior Jiao's help, my realm can definitely break through." It really was a breakthrough. The old woman looked on with a satisfied smile. Oh ho! Fong Xia was gradually transforming. He was starting to resemble the woman. From his hair to his clothes. "Azure dragon body. Transform." Looking at his changed form, she said with a satisfied smile, "Success. From now on, this is your first spiritual avatar. What name do you want to give your Azure dragon avatar?" He touched his face and thought for a moment. "It's a pity I can't use the name Xingbake anymore. Since it's the East Sea Flood Dragon clan, then." He had thought of a name. He held up 2 fingers. A brilliant blue light shone. "Please call me Xia Donghai." In front of the palace, the furious lion demon king knelt before Ingdawi. "Reporting to your highness, the saintly son." This subordinate was incompetent. Jiao Qingtu was taken away by that rumored Xingbake. The other guy replied without a hint of anger. "Since Jiao Qingtu has taken so many of your attacks, her soul has probably already dissipated by now. It was a waste of effort for that Xingbake to save her." What he was more concerned about was this guy's new, curly as instant noodles hair. "But, furious lion demon king, your hair? Never mind." The moment he asked, the other guy's face darkened. He roared out his grievances. It was also that Xingbake's doing. "Now I can only wear a wig." Seeing this, Ingdawi had to think to himself, the mysterious Xingbake seems to be much more troublesome than that little flood dragon. Thinking that, he was also a little puzzled. Xingbake is clearly on the wanted list. Yet he still has the guts to provoke me. I, the saintly son, did not expect that. The furious lion demon king's anger also burned fiercely. This Xingbake dares to confront us on our own turf like this. I will absolutely not let him go. The more he thought about it, the more bitter he became. He clenched his hands into fists and cursed. But I really don't know where he ran off to. Ingdawi calmly reassured him. "Don't worry. He will be back." The other guy was surprised and let out a huh. He gave an order. "You may go down first. I, the saintly son, will make my own decision on this matter." The furious lion demon king was confused but still had to obey, not daring to ask any more questions. "Then I will take my leave." Only Ingdawi remained. He muttered to himself, "Useless." Beneath his 2 feet, red and black flames blazed. The ground began to change. The circle where he was standing was filled with countless blood-red eyes. Those things began to spread over half of his body. Incarnation 1728. The opening of the Demon Emperor's mausoleum is almost upon us. Ingdawi replied, "Indeed. But some small, unexpected things are making me uneasy." Those eyes had become one half of him, but they were 2 separate entities that could talk to each other. The red thing asked, "The little flood dragon?" "Xingbake. When did I start caring about such trivial things?" Ingdawi replied to it. The timing of their appearance is too coincidental. It's hard not to pay attention. The grotesque red thing advised him. "Don't worry about the little flood dragon and Xingbake. They are just dust, content to stay in the Xian Yuan world. If you let me out, I can sweep this world clean." Ingdawi gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with anger. "I naturally understand." The strange red fragments were extremely excited. The ants of this world have bound me for so many years. It's time to go to the Demon Emperor's mausoleum and break that seal. The more it spoke, the more aggressive it became. It even declared, I will give the remaining creatures of the Xin Yuan world the most severe punishment. At this time, in the demon capital, Mo Liang's group was walking through the city. He was sweating nervously, his brow furrowed. It's been a day and a night already. Why hasn't Headmaster Fong returned yet? The mobile house also asked curiously. That Fong guy couldn't have run into trouble, could he? Qingling leaned on her hand and reminded them. I think instead of worrying about him, you should be worried about the Saintly Sun's ban on humans entering the city. I don't know how long that Fong guy's creation art can hold up. If you are discovered, with so many demons in the demon capital, they will tear you to shreds. The two, Xiao Qingyue and Mo Zian, turned pale with fear when they heard that. Only Yunyang had been silent all this time. Her expression was gloomy. She called out silently in worry, Xia. Her usual playful demeanor had completely vanished. Mo Liang was helpless. If only we had prepared a way to contact each other before we split up. Huayu didn't know what to do either. She was at a loss. After all, what happened back then was too sudden. Just then, Fong Xia, in his new form, appeared before them. Were you looking for me? Mo Liang didn't recognize him. He asked in confusion, You are? Fong Xia grinned and teased him, Little Emperor. I just changed my clothes and you don't recognize me anymore? Only then did he take a closer look at him. Especially the characteristic tuft of hair. He exclaimed, This tuft of hair. He was extremely surprised. He moved closer to him to look, shouting, Headmaster Fong, you've changed your identity again? He grinned and explained, Heh. This is a body I refined with a new technique. You can call me Xia Donghai. The mobile house was also overjoyed. I knew you were a tough one to kill. The girl, Mo Zian, quickly took notes. Strange news and bizarre stories. Several people gathered around him to examine him. Qingling even curiously touched his dragon horn. Xia Donghai. That stage name is too common. Huayu was curious. How is that mother dragon? He didn't tell her everything. He just said, It's a long story what happened in one day. Suddenly, his eyes met Yunyang's. She was standing there with her arms crossed, glaring at him. A dark killing intent was radiating from her. He was scared just looking at her. He quickly ran over with open arms and a smile. Yunyang, I'm back. The girl's face was pale with jealousy. I know about the mother dragon. You were gone for so long. Did you dual cultivate with that mother dragon? The outsiders stood by, eating melon seeds, and watching the show. The house said, That Fong guy. He's going to have to kneel on the washboard when he gets back. Mo Liang was enjoying the show. Let's not get involved. Let's just sit here and quietly eat our melon seeds. Mo Zian said, Domestic violence is not okay. Impulsiveness is the devil. Seeing Yunyang angrily turn away, Fong Xia's face turned pale as he explained in a panic. What are you thinking? How could Senior Jiao and I? The girl still refused to believe him. She cut him off in frustration. She stuck to her original thought. Humph. You must have eaten delicious food behind my back. He froze when he heard that. He understood at once. Seeing her angry look, he had thought of a way to coax her. Yunyang. He dangled a string of roasted chicken right in front of her. Yunyang's expression changed immediately. He held up the string of roasted chicken and coaxed her. How could I not give you the delicious food first? See, I've always kept my promises to you. The girl saw the delicious food. Her eyes turned into hearts as she ran over. I knew it. Xia is the best. The people watching the show from the sidelines were speechless. Qingling cursed under her breath. A scumbag who specializes in luring women. Huayu also said, I didn't expect the benefactor to be such a schemer. The tree also cursed in frustration. Scumbag. Suddenly, Qingling whipped around to face Xiao Qingyue. Her eyes were bloodshot. Hey, Xiao Qingyue, to prevent you from growing up to be a scumbag. Why don't I help you now? She even took out a pair of scissors, scaring him to death. He quickly waved his hands and bleated. Sister Qingling, don't worry. Qingyue has been a well-behaved boy since he was little. Just then, the whole ground shook. The scissors flew straight into Qingyue's crotch. He screamed in pain. Oh! Qingyue wailed helplessly. The jewel His Majesty bestowed upon me. Ah! Qingling even argued back. How could I have predicted that the earth would suddenly shake? All the others were just as confused. Mo Liang pointed to the sky. Look at the sky. Fong Xia looked, and his jaw dropped in astonishment. That is, the sky has cracked open. Another world was visible behind it. He couldn't understand and asked, "What is that?" The mobile house explained. An upside-down miniature world. That must be the Demon Emperor's mausoleum from the records. He looked at the cracked sky. He saw another world and added, "But the time it opens is truly unpredictable." All the people in the city cheered in unison. It's the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. The Demon Emperor's mausoleum has opened. The day has finally come. Only he stood there, his face dark. He didn't say another word. All he could think about now was power equivalent to a demon king. A life-saving magic treasure for Senior Jiao. A way to rescue Senior Chinhai. Endless techniques and opponents. They must all be inside, right? He had to go there to obtain all these things. His hands clenched tightly. He shouted with excitement. His eyes burned with determination and resolve. Demon Emperor's mausoleum. I, the Liver Emperor, am coming for you now. With the sudden opening of the Demon Emperor's mausoleum, the demons in the demon capital gathered. The demon beasts preparing to enter the mausoleum to seek opportunities gathered. The entire crowd roared with excitement. The grand gathering that happens once every 10 years. This is a world-shaking event. I wonder what kind of experts will appear this time. The crocodile pointed to the sky. Look over there, everyone. The mole demon said. They are all powerful contenders for the future Demon Emperor Assembly. A white-haired man who looked quite handsome. The girls swooned over him and screamed. It's the White Tiger Royal Clan's Wang Ju. This guy, surrounded by beautiful women, looked quite pleased with himself. He let out a soft, disdainful chuckle. Next was a captivating, brown-skinned girl. The men's eyes turned into hearts as they shouted. The youngest of the Black Tortoise clan, Xian Qinghe. The girl acted weak, covering her face and pouting. It would be great if I could leave the Demon Emperor's mausoleum peacefully. Finally, there was a sweet, pink-haired girl. She looked like an actress standing in the flash of cameras. The heir of the Demon Fox clan, Bai Xiao. She blew a sweet kiss to the crowd, encouraging them. Everyone has to do their best. Every single guy was head over heels. Ooh, Mom, I'm in love. They even formed a fan club for her. The other guys looked at these three like they were thorns in their side. They were extremely annoyed. These people are already outstanding existences in their clans. If they obtain opportunities in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum, this year's Demon Kings will definitely be replaced. Just then, several streaks of fiery light shot across the sky. The crowd pointed and chattered again. Look at the sky. What is that fire? After the flood dragon wreaked havoc in the demon capital, the defensive arrangements in the sky of the demon capital have clearly become much stricter. Who still has the ability to fly into the demon capital? Those streaks of fire shot straight down to the ground. Their power was immense. The moment he appeared, he started complaining. Why is the Demon Emperor's mausoleum like a woman's personality? Deep and unpredictable. It opens whenever it wants. He looked quite charismatic, with fiery orange hair. His whole body radiated an overwhelming power. He cursed in frustration. It ruined my nap. The entire crowd screamed in surprise when they saw him. The young leader of the Red Crow clan, Qi Yanli. The common folk looked on in horror and asked each other, did this guy just fly here from 100 miles away? Some were in complete despair. We're both birds. Why the hell was he born so outstanding? The crowd continued to buzz with excited chatter. Qi Yanli is the only one in nearly 100 years to have received the recognition of the Fusong tree. Although he was being praised to the heavens, this guy looked extremely annoyed. He looked around with disdain. The little demons are chattering. It's annoying me to death. But the crowd was still shouting. The talented youths of the demon race are all gathered in the demon capital now. This time, the Demon Emperor's mausoleum is going to be lively. Qingling was furious. Humph. What are these demons showing off for? Fong Xia, standing behind her, pointed and chimed in. That one, and that one. Normally speaking, the earlier you get on stage, the higher your level of cannon fodder. Yunyang, standing beside him, only thought of food. Her eyes widened as she asked, can you eat cannon fodder? He turned in frustration and tapped her head, scolding her. Yunyang, not everything is edible. You must stick close to me in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. You absolutely cannot follow anyone just because you see delicious food. Got it. Mo Liang heard this and suddenly approached, calling out softly. About that, Headmaster Fong. Only now did he tell him. After we enter the Demon Emperor's mausoleum, we will be randomly teleported to different places. Only now did Fong Xia learn this shocking news. He was furious. He pointed at his face and scolded. You didn't say so earlier. My plan for a group battle has been ruined. He was flustered, his voice weak. This. Almost all cultivators know this. I thought. Now this is great. The two of them froze. He was confused. Is that so, Yunyang? The silly girl didn't know any more than he did. Yunyang doesn't know. She was the second living treasure. You can't compare her to a normal person. Suddenly, the girl said seriously to him, if we need to communicate, then I have a solution. It was truly a surprise. With that, she suddenly grabbed his mouth and squeezed it shut. He didn't have time to react. Yunyang brought her face close to his. She held Fong Xia's puckered lips tightly. Like this. He was surprised and broke out in a cold sweat, asking, What are you trying to do? He really didn't know what trick she was up to now. Qingling quickly covered Ing Huayu's eyes with one hand. With the other hand, she secretly pried her own eyes open to watch. She shouted, Pure children shouldn't watch. Yunyang's face flushed red. The atmosphere between the two was extremely ambiguous. How is it? Do you feel the difference yet? He was completely dazed now. His face was flushed red, and he was breathing out smoke. He was in a state of utter bliss. He didn't even understand what she was saying. The difference? If not you, you should let me feel it again. Suddenly, Yunyang's voice echoed in his mind. Can you hear me? He was startled. She was clearly right in front of him. But he could hear her voice in his head, even though she hadn't opened her mouth. Hee. From your surprised expression, it seems you heard me. Fong Xia stared at her intently. He was extremely confused. Yunyang clearly didn't open her mouth to speak. He immediately understood. His eyes lit up as he smiled with delight. Could this be the so-called telepathy? The girl smiled happily. She explained to him through their connection. This is the spider web I use to connect my spiders. After my realm increased, I seem to be able to use it with people. He closed his eyes. He began to focus and sense it. Let me see. Suddenly, he saw a red thread of silk extending from his head in the space. Indeed, there's an extra glowing thread in my sea of consciousness. The two of them continued to talk through the spider silk. She added, There is now a thread in your consciousness. This thread can connect our consciousnesses together. With it, we can still talk even if we're separated. You can also use the spider silk to find my location. What could be better than that? Fong Xia grinned. This is great. Yunyang. So you know how to surf the web too? The girl didn't understand what he meant. She asked with wide eyes, Xia, what does surf mean? Remembering there were others in the group, he immediately asked her, Yunyang, can this ability of yours be used on multiple people at once? The girl's eyes sparkled. She proudly showed off. I can. Her eyes closed tightly. She focused her mind. She spread her spider web, using her move. Spider web network. The red threads, like the one on Fong Xia's head, immediately spread to everyone in the group. Even the dragon egg had one. One by one. No one was left out. Mo Liang held his head. He felt something strange. It seems I can see a spider web. And the others are on it too. Qingling also felt it. Me too. I can see you all. The moment he heard their voices, he understood. So you don't need to be close. You can just use the spiritual power of the spider silk to pull people into the group chat. The little girl jumped up and down and shouted. That's right. She playfully explained to the others. Because Xia brought back a lot of delicious food for me. I want to be closer to Xia. That one sentence made him blush with embarrassment. Xiao Qinghua also realized. This move of Sister Spider is very similar to our country's 9 Dragons Sacred Heart art. Mo Zian, standing beside him, objected. Miss Yunyang's spider web network is a private chat room she created herself. It's much safer than the public chat room of the 9 Dragons Sacred Heart art. Fong Xia listened to him speak. He used some advanced vocabulary. His face turned pale. The poor student was now sweating bullets. He asked in surprise, Mo Zian, you've learned so many new words already. What a genius. He was overjoyed at the praise. He replied humbly, You flatter me, you flatter me. I learned it all from listening to you. I still need to comprehend more. He truly didn't waste any time and took out his books to take notes. Mo Liang clasped his hands politely. Thanks to Miss Yunyang. Even if we are scattered in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum, we can still contact each other. Then, fellow Taoists, my plan to change the heavens and the earth. I'm counting on all of you. Fong Xia replied cheerfully, Don't be so polite. I also want to release the spiritual energy of heaven and earth soon. And level up quickly. The girl, Qing Ling, said sassily. I couldn't care less about your plan. Just don't get in my way of exploring the Demon Emperor's mausoleum and seizing the position of Demon King. Each person had their own purpose for entering. Ying Huayu also stated her purpose. I also have to find a way to deal with that old man, Ying Chengpeng, in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. And the Dragon Egg said excitedly, I must find the whereabouts of the divine Dragon Emperor and hatch into a dragon soon. Hearing the group talk, Fong Xia was filled with enthusiasm. He became excited. He shouted, If everyone is so determined, then let's fly into the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. The girl, Qing Ling, stood behind him with her arms crossed and reminded him. The scene in the crack is the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. The crack is not the entrance. There are too many things you don't know. He panicked when he heard that. Then the entrance is. Just then, a golden light shot down from the crack in the sky. Qing Ling said at once, Look, isn't it here now? He looked on in utter astonishment. The crack is starting to leak spiritual energy. The golden light flowed down like a stream of water. The crowd below excitedly said to each other, The waterfall of spiritual energy from the Demon Emperor's mausoleum is the entrance to the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. The entire crowd quickly got into position. Qi Yanli was no exception. All those people rushed up as fast as lightning. Mo Liang quickly urged the others. Let's go too. The demons who enter first will get the hidden opportunities and set up ambushes. They'll kill the demons who enter later. To reduce the competition. The later you enter, the greater the danger. Fong Xia's mind raced. Then let's act according to the plan. After we get in, we'll regroup. Everyone charged forward excitedly, shouting in unison, Demon Emperor's mausoleum. Here we come. A dazzling golden light shone. In a flash, they had been transported to another world. The golden light, like a vertical vortex, plunged into the ground. Fong Xia had arrived. He let out a puff of air, his arms spread wide. A safe landing. He immediately looked around. He was the only one here. He couldn't help but exclaim, As expected, I was separated from Yunyang upon entering. He was now on the first level of the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. In front of him was a clear blue river. It looked very peaceful. Seeing such a scene, he couldn't help but wonder. But where is the Demon Emperor's mausoleum? What is this place that looks like a tourist spot? Suddenly, his head lit up. Yunyang's voice echoed in his head. Xia, what is a private chat invitation? The moment he heard her voice, he smiled in relief. That's great. Yunyang, you're online already? He tossed a stone into the lake. He asked her, I'll explain that later. Yunyang, where are you now? Are you in any danger? The girl replied with a cheerful laugh. It's very safe over here. From where he was standing, he could easily throw a stone to the other side of the river. Nothing dangerous happened. Yunyang suddenly said, Moreover. Fong Xia listened intently. Moreover, he thought she had run into trouble. But it turned out she was happily showing off. This place is a lot of fun. The moment she arrived, Yunyang had already caught a brown bear to be her mount. A first-level Dao manifestation realm bear demon was forced to become a mount. She sat comfortably on its back. The miserable bear asked, Lord Spider, where are we going? The girl spread her arms and shouted excitedly, We're not stopping until we find Xia. The bear cried out when it heard that. Who is that? We don't even know where to look. Fong Xia, on the other side, was sweating. He was speechless. Yunyang's way of thinking is truly different from others. Other people come to the Demon Emperor's mausoleum thinking about heavenly treasures. But her only assessment is that it's a lot of fun. The other demon beasts saw her riding the brown bear and said to each other in fear, That spider of calamity is too scary. The one next to him quickly reminded him, Keep your voice down. Don't let her hear you. Seeing her having so much fun, Fong Xia also smiled in relief. He was much less worried. But it seems I don't have to worry about Yunyang for the time being. Yunyang's voice from the other side rang out again, invitingly. Ah, I can roughly sense your position. I'll pick up some delicious food along the way and find you to dual cultivate. Just then, Mo Liang's angry voice rang out. Hey, you two. Don't show off your love in public. He couldn't take it anymore. Fong Xia jumped in fright when he heard him scolding. His face turned pale. What the hell? Why did the little emperor's head suddenly pop up in my mind? He was extremely confused and asked, This is crazy. Yunyang, your spider web network can only be used for public chats? The voices of the others also rang out. Ing Huayu even said, You two were just flirting with each other. We heard everything. Qingling also shouted in frustration. You damn Fong. Don't you care about the safety of the others? The dragon egg also teased. Is this what they call a fire in the backyard? He was so angry he turned red and shouted at him. Fire your egg. Shut up. This couldn't go on. He had to act serious. He quickly raised a question. About the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. What else do you all know? He immediately changed the subject. The others. Each shared what they knew. Mo Liang said, The Demon Emperor's mausoleum has a total of 3 levels. We are currently on the first level. The second level hasn't opened yet. He asked in surprise. Then how does the second level open? Qingling continued. The second level requires you to pass the trials of opportunity on the first level to gain the qualification. These opportunities are scattered throughout the first level. You have to search for them. He understood as soon as he heard it. He pondered for a moment. Then everyone should cultivate on the first level. Rest and recuperate. Avoid the powerful contenders for now. Let's find the opportunities first. Yunyang didn't care about any of that. The only things she cared about were him and food. She immediately proposed, I'll come to your place right away. Of course, he didn't refuse. He let out a long, relaxed sigh. Then it's time to find some punching bags. Just then, he didn't notice. In the lake behind him, an orange crab was surfacing. It was aiming straight for him. It was overjoyed. Its eyes sparkled as it shouted. New prey has arrived. It frowned, radiating killing intent. It was about to attack Fong Xia. Obediently become my delicious meal. Just then, he looked up and saw it. A smile immediately spread across his face. He couldn't stop grinning. He looked at it with delight. Isn't this a real punching bag? This time, it was the crab's turn to turn pale. It was sweating profusely, thinking in fear, we're screwed. This isn't the look of prey. It's, seeing his ravenous gaze. It knew its place. The gaze of a hunter. Before it could react, he attacked first, unleashing his move. The 13 swords of the peerless state scholar. A swarm of swords charged straight at the crab. He also jumped up excitedly. Crab meat pot. Don't run. The crab was scared to death. But it was too late to run now. It screamed and begged. I have very little fat. I don't taste good. Fong Xia's eyes were blood red. There was no way he would let it go. He shouted. A good thing delivered right to my door. How could I let you get away? He chased after it relentlessly. Stand still for me. The crab was beaten until it was dizzy. Finally, it was defeated at his feet. It was caught by Fong Xia. The first level of the Demon Emperor's mausoleum has so many opportunities. Isn't it full of treasures everywhere? After catching it, he grinned from ear to ear. Moreover, it also contains vitamins and protein. Something this big must be delicious. I'll make it into grilled crab for Yunyang to eat later. Suddenly, he picked up a card that had fallen from the crab. He didn't know what it was. He picked it up curiously to look. Besides the attribute, orbs, it also dropped a card. There was only one character on the card. He didn't know if it was useful, but he decided, I'll just take it for now. The crab's corpse now had all its legs chopped off by him. He activated his personal space. I'll store it in the soul-nourishing ring for now. Suddenly, a shout came from the ring. Hey. The little old woman appeared, cursing up a storm. You stinking brat. Don't just throw everything into the soul-nourishing ring. That big-chested weapon is already enough trouble. The ancestor's nest is about to explode from all the stuff you've crammed in. He was speechless. He quickly said to get it over with. Sorry, senior. I forgot this wasn't a storage ring. His attitude changed quickly. He puckered his lips. He leaned in close to the old woman, trying to butter her up. But senior, you've come at the right time. I'm in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum now. The resources are abundant. I want this Azure Dragon avatar to have a breakthrough. Do you have any quick methods, senior? The old woman knew at a glance that he was being fake, but she didn't refuse. She just scolded him. You little brat. You only remember the ancestor at times like this. She was really sharp. She glanced at the clear blue lake in front of her and knew. But I have to say, the spiritual energy here is extremely dense. It's a good place to cultivate. The Azure Dragon avatar was refined using the soul of the Dragon Scroll, plus your inheritance from the East Sea Flood Dragon clan. You just need to use the power of the Azure Dragon incarnation to compress the surrounding spiritual energy and pour it into your Tao manifestation. A single burst of energy to break through the bottleneck. You should be able to form a true core. After getting this suggestion from the old woman, he quickly followed her advice. He held his hand out in front of him. A blue light immediately swirled up. He closed his eyes tightly and concentrated all his strength. I'll listen to you, senior. The water in the lake began to rise. The streams of water coiled and flew into the air with Fong Xia's every movement. Finally, they gathered into a water flower, a dazzling, brilliant light. The moment he saw it, his eyes widened in astonishment. My core is finally complete for real. The old woman was also extremely excited. She clenched her fists and shouted, the purity of this light. It's definitely not a false core anymore. It's just. Both of them looked at the tiny gem in the middle. They were both stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Why is it so small? Their screams echoed throughout the area. Senior, why is my core only the size of a chicken egg? The old woman rubbed salt in the wound. That's a chicken egg? That's a quail egg. It was incredibly hurtful to hear. Fong Xia sat curled up in a ball, depressed. Senior, I feel very sad right now. The old woman quickly comforted him. You stinking brat. Don't be too discouraged. Yours may be small, but it's still usable. It was extremely awkward, but she still tried to think of something nice to say. She was sweating nervously as she tried to coax her grand disciple. After all, you're a strange one. Maybe it's good in other ways? Fong Xia was speechless. He was so angry he was no longer depressed. Senior, if you don't know how to comfort people, you can just not talk. Fong Xia followed Ancestor Chinhai's suggestion. The two of them wandered around the first level, absorbing spiritual energy, and conveniently looking for opportunities. They talked as they walked. After walking for a while, he had to admit, Ancestor, it's been a long time since I've breathed in air with such dense spiritual energy. Suddenly, a strange yellow house appeared right in front of them. He frowned in surprise and asked, why would someone build a house in such a desolate place? The old woman guessed. Could it be a resting place? Just then, a moaning sound came from inside the house. Did someone come? The two of them immediately became alert when they heard it. They glanced at each other, understanding at once. The voice continued to whisper, save me. Please save me. It even said, I can grant all your wishes. But at the same time, the two of them also saw black, murderous smoke emanating from it. This house was not normal at all. Both of them were on guard. They stared at the house and asked, who's talking? The old woman also reminded him, you stinking brat. The Demon Emperor's mausoleum is full of hidden dangers. Don't be careless. The house stood there imposing. It seemed to understand what the two of them were saying. The pleading voice came out again. Save me. I can fulfill any of your wishes. Fong Xia was no stranger to this trick. He burst out laughing with amusement. His face became even more sinister than its. He crossed his arms and asked back. Any wish. Anything is possible. The voice in the house immediately confirmed. Yes, 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 yes. As long as you want it. I can help you make it come true. He didn't hesitate at all and said, I want to become God. As soon as the words fell, even the auntie was confused and bewildered. Both the auntie and the house exclaimed, the God you mentioned, which sect is that? Hearing that, he knew it was impossible. It didn't even know what God was. Fong Xia crossed his arms and thought again. I'll have to wish for something else then. Can't do that. What a useless wish room. Then I'll just withdraw that and change the story. So he continued to state another wish. I want world peace. No more wars forever. The house started sweating bullets. It was speechless and stammered, this. Fong Xia crossed his arms and glanced at the house. Extremely annoyed. This won't work. That won't work either. You are way too different from Aladdin's genie. The house understood less and less as it listened. It shouted in confusion, asking, "What is that?" He didn't beat around the bush with it anymore. Leaning his hand against the door frame, he said bluntly, "Seeing that you're having such a hard time, why don't you tell me how to get to the second floor of the Demon Emperor's mausoleum?" The house smiled broadly and agreed immediately. "This is simple. I just need to tell you. You just need to go in." Fong Xia immediately conjured a giant rock, flying up high, preparing to smash it down. "Then I'm coming in." After speaking, he smashed the whole rock directly onto it. The house was instantly beaten into revealing its true form, turning into a giant monkey. Its mouth was stuffed with the large rock by him. It couldn't speak. It could only make muffled noises. MMPH, MMPH, MMPH. He exposed its true face. Extremely smug. A knockoff monkey monster. Did you really think someone would fall for such a clumsy trap? The monkey was furious. Spitting the rock out of its mouth, it cursed. "I've been a tomb guardian beast for decades. This is the first time I've met a bastard who doesn't follow the script like you. Couldn't you just obediently get tricked and then let me eat you? Who would be stupid enough to offer up their life like that?" Fong Xia made a mocking and disdainful face. "I refuse. What I, Xia Donghai, love the most is saying no to self-righteous guys like you." The gorilla didn't achieve its goal. It glared angrily. Spiritual energy radiated from its body. It shouted, "Stinking brat, don't be arrogant. We tomb guardian beasts always bathe in the grace of the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. How can you little demons from the outside world compare?" He looked at it without any fear. Raising his hand forward, he smiled disdainfully. "Absorbing so much essence. Yet your brain didn't develop much. What a waste." The monkey also raised its hand forward. Dozens of golden fireballs hovered in its hand. Spiritual energy bullet condensation. It threw them all straight at him. "Die." Fong Xia dodged them all with lightning speed. Fighting while thinking. A skill that turns spiritual energy into bullets? His eyes sparkled sharply as he smiled. "I have to get the attribute of his skill no matter what. I just thought of a very fun skill combination." Immediately spreading his arms to the sky, he shouted, "Floating dream, 3 lives art. Transformation. Big banana." A giant banana flew in circles in the air, aiming for the monkey. The monkey was furious, pointing and cursing. "Do you think using a banana can distract me? Don't look down on me." Fong Xia had a sly, amused smile on his face. "That's not just a banana. It is." He hadn't even finished his sentence. The banana flew straight at the monkey. It gritted its teeth tight. Sweat poured out, quickly turning around to run away. But it was too late. The whole banana plugged tightly into the monkey's butt. It cried tears of pain. Rumble. Ooh. He even gave it a taste of a move. Strike the vitals. Unable to rise again. He flicked his hand forward and shouted, "Ship it." Immediately, a red sphere appeared in the sky, gripping it tightly. Spiritual energy bullet condensation. The monkey looked on, terrified out of its mind, its whole body trembling. It didn't dare to be loud anymore. Switching to begging. "Lord, spare my life. Please, please help this little demon pull the banana out." Of course, there had to be conditions for him to help. He said immediately, "All right. Tell me clearly about the Demon Emperor's mausoleum first." The monkey trembled, sticking its butt up in the air, with the banana plugged straight into its rear. It spilled everything it knew. The first floor of the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. The rewards are mainly 3 types of talismans. They are distinguished as Spirit-Breaking Talisman, God-Breaking Talisman, and Immortal-Breaking Talisman. Among them, the higher level the Tomb Guardian Beast, the better the talisman it drops. Sweat poured off it like a bath. Even speaking was difficult. Looking at him weakly. These talismans are things that must be prepared to enter the second floor. He smiled at it. "Then tell me." Fong Xia's face looked incredibly sly and dark. Grinning with amusement, he asked, "If I kill you, what talisman will drop?" The monkey realized it too late. A tiger with long sharp teeth lay dead on the ground. This monster was killed by Qi Yanli. The demon beasts in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum were all looking for talismans to enter the second floor. Qi Yanli of the Red Crow clan was no exception. He looked at the card in front of him, looking satisfied. Not bad. Killed 3 guardian beasts and got 3 god-breaking talismans. Suddenly, A system voice echoed in the space, announcing to everyone. A trial taker has obtained a god-breaking talisman. The heaven-ascending stairway will open in 3 days. Those who have the god-breaking talisman will enter the heaven-ascending stairway based on their number. He held the card, thinking he was number 1, smiling smugly. Then this must be the first god-breaking talisman in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. But he couldn't believe his eyes. The card showed number 004. Looking at it in shock, he shouted, "What?" Eyes wide open. Sweat broke out, gritting his teeth in astonishment. This is impossible. How could someone get a god-breaking talisman faster than me? Other demon beasts also gradually obtained god-breaking talismans. Wang Zhu received a card and shouted in shock, "Damn it! The god-breaking talisman I got is already number 007. Xinxinghe had card number 006. She was a bit disappointed. A bit gloomy. Bai Xiao held her card, sighing sadly. Sigh? 005. Clearly, I studied so well before entering the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. How did I still fall behind by so much? She took off her mask, smiling brightly. Then, I just need to display the traditional virtue of the demon race. All 3 of them had dark expressions, not satisfied at all with the card numbers they received. All 3 said in unison, "Take the god-breaking talisman number 001. They decided. Just rob it back. Someone already held the card number 001 in their hand. Of course, that person was Fong Xia. He beat the monkey to death, received the first card, not fully understanding the meaning of the number on it. Pointing, he told the auntie, "Look, senior, the god-breaking talisman says 001. Listening to the announcement just now, I might be the first one to ascend." The 2 looked at each other, smiling happily, understanding each other perfectly. He was so happy his face turned red, jumping up and shouting, "Yeah." Fong Xia hadn't realized yet. The god-breaking talisman in his hand had now become a target for attack. Meanwhile, in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum, there were still many demon beasts who hadn't obtained a god-breaking talisman. A one-eyed demon exclaimed, "Am I seeing things?" In front of them was Ying Daoi. The demons couldn't believe it. Confused, they told each other, "Saint. Saint's son." That guy stood there. Looking coldly at the demons, he ordered, "You don't need to panic. This Saint's son came to the Demon Emperor's mausoleum for other matters. It has nothing to do with you." He even took out several cards to tempt them. "Listen to me. These god-breaking talismans. I have as many as you want." Hovering high above, he announced, "The Flood Dragon clan disturbed the demon capital. A crime deserving of death. That Mother Flood Dragon was eliminated by the Lion King. But there is still a descendant of the Flood Dragon clan plotting revenge against the demon race. He has also entered the Demon Emperor's mausoleum now. You just need to go attack that Flood Dragon descendant. Regardless of success or failure, you can receive 3 spirit-breaking talismans. If you eliminate him, this Saint's son will reward you with 3 god-breaking talismans." The demons saw the cards, immediately shouting in excitement, "Thank you, Saint's son. That guy is dead for sure. Quickly find the aura of that Flood Dragon descendant." Ying Daoi's face darkened. He made a bitter resolution. The remnants of the Flood Dragon clan will be dealt with by these beasts. What's more important right now is to unseal and prepare. The dragon egg stood there. It heard the announcement. Currently, 8 practitioners have obtained god-breaking talismans. Currently, 8 practitioners have obtained god-breaking talismans. He felt, those guys are really fast. But the god-breaking talisman is just a pass. To ascend the heaven-ascending stairway, more preparation is needed. He had his own purpose for coming here. Didn't even care to compete. If they want to fight for that heaven ascension, let them fight. This great lord's goal is only the divine dragon emperor. Blinding golden light radiated from the egg. It was extremely happy. It wasn't easy for this great lord to find such a good place for cultivation. Must seize the time to absorb spiritual energy. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the eggshell. It exclaimed in surprise and excitement, "Oh!" The dragon egg turned into a heart shape. This power. Countless cracks appeared on the egg, radiating brilliant light. The dragon egg shouted in joy. Is this great lord finally going to break out of the shell? On the other side, Fong Xia was also fighting intensely. He shouted, "Heavenly pattern fist art." Whatever monster he met, he killed instantly. Full body exercise. Every single one died in one move. His hand clenched into a fist, punching straight into a monster's face. Chest expansion exercise. A dinosaur and a chicken stood watching him beat the beasts, furious, glaring and crowing. How can we let him beat up our brothers like that? The chicken also chimed in with indignant eyes. He looks down on us tomb guardian beasts too much. Just as they finished speaking, he heard the noise and whipped around to look. A kick lashed out. Lateral bending exercise. The chicken died on the spot. The dinosaur didn't escape either. Another kick straight to the face. Full body movement. Fong Xia stomped his foot on the ground, standing there, spreading his arms. Spiritual energy surging. Cool down exercise. Withdraw. His whole body felt so refreshed it was glowing. Happily looking around, as expected of broadcast gymnastics from another world. The fist and leg techniques learned in the heavenly pattern divine record. After finishing a set of divine, refreshing gymnastics, his stomach rumbled. A series of cards appeared after he destroyed those beasts. The auntie crossed her arms and reminded him, "Stinking brat." Talismans dropped again. Fong Xia smiled smugly and took them immediately. "Let me see what talismans they are." All 4 cards had the exact same name. He shouted in utter boredom. "It's all spirit-breaking talismans." He looked completely disappointed. Inside this demon emperor's mausoleum, if the spirit-breaking talisman is an N card, then the god-breaking talisman is an R card, and the immortal talisman is an SSR card. But the drop rate for high-level jade talismans is really too low. He had only been in for a short while, yet Fong Xia had collected a pile of cards. But he didn't look very happy, frowning and sighing. "Sigh. I'm about to collect a full deck of spirit-breaking talismans. Yet I can't loot a god-breaking talisman." The auntie annoyedly knocked on his head and scolded. "Be content with what you have. Do you really think the Demon Emperor's mausoleum is a vegetable garden?" He looked at her in surprise and asked, "Senior, how did you know I thought that?" Couldn't even argue. The two continued to walk to a piece of land. The scenery was quite beautiful. A towering mountain. He asked the auntie, "Senior, where do you say that immortal-breaking talisman would be?" She raised her middle finger and replied immediately. How would this ancestor know? Back then, this ancestor wouldn't bother going to the demon race to find treasures. Suddenly, the two noticed something strange. Startled, they whipped around to look behind, immediately discovering several figures following them. The auntie said seriously, "Stinking brat. Something's not right." Fong Xia also realized. "We are surrounded." The crowd was quite large. He stood straight in the clearing. Hands on hips, he shouted. "Come out, all of you. What do you want with me?" The auntie pointed annoyedly. "Your aura is different from the tomb guardian beasts. Must be trial takers who entered the demon emperor's mausoleum too." Hearing her say that, he couldn't help but shout in surprise, "Senior, you know how to sense the aura of demon beasts too?" She was even more surprised, asking back, "Isn't this kind of thing very easy?" Fong Xia was even more shocked. "Coach, I want to learn." The auntie was speechless. Confused, she told the truth. "Because it's too simple. On the contrary, this ancestor doesn't know how to teach it." The demons stared at him. Looking at them, he knew they came to cause trouble. They gritted their teeth and told him, "This aura is correct. He is the descendant of the Flood Dragon clan that the Saint Sun is looking for. Although we don't know why the Saint Sun has to waste his precious energy to deal with you. You should just obediently die." Fong Xia heard the name of the person who wanted to kill him. His face darkened in confusion. Saint Sun? Which bastard is that? It was true that he had never met him. But that guy insisted on clinging to him and wouldn't let go. Hearing that, the demons shouted angrily and threatened. "How dare you disrespect the Saint Sun? Attack. Sacrifice him. Killing him will get us the god-breaking talisman." He sighed heavily. "So boring. Listening to you guys. Am I only worth one god-breaking talisman?" He innocently held up the number 001 talisman right in front of their faces. "How can something that can be looted compare to me?" The whole group of demons came here with the purpose of killing the Flood Dragon. Now seeing this prey holding the number 001 card, every single one of them popped their eyes out, screaming in unison with horror. God-breaking talisman number 001. Looking at their expressions, he smiled even more slyly, asking angrily, "Scared?" Too late. Taking out the gun immediately, Floating Dream, 3 Lives Art. Spiritual Energy Materialization. Plus the spiritual energy bullet condensation just obtained from the monkey monster. The combined skill is continuous fire Gatling. The gun frantically spat fire. He fired while screaming, "Eat my Gatling barrage." The monsters were shot and screamed in pain. Ooh! Fire burned wildly across the whole area. This time, no matter how many there were, he shot them all down. Even the ante, seeing the raging red fire, had to exclaim, "Stinking brat. You always surprise this ancestor." He smiled with squinting eyes, replying smugly, "That's because Senior's Floating Dream 3 Lives art is powerful." The expansibility and adaptability of the Floating Dream 3 Lives art are much better than other methods. The ante was flattered. The two of them, one praising, the other accepting, blushing and praising each other endlessly. The ante said, No, it's because you learned well, kid." He smiled fawningly. No, it's because Senior taught well." So after beating them, the two intended to move on. "Let's go. Let's continue looking for Jiaoba." Just then, Wang Ju rushed in from somewhere. He jumped right in front of the two. Looking at him, they knew he definitely had bad intentions. His face was dark, extremely sinister. Glaring at him, "Found you. The guy who got the first god-breaking talisman." The ante looked at him with disdain and reminded Fong Xia, "Stinking brat. There's still a fish that slipped through the net." But he suddenly felt confused and sweated bullets. No, not right. Remembering this face, he recognized him immediately. "I've seen this guy in the demon capital." That guy's eyes glared cunningly. Murderous intent radiated from his whole body. "You made such a big commotion, saving me a lot of effort finding you. Since we are all competitors for the position of Demon King, then my goal is very clear." Fong Xia quickly prepared a fighting stance. That guy roared an order. "Hand over your god-breaking talisman." Not only him. There were 2 other girls outside. They stood with their hands resting, watching. One girl said, "Sister Turtle, you're a step late." The other smiled and replied, "Fox Spirit. Same to you, same to you." These 2 were also famous names in the demon capital. Chinhai widened her eyes and commented, "This unknown flood dragon clansman getting the first god-breaking talisman is actually surprising." Bai Xiao agreed. That's right. Unexpected indeed." She looked innocent on the outside, but was as scheming as anyone. She proposed immediately, "Sister Turtle, next, we'll just sit and reap the benefits like the fishermen." The other looked over, smiled, and agreed. Without saying a word, Bai Xiao's face became increasingly cunning. "No matter who wins, the little tiger or the little flood dragon, we will join forces to make him disappear." Fong Xia knew their purpose for coming here. He smiled and held out his number 001 card to challenge. "Want this god-breaking talisman?" Purple light emitted from his fingertips. Confidently pointing at himself, he smugly challenged him. "Come and try to take it." Wang Ju smiled, throwing a punch immediately, shouting, "About to die and still daring to provoke." Finished speaking, he used the Tiger Rush move, punching straight at Fong Xia's head, but he didn't seem to have a single scratch. Still smiling mockingly. So weak. His eyes lit up, smiling sarcastically at him. "Haven't been weaned yet, little white kitty." Hearing that made him furious instantly. Wang Ju was so angry he caught fire, cursing loudly, "Your grandfather. I am of the White Tiger Royal Clan." The ante didn't even care about this guy, yawning repeatedly. "This ancestor is going back to sleep first. If there's anything, just call me." He smiled and agreed immediately. "Go ahead, Senior. This little white kitty is no match for me." Seeing the 2 of them ignoring him completely, he was extremely resentful. Anger burned. Gritting his teeth tight, he cursed, "Arrogant bastard. Die." He held his sword and rushed straight into slash. White Tiger Raging Wind Claw. By this time, more demon beasts had heard the commotion and arrived. They stood outside with crossed arms, watching, discussing animatedly. "It's the rumored flood dragon descendant and the White Tiger Royal Clan," one said, taking this hit from Wang Ju. "I'm afraid that flood dragon guy will be missing an arm." Just as he finished speaking, he panicked, eyes wide, screaming, "Look quickly." In the smoke, a silhouette faintly appeared. It was Fong Xia. He didn't look tired at all. Even calmly took out a comb to comb his hair. Mocking the other guy, "This little breeze you stirred up. Didn't even mess up my hairstyle. This scene was like a thunderbolt to Wang Ju. He was extremely panicked. Impossible. How could you withstand my raging wind claw without getting hurt? His sweat poured out. Face dark as the bottom of a pot. Bitterly speechless. Seems like getting the first god-breaking talisman really requires some skill. He became frantic, declaring, "You are qualified to be my opponent. I will use my origin core realm 4th heaven strength to defeat you." Fong Xia wasn't scared at all, even smiling. Who doesn't have an origin core? Saying that, a light flashed, blindingly bright. Wang Ju was stunned. This? He didn't expect him to hold out an origin core as tiny as a quail egg. Thought it was something big, making Wang Ju furious, cursing, "What is this? Is your origin core a joke?" He felt a bit aggrieved too, but small yet mighty, still insisting on asking, "Don't look down on others. Do you believe I can defeat you in one move?" Wang Ju had been bitter just now, then seeing his tiny origin core, smiled amusedly and mocked immediately. "With an origin core the size of a booger like that, I actually almost considered you a powerful character. Ridiculous. I must tear you into pieces." Lightning struck straight down from the sky, extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, Wang Ju had transformed into a white tiger. He gloated, "See that? The original body of the White Tiger royal clan. Thought you were tough?" Just showing off arrogantly. The others standing outside watching were also shocked, sweating bullets. Wang Ju transformed. "It's the sacred beast power of the White Tiger royal clan." Xian Qinghe winked and smiled. That flood dragon didn't understand the situation at all. To actually give Wang Ju a chance to transform. Now there's no fight left. Bai Xiao also chimed in. "That is a powerful force only the bloodlines of the 4 sacred beasts possess. That handsome little flood dragon is done for this time." Thought she was a bit worried, but actually, her face was calculating cunningly. "I originally wanted to play with him." She was sure Fong Xia lost this time. The white tiger bared its fangs and claws, rushing to attack. Longhorned lizard. "I'll crush you." It attacked him frantically. "Die." On the contrary, he calmly jumped to this side, jumped to that side, dodging all moves without any effort. The big tiger kept missing, roaring and cursing, "Don't dodge." He even provoked, "Are you scared?" Fong Xia didn't care at all, flying and jumping around him, teasing Sai. Truly a hot-tempered old brother. He closed his eyes. Blue light radiated, preparing to fight seriously. Although the Flood Dragon clan can overturn rivers and seas, not all Flood Dragons have the true dragon realm. The treasure the Flood Dragon clan uses to raise the realm of dragons is the 10,000 dragon map. If a Flood Dragon obtains the complete mysteries within the 10,000 dragon map, then Fong Xia was currently using the things learned from that 10,000 dragon map. Power radiated more and more. His eyes opened wide. Inside his eyes, the image of a great dragon was clearly visible. Azure dragon power can be freely utilized. Light shone brilliantly. One of his hands had already created that energy sphere. Jumping up high, aiming at the tiger to attack. Said one move to defeat you means one move to destroy you. The 2 girls who were looking down on him earlier now stared blankly. Xian Qinghe was confused. Fox spirit. That is. Bai Xiao was equally shocked. That handsome little flood dragon. They witnessed with their own eyes. He threw the super huge energy sphere straight into the tiger's stomach, knocking it flat on the ground. This time, there's no saving him. Bai Xiao turned pale with fear. What he controls is Azure Dragon bloodline. Wang Ju was beaten back into human form by him. He said coldly to him, "Although hesitation leads to defeat, being decisive will also be for nothing." Smiling extremely smugly. One move finished him off. After defeating him, a series of spheres. White Tiger Raging Wind Claw appeared in the air for him to take. All those present were terrified out of their minds. Wang Ju of the White Tiger Royal Clan was defeated just like that? Who exactly is this Flood Dragon youth? Just then, he finished dealing with that guy and went in front of them, pointing and threatening. "So, you guys also came here to cause me trouble?" Xian Qinghe, who was scheming earlier, now smiled softly. "Actually, I've long found that Wang Ju unpleasant to look at. It's good that you taught him a lesson." Bai Xiao was even more two-faced, smiling as bright as a flower. "This little girl naturally came to rely on you, sir," sounding full of wisdom. Following the strong has always been this little girl's dream. Both of them felt embarrassed for themselves after speaking. Chinhai thought with a dark face. If I have to confront this flood dragon guy, I'm afraid I'll lose everything. Bai Xiao also secretly calculated in her heart. Originally wanted to sit and reap the benefits. A wise man submits to circumstances. Still better to pretend to submit first. Her sweat poured out like a bath. The more she thought, the dizzier she got from fear. Both of them were afraid of being beaten to death by him. If not, afraid of being made into turtle fox soup by him. Fong Xia was no stranger to their two-faced style. But he still asked immediately, "So you'll do whatever I say?" Sticking out his tongue, smiling slyly. How can these two girls escape his hands? He looked like a pervert bullying innocent girls. If so, let me. He hadn't finished speaking. Bai Xiao already arched her back. Please be gentle, sir." Fong Xia became more and more wicked, laughing loudly. I won't pity the jade." The two girls were so scared they hugged each other screaming. Ah! Just then, a call came from behind. Xia. Hearing the voice, his face turned pale immediately, turning his head in fear. The girl with hands on hips, face dark and scary, standing right behind him, questioning. Xia, what are you doing with other female demons again? He turned back to see her and jumped in shock. Yunyang, stunned, quickly bowing to explain. Yunyang, you misunderstood. I don't know this pink fur and black skin at all. She was still angry, glaring at the two girls. Then Xia, need me to kill them? The two stood there with pale faces. Didn't know what to do. Bai Xiao's face turned purple. She knows. This black jade spider. Why is the oppressive feeling so strong? She knelt on the ground, trying to stare at Yunyang to examine, stealing a look at her cultivation. Yunyang stood there, face angry and gloomy like the Grim Reaper looking at the two girls. Realm is Dao platform. Cultivation is 3,000 years. Bai Xiao saw that and was terrified, face pale, sweat pouring like a bath. She knows. In legends, there was once a sword ancestor of the human race in a certain world, who cultivated in the Foundation Establishment realm for over 3,000 years, could flatten all the strong experts of the world. The black jade spider maintaining the Dao platform realm with 3,000 years of cultivation. Isn't this the same concept? She cried right on the spot, extremely terrified, thinking she was dead for sure this time. She isn't joking. I will really be killed. But in Yunyang's eyes, it became, why is this fox crying one moment and laughing the next? Fong Xia explained confusedly. She seems to have developed schizophrenia from being scared by your sudden appearance. He didn't intend to let Yunyang kill them. Standing with crossed arms, looking seriously at the two. I have something to ask you. Why did you come to find me to cause trouble? Is it for the God-breaking talisman or for that saint's son? The two didn't dare to mess around anymore. Chinhai was saying, because. Bai Xiao interrupted and replied. Both reasons. The two girls explained. We both want to seize the first God-breaking talisman, the first heaven-ascending stairway. And the saint's son sent his command token telling us the location of the one holding the first God-breaking talisman. Honestly telling him everything. We also heard the saint's son is using God-breaking talismans and spirit-breaking talismans as rewards to hunt you. But we don't care about that small reward. Then Fong Xia understood. The demons I killed with the Gatling were hired by the saint's son to hunt me? Now knowing the whole story, he had to think of a way to solve this. This dog saint's son, I don't even know him. Yet he always looks for trouble with me. Logically speaking, if he wants trouble, he should look for Xing Baku. My identity as Xia Donghai is clearly new. Why does he come to cause trouble with me? So he pointed straight at the small, weak demons over there. You guys watching the show over there. I know you more or less know the bounty the saint's son put on me. But what the saint's son can give you, I can give more. He even showed them the number of cards he had. Just say it like this. You just need to go find the saint's son to cause trouble. I will give you 5 spirit-breaking talismans. The whole group of monsters heard that and screamed in shock. What? What did he say? 5 spirit-breaking talismans. He held the card, smiling meaningfully. Clear rewards. Bring him to me. I will give you 2 God-breaking talismans. Bring his head to meet me. I'll give 4 God-breaking talismans. This number was too big. Every single one heard it and dropped their jaw. 4 god-breaking talismans. Turning the hand over doubles it. They started discussing immediately. 4 cards. Each one said a sentence. The condition this guy offers is very tempting. Another was a bit confused. But that's the Saint's son after all. Do we want to oppose him? The dinosaur spoke immediately. Saint's son is Saint's son. Demon Emperor is Demon Emperor. Just chop the Saint's son and find a new one. The last one in the group also agreed. Right. Ever since he became the Saint's son, the Demon Emperor hasn't shown his face. This Saint's son is very mysterious. Maybe he's not a good bird. Seeing them discuss for a while, Fong Xia approached and called out, "Friends, I still have a sentence I want to gift you." His face was extremely serious, pointing straight and preaching. Kings and generals, are they born of a special breed? The whole group heard that, eyes shining like stars, unanimously excited. Oh, those guys heard what he said, getting fired up immediately. Kings and generals, are they born of a special breed? Kings and generals, are they born of a special breed? He looked at them, speechless. Demon beasts are really easy to incite. Really have no integrity. Yunyang stood beside him, face bright as a flower. "Xia, why do you have so many talismans? I want some too." He immediately looked at her. "Yunyang, have you been playing all the time and forgot to cultivate?" Hearing that, he knew she didn't fight beasts, so she didn't have any cards. The two laughed and talked happily. Affectionate situation. "It's okay. You're here. I'll make it up to you. This kind of jade talisman is very easy to collect." She replied immediately. "Hee. Xia is the best." Bai Xiao stood behind, asking in surprise. "Not that I want to argue. Where did you get so many god-breaking talismans to give them? The Demon Emperor's mausoleum has only been open for a short while. I guess in your hand you only have that one god-breaking talisman number 001, right?" She also warned him. But the Saint's son really has a large chunk of those god-breaking talismans in his hand. Fong Xia wasn't worried at all, even smiling and asking her back, "Little fox, do you know economics?" Of course she didn't know, asking in surprise, "What is that?" He calmly explained, "This move of mine now is borrowing debt to buy people's hearts. It's okay if you don't understand. By the way, is the sense of smell of your fox clan very powerful?" She winked and bragged immediately. "That's right. The 5 senses of our fox clan have always been outstanding among demon beasts." He heard that and got excited immediately. Then finding the aura of tomb guardian beasts is also very powerful? She affirmed immediately. "That's natural," just as she finished her sentence. His hand punched straight into her nose, denting her face. Bai Xiao screamed in pain. "Stinking man, what are you doing?" Didn't expect him to steal her ability. Borrowing your ability to gather resources to pay debts. Xian Xinghe stood next to Yunyang, asking hesitantly, "Does he always act alone like that?" Unexpectedly, Yunyang found it interesting. This is the interesting part of Xia. Back to the dragon egg breaking its shell. He stood still in one place cultivating. Phew. Unexpectedly, the eggshell broke. Inside was another layer of eggshell, intact just like the old one. He shouted helplessly, "What the hell is this? Why am I still a damn egg?" Just then, something lifted it high up. It was Ingdawi. He held the egg to examine. Just now, such powerful spiritual energy came from here. I thought it was a powerful tomb guardian beast. Didn't expect it to be an egg. His face darkened with schemes. His head immediately thought of dirty tricks. Don't know what kind of demon beast will hatch inside this egg. This Saint's son happens to be lacking a mount. The dragon egg also recognized who was holding it. Sweat poured out like a bath. Thinking in fear, Saint's son, at night, by the lake, at the first floor of the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. Yunyang ran excitedly to his side asking, Xia, what are we eating tonight?" Fong Xia glanced at her. "We." He also smiled happily, comfortably shouting, "Tonight we're having barbecue." The crab caught earlier was now roasting fragrantly. The two drooled in craving. "Big fat crab. Wow, smells so good." He hurriedly reminded her, "Don't rush. Almost ready to eat." Just then, the voices of 2 other people rang out. "We're back." Turtle Demon Xian Xinghe and Fox Bai Xiao, after seeing Fong Xia's strength, decided to temporarily cooperate, becoming Fong Xia's accomplices. One carrying a fish said, "I caught quite a few fresh fish." The other carried a basket of mushrooms. "I picked a lot of mushrooms." Yunyang looked at the two in surprise and asked, "Why are you following me, Anasia?" Bai Xiao, embarrassed and sweating, laughed it off. Hee. Because we admire Lord Flood Dragon and Lord Spider very much. She excitedly held out a giant mushroom. This 100-year-old red pine mushroom. I hope Lord Spider accepts it. Fong Xia looked at the giant mushroom and panicked, shouting, "You dug. Where did you get that?" Yunyang was happy as long as there was food, taking it immediately. Enough. Asia, they are good people. Let them follow us. Bai Xiao heard that and thought happily. This Lord Spider will definitely become a king among demon kings in the future. I'm hugging the big thigh now. Later I'll have a mountain to lean on. She continued to take out more food to tempt Yunyang. Lord Spider, here are also various types of grilled mushroom skewers. Yunyang blushed with joy, eyes smiling. Little fox, you're so good. Fong Xia stood aside, crossing his arms, seriously asking Chinhai, no matter what, I am the person that Saint Sun is targeting. Aren't you afraid of being targeted too if you follow me? She crossed her arms, glanced at him, and asked back. Why ask such a hypocritical question that only humans would ask? Her comment was absolutely correct. Even he had to smile and think. I was too narrow-minded. Since they follow me, it proves they share my viewpoint. I shouldn't judge the demon race's heart like that. Unexpectedly, she turned and continued. If following you brings bad luck, we won't hesitate to leave you and run. This is the standard of conduct for the demon race. Fong Xia was truly speechless hearing that. Eye-opening indeed. Thinking bitterly in his heart. I take back my previous words. The demon race is a race with no integrity. Chinhai also told him. Still, think about the immediate matters first. The heaven ascending stairway will open very soon. We still have to collect as many talismans as possible. Fong Xia sweated in confusion. Aren't those talismans tickets to the heaven ascending stairway? Except for the god-breaking talisman. I basically gave them all out to the little demons today. The girl heard that and was fed up, slapping her forehead and screaming. You actually gave them all away. Those talismans aren't just simple tickets. You also have to rely on them to resist the divine light of the heaven ascending stairway. He didn't understand anything, looking blankly and asking, what divine light? What exactly does this heaven ascending stairway do? She looked at him with visible disdain. Flood Dragon, sir, did you always sleep during class? You got beaten by the teacher a lot at school, didn't you? Her words poked his sore spot. Embarrassment turned into anger, shouting furiously. None of your business. Tell me quickly. She had to explain thoroughly. The heaven ascending stairway is the passage to the second floor. At the same time, it is also a powerful treasure. On the heaven ascending stairway, your cultivation time can be accelerated. It's a rare opportunity that all practitioners want. Hearing her speak, he could imagine himself sitting cross-legged in the middle, surrounded by hundreds of cards. But the dense divine light is scattered on it. Only these talismans can withstand the impact of the divine light. The higher the level of the talisman, the better the resistance effect. Hearing that, he finally understood. Couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder those demon beasts didn't refuse any talisman. He thought, I've been in this world for less than a year. Although my cultivation speed is extremely fast. Actually, I need more time to digest those cultivation methods. And those abilities. Thinking of the cards he collected. Involuntarily smiling slyly. If I have the help of the heaven ascending stairway, I can definitely achieve 10 times the result with half the effort. Just then, a scream came from the spider web. Save me. He jumped in shock. This is... A fearful voice screamed. I was caught by that bastard Saint Sun. Save me. Ah. Everyone was panicked. He hurriedly asked, Egg brother, why did you hatch first? Qing Ling was even more worried. Crying, son, that guy didn't do anything to you, did he? The egg cried profusely. The Saint Sun wants me to be his mount. He caught me, using his blood essence to incubate me. Now the dragon egg was indeed in Ning Daoi's hands. He sat cross-legged on the ground, holding the egg up with both hands, starting to transfer spiritual energy into it. Fong Xia asked worriedly, where are you now? Is it dangerous? Qing Ling was so panicked she wanted to fly over to save him immediately. Wait there, son. This old lady is coming to save you right now. The egg suddenly felt a pleasant source of power touching it. Immediately changing 360 degrees. smiling happily right away. I changed my mind. He hasn't hurt me yet for the time being. I have to stay with him and squeeze out the benefits before slipping away. The two asked back in confusion. Will you really be okay? He happily announced. You guys cultivate on your own first. Hanging up. If he's not in danger, then there's no need to worry too much. Fong Xia's face darkened. Crossing his arms, he sternly reminded him. Then you have to be careful. It just so happens that the situation on the Saint Sun side can be reported to us at any time. Mentioning this name, he had to turn to ask the two girls immediately. How much do you two understand about the Saint Sun? Chinhai replied. The current Saint Sun only appeared in recent years. Only after the Demon Emperor went missing. The Demon Emperor Kingdom has always been managed by him. As long as no major chaos appears. Who manages it makes no difference to the demon race. So not many demon beasts want to inquire about his origins. Bai Xiao added. Although he has never made a move before. But I once sensed his aura. Extremely terrifying. Might have reached the Dharma idol realm. Only the Saint Sun and the Great Prophet know that origin. Fong Xia's sweat poured out like a bath. Scratching his head miserably. Hope what you said is only might. If it's really the Dharma idol realm, then it's tricky. Thinking with a headache. Seems like this trip to the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. That faceless Saint Sun will become my biggest enemy. I have to collect more talismans. Must ascend the heaven-ascending stairway to cultivate soon. Thinking of this, he suddenly approached Bai Xiao. Little fox, I still have something to ask you. The feeling of close contact made her blush. Brother Flood Dragon, there are other people here too. You are a bit too. But she was still speaking unfinished. Hasty. His hand punched straight into her face with lightning speed, hurting badly. She was so angry she breathed fire. Screaming, You stinking flood dragon. Thought this old lady didn't dare to hit you. He smiled and teased her. Because I want the talismans to multiply quickly, I can only borrow your sense of smell for a bit. The second day, Fong Xia took his squad to continue storming the first floor of the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. Bai Xiao used the Fox Clan's secret technique. The whole space glowed pink. The demon beasts just needed to see her to be mesmerized. Love Hurricane. I'm dead. Then it was Chinhai's turn to use the full curse command. Primordial River Sand. The demon beasts died on the spot, only having time to scream in pain. He looked at the number of cards in his hand and said happily, after having the enhanced sense of smell. The number of tomb guardian beasts found in one morning is the amount found in 3 days before. Yunyang looked at the cards in his hand and said happily, so many cards. At the same time, they were farming monsters for talismans. They also collected quite a few heavenly treasures. The vitality in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum is much richer than outside, making them open their eyes wide. The two girls collected cards while wondering, why does Lord Spider have to hide her own strength down to the Tao platform realm? Not being able to fly is very inconvenient. Chinhai covered her mouth, giggling and teasing. That way she can make the little flood dragon carry her. Bai Xiao hadn't experienced life yet. Hearing that trick, she took out pen and paper to take notes immediately. Learned it. So there's a trick to deceive men's protective desire like that. The other girl was confused, sweating bullets. Too late to explain. Don't take it seriously. Yunyang shouted, spider web. Just like that, catching a huge one-horned monster, tying it tight and slamming it to the ground, killing it instantly. Just like that, she also got card number 012, holding it up to show Fong Xia immediately. Xia, I also have a god-breaking talisman. He smiled brightly and praised. Not bad, not bad. Suddenly Bai Xiao's eyes lit up, shouting, Come, come, come. Look what we found. In front of them was a large tree. On the tree were many red fruits. It's the silver blood fruit tree. Chinhai explained. Silver blood fruit tree, a top-tier opportunity on the first floor of the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. Legend says this silver blood fruit tree can repair injured souls. Through the hands of an alchemist, it can even be refined into soul-returning pills. Fong Xia heard that and suddenly started, asking back, Repair souls? Suddenly Yunyang pointed forward. Look over there. There's someone under the tree. Bai Xiao noticed now. Her face immediately darkened with worry. Not good. It's a troublesome guy. Under the tree, Qi Yanli was sitting cross-legged, meditating. He slightly opened his eyes. seeing the group, exclaiming in interest. Oh, he looked straight at Fong Xia. You are that descendant of the Flood Dragon clan. His whole body flared with powerful spiritual energy, saying bluntly, I don't like talking. Let's fight directly. Qi Yanli stood there, his whole body on fire, looking at Fong Xia and declaring, I will be very quick. Defeat you. He was still speaking halfway. Unexpectedly, he didn't care at all. Just walked straight past him. Everyone was shocked, not understanding anything. Qi Yanli had to whip around to look at him. He ignored him directly, taking a stick to pick fruits as if he didn't exist. This guy was ignored. So embarrassing. Angrily cursing. Flood Dragon descendant. Are you deaf or blind? Fong Xia looked annoyed, pretending to put his hand to his ear, trying to listen, mocking him openly. Oh, why do I hear a crow cawing wildly? This sentence infuriated Qi Yanli. He whipped around. Anger burned fiercely. What did you say? Looking at his power, he was excited, clenching his fist, laughing inwardly. Fire fusion. Not bad. New attribute. Feeling he is very worthy to be an opponent. He smiled and held out his hand. Worth the risk to exchange blows with him. Qi Yanli also stared at him, evaluating. He could punch away my solar divine fire with one punch. Does the Flood Dragon clan counter my attribute? His eyes lit up, sparking fire. Red Crow Golden Eye, seeing a tiny glowing sphere on his head. Sweat broke out, confused, holding back laughter. Disdain. This origin core. Don't say first heaven. It's not even as big as the bird poop egg my father laid. Because it was so unexpected, he said rude words. He had no fear anymore. The fire burned bigger and bigger. So what if the attribute is countered? This origin core realm's sixth heaven of mine can suppress him based on realm. Looking at the fire shooting towards him, Fong Xia panicked and backed away, putting his hand up to cover, screaming Azar. Crap. Forgot about this tree. He hurriedly turned around and instructed the three girls. You guys stay here. Don't run around. I'm going to buy some tangerines. Finished speaking, quickly turned and ran away. Still challenging him. Don't you want the God-breaking talisman number 001? Mocking straight into his pain. Come and get it. Little crow. Qi Yanli heard that and was furious, glaring, gritting his teeth. Originally just needed a hand over the God-breaking talisman and it would be done. Since you want to die so much, today I will fulfill your wish. Saying that, he chased after him immediately. The two of them, one running, one chasing behind. Bai Xiao said with some worry. Qi Yanli received the protection of the Red Crow clan's Fusong Divine Tree. Harder to deal with than people of the same realm. Although I know the Little Flood Dragon can rely on Azure Dragon power to suppress Wang Ju's White Tiger power. But the same trick cannot be used on Qi Yanli. Xian Qinghe also clenched her hands. Extremely tense. Don't mention fighting the Saint Sun. Little Flood Dragon might have to stop here. Suddenly Yunyang walked over. Her two hands held the heads of the two girls to comfort them. Don't worry. Xia said leave it to him, so there will definitely be no problem. She twisted her body, pressing her body close to the two girls, suggestively inviting. Let's go, let's go. Let's go threesome. Her face blushed, pressing chest to chest with Bai Xiao. Let's pick all those red fruits down. How could those girls refuse? Liked it so much. They were entranced. Voice trembling. Yes, ma'am. Lord Spider. Not far away. More than 3 miles out. Fong Xia finally stopped running. Qi Yanli chased close behind. He stood a distance away from him and asked, Why aren't you running anymore? His face darkened, looking extremely dangerous, smiling and replying. Who said I wanted to run? I was afraid your fire would burn those silver blood fruits. Here, I can freely fight you. Qi Yanli heard that, and his face turned pale, hands and feet twisting to unleash a move. Gritting his teeth tight, cursing, Don't know your own limits. He created a fire tornado in the sky. From it, a giant rock fell straight down. Fong Xia clenched his fists, looked up and exclaimed in surprise, So big. He lowered his body. Spiritual energy radiated, shouting loudly, Double the firepower. Taking out 2 multi-barrel guns in both hands. Dual-wielding Gatling guns. The fire rock fell straight down. Fong Xia used all his strength, mouth wide open, eyes glaring, frantically shooting straight at the rock. The more he fought, the more excited he shouted, I'm riding a horse shooting arrows. Qi Yanli frowned, staring at him. He watched to see if he could break that fire rock. Unexpectedly, it was shot to pieces in no time. He even smiled smugly, provoking him. Little crow, are you setting off fireworks for me? Thanks. He was still speaking, thinking lightly, but suddenly took a punch straight to the stomach, spitting blood from his mouth. The punch was so strong, he was sent flying far away. Blood filled his mouth. Qi Yanli punched him once and acted superior immediately, walking towards him, hand holding a flame, mocking, talkative brat, manipulating divine fire to circle around. Attacking you from your blind spot is too easy. Looking down like a dog, defeating a careless opponent. Truly a boring fight. Fong Xia was injured, lying on the ground motionless. Suddenly he smiled smugly, speaking clearly and distinctly. I handled it. Didn't dodge. Qi Yanli was startled and hurriedly backed away, staring at him tensely. In a flash, he jumped up, speaking loudly and smugly. Little fire boy, you have no martial ethics. Why are you still unharmed? His eyes turned red, grinning terrifyingly, threatening him. I advise you to behave yourself. Reflect on it. Don't make this kind of mistake again in the future. Smart. And eyes shining glaringly, pointing straight at him, declaring, since you haven't studied traditional kung fu to the point of stopping when appropriate, then I won't be polite either. Within 3 moves, I will defeat you. Fong Xia clapped his hands lightly, happily using a move. National Scholar Unparalleled Sword. Galaxy Spirit Body. Shouting, first move. Unparalleled Star River Sword. Qi Yanli smiled mockingly. Bluffing. He didn't say anything, just fought like that. Dozens of swords flew in the air. Qi Yanli immediately swung his hand to respond, slashing continuously, breaking a series of his swords. One side used swords. One side was a firebird. The two fought back and forth, evenly matched. He alertly realized, wanting to use the remaining spirit swords to attack the flank. He waved his hand and shouted, Body Fusion Golden Crow. Fong Xia grabbed his sword, smiling and using a move. Mysterious Een attribute. Still mocking and teasing him. Little crow. He raised the giant sword high, shouting, second move. Unparalleled Mysterious Een sword. He held the sword facing the firebird. One slash cut the bird in 2. Easy as cutting a cake. Ice and fire opposing each other. Just as I wished. The firebird was cut in half, but Qi Yanli wasn't worried at all. He was still stubborn, muttering something. Your spirit sword will melt in a blink of an eye anyway. Just as he finished speaking, his eyes widened in surprise. Startled and terrified. Since when was the space around him covered in thick fog? He started to feel confused. White everywhere, couldn't see anything clearly. Suddenly Fong Xia appeared right behind him from nowhere. That is my ice sword rapidly forming water vapor with the help of high humidity. Qi Yanli heard that and was stunned. He quickly turned around. But it was too late. He had shot ice straight into his stomach, screaming smugly, this attack, returning it to you. He took this hit and flew far away. This guy was extremely bitter. He didn't expect him to be so strong. Shouting and questioning, you bastard. Where exactly did you learn? From which sacred being? Why can you masterfully fuse so many attribute moves? He heard that and involuntarily smiled happily, face dark, looking both sly and dangerous, telling him bluntly, your skills will immediately become mine too. Qi Yanli refused to accept it, swinging both arms, causing fire to erupt around him, roaring, talking nonsense. He tried to use all his strength to attack. I will make you shut up forever. Golden Crow Divine Fire Spear. He aimed straight at him to attack. Fong Xia stood still facing him without any fear. At this moment, a familiar voice came into Fong Xia's consciousness. It was the girl Jiao Qingtu, calling out, little Jiao guy. She looked very fresh, smiling and telling him, let me give you a hand. Seeing her, Fong Xia shouted excitedly, Senior Jiao, you're awake. His eyes overflowed with dense blue light. Both of them combined swords together. A giant dragon appeared. Take my mysterious Een power and condense it into a physical form using the dragon map. He replied, understood. Qi Yanli saw this scene and gritted his teeth in horror. HRK, Ice Dragon. Jiao Qingtu just woke up and was ready for battle, saying, let that little flame boy know the power of my Flood Dragon clan's frost. He agreed comfortably immediately, Senior. The other side panicked, shooting fire straight into the sky, roaring and scolding. Stop talking to yourself over there. The two also unleashed their strongest move. Third move. Frost Chi Dragon. The giant ice dragon crashed straight down into the fire. Fong Xia breathed out a cold breath. This whole place was frozen over. Especially Qi Yanli. He was also trapped inside a large block of ice. He smiled and mocked him. You stupid bird can still drop good items, huh? At the same time, after defeating him, he also received a lot of good items. Solar Divine Fire. C rank, Vermilion Bloodline. And also Golden Crow Eye. The other side was frozen. Eyes staring wide. Mouth gaping, unable to do anything. Before the ice melts. You just obediently stay inside. The three girls huddled together waiting for him. Yunyang cheered. Ah Xia, you're back. She was even carrying a basket of many fruits. We picked a lot of red fruits. Bai Xiao asked in panic. Where's Qi Yanli? He hugged the pile of fruits and replied comfortably. Just a little crow. Ran away. Saying that, he didn't care about him anymore. Yunyang, I have some business inside the ring. I'll be out later. She nodded immediately. Go, go. Fong Xia separated a strand of spiritual consciousness, entering the soul, nurturing ring in soul form. Inside here was like a miniature universe. Vast without limits. Just flying in, he realized immediately. Isn't it very spacious inside the ring? Senior Chinhai was complaining about this and that before, looking at the two girls in front of him. He greeted happily, Seniors. I'm here. Chinhai frowned as soon as she saw him. Stinking brat. You came at the right time. She woke up. Jiao Qingtu saw him and shouted immediately, Little Jiao guy. She touched his face, satisfied. Great. Your aura is stronger. Not as weak as before. He looked at her and whispered, Senior. Suddenly, she closed her eyes tight. Face scrunching up. Sweat breaking out. Crying out in pain. Out of energy again. Saying that, she fainted, falling flat on the ground. Fong Xia screamed in panic, Senior Jiao. Why did she faint? Chinhai stood by, crossing her arms and explaining. Isn't it because she consumed quite a bit of soul power to help you just now? It can't go on like this. Must find some heavenly treasures to nourish her. Hearing that, he immediately remembered the red fruits he just picked, holding them out immediately, declaring, Look, will this work? The auntie saw it and dropped her jaw in surprise. Silver blood fruit. This is indeed good stuff. Unexpectedly, he opened his coat. There were a few more fruits inside. There's a lot more. The auntie looked panicked. Yo, so many. Happily taking the red fruit immediately. Good job, stinking brat. Big boobs is saved this time. Qingdao too was still lying there. Face pale. On the other side, the dragon egg's face turned red from pleasure. Happily feeling it. Heat flowing in. So good. He greedily begged. A bit more? A bit more. A bit more? Maybe I can hatch. He was still within Dowie. The dragon egg was still receiving the Saint Sun's incubation. Several small demon monsters gathered around this Saint Sun. They were all the ones Fong Xia bribed. Every single one radiated determined, killing intent. Finally found the Saint Sun. Those 4 god-breaking talismans. Hee. They told each other. Let's go together. Kill him. The group of demons swarmed around with the hope of killing this Ingdawi. But before they could act, blood splattered all over the ground accompanied by screams. Ah! Several figures appeared and walked over. Saint Sun. Handled. He was extremely annoyed. This is already the 5th group. His face darkened with anger. Did these demon beasts eat tiger hearts and bear galls? To actually dare to ambush this Saint Sun? He frowned in confusion and asked, Iju, investigated clearly yet? A dark figure. 2 red eyes appeared right behind his back, reporting clearly. Saint Sun, it's all a trick played by that flood dragon descendant. He incited these little demons to attack you. Wang Ju of the White Tiger Royal Clan, Qi Yanli of the Green Crow Clan were all defeated by him. Even Xin Xinghe and Bai Xiao joined his subordinates. Ing Daoi heard that, and his face darkened with anger. Can't even handle a brat. He bitterly decided immediately. You don't need to help me guard anymore. Go. Bring that flood dragon's head back to meet me. The dragon egg heard that and panicked immediately. After Fong Xia gave the silver blood fruits to the ancestor began to repair Jiao Qingtu's soul. This was a long process. Jiao too was wrapped like a mummy lying on the ground. He sweated in confusion and asked, "Senior, do you have to wrap her like that every time?" The auntie pointed bluntly and replied, "Where did you get so many questions? Just listen to this, ancestor." Meanwhile, Fong Xia, Yunyang, Bai Xiao, Xian Xinghe, the four of them headed straight for the center of the first floor of the mausoleum. In the process, they swept quite a few small monsters, obtaining quite a few spirit-breaking talismans and god-breaking talismans. Only, the group still hadn't swept any top-tier divine talismans or immortal talismans. He led the three girls, walking while crossing his arms and sighing. From coelenterates to mammals, beat a whole round of the animal world. Why is there still no immortal-breaking talisman? Xian Xinghe panicked, putting her hand forward to stop him. She shouted, "Stop, stop! Don't go anymore." She pointed at the tree with a turtle drawing in front and shouted, "Look at the tree in front. On it is the symbol I left half an hour ago." The whole group panicked, shouting in unison, "Really?" Yunyang and Fong Xia's faces turned purple. Could it be we are lost? He didn't understand anything either. Extremely confused. "No, don't panic. When the boat gets to the bridgehead, it will naturally go straight." Only Bai Xiao was the calmest. She pointed to the two ears on her head to comfort the group. "Don't worry. This place is already very close to the central divine mountain. Now the positioning ability of our fox clan should be used." He sighed heavily and asked, "So your species' ears combined are just decorations?" She heard that and was furious, screaming, "This old lady feels it's pretty. Need you to manage that. Will you die if you don't roast me?" Half an hour later, she put her hand up to cover her ear, trying to listen to the movements around. The twitching ears trembled slightly, suddenly pointing confidently in a direction, affirming, "This way, this way. The exit is ahead." He smiled happily and praised immediately. "Awesome, my fox." Fong Xia looked around this vast forest once. Couldn't help but exclaim, "Luckily we have Bai Xiao. Only then could we get out of this forest so quickly." Suddenly she smiled and said, "Forest, forest." Xian Xinghe also smiled and chimed in, "Must be that place." In front of the group was a towering yellow mountain. The two girls recognized it immediately. "Central Divine Mountain," Bai Xiao explained. "The center of the first floor of the Demon Emperor's mausoleum is the Central Divine Mountain. The heaven-ascending stairway will appear there, directly leading to the second floor." Hearing that, he excitedly asked immediately, "Seems like you understand this place very well. How did you find the way just now?" She answered honestly, "This is the talent of our fox clan. It allows me to sense the scent and layout here. Others can't learn it." Just finished speaking. Her face darkened in panic, startled, dodging backward with lightning speed, just in time to dodge Fong Xia's sneak punch. He used this move too much. Now she was alert and countered it immediately, annoyed, glaring and shouting, "Damn you! I knew you, stinking flood dragon, had bad intentions again." And he was thick-skinned, teasing her. "You've grown up, Bai-chan." He acted like an old landlord exploiting others' labor, smiling obscenely and declaring, "But I won't stop exploiting you just because of your improvement. Eat a punch from this landlord." He hadn't finished speaking. His face took a painful punch. It was Yunyang who acted. She darkened her face, seriously warning him, "Xia, little fox is my Dao companion now. I don't allow you to hit her." That girl had a big tree protecting her, quickly hugging Yunyang tight, crying, aggrieved, "Boo-hoo, Lord Spider, you are truly too good." And he was punched until his face dented, voice trembling. Is this the iron fist of socialism? Xian Xinghe stood aside observing, but couldn't do anything. Could only sigh. This group really knows how to cause trouble. Just then, she felt the rock next to her move. Something's wrong. Paying attention immediately. Suddenly that small rock turned into a monster attacking the group. She quickly jumped high into the air to dodge. Fong Xia quickly ran over and asked, "Little turtle, what happened?" She shouted a warning. "Rock giant." Now everyone noticed. They were surrounded by rock monsters. We entered the territory of the Stone Clan. Bai Xiao looked around and realized. This place is already very close to the Central Divine Mountain. The Tomb Guardian beasts will also be stronger. He smiled slyly looking at the monsters. Not scared at all. Just in time. Came at the right time. If fighting animal-type guardian beasts doesn't drop immortal-breaking talismans. Then if we beat stone men, maybe we can get an immortal breaking talisman, right? All three girls heard that and were moved immediately. Yunyang's eyes shone like stars, excited. The two other girls darkened their faces, scheming immediately. Rose petals fell on by Zhao's big chest. If there is an immortal breaking talisman, Yunyang's chest was no less big. Then it was Xianqing's turn. Then it's truly irrefutable. Those big chests radiated spiritual energy. Preparing for battle. Fong Xia looked, his face involuntarily blushing, fascinated. Thinking, full of energy. All three girls rushed up to fight the monsters together. Shouting in unison, stone giants. Dot. All three combined forces to shoot that power straight into the rock monsters. Heavenly Flower Blue Willow Cannon. The power of the three combined knocked them all down wherever it hit. A series of cards dropped. Bai Zhao's eyes turned into heart shapes. Shouting excitedly. So many dropped. Rich. Rich. Must be immortal breaking. But before finishing, she saw the names of all three cards. Disappointed completely. Screaming in anger. Spirit-breaking talisman. Didn't get what I wanted again this time. Xianqinghe held the card. She frowned in confusion. Doesn't make sense. Guardian beasts shouldn't only drop spirit-breaking talismans. Unless. Bai Xiao held the card, crying and trembling. Disappointed completely. Suddenly the whole ground shook violently. The ground quickly cracked all over. Fong Xia screamed in surprise, asking, Little turtle. Unless what? She shouted back. Unless there is a guardian beast much stronger than the stone giants here. The group tried to stand firm, but was tossed high up. Screaming in panic. Ah! A rock monster appeared. A terrible voice rang out. Who is it? It looked super gigantic, as big as a mountain. Scolding angrily. Audacious. Daring to disturb my sleep. The giant rock monster swept its foot across the ground, destroying everything. Dust and sand blinded the air. He just went crazy. Fong Xia's group scattered, each person dodging as best they could. Xianqinghe shouted a warning. This power is more terrifying than the guardian beasts we met before. Fong Xia also realized. Its strength is already at the Demon King level. His feeling was similar to when he met that thousand-handed guy. The monster just smashed frantically on the ground. He had to scream, Careful! It's attacking again. Xianqinghe wasn't scared at all. Quickly using magic, she intended to withstand this attack of his. Suddenly a call rang out. Sister Turtle. The monster stopped immediately, looking in his direction. Luckily the girl also withstood its smash. Too dangerous. Too dangerous. Luckily I used the turtle shell shield in time. The monster stood still. It turned and snorted. Movements also stopped. Xianqinghe could still argue now, shouting and scolding. Stinking fox. What are you muttering about? I'm not dead yet. Both girls had to admit. This guy is very strong. But Xianqinghe hurriedly flew into the air to gather with the group. Mouth kept talking. Too dangerous. Too dangerous. Luckily, I used the turtle shell shield in time. Bai Xiao realized immediately. Maybe the immortal breaking talisman is with this stone king. We need to join forces to attack it. Fong Xia thought of a plan. Assigning tasks. Little fox. You take Yunyang. He decided. I'll try to take its head directly. Finished speaking, rushed up immediately. Bai Xiao agreed immediately, hugging Yunyang. Face entranced. Lord Spider. The two girls just hugged each other. We'll cover Xia. The fox agreed immediately. Okay. The rock monster glared furiously. Take my head. I'll let you chop it. His hand held the knife tightly, rushing up, challenging him. Then don't regret it. Saying that, shouting loudly. 3,000 worlds. Slashing hard at the rock monster. Selfless slash. But no matter how hard he slashed, the rock monster didn't split. He exclaimed in surprise. No way. Only left a knife mark. Seeing that, the rock monster acted tough, straining its voice to provoke. I am the strongest guardian beast on the first floor. You little demons want to hurt me? Not qualified enough. Saying that, it delivered a blow immediately. He only had time to scream. Not good. Just then, thousands of red threads wrapped tightly around the monster. It was Yunyang acting. She shouted angrily. Don't hurt Xia. One hand shooting silk. One hand hugging Bai Zhao's neck. The fox was choked. Weakly calling. Lord Spider. You're choking too tight. Fong Xia escaped death, moved to tears. Saved. Long live Yunyang. Yunyang held one of the monster's arms tight, screaming to tell him. I tied it up. Xia, think of a way quickly. He quickly shouted. He gritted his teeth tight, taking out a treasure. This stone giant is particularly hard. Even the pig slaughtering knife can't cut him. If only I could use hockey like in manga, that would be great. He calculated every way, thinking of every method. Extremely determined. But if I just can't cut it like that, then use the crystallization of the working people's wisdom. Quickly running forward, telling Chinhai, Little turtle, I have a way to deal with the stone giant. But I still need your help. She replied quickly. I'm listening. The monster's eyes glowed red. He still challenged without fear. Just a tiny black jade spider dares to mess around in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. Saying that, it swung its arms, breaking all of Yunyang's spider silk. Roaring. Low-level demon beasts dare to target a demon king level. Yunyang still hugged by Xiao tight, pointing and scolding the monster back. Don't know what you're saying, but if you want to hurt Xia, I have to stop you. The fox's face was flushed with pleasure, chiming in. Lord Spider speaks so well. The rock monster was provoked to fury. It slammed its hand down hard, cursing. Die, mixed breed demon. Luckily, Bai Xiao carried Yunyang and flew away, dodging the hit. She was terrified. Ah, Lord Spider, you provoked it. Bai Xiao carried Yunyang flying high up, looking down. She realized. Little Flood Dragon can't beat the stone either. Our attacks. Yunyang interrupted immediately. Of course we can't beat it. Just need to distract it and help Xia by time. Yunyang's round eyes sparkled, looking at her asking, Little Fox, are you willing to help Xia with me? How could she dare refuse? If it's with Lord Spider, then okay. I'm willing. Even licking her lips in excitement. Finished speaking. Two eyes like lasers shot light straight at the monster. Love Hurricane. The power was so strong, even Yunyang was surprised. That power shot straight into the rock monster's face. He couldn't react in time. Had to take it all. Fong Xia saw this move and had to praise. Little Fox did not bad. Chinhai also rushed up calling, Little Flood Dragon. Let's go. His body burst into flames, shouting, Big stone. Taste the flavor of grilled stone. Fire burned wildly around this guy. The fire was so huge his silhouette couldn't be seen anymore. Chinhai on the side also acted immediately. She raised water high up, pouring it rushing down onto the monster. Take a cold bath. The monster was being burned by fire, now splashed with cold water. Momentarily couldn't react in time, roaring in anger. Damn little demons. He hadn't even finished the first curse when his head cracked in two. His whole body just cracked into small pieces, collapsing right there. Officially defeated. The girls watched, jaws dropping in absolute astonishment. The Stone King split in two. Ah, what magic did you guys use? He smiled and replied. Thermal expansion and contraction, do you know it? Saying that, he explained a whole lecture. When heating stone at high temperature, the whole block expands when heated. But when the outside meets cold water, the temperature will drop and contract. But the heat inside the stone block dissipates slowly and still maintains the expanded state, breaking the outer layer of stone that is contracting. Bai Xiao heard and couldn't understand anything. Sweat pouring like a bath, begging for mercy immediately. Got it. Got it. Fong Xia still acted knowledgeable, like a professor shouting, Exactly. Study physics and chemistry well, and you won't fear traveling the world. Defeated that monster. Now just loot the drops. Attribute of the Stone King. I collect the stone. Just like that, obtained, Rock King armor. Just then, an extremely blinding light appeared in the air. It was the talisman the Stone King dropped. He quickly caught it, smiling happily. Open pack. Open pack. My luck is good right now. The word on the card finally appeared. Fong Xia shouted in joy. This big word, immortal. This must be the immortal breaking talisman. Bai Xiao's face darkened, not happy at all. It's actually an immortal breaking talisman. This guy's luck is too good, isn't it? She was extremely jealous, but only dared to curse silently. Damn it. Want it so much. Clearly I put in effort too. But can't beat him. So angry. Chinhai explained to him. The reason everyone wants the immortal breaking talisman is because it can block the divine light of the heaven ascending stairway indefinitely. And in the entire Demon Emperor's mausoleum, There is only this one. He widened his eyes in surprise, exclaiming, only this one. In imagination, he is the richest man, owning something unique. Moved to tears. After so many days, I finally escaped bad luck and hit the jackpot. He even innocently held the talisman out in front of them. Speaking of which, don't you guys want this immortal-breaking talisman? The girl answered frankly. Our Black Turtle clan never forces things. If you are stronger, then the talisman belonging to you is something that can't be helped. Her face blushed, proposing immediately. But the fox and I can be considered to have helped you. Can you share a god-breaking talisman with us as remuneration? He heard that and got a nosebleed. Couldn't refuse. Weakly replied, no. Nothing is impossible. Fong Xia's group continued to move forward. The central divine mountain was getting closer and closer to them. Suddenly, Mo Liang's voice rang in his head. Sect leader Fong. Are you okay? Heard the Saint's son put a bounty on you. The girl in Huayu also chimed in. That's right. Now there are many demons looking for trouble with you. He heard that, but was still very confident. No need to worry. I handled it. Mo Liang praised in surprise. Sect leader Fong, as expected of you. He suddenly told him seriously, right. These past few days in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum, I discovered something very strange. In front of him was a giant golden sword stuck in the ground. There are many ruins here, but the style is not like the things in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. The era is also much older than the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. He guessed. These ruins all contain very dense spiritual energy, like someone brought them from outside to suppress something. Fong Xia heard that, touching his chin in thought. Suppress. Seems like this Demon Emperor's mausoleum hides quite a few secrets. Suddenly the dragon egg's voice rang out urgently. Ignore whatever secrets. Fong Guy, you have trouble again. He jumped in shock asking, why so many messages suddenly? Just like waking up early seeing the group chat with 99 plus notifications. He hurriedly asked him, Egg brother, is there any movement on the Saint's son's side? He replied, in order to incubate me, the Saint's son always guards beside me without leaving. He announced a shocking piece of news. But this guy sent 5 assassins of the Demon Saint Palace to hunt you. Hearing that, he screamed in fury immediately. Hunting me again. Where exactly did I offend him? Hunting forever without end. Mo Liang asked in confusion. This Saint's son is really strange. He came to the Demon Emperor's mausoleum not looking for treasures, nor collecting talismans. What exactly is his goal? The dragon egg looked at this guy sitting cross-legged cultivating. He only knows. I don't know the specific reason. Just that. This side cares very much about the 2nd and 3rd floors of the mausoleum. That place seems to hide something of his. He wants to snatch it back. Those people heard that and didn't care too much. He finds his. We find ours. Not afraid of him. The dragon egg didn't understand either. How would I know? Be careful yourself. I have to continue incubating. Bye. He was busy talking to people on the spider web. Momentarily looking from the outside, like standing still scratching his head. The 2 girls looked at him in surprise and asked, why is this guy suddenly standing motionless? And he thought, can't let the fox and the turtle know these things. But as much as he wanted to hide, Yunyang was that carefree. She just blabbed her mouth. Ah, when are the 5 assassins coming? I said, let's eat full first then fight them. Fong Xia jumped in shock, shouting loudly, who's there? Miserably covering her mouth. Yunyang, I don't know if those 2 are trustworthy yet. We have to keep the spiderweb secret. But the 2 heard everything. Xian Xinghai exclaimed in panic. 5 assassins. The 2 girls were scared to death. Are you talking about the 5 assassins of the Demon Saint Palace? Bai Xiao was also scared crazy. They want to come kill people. The 2 girls were about to run away when he held them back, not letting them go. Green water flows long. Green mountains remain forever. Brother Flood Dragon. We'll meet again later. But he insisted on not letting go, screaming, come back here quickly. He held them tight asking, why did you shrink like that? Are those 5 assassins very powerful? The girl was scared of people. More than just powerful. Explaining to him about them. A long time ago outside the Demon Saint Palace, there was a bamboo forest, absorbing sun and moon essence all year round. In it, 5 bamboo trees gained wisdom and turned into 5 spirits. Back then, the Demon Emperor took them under his wing, trained them into assassins. They eliminated enemies for the Demon Saint Palace all year round. Still speaking nervously, their strength is immense, killing in all 4 directions. They even carry high-grade magic tools they brought with them after transforming. There were demon kings who wanted to rebel and seize the position of ruler. All were destroyed by them, so they left a resounding reputation in the world. They are 5 mysterious figures. But Fong Xia heard that and wasn't scared at all, saying, "That kind of lore. I've heard it many times. Which one doesn't just have a combat resume, then goes AFK?" He hadn't even finished his sentence. Bai Xiao shouted, interrupting, "Don't be blindly confident anymore. In short, absolutely must avoid." Just then, something rushed straight in. Fong Xia saw it immediately. He hurriedly shouted, "Little fox, careful," quickly hugging her to his chest to shield her. Something very strong flew out from the forest in front. He quickly told them coldly, "Stop hiding. Come out quickly." 5 black shadows rushed out with lightning speed. Heard their voices before seeing them. "For the peace of the Demon Emperor City." Each one said a sentence. "For the honor of the Demon Saint Palace. We were born for this. We are." The whole group, neither gasoline nor oil, neither fish nor fowl appeared, twisting and posing, shouting in unison, "Bamboo Grove 5 fiends." The group looked and turned pale. Fong Xia screamed in shock, "Oh mother! You guys are the Bamboo Grove 5 idiots." Fong Xia's group looked at them, eyes popping out. He shouted in surprise, "Bamboo Grove? Are the 5 fiends in your legends just like this? Are these male or female?" Bai Xiao standing next to him couldn't distinguish either. "We don't know either. Anyway, no one has survived after meeting them. Only stories are passed down." Xian Qinghao explained. "Bamboo is monoecious. No gender distinction." One of them even yelled, "The form of birth can only follow the will of heaven." That guy growing dragon horns. The person he aimed at was Fong Xia. All 5 of them twisted and posed in formation, shouting, "You are the descendant of the flood dragon, right? We want to eliminate you on behalf of the Saint Sun." Finished speaking, even aiming at the 2 girls. Bai Xiao, Xian Qinghai. Saint Sun is also very disappointed in you too. The 2 girls stood doing nothing but got scolded too, startled and shouting, "What does it have to do with us?" Finished speaking, even pointing at Yunyang, mocking and teasing. "And you?" Looking at her, he froze in confusion. "Who are you?" Saint Sun didn't mention her. Yunyang looked at these guys, furious enough to catch fire. First Bamboo turned to blame him immediately. Second Bamboo, "You idiot. Fix that timid habit of yours." That guy turned angrily to argue immediately. First Bamboo, "Anyway, he defeated Wang Ju and Qi Yanli. We should still combine directly." The other 2 seemed not to want to combine. They told each other, "First Bamboo means for us to use these guys to practice our hands." The girl standing next to him smiled and agreed immediately. "Correct, correct. First Bamboo wants us to use real combat to improve our individual combat abilities." The other 2 also agreed immediately. They talked to each other more and more enthusiastically. Fourth Bamboo, Fifth Bamboo, "You guys really understand my painstaking efforts. Smart as I am, I calculated it. For hundreds of years, we stopped at the origin core realm without advancing. Maybe it's because we rely too much on team combat and neglect improving individual combat abilities. They are all guys who haven't been in the origin core realm for long. They are the best practice targets." Third Bamboo smiled happily and shouted, "My fighting soul is burning." Every single one was fired up, hands holding weapons ready. Bai Xiao glared angrily and screamed, "You guys can't break through the origin core yourselves? So you take us to dissect? Too despicable." Second Bamboo shouted, "Shut up. Anyway, you guys will die?" Fire burned wildly. They were very confident. Second Bamboo said, "Like this. Why not?" First Bamboo gritted his teeth and frowned. "I'm still a bit worried." But Third Bamboo wanted to fight badly, shouting, "Bamboo fights, soul fights." Fourth Bamboo mocked, "The little monster with 2 buns on her head is quite cute." Each of them said a sentence, creating chaos. Leave it to you guys to play with second, third, fourth Bamboo. They even chose an opponent for each of themselves. Then leave the little brother of the Flood Dragon clan to me. Second Bamboo held a scepter with a sparkling star, pointing straight forward. Immediately, several square boxes appeared in the space. Demon Emperor's secret treasure, Star Coffin. The space around the group changed rapidly. All three realized now. Spatial magic tool. Everyone was trapped in a different box. Only Fong Xia remained outside. He looked around in surprise, calling loudly, "Little fox! Little turtle! Yunyang!" That guy darkened his face, smiling slyly. "This is the spatial magic tool the first Demon Emperor gave me. Opponents with lower realms than me cannot refuse being put into the space by me." Just as he finished speaking, it was his turn to be sucked away. Screaming in panic. Everyone was inside the boxes. Only he stood outside, raising both hands to the sky, shouting, "Enjoy hell inside the star coffin." Yunyang looked at the scenery around her, full of yellow and green stars. She had never seen a spatial magic tool. Confused, asking herself, "Where's this place? Where's Asya?" Fourth Bamboo smiled wickedly and said, "Cute little spider. Let Fourth Bamboo hunt you down," even pointing mockingly. "Don't look east and west anymore. There is no exit in the black coffin space." Saying that, she stood there, hands spinning the staff. Whoosh. Spinning while talking endlessly. Different from other bamboos. "In the bamboo grow 5 fiends. I am the bamboo spirit of physical arts. Directly using the staff to fight. My body attack and staff can be freely used in battle with any opponent. Being able to enjoy my killing technique is your final honor." Finished speaking, attacking immediately. "Come, cute little one. Let's fight to the death." Unexpectedly, Yunyang didn't care at all. Even turned her back to him. He was openly despised. Furious, cursing. "Do you have any manners?" She was busy contacting Fong Xia. 2 round eyes sparkling, calling repeatedly. Can you hear me?" His voice replied happily immediately. "Yunyang. Great. The spider web can still be used." He glanced at the guy standing behind, telling her, "Don't know how your enemy is, but the opponent here really brings me big trouble." The girl fighting him was Fifth Bamboo. His face darkened, asking, "Is Fifth Bamboo's ability surprising you very much?" She was extremely smug, taking out 2 huge fake arms from both sides, roaring, "This is my unique ability. The ability to turn battle clothes into giant battle armor." Seeing the clothes were also indescribably revealing. He looked and got a nosebleed, thinking, "Too difficult. I really have it too hard. It's like undergoing crazy censorship inspection right next door." She frantically punched an extremely powerful punch at him, shouting, "Brat of the ancient Flood Dragon clan, let me pull out your dragon tendons." He heard that and got a nosebleed, disgusted beyond endurance, screaming, "How can a genderless bamboo be so lewd? Is this a skill that can be realized by absorbing sun and moon essence?" He jumped several steps and escaped far away from her. The other side fought more and more enthusiastically, mouth laughing heartily. "Ha! Don't run. Let me need you." He ran like flying, nosebleed still flowing, thinking miserably, "Cannot fight with her. Otherwise I will die from losing too much blood." Fong Xia asked with some worry, "Yunyang, my side is not convenient for a long fight. How is the situation on your side?" On Yunyang's side, her face was purple, sweat pouring like a bath. Fourth Bamboo still stood behind talking loudly. "Are you listening?" Talking so much Yunyang had to cover her ears, complaining to him, "It's too noisy here." Fourth Bamboo saw she didn't say anything. He screamed even more, "If you don't understand my words at all, I can tell you. When using the magic staff to ambush, must ponder the length of the staff station. Aim far and near. Calculate the speed of time. Clearly understand the transformation of the life and death staff. The avoidance of the life and death gate. Advance and retreat of the staff. Control the point of force. Inside and outside of the return strike point. It's all technique. I allow you to choose a way to die. Is it demon subduing staff? Water splashing staff? Gate closing staff? Cassock staff? Great strength Vajra staff or dragon tooth staff?" Yunyang was extremely tired, face purple, no vitality left, turning back to look at him. Too noisy. He looked at her disgusted face and talked even more. "Ooh, that looking at trash means you completely don't want to listen to me." Fong Xia heard roughly about the situation on Yunyang's side, running while sympathizing and comforting. "Sounds like yours is also a headache-inducing guy." That Fifth Bamboo was chasing close to his butt, mouth also screaming endlessly. Huh, break your limbs first, then tear you apart bit by bit. Yunyang scolded while covering her ears tight. You really talk too much. Fourth bamboo still kept talking endlessly. I remember now. Strong force, fierce momentum, flexible and consistent. Rotate steps, turn body, relax shoulders, move hands. Take waist to lead shoulders. Staff follows body change. Body follows step move. Continuous and free. I used the flood dragon out to sea staff set to send you to the west. Fong Xia and Yunyang couldn't keep silent forever, telling each other, then still use the old way. Yunyang understood immediately. Quick fight, quick win. Fire burned around his body. Using a move. Golden Crow Divine Fire. Heavenly Pattern Absorption Method. And Yunyang also prepared her spirit. Using a move. Tai Chi Divine Fist. Fifth bamboo saw that and glared. Despising. Flood Dragon Clan actually knows how to use stolen moves. Fourth bamboo mocked Yunyang. Thought changing hair color could make you stronger? But fifth bamboo hadn't finished speaking when she was punched by Fong Xia, flying straight into the sky. You destroyer of aesthetic standards. Get lost. Yunyang's eyes also turned red. Using 1-inch punch on that guy. Cursing loudly. Name disturbing me and Xia chatting. Die. Both of them used only one move to take down the opponent. They were beaten flat, unable to counterattack. After fighting, Yunyang happily showed off. Xia. My side is quiet. He also replied comfortably. My side is also resolved. As expected of me and Yunyang. But even after defeating them, the space around the two remained the same. He instructed her. Battle ended. Space still remains. Seems like it must be dissolved by that first bamboo, or the magic tool's duration ends to dissolve. Suddenly, he changed his expression. Eyes sparkling, looking at that guy meaningfully. Your name is Fifth Bamboo, right? In the time before the space ends, the two of us can do something amazing. That guy heard that and was scared crazy. Sweat pouring out. Whole body trembling. Trying to be calm. Aya, so you are also proactive? Hee. Taking advantage while I'm powerless now to want. He hadn't finished speaking when he was punched again by him, face flying. Let me continue practicing. He was beaten painfully, not daring to say more. Only dared to think. Is this flood dragon guy a devil? On Bai Xiao and second bamboo's side. Bai Xiao was using wind art, love tornado to fight that guy. Second bamboo wasn't scared at all, knocking away her move. Even smiling and challenging. Bai Xiao of the Fox clan. If the opponent is you, I'm relieved. These guys, every single one talked a lot. Bai Xiao was furious, glaring and screaming. Already know my great name. Don't you know my power? The other side darkened his face, smiling slyly, speaking a long speech. I am second bamboo, in charge of intelligence in the 5 bamboos. Except for that flood dragon clan suddenly popping out. The intelligence on you, Wangju, Xianqingha, Qi Yanli. I investigated clearly, of course, including your weaknesses. Although outside you act like the brightest new star of the Fox clan. But inside the Fox clan, you look more like a thorn in the eye, don't you? His eyes shone brightly, maliciously mocking. You, rather than saying representing the Fox clan to participate in exploring the Demon Emperor's mausoleum and the Demon King Conference. It's closer to say you were kicked out of the Fox clan, isn't it? Bai Xiao heard that and was furious, putting her hand forward, weakly scolding. What nonsense are you talking about? But it seemed he was right. She looked guilty, uncomfortably thinking. This bastard even specifically went to the Fox clan's territory to investigate me? Second bamboo laughed maniacally, shouting, Why don't you obediently die here? He held the staff high. Lightning radiated, knocking her away. Let your clan rejoice. Bai Xiao's hands trembled. She was confused, tense, sweat pouring like a bath. Spirit disturbed, cannot gather wind. She quickly raised her hand forward, shouting, Illusion art, firewall, looking at the swirling tornado in front. Second bamboo wasn't scared at all. So, did I hit the thorn in your heart? In this narrow star coffin space. Your blinding trick won't last long. Bai Xiao looked from the outside at his blurring silhouette. Quickly calculating. Must condense the wind again. Otherwise, fighting the bamboo grove 5 fiends means certain death. Second bamboo laughed heartily, shouting a challenge. Did you think by relying on getting the Demon King position, You could change your clansman's view of you? Stop dreaming. Today you will die here. Then become a laughingstock for your clansmen. Hearing that, she felt a bit worried. Guessed immediately. This guy probably also investigated that wind art is affected by mood. Intentionally disturbing my mind. Childhood memories suddenly appeared. Back then, Bai Xiao was only 10 years old. 2 round eyes sparkling. Master, this is my exam result for the Fox clan this year. Please take a look. The lady took the exam result paper. Smiling happily. Fine arts. Physical arts. 5 senses art. Wind art. Total score for all arts is number 1 as expected. Still you. Bai Xiao, you did very well. Saying that, looking down at the crowd below. The young people of the clan. We must take Bai Xiao as an example. The future destiny of the Fox clan is in your hands. From then on, wherever she went, people watched her. The gossip around increased. What is this? Just a slightly higher total score. Putting the title of successor on her. Isn't this what should be done? Moreover, the ones ranking first in physical arts are others. Others also said, that's right. Moreover, wind art, which the Fox clan is most proud of, isn't even first place. Is this also the successor of the clan leader? To put it bluntly, isn't it just luck? Who told our Fox clan leader to use drawing lots to decide the next successor? Such an outdated method. The crowd just badmouthed her behind her back like that. The territories of other demon clans nearby have long used arena battles to choose the clan leader, right? If using arena battles, she would have died on the arena long ago, right? Hee hee. All right. Watch out, or the future clan leader will hear and hold a grudge. Taking revenge on you later. Bai Xiao heard it all, but didn't say a word back. Confused in her heart, asking herself, why? The little girl tried very hard. Studying day and night. Practicing diligently. I clearly always strive to maintain and protect the honor of the successor. Why am I still not acknowledged by everyone? Is it because I didn't do everything to the best? She just walked straight past the crowd. Determined. Do everything to be number 1. Surely no one will doubt me anymore, right? At that time, in a competition, she performed excellently. The Fox Clan Youth Competition ends here. Successor Bai Xiao. Fine arts. Physical arts. 5 senses art. Illusion art. Wind art. 5 categories, all number 1 in the whole clan. Thought she could sigh in relief. Acknowledged by everyone. But around were still sentences. Truly disappointing. The crowd still discussed unpleasantly. Because she was chosen as the successor, she could enjoy many resources. She should have been able to do this long ago. Someone even said, but compared to the great elders in history, Bai Xiao is not qualified enough. Now the whole demon world is rising fiercely. If the clan leader isn't strong enough, how to raise our clan's status? She stood there, silent and helpless, having to hear criticisms. If we really let her inherit the Fox clan, our clan's dream of having a demon king seat will probably have to be delayed for another few decades. Surrounding great clans have long had many young people reaching origin core realm 5th heaven. But Bai Xiao only has 3rd heaven. But anyway, our future clan leader's aptitude isn't too bad. Really can't go the old way of marriage alliance with other clans. The Fox clan leader being sent for marriage alliance is basically existing in name only. Just a plaything circulating among the royal clans. That's not bad either. Don't we have a chance to climb up then? A series of words became more and more bitter, wanting to drown her. Bai Xiao's face darkened. Eyebrows furrowed tight. Eyes desperate. What exactly do I have to do to please everyone? Suddenly a hand gently covered her ears. Looking at the girl in front, Bai Xiao exclaimed in surprise, Master! Back to the present. Second Bamboo held his weapon tight. He looked at Bai Xiao standing in front, smiling mockingly. So, not hiding anymore. Pink light shone around. Looking at Bai Xiao, she was very angry. Voice cold. Damn pervert. You said just now I came here to snatch the Demon King position. Is it to change my clansman's view of me? The other side screamed affirmation immediately. Isn't this obvious? Also, who are you calling a pervert? Her eyes opened wide. Pink light glowing. Directly interrupting him. Huge mistake. When she was most desperate, it was Master who appeared. She said gently, in an era where spiritual energy is increasingly drying up, conflicts are ceaseless. The Fox clan is already very impatient. They can only rely on blaming the best person to reduce their own troubles. Bai Xiao. In the Fox clan, you can no longer learn anything new. Go to the outside world. Outside there are people as strong as you. Even people stronger than you. Under the brilliant light covering the two. She saved her from that toxic society. Can be opponents. Can also become friends. No matter what kind of guy you meet. She comforted her. They won't just pick on a person who works hard enough like you. Her words were like light illuminating the mind. Go. Go find people who can make you happy. The two stood facing each other. She said bluntly. This old lady came to the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. Not to coax the idiots in the clan to be happy. Second Bamboo was a bit surprised. Thinking of the past few days. Meeting Fong Xia, Yunyang, Xianqingha. She involuntarily smiled. Master. Those friends outside you mentioned. I met them. Although not counted as friends yet. Being with this group of people. I had fun like an idiot. Bai Xiao closed her eyes. Light of spiritual energy radiated around. Second Bamboo screamed in surprise. Can use wind art again. Her eyes shone brightly. Power surging without any fear. Even challenging him back. Come. Damn pervert. Taste this old lady's most powerful wind art. Second Bamboo was furious. Holding the staff pointing straight at her, screaming. I'm not afraid of you. She just rushed straight in. Wind art, peach blossom. Eyes wide open with determination. Seeing clearly every line of power in that guy's body. Quickly attacking. 5 senses art, acupoint lock. Flying past Second Bamboo with lightning speed. One move defeated him. Blood everywhere. She strongly affirmed. I will definitely become the Demon King. Not for anyone's expectation. To be able to be with those friends. I must become stronger. Outside. First Bamboo stood looking at the spatial boxes created by him. Telling himself. Must be all ended, right? Slamming the staff hard on the ground. Release. Star coffin. Immediately. The 4 guys appeared. Didn't see the others anywhere. He still deluded himself. Were those 4 killed until not even dregs remained? Just then a voice rang out. Perverted boss. All 4 guys collapsed. Revealing Fong Xia's group. Bai Xiao mocked, asking, who did you say was killed until not even dregs remained? First Bamboo looked, jaw dropping in horror. Fong Xia even grabbed Fifth Bamboo's hair, lifting him high up. His face was beaten black and blue. Hey, how exactly did you get the title Bamboo Grove 5 Fiends? First Bamboo looked at his defeated comrades, furious, roaring. It's fine if the other Bamboos lost. Third Bamboo is a good Bamboo. Vajra indestructible. Why did he lose too? Over there, fighting with Xianqingha. Also beaten black and blue by her. She smiled. You mean this big guy? Just now. At the beginning. He flexed terribly. Shouting to show off. Bamboo fights. Soul fights. No spirit without fighting for a day. I am Second Bamboo, Vajra indestructible. He was still speaking. Xianqingha. Come fight me. Then he was rushed by her water. In a flash forming a water sphere, trapping him inside. Choked by water until unable to hold breath. She asked speechlessly. Who taught you the bad habit of reading all the lines before acting? First Bamboo screamed bitterly. These idiots. Losing face. Too much. The bodies of the 3 guys suddenly lit up. Even Fifth Bamboo and his hands suddenly disappeared. First Bamboo stabbed the scepter straight into the ground, absorbing all the spiritual energy of those guys. Screaming, bastards. Let you see the true power of the Bamboo Grove 5 Fiends. Bamboo Grove 5 Fiends. Super combination. Fong Xia's group was extremely surprised. The other 4 all fused into First Bamboo's body. 5 colors flashed like lightning bolts. Fong Xia's 4 quickly prepared their spirits to confront. A large robot appeared. Open your eyes. The 5 of them combined into this robot. Will radiate everywhere. Straining voice threatening. Formed by the killing intent from our slaughter of living beings. Iron armor combination that even demon kings have to fear 3 parts. Fong Xia looked, face pale, asking back in confusion. Iron armor combination. Their head was a star. Radiating brilliant light. Shooting a series of lasers sweeping everywhere. Extremely gloating. Assuming. Just 1 hit. And you won't even have corpses left. Suddenly he jumped in shock. Fong Xia stood in front of the group. Raising both hands to the sky, forming a shield. Just blocking his attack without any difficulty. He smiled excitedly. Looking extremely delighted. muttering. Iron armor combination looks like Super Sentai. Couldn't control laughing heartily. Huh, this is what I love the most. Must get it in hand, huh? Bai Xiao and Yunyang looked, scared of him. Unable to understand, screaming. Who exactly is the villain? Fong Xia just ran up very fast with red eyes, running while shouting. Iron armor combination attribute. I'm coming. Bai Xiao waved her hand to stop him. You alone is too dangerous. He rushed forward without fear. No need to worry. Just killing intent. The other side saw him. He stood spreading arms and legs. Killing intent radiated. Arrogant flood dragon. Killing intent still contains resentment. Taste the pain of having your mind eroded. His hand held the knife radiating red-black light, responding. If you were a normal origin core realm expert, I would actually have a bigger headache. But what you use is killing intent. Fong Xia excitedly jumped high and slashed down. Then I'll take it. The combined person tilted to one side. Two people confronting each other. He couldn't believe it, exclaiming in surprise. How can such a young person have so much killing intent? Two streams of power radiated and rubbed against each other, evenly matched. He finally realized. Is it because of that knife? Saying that, he attacked straight at the knife in his hand, rushing straight up fast as a storm. Fong Xia was pressed down to the ground. Without that knife, then you're out of plans, right? But he suddenly jumped in shock. Fong Xia smiled mockingly. You look down on this pig-slaughtering knife too much. He lay on the ground, watching him unable to beat the knife. Smiling smugly, mocking. It refuses no one who comes. Eats whatever killing intent. The knife radiated dense killing intent. He held it tight, pointing at that guy. Your body full of killing intent is good nutrient for the pig-slaughtering knife. This is called a pig running into the knife. That blue light covered the robot. His two eyes glowed red, delightedly pointing the knife. Smiling terrifyingly. Get swallowed. His knife pierced through his layer of killing intent without any difficulty, sucking it all. In a flash, Fong Xia raised the knife, using war to nourish war, using killing to nourish killing. No doubt this pig-slaughtering knife is absolutely a super weapon. Not only that, weapon has a spirit. One day if the spirit of this knife awakens, gaining wisdom, don't know what harm it will cause. Finished beating that guy. Suddenly he was a bit confused, scratching his head and ears. Just now I felt my mood losing control, even affected by the pig-slaughtering knife. I understand the dangerous principle of this thing, but the pig-slaughtering knife is really good to use. Now getting the new attribute is more important. He obtained the universal fusion attribute immediately. Bai Xiao watched and had to admire. Little flood dragon. That is a good treasure. Yunyang also ran over calling. Ah. He surprisingly held out a multicolored stone asking them, can you guys also see this? But Bai Xiao looked up at the sky, pointing and screaming. That! Look at that! In the air, 5 multicolored stones were hovering. Bai Xiao's eyes had long turned into heart shapes. It's the supreme treasure for cultivation of origin core realm practitioners. 5-colored mystic crystal. Fong Xia looked and drooled. Supreme treasure. Bai Xiao held a stone telling him. 5-colored mystic crystal can strengthen the power of the soul. It is one of the heavenly treasures that the era needs most. Afraid the demon emperor deposited them in the bodies of the bamboo grove 5 fiends before. Fong Xia exclaimed happily. Then didn't we hit big luck picking up treasures? Bai Xiao talked and craved the treasure more. Really the best. Let's research a bit on how to utilize the 5-colored mystic spirit. Only Yunyang stood there, holding stones, confused, understanding nothing. She called, Xia. They turned to see Yunyang directly eating 2 stones. Even calmly commenting, this blue one is a bit salty. This purple one is a bit sweet. But crunchy, chewing is not bad. All 3 were terrified, eyes popping out, screaming in unison. Can be eaten. The pearl on Yunyang's head shone blindingly. Bai Xiao jumped in shock, shouting, wow! Lord Spider's Dao light is sparkling. Her origin core realm is complete. Fong Xia shouted in surprise. Yunyang really raised to origin core realm just by eating. Bai Xiao was also shocked. Just by eating? The constitution of demon and demon really can't be generalized. The 3 also ate the newly collected stones together. Xian Qinghe felt a bit spicy, but indeed chewing is very crunchy. Fong Xia ate, and felt. This peace of mind is a bit sour. Like eating sour plum candy. Bai Xiao felt. This peace of mind tastes like peach. All three finished eating and distorted their faces. This feeling. Everyone looked like they were about to ascend to heaven. Fong Xia's eyes shot light. Really? The two girls were sweating profusely. Face flushed. Twisting. Makes people. Whole body comfortable. All three collapsed on the ground. Extremely tired. Only Yunyang asked normally. You guys are exaggerating too much. Is it that delicious? Each person answered a sentence. Whole body is limp. Phew. The instantaneous impact power of this tonic stone is really too strong. Yunyang ate it simply like eating cake. Is this the difference of a 3,000-year-old great demon? Suddenly a rumbling sound rang out. All four opened their eyes wide to look. From the high mountain peak in front, something red swirling around was appearing. Steps gradually appeared. It's the heaven-ascending stairway. The god-breaking talismans produced in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum reached the quantity needed to open the heaven-ascending stairway. Fong Xia saw the stairs and shouted excitedly. Other demon beasts also worked very hard. Let's go? To the heaven-ascending stairway. Under the central divine mountain. A series of people had arrived here waiting. Voices talking rang out. Can only look up at the sky like this. Can only wait for the guy holding the first god-breaking talisman to go up. Bitter in heart. Another guy said, heard the first god-breaking talisman is in the hands of that Flood Dragon clan guy who suddenly ran out. Just then Fong Xia's group of four arrived. They all turned to look. Look quickly. Look quickly. Speak of the devil. Some guys even showed jealousy. He defeated Wang Ju, Qi Yanli. Even confronted the Saint Sun. Wherever he went, the whole group stayed far away. Everyone thought in fear. Is a ruthless person. Still better not to provoke him. No one dared to say anything more. Suddenly seeing acquaintances in front. He greeted happily. It's Qing Ling and little Mo. He waved and shouted to them. I'm here. Mo Liang also greeted in surprise. Fellow Taoist Fong Xia. He seemed not used to his current appearance yet. Looking at the two girls standing behind him, he asked immediately, if I remember correctly, aren't the two ladies Bai Xiao and Xian Qinghe we met in the demon capital? Fellow Taoist Xia, you're quite something. His sweat poured out like a bath. Extremely confused. Quickly explaining. Let's skip that first. The heaven-ascending stairway opened. How many talismans did you accumulate? Mo Liang took out a talisman. Truly ashamed to say. Been in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum for so long. Didn't find many heavenly treasures. Ruins were also robbed by others first. God-breaking talismans are just enough for entry. Spirit-breaking talismans aren't many either. Qing Ling standing next to him had a dark face. Complexion not good at all. Also didn't say anything. Unexpectedly, he took out a stack of talismans to put in their hands. Don't worry. I'm here. Here. Plenty of talismans. The other side looked at the pile of talismans in hand, shocked to the core. Couldn't control screaming. So many god-breaking talismans. Did you raid the entire Demon Emperor's mausoleum? Qing Ling also had to say. Be a bit natural. Don't forget your character setting. Suddenly he felt she was a bit off. Walking in front of her asking, Qing Ling, you seem to have no vitality as usual. Is it because of Dragon Egg? She looked sad and replied, sigh. Why did he fall into the hands of the Saint Sun? Fong Xia knew she was worried. Clenching his hands, smiling happily. Don't worry. I will definitely beat that Saint Sun up. Snatch Egg brother back. I still have a lot of things I haven't told him. Qing Ling's face darkened. Extremely worried. Sweating bullets. You are too optimistic. Although the Saint Sun doesn't usually show his face, but the realm gap between us and him cannot be compensated by mouth. Fong Xia heard that and felt worried immediately. Xian Qinghe standing next to him suddenly called him Little Flood Dragon. She put her hand out demanding immediately. Where are the talismans you said would be my remuneration earlier? Bai Xiao heard that and refused to lose. Also shouted demanding immediately. Wow, then I should also have a share, right? Fong Xia was speechless, but promised is promised. Hand trembling raising several talismans. Here, this is the remaining part. You guys divide it. Solved. He also asked about the others through the spider web. Ing Huayu, Mo Zian, Qingyu. We are already at the foot of the central divine mountain. Ing Huayu replied, Benefactor. I want to cultivate on the first floor for a while. Then we'll go to the heaven ascending stairway. And Mo Zian and little Qin Yu shouted in unison. Spare us. The two of us are fine being ordinary office workers on the first floor. Seeing they were all safe. Whoever wants to go anywhere, go. He just replied, all right. Then we prepare to go up first. You guys take care. Just then an annoyed voice rang from behind him. Really unlucky. It was Wang Ju and Qi Yanli. Seeing him, they were visibly annoyed. Sure enough, met the stinking flood dragon here. The other guy said, now seeing that guy makes me feel cold enough to shiver. He turned back to look. Seeing the two, he laughed and teased. Mocking. Oh ho, I wondered who it was. Turns out it's you two defeated generals. Wang Ju cursed angrily. Last time I was careless. Let's fight another round. Qi Yanli standing next to him sneezed incessantly. He hadn't recovered from the cold yet. Achoo. Fong Xia saw him miserable and bared his teeth to tease. So, did the ice and fire heaven I played with you guys last time make you like it very much? The other guy sneezed again. Achoo. You don't. He crossed his arms smiling. Reaction disorder? So serious? Seems like it was very intense. That guy sneezed again. Achoo. Please don't talk to me anymore. Don't know how Mo Liang standing next to him heard it. Face suddenly blushed, scratching his head confusedly. So fellow Taoist Xia has interests similar to Father Emperor. But I am not on the same path. Cannot satisfy fellow Taoist Xia. Fong Xia heard that, sweat soaking his whole body. Jumped in shock explaining. You misunderstood. It's not like you think. Wang Ju suddenly asked. Look closely. Are there so many people following the flood dragon guy? The other guy also raised his head to look immediately, wiping his nose while replying. If you didn't say, I wouldn't have noticed. Both guys shared a thought, unanimously exclaiming, oh. What they looked at were the four beautiful girls, each with a different look, frowning in extreme confusion, thinking, female demons beside this brat. Why do none of the clans match? A scream rang out. Flood Dragon Clan. 3 people fighting fiercely. Fong Xia stood in the middle fighting Wang Ju and Qi Yanli. Why do you two have to do this? You two are even less of a match for me now. Wang Ju fought more and more aggressively, cursing, stop talking nonsense. The more I look at this face, the angrier I get. Qi Yanli sneezed. Can't just stand fighting chaotically like this. He jumped far away, looking at the two stopping the fight, advising, you guys better not waste effort anymore. Isn't keeping stamina to climb the heaven ladder better? Qi Yanli sneezed incessantly, leaving Wang Ju without an ally to fight. Furious, turning to scold. You look at him like you have an allergy. Completely no combat power. Fong Xia's mouth held the number 001 card to show off. Being first is cool, but you guys being a bit late to climb the heaven ladder is fine too, right? Can the order of climbing the heaven ladder affect the efficacy? Love for learning shouldn't be less by those few minutes, right? Wang Ju was provoked by him and rushed to fight immediately. He roared. Climbing the heaven ladder is both an opportunity for the practitioner and a test for the practitioner. Only the first person to climb the heaven ladder can obtain the hidden meaning within the heaven ascending stairway. He quickly blocked a move from him, replying immediately, if you really say so. Every time the Demon Emperor's mausoleum opened before, didn't someone know that hidden meaning? How can everyone keep it a secret for thousands of years? This hidden meaning should have spread long ago, right? Wang Ju got angrier listening, glaring and gritting teeth. If the hidden meaning could be known so easily, what are we coming to the Demon Emperor's mausoleum to fight for? A guy who doesn't even know this, yet got the number 1 god-breaking talisman. It's truly infuriating. He heard that and smiled as bright as a flower, saying, then please, Brother Tiger who has seen and known much, teach me. Wang Ju heard those 3 words. Face blushed shyly. All anger disappeared. Stuttering, repeating, Brother Tiger. He was so happy his face turned red, starting to tell him everything he knew. Ahem. Listen clearly. Although the heaven ascending stairway can make the practitioner dream for 10 years, improving rapidly in a short time. But after waking from the dream, except for cultivation, nothing remains. Cultivation methods. Cultivation methods will disappear from the practitioner's brain. So only by personally climbing the heaven ladder can one comprehend the hidden meaning of the heaven ladder, understand. Fong Xia heard that and clapped his hands in praise. As expected of Senior Tiger. Explained truly too clearly. Now there was no hostility left between the two. That guy was praised and forgot all frustration. Scratching his head, flattering himself loudly. Haha, not bad. Anyway, I made quite a lot of preparations before coming. And he stood looking at the card in his hand, thinking smugly. So God-breaking talisman number 001 indeed has a setting. This brother tiger knows quite a lot. Fong Xia looked at his people, seriously announcing. Everyone prepare a bit. We start climbing the heaven ladder.